Chapter 1 Me, the fifth Wallfacer, brain repository, consume with confidence. Friends who don't understand the three-body problem, or ACP, can still read. The author will provide appropriate introductions. United Nations headquarters, the Secretary-General Tsai solemnly announced. The 19th meeting of the Planetary Defense Council enters its final agenda. The announcement of the Wallfacers and the commencement of the Wallfacer project. The audience perked up ever since the advent of sophons. The entire world had become transparent. But they are not without advantages. The Trisolarans cannot see through the true thoughts of humanity. Thus, the Wallfacer project was born. First Wallfacer, Frederick Taylor. Second Wallfacer, Manuel Ray Diaz. Third Wallfacer, Bill Hines. Fourth Wallfacer, Lou O.G. Fifth Wallfacer, Su Zhe. They will bear the heaviest mission in human history, facing the entire world in solitude, shouldering this great mission through the long years. Here, let me express deep respect on behalf of all humanity. How were the last two selected? After the list was announced, the representatives from various countries were somewhat incredulous. The first three Wallfacers were world-renowned human elites. Their selection was expected. But the last two, one a university professor and another, a college student who hasn't even graduated. Moreover, Lou O.G. at least had a doctoral degree. Even if he wasn't as outstanding as the first three, he was still acceptable. But who is this Su Zhe? Just an adult who hasn't even entered society yet, right? In fact, not only were the people at the venue confused, but Su Zhe and Lou O.G. were also bewildered. Especially Su Zhe, whose mind was echoing with the Secretary General's words. Did I just cross over to the three-body world? Wasn't I just watching a documentary about human reproduction 1 second, and the next am in the three-body world? And judging from the Secretary General's words, the Trisolaran fleet has already set off. What a crime. At least let me cross into an ordinary world. This three-body situation really doesn't intend to leave me a way out. Water droplets, two-dimensional foil. Just one of those things could easily destroy current human civilization. Especially now that I've become a Wallfacer, I could very likely be assassinated by Trisolaran traitors hidden in human society. So this identity, while seemingly powerful, is actually a hot potato. Compared to the first few, what merit do I have to become a Wallfacer? The first Wallfacer Taylor was the U.S. Secretary of Defense. The second Wallfacer Ray Diaz defeated a stronger opponent despite the vast disparity in national strength. The third Wallfacer Hines was a top scientist, and the fourth was even more remarkable with his own efforts. He fought back against the odds and continued human civilization. Compared to them, Su Zhe felt like a blade of grass at the foot of Mount Tai. The more he thought, the heavier his expression became. What the hell am I playing at? Ding. Host conditions detected. System binding begins. Ding. Abnormal containment association summoning system binding. Binding successful. Su Zhe was stunned. Did I just not hear a ringing in my ears? Abnormal containment association summoning system? Could it be that organization? Hiss. I thought the three-body was dangerous enough, but it turns out there's something even more heavyweight. Because no matter how strong the three-body is, it will take hundreds of years for them to truly arrive. But if Blue Star still has those terrifying containment objects, human civilization could basically end prematurely. Because those containment objects are all extremely dangerous beings or items, especially those ranked higher. Any random one could easily destroy a civilization. Even the organization responsible for containing them, the Containment Association, is extremely paranoid to contain anomalies. They can unhesitatingly sacrifice individuals. We control, we contain, we protect. This is the purpose of the ACP Containment Association's existence. So what is this system for? Su Zhe took a deep breath, nervously opened the system, and began to study it. Abnormal Containment Association Summoning System. Can summon ACP containment objects into reality? Just the first line shocked Su Zhe, so it's me who gets a summon. What if I accidentally summon a world-ending containment object? Wouldn't I become humanity's enemy? And what the hell is this trust level? The system kindly provided an explanation. You can increase the belief in the existence of ACP containment objects by spreading information about them. The higher the trust level, the more people believe in their existence. When the trust level reaches a threshold, ACP containment objects will truly descend into reality. Moreover, as the trust level increases, the summoned objects will also become more powerful, and the likelihood of summoning them will increase. What the hell? Suze suddenly perked up. It turns out it can be played like this. So, as long as I make people believe in the existence of the ACP, I can continuously summon various containment objects. If those things can really be used by me, then encountering the three-body isn't impossible, right? After all, there are quite a few existence in the ACP's anomalous containment that can be considered bugs, such as immortality, teleportation. There are even beings that can distort reality. Inorganic snails, the master of invisibility, the lake of forgetting, the watcher. These things could easily destroy the world. If I can truly use these things, let alone the three-body, I'd even dare to challenge the singers. But after the excitement, Suze felt a bit confused. System, don't I get any beginner rewards? A mobile task force would be nice. Are you really leaving me to start from scratch? Sorry, this world is not the original Containment Association world. You need to create a new Containment Association for containment. Regarding mobile task forces and other matters, rewards will be provided based on the situation after the host successfully summons anomalous beings. Damn, you want me to create a new one? Am I supposed to do it with my head? Suze was a bit speechless. The original Containment Association was formed under the guidance of elites from various countries, and only after a period of development did it gain the ability to contain anomalous objects. Now you give me nothing and expect me, a mere novice, to create it? Isn't that a joke? Although I have the identity of a Wallfacer, truly building an ACP Anomalous Containment Association is not that easy. Every member of the organization is a well-trained and fearless elite warrior. Where am I supposed to find such people? So, to build a containment association for my own use, I first need to successfully summon an anomalous being. And this anomalous being must not be too powerful to prevent causing massive casualties or from being unable to be summoned. As Suze tentatively confirmed the plan and then began to think about which containment object to choose as the first one to announce. Chapter 2, in the name of the Wallfacer, announced to the world. Wait, why is that? Is this a joke? We can accept the first three, but the last two were definitely given connections, right? Strongly demand the removal of the last two Wallfacers. As the most insane plan in human history, this meeting was broadcast live to the world. More than half of the global population saw this list, and they instantly erupted. No one expected that this Wallfacer project would be so frivolous as a means to counter the Trisolaran civilization. No one dared to be negligent. The moment the list was announced, they dug up all the information on the 5 individuals. For the first 3, they were convinced their achievements were solid. But the last 2, an unknown university professor, plus a student who hasn't even graduated, who voted for this? And why can even ordinary people be Wallfacers? Exactly, they aren't even pretending. That Luo Ji is still somewhat of a professor, but that Suze is definitely a privileged kid. You might as well let me go. I looked up his school. It's some obscure university. What qualifies someone like him to be a Wallfacer? Most viewers around the world were in despair over this Wallfacer list. Is the fate of human civilization really handed over to an ordinary person like this? I might as well just lie flat after all. I'll be dead when the Trisolarans come. Right, let's just continue living our lives and let these people play around. If they want our cooperation as Wallfacers, they should first kick out that privileged Suze. The privileged really are everywhere. Even in such a plan, they have to pull this stunt. Question ETO, understand ETO, become ETO. Almost everyone felt that Suze, this young punk, must have used some means to get selected. Otherwise, how can one explain how an ordinary college student could become a Wallfacer? Just because he's young? Ridiculous. There are countless young people around the world who are far superior to him. Suze could be lost in a crowd, and no one would recognize him. In addition to the anger and confusion of a live streaming audience, the representatives from various countries attending the meeting were also puzzled. Though they didn't know the specific list, their years of sharp observation could still help them infer who had a chance of becoming a Wallfacer. But they never expected that Luo Ji and Suze would be chosen. They had never heard of these two individuals before. Did the Secretary General pick up the wrong list? And looking at their current performance, one was dazed, as if he had gone stupid. The other, although not foolish, wore an expression of disbelief, completely lacking the composure expected of a Wallfacer. How infuriating! Are these two youths from the Dragon Kingdom here to be a joke? Why does the Dragon Kingdom get 2 Wallfacers? Does my Great Han-Ming Kingdom not deserve it? Everyone, don't worry, our American Wallfacer will lead humanity to survival. That's right, from now on, We just need to cooperate more with the other 3 Wallfacers. These 2 can just put on a show. Please welcome the 5 Wallfacers to the stage. Sai's voice jolted Luo Ji from his stupor as he looked at the other 3 Wallfacers, who were composed, and instinctively turned to his compatriot Suze beside him. Seeing that the other seemed not to have heard him, Luo Ji helplessly patted him. "Friend, stop being dazed, we need to go up for a moment." His fellow countryman seemed even more unsteady. Suze's thoughts were interrupted, and he glanced at this future human hero, slightly nodding as he followed him onto the stage. Under the eyes of the world, Sai officially announced the start of the Wallfacer plan. At this moment, the 5 Wallfacers were tasked with the mission of saving human civilization and would move forward continuously. Afterward, Sai and the representatives from various countries took turns speaking, and people began to rise to leave. Just then, Suze called out to Sai, "Madam Secretary General, please ask everyone to stay. I have something I want to say here." The latter was taken aback, but out of respect for the Wallfacers, she nodded and complied. The representatives from various countries and the other 4 Wallfacers looked at the young man with curiosity, unsure of what he was about to do. Luo Ji nudged Suze. "Friend, don't mess around. This is a global live broadcast. If you act recklessly, even a Wallfacer could be at risk of detention." In response to Luo Ji's reminder, Suze merely smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Others might think he was going to act foolishly, but only he knew what a great opportunity this was. He had already decided on the first anomaly to announce. He was going to reveal the existence of the SCP containment organization to the world during this global live broadcast. Even if many people wouldn't believe it, he felt that there would definitely be a good number of believers given such widespread dissemination. Amidst the crowd's confusion, Suze stood at the podium and spoke. "I am the Wallfacer, Suze, and I wish to inform all of humanity that every word I say next will relate to the future of human civilization." Upon hearing this, the representatives from various countries were taken aback and then began to whisper among themselves. What's going on with this young man? Is he already eager to use his authority right after becoming a Wallfacer? He's just a kid, can't even contain his excitement. Wasting our time here with his nonsense, we must apply to replace him when we get back. Future of human civilization? If we didn't know better, we'd think he was some kind of prophet. Looking at Suze's serious expression on camera, the global audience couldn't help but mock him. Hey, are all people from the Dragon Kingdom like this? Coming up and talking about the future of civilization. Who does he think he is? Suze is not one of us from the Dragon Kingdom, sorry. Personal behavior shouldn't reflect on the country. Ha. If this Suze can't say anything substantial, the Wallfacer plan might just end early because of him. This was a flawed and absurd plan from the start. Facing the eyes of the world, Suze was not at all nervous. He spoke calmly. Whether you believe it or not, what I am about to say is true. Humanity has multiplied for a long 25,000 years, but only the past 4,000 years have been truly meaningful. So, what have we been doing in those long 21,000 years? Have we just been hiding in caves, sitting around a dim campfire, afraid of the unknown, questioning the rising sun, the mysterious headbird creatures, and those stones that seem to have life? Thus, we called them gods and demons, praying for forgiveness and hoping for their salvation. However, as our numbers increased, theirs decreased, and we began to view the world with a more rational perspective. Yet, those unexplainable phenomena did not disappear. It was as if the universe was merely showcasing its absurdity and incredibility. Humanity can no longer live in fear. There is nothing that can protect us, except ourselves, Suze said solemnly. Therefore, they need to be contained. I call them ACP, which stands for Control, Containment, and Protection. They're containment objects. Chapter 3, announcing the containment objects. Silence. The entire UN Parliamentary Hall fell into silence. The representatives from various countries looked at Suze not just with disdain, but with suspicion. They doubted whether this kid had a delusional disorder. What? Monsters? Anomalous containment objects? The more they listened, the more it felt like he was fabricating some kind of story. If these things really existed, why had they never been documented until now? They couldn't possibly take the myths and legends of various countries seriously, could they? On the stage, Luo Ji was already bewildered, looking at Suze's back, feeling distressed. He had said to take it easy, and yet Suze had gone all out right from the start. At this rate, he would be considered insane and taken away. You have to consider the place when you tell stories. This is the United Nations, and the global audience is watching this live. The moment you opened your mouth to speak about demons and monsters, how would the public view us, the wall observers? He quietly glanced at the other 3 wall observers and noticed they also looked extremely poor. Clearly, they share the same thoughts, believing that Su Zhe's behavior seriously affected their identities as wall observers. The viewers in the live stream began to curse angrily. Crazy, crazy. I think this Su Zhe is just a lunatic, babbling nonsense. He can't possibly have mistaken the fairy tales he read for reality. It's really so stupid. Shouldn't we replace this wall observer quickly? With him here, humanity has no chance of surviving. This Su Zhe can't have been thrown out from some mental hospital, can he? Facing the ridicule and doubts of the crowd, Su Zhe remained unperturbed, for he saw the change in trust levels. It jumped directly from 0 to 300. Just as he expected, even if most people didn't believe it, in front of such a wide audience, there would certainly be some who believed in gods or strange existences. By speaking these words as a wall observer, they would surely believe him. With a trust level of 300, perhaps he could attempt a summoning? Su Zhe hesitated for a moment, but decided to wait a bit longer. After all, the system rules stated that if the summoning failed, he would enter a cooldown period and could only summon again after 3 days. Opportunities are precious and should not be wasted. He was not affected at all by the crowd's attitude and continued. As I just mentioned, there are anomalous containment objects in this world that are unknown to people. After years of research on them, I have classified them into 5 levels: ordinary, city-destroying, nation-destroying, world-destroying, and reality-warping. Su Zhe's expression was very serious. This was just a preliminary classification. Each level only represented their degree of harm and could not be simply identified as danger levels. Perhaps some people had already discovered some of them, but please be sure to stay away. Only professional members of the containment organization are allowed to come into contact. Next, I will announce a newly discovered anomalous containment object, codename 294, also known as the Infinite Maze. The representatives from various countries fell silent, not because they believed him, but because they were shocked. They were shocked by Su Zhe's storytelling ability. This set of rhetoric made it seem as if he had truly discovered something. After listening for so long, a representative from an island nation couldn't help but stand up and ask provocatively, "Honorable Wall Observer, since you know so much about these so-called anomalous containment objects, why have we never seen this information?" Su Zhe glanced at the short representative and replied calmly, "Every piece of information about containment objects is classified. If you're not a member of the containment organization, you do not have the authority to access or share it." The representative from the island nation laughed, then pretended to be sincere. "Oh, I see. Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Wall Observer. Please continue." He sat down proudly and said to those beside him, "This Wall Observer definitely has a delusional disorder. He's fooled himself." The others agreed. What containment organization? They had never heard of such an organization. If it really existed, at least the leaders of various countries would know about it, right? But aside from Su Zhe, who had just become a wall observer, no one had ever heard of it. So the truth was clear. This Su Zhe was just making things up. On the stage, Secretary General Sai asked very seriously, "Mr. Su Zhe, how did you determine these levels? Is there really such a thing as a world-destroying, anomalous containment object?" Su Zhe replied, "This classification is based on the records and predictions of the containment organization. For containment objects that pose minimal or no harm, they typically do not trigger under nonspecific circumstances, or if triggered, do not cause harm to humans or the environment. However, they can sometimes change unexpectedly, so ordinary people should not come into contact with them casually. The city-destroying level, if such a level of containment object appears, could potentially lead to the destruction of a city and needs to be contained as soon as possible. Sometimes, containment objects that are difficult to classify into other levels may also be designated as such, making it the broadest category of containment objects. The nation-destroying level of containment objects has terrifying destructive power. Once activated, it will cause unimaginable harm and is extremely difficult to contain, with containment measures often being large-scale and complex. The highest level is classified as top secret, with each containment object of this level possessing near-divine powers, making containment nearly impossible. After his lengthy description, many representatives were left speechless. Are you getting more and more addicted to exaggeration? What do you mean near-divine powers? Do you really take mythology seriously? If they really existed, the current science of Blue Star could not possibly have developed. In human history, there was a time when people worshipped gods, but science has proven that all of those were foolish and ineffective behaviors. Not to mention, the existence of a Trisolaran civilization already indicates that there can be no gods or ghosts in this universe. The Secretary General was very polite. Thank you for your answer. I would like to ask, what level of anomalous containment object is the infinite maze that you mentioned? Suze nodded slightly and replied, 294 is temporarily classified as a city-destroying level. It is a complex and ever-changing maze, similar to an endless corridor, with countless branches and turns. This maze seems to have no end, and its structure appears to change continuously, making it difficult for those who enter to find an exit. The appearance of 294 resembles an ordinary corridor, but once you enter it, you will find it branching and extending continuously, with each turn potentially leading to new sites and paths. These paths may lead to a dead end or to a larger maze area. Moreover, even if you think you have walked through a certain path, when you try to walk that path again, you may find that it has changed. The walls and floors of 294 are made of an unknown gray substance, which is exceptionally hard and smooth. Although there is no light source inside the maze, people can always see clear outlines and details, as if some unknown force is guiding them. Those who enter 294 quickly lose their sense of direction and time. They may wander inside for hours or even days without finding an exit. Some people have even claimed to have seen things that should not exist in the maze, such as warped walls, distorted spaces, and even some indescribable creatures. After saying so much, Suze cleared his throat. The announcement of 294 is complete. After its containment is completed, I will announce the information of the next containment object. Chapter 4 Hope to succeed. After finishing his narrative, Suze quietly waited for the crowd's reaction. As the first announced anomalous containment object, he chose the one with a lower degree of harm, 294, because it would be easier to summon. Moreover, it is more likely to appear in densely populated cities, and when summoned, it can be discovered immediately. Most importantly, the corridor, a scene that is everywhere, is more likely to evoke people's associations. Perhaps one night, when people walk into the corridor, they will inevitably think of 249, and their trust might increase as a result. After listening to Suze's description, the global audience was amused. Haha, an infinite maze? Why not an infinite toilet? Having watched too many ghost stories, their minds were muddled. Quite good. This Wallfacer hasn't even started operating and has already scared the Trisolarans to death. It turns out he is on the second layer. Perhaps the Trisolarans have never heard such a terrifying story and are too scared to come. Haha, this guy is so articulate. He might as well go write a book. Meanwhile, in the United Nations Parliamentary Hall, the representatives from various countries couldn't hold back anymore. We just asked casually, and you really made up a story. Dragon Country really has a lot of talent, the representative from the island nation said sarcastically. The representative from the United States couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've seen such a humorous person from Dragon Country. Haha. Listening to their mocking laughter, the Dragon Country representative's face turned pale, but he had no way to counter it. After all, what Suze said was too absurd, leaving them with no room to refute. Taylor shot Suze a cold glance, said nothing, and directly left the venue. The remaining two Wallfacers exchanged glances, shook their heads, sighed, and followed suit. Seeing that the other Wallfacers had left, the representatives from various countries also decided not to continue pretending with Suze and left the venue one after another. Before long, the entire hall was left with Secretary General Sai on stage, Luo Ji, and Suze. Luo Ji looked at Suze with a strange expression. Friend, where did you hear this story? It's quite interesting. Suze calmly shook his head. This is not a story. What I said is all real. Luo Ji's expression was complex. I believe you. Secretary General Sai then looked deeply at Suze. Mr. Suze, thank you for sharing the information. We will send someone to look for the trace of that anomaly. Suze nodded. This Secretary General was indeed responsible. Then I'll trouble you. Please notify me as soon as you find it. It must be said that the Wallfacer and his system were simply a match made in heaven. Since he finished speaking, the trust level had already risen to 600. Secretary General, please wait. Luo Ji called out to Secretary General Sai, who was about to leave, and walked forward to start conversation. Seeing this, Su Zhe couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that regardless of his words, Luo Ji didn't want to be a Wallfacer. However, what he didn't know was that once the identity of the Wallfacer was announced, it could not be shaken off no matter what. He had no interest in listening to Luo Ji and Sai's conversation and took the lead in leaving the hall. Just a few steps out, he was stopped by a tall figure. I just watched the live broadcast. You really are brave, talking nonsense in front of billions of people. The usher patted him hard on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. Su Zhe speechlessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. He actually had a good impression of this guy who invented the frozen tilapia meme. But the other party's overly familiar enthusiasm was indeed hard to resist. Where's the other Wallfacer? Why hasn't he come out? The usher looked behind him, but didn't see Luo Ji. Su Zhe shook his head. I don't know. Maybe he is preparing to resign. The usher raised his eyebrows. Good guy, you two are getting more impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, a confused and frustrated Luo Ji walked out. Dr. Luo Ji. The usher showed more restraint towards Luo Ji, who had a doctorate. Luo Ji glanced at him. No need to be so polite. I'm not a Wallfacer anymore. Dashi nodded. All right, Dr. Luo. Luo Ji's expression became even more frustrated as he looked at Su Zhe. I just resigned. Now there's only you as the Wallfacer from Dragon Country. Hearing this, Su Zhe smiled. No, you are still a Wallfacer, and I suggest you don't remove the guards responsible for protecting you. Luo Ji was shocked. Do you have mind-reading abilities? Su Zhe said nothing more. He had already given the necessary reminder. He glanced at his watch. It's about time to go back. The usher nodded. We'll arrange a special car to take us to the airport right away. The plane took off smoothly, and the three of them embarked on their journey back home. Luo Ji was extremely irritated at this time. After Su Zhe's reminder, he also realized that his so-called resignation was a worthless joke. Moreover, they had just stepped out when someone rushed over. Fortunately, the usher reacted quickly and shot the person down first. The guards later found a handgun on that person, clearly intending to assassinate. If he had really removed the guards and left alone at that moment, Luo Ji couldn't help but glance at Su Zhe, who was resting with his eyes closed. Why did this young man look so relaxed? He was clearly in a worse situation than himself. Forget it. Maybe this is exactly where he is stronger than me. After some internal struggle, Luo Ji decided to learn from Su Zhe's laid-back attitude and make good use of his identity as a Wallfacer to have some fun before he dies. After 15 hours of traversing through the clouds, the special plane slowly landed at Kyoto Airport. Under the escort of dozens of plainclothes, special police officers, and an unknown number of hidden guards, Su Zhe and Luo Ji successfully returned to their designated residence. Ignoring Luo Ji's invitation to drink, Su Zhe lay down on the soft bed and silently recited the summoning. After more than 10 hours of fermentation, the trust level successfully rose to 1,000. It's unclear whether it was the identity of the Wallfacer that played a role, or if some people genuinely believe that gods and spirits existed in the world. After silently reciting several times, Su Zhe received no system prompt. His heart sank. Could it be that the trust level was not enough? If this fails, it would take 3 days to wait again, and in the face of the Trisolaran crisis, time is life. It must succeed. Chapter 5. The Arrival of 249, Zhang Province, Nanzhou City. Inside an international hotel, cleaning staff Chen Shuqin had just finished cleaning the trash in one room when, upon passing a corner, she was stunned. When did this place expand? Looking at the corridor that clearly wasn't there before, she felt a bit confused. The supervisor hadn't mentioned anything about an expansion. Should this place be cleaned? After hesitating for a while, she chose to clean it up just in case the supervisor scolded her. Really? Those big bosses love to take such small advantages. I must make them pay more next time. She muttered to herself as she pushed the trash cart into the corridor. Is this place not decorated? Not even a light. Looking at the dark corridor, Chen Shuqin's dissatisfaction grew. After turning on her flashlight, she realized that this place didn't resemble their hotel at all. The floor and walls were gray, and there were no rooms or anything. It was indeed clean, But what was the purpose of building such a place? Unknowingly, Chun Shuqin arrived at the first corner. How strange, it's still a corridor. Seeing another corridor appear before her, she felt puzzled. I should call and ask. If this is the boss's private area, it would be a problem. She took out her phone to ask her supervisor. Hello. Supervisor Chin, what's the new corridor on the 7th floor of our hotel for? What? There is no new corridor. I clearly saw it. If you don't believe me, I'll take a few pictures and send them to you. Chun Shuqin took a few photos of the corridor in front of her and sent them. Just then, she suddenly felt something was off. After glancing at the time of the message, she exclaimed, "Has so much time passed?" She clearly remembered that she started cleaning at 7 in the morning, but now it was already 3 in the afternoon. Looking at the endless corridor before her, Chun Shuqin felt a surge of fear in her heart and decided to leave. However, when she retraced her steps, she found that the original exit had turned into a fork in the road. There were no other passages, only 2 corridors leading to unknown places. What was going on? Cold sweat broke out on Chun Shuqin's forehead. She was already timid by nature, and now she encountered such a bizarre situation. Ding, ding, ding. A sudden ring echoed through the empty corridor, startling her. Realizing it was a call from her supervisor, she quickly answered. Hello, supervisor, I seem to be lost. This corridor is so strange. Her voice trembled with fear. The supervisor's voice on the other end was extremely anxious. Sister Chun, where did you go? Our hotel doesn't have this place at all. Chun Shuqin's face turned pale. I don't know. I wanted to leave, but the way back is gone. What? Wait, I'll come to the 7th floor to check. Chun Shuqin was nearly in tears. Hurry, I feel like someone is watching me. Not long after, the supervisor's voice rang out again. Sister Chun, I see that corridor, but I don't see you. Chun Shuqin curled up in fear, her teeth chattering. I don't know. This place is too strange. Wait, what is that thing? Don't come over. With a scream, the call was cut off. Outside, Supervisor Chin, standing in front of the corridor, realized something was wrong and immediately chose to call the police. Days passed. It had been 3 days since the Wallfacer plan began. The first 3 Wallfacers had successively started their actions, although no one knew what their plans were or whether they would be effective. But at least they were taking action. In contrast, the 2 Wallfacers from Long Country had seemingly frozen, with no news coming in. No, it should be said that there was movement, but it was particularly bizarre. First, there was Luo Ji, who, upon realizing he could not escape his identity as a Wallfacer, chose to completely lie flat. He even asked the authorities to help him find a perfect girlfriend, claiming it was part of his plan. They had never seen someone so shameless. However, although Luo Ji was fooling around, he hadn't wasted too many resources. That Su Zhe, on the other hand, seemed truly obsessed, constantly demanding that various countries help him find a corridor. In just 3 days, to meet his demands, many police patrol areas had turned into searches of every building. Heaven knows how many buildings there are in Blue Star now. Almost everyone was secretly cursing Su Zhe as a madman, and even many high-level officials were dissatisfied with him. This Su Zhe was treating this like a game, truly believing that the story he concocted was real. He was searching for his broken corridor all day, while he himself just had to move his lips. We couldn't keep accompanying him in his nonsense. We could just pretend to cooperate in the future. This Wallfacer plan itself was a mistake. The world was getting crazier by the day. Watching the various news reports about the Wallfacer plan, Shun Hang, the head of Zhang Province, sighed. He had never imagined that one day he would witness humanity engage in such incomprehensible activities, especially that Su Zhe, who had already received numerous complaints from his subordinates in the Public Security Bureau for completing his search task. If this continued, the entire public security system of Zhang Province would be paralyzed. If there were no results after today, he would put this matter aside. He was determined not to cooperate with Su Zhe's charade any longer. If he wanted to fool around, let him find it himself. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, his dedicated line rang. Hello, this is Shun Hang. What? Such a thing happened. Shun Hang's face turned extremely shocked, and he stood up abruptly at the news. First, send someone to seal off the scene. I will immediately dispatch professionals there. Chapter 6, Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force. An hour later, Shun Hang arrived at the scene, where the hotel had already been sealed off, and all personnel had been safely evacuated. Hello, leader. The captain in charge of the area saluted him immediately upon seeing him. Shun Heng nodded slightly and then asked, "Report the situation." "Yes." The captain began to report. 3 days ago, the subordinate police station received a report that an employee of this hotel was suspected of being kidnapped. We immediately dispatched personnel to the scene for investigation and sent 2 comrades into the corridor to search. However, unexpectedly, not only was the missing person not found, but our 2 comrades also lost contact. Shen Heng was furious. "Why didn't you report this sooner? Why wait until now?" The captain stammered, "Because afterward, we sent in another team of police officers to search." Shen Heng was filled with rage upon hearing this, knowing that something was wrong in that place. They still kept sending people in. These people didn't take lives seriously at all. Shen Heng took a deep breath, although he wanted to scold them. He knew this was not the time for that. He asked, "What does that place look like? Where is it?" The captain replied, "Report, leader. It's on the 7th floor of the hotel." According to the descriptions from the police officers who entered and the footage sent back, it is an unrenovated corridor, with gray walls and floors, and no light sources inside. Moreover, the deeper one goes, the more corners the corridor has. It seems to have a psychological effect on people. Our officers unknowingly ventured deeper, then found the exits disappeared, unable to retreat, and ultimately went missing. As Shun Heng listened, he felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Gray walls and floors, no light sources, psychological effects, unable to find exits. He frowned, trying to recall where he had seen similar descriptions. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared in his eyes, as if his brain had been jolted by something. Su Zhe was telling the truth. This corridor was exactly the same as the orders that had come down from above. Moreover, he had watched that live broadcast. This suddenly appearing corridor on the 7th floor of the hotel was simply identical to what was described as the infinite maze. This was the infinite maze. Shen Heng felt a bit dizzy, trembling as he took out his phone and dialed that number. "Chief, the infinite maze has appeared." Almost at the same moment that Shun Heng made that call, in the Kyoto security office, thousands of miles away, Su Zhe, who was playing a game, heard a comm system prompt in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning 249. This containment object has been discovered by the public. Reward, Mobile Task Force 1. Reward, Special Facility 1. Reward, Level 50 soldiers. Reward, Level 500 researchers. Please contain the object number 249. Successful containment will yield task success rewards. Please, host, contain it immediately." Upon hearing this voice, Suze lost interest in the game and stood up excitedly. Finally, he had successfully summoned it. To his surprise, summoning it came with so many rewards. He was directly awarded a special facility and elite task force, not to mention the levels of personnel that could serve as guinea pigs and security staff. This wave was simply a huge profit. With these things, along with his identity as a Wallfacer, creating a foundation in the 3-body world would naturally be much easier. First of all, the Mobile Task Force. As the main combat force of the Foundation, each member was incredibly powerful and fearless. Moreover, the Mobile Task Force rewarded by the system was the 11th Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force. The Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force was an elite team within the Foundation specifically responsible for handling tasks involving mazes, other worlds, and similar complex terrains. With this team, the upcoming operation to contain 249 would be quite smooth. In addition, the site is an important branch of the Foundation worldwide, responsible for monitoring, containing, and protecting anomalous objects and entities to ensure the safety and stability of human society. More importantly, Suze noticed a note behind this facility, which could block the surveillance of the Trisolaran sophons. This means that as long as he stays inside the site, even if the Trisolarans want to assassinate him, they will be powerless. It can be said that in a world where everything is under surveillance, this site is the only sanctuary. Having such a place is crucial for the execution of Su Ze's upcoming plans. Established in Zhang Province, Sophon, curious as to why he couldn't set it up himself, the system provided a thoughtful response. To prevent containment breaches, the site and mobile task forces will be stationed near the location where the anomalous objects appear. So that's the reason, as expected of the Foundation. Even in a different world, they're thinking about how to contain as quickly as possible. Suze suddenly realized that the 249 infinite maze had also descended in Zhang province. It must be contained immediately. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it would be problematic. With this in mind, he quickly chose to send a message to the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox task force through the system. "Hello, Captain." As soon as he sent it, the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox replied, "Mr. Counselor, the Nine-Tailed Fox is ready at any time. What task do you need us to execute?" Suze was taken aback by this message, and then realized that his identity had been set as the highest-ranking counselor of the Foundation. They could issue commands to any level of members and access any level of items. Suze continued to send a message. "Great, Captain. I need you to lead the Nine-Tailed Fox to the location of a newly appeared 249 containment object and contain it." The captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox immediately assured, "Understood. We will complete your task without fail. We control, we contain, we protect." Suze replied, "Thank you. Here are the detail materials for 249. Just as Suze was mobilizing the Nine-Tailed Fox task force to proceed with the containment, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom also received an urgent telegram from the head of Zhang Province, Xinxing. "What? The infinite maze that Suze mentioned has really appeared?" Everyone present was a big shot capable of determining national policies, but usually as steady as mountains. They were now stirred up. They had thought that Suze's words at the United Nations were just a joke, but who knew that just 3 days later, the containment object he described had actually appeared, and it was discovered in their Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the photo sent along with Xinxing's message, the deep, dark corridor was like an abyss, swallowing the hearts of all the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 7. We control, we contain, we protect. It's too crazy. How could this possibly be real? In the conference room of the highest level of the Dragon Kingdom, a big shot responsible for research slammed the table, his face full of shock. How could such a thing really exist in this world? An infinite maze? It completely violates the laws of physics. Why hadn't it been discovered before? And only after Suze exposed it did we find out. Could it be that there was indeed an organization called the Foundation secretly containing these things before? As soon as this was said, every senior official of the Dragon Kingdom felt a chill in their hearts. If what the Wallfacer Suze said is true, then there really is an invisible organization secretly containing these anomalies. That organization must be enormous, with members coming from all walks of life. Perhaps some of those present are members of that organization. Otherwise, they would have noticed its existence long ago, rather than discovering it only after it was exposed like this. I suggest we immediately conduct a large-scale inspection from the bottom up. We cannot allow such organization members to infiltrate among us. A military big shot immediately proposed. The other senior officials nodded in agreement. Having such an organization hidden among them could indeed cause a huge impact on society. Silence. Looking at the expressions of the people before him, the elder who had been silent in the first seat suddenly spoke to calm the crowd. Regardless of whether there are members of that organization among us, we must understand one thing. They are also protecting our people. The most important thing now is to face the Trisolaran crisis and quickly contain that infinite maze. Hearing the elder's words, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom finally realized that the Trisolaran protons were still monitoring them. But how should we contain it? Suze seems to have not mentioned it, someone asked. He may not know either, the elder said calmly. But that doesn't mean we have no way to deal with it. First, we need to keep this matter confidential and reassure the families of the missing personnel. If this matter leaks out, it could very well cause a large-scale turmoil. Otherwise, the Trisolaran fleet may self-destruct before it even reaches our Dragon Kingdom. I agree. Even if what Suze said is true, we cannot let it be made public. The elder slightly nodded. Additionally, we need to strengthen the protection of the Wallfacer Suze. The Trisolarans must know about this matter now, and they will definitely have designs on Suze. Also, gather all relevant researchers to Zhang Province to study 249. Something that can exist in violation of scientific laws may allow us to break through the technological blockade of Trisolaran civilization. This is the opportunity given to us by Wallfacer Suze. We must seize it. Yes, a group of senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom stood up and saluted, then immediately went to arrange relevant matters. The entire strength of the Dragon Kingdom was mobilized at this moment, with a large number of elite cutting-edge scientists heading to Zhang Province for investigation. But soon these scientists would understand what the strangeness of containment objects truly meant. Crazy. It's too crazy. In a temporary conference room set up near the hotel, Wang Miao watched the footage sent by the frontline personnel, falling into a daze. This was the second time he had experienced such a situation after the cosmic flicker. As a renowned scientist in the Dragon Kingdom, his material research had always been at the forefront of technology. But in front of that bizarre corridor, all his extensive knowledge seemed to turn into waste paper. Have you ever seen someone disappear right after entering? Even the communication remained, but the person just vanished before your eyes. Moreover, the team members who entered seemed to be affected as soon as they stepped in, plunging deeply into something. If they hadn't prepared ropes in advance to forcibly pull those suspected of being mentally disturbed back, perhaps there would be even more names on the missing persons list now. Furthermore, according to the reports from those who successfully returned, some of them saw beings that should not exist in this world. It was an intangible existence, without a physical form, only shadows. Wang Miao temporarily named them shadow spirits. Shadow spirits can pass through any material, as they seem to be unbound by the laws of physics. Their bodies are composed of pure special energy, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, like distant galaxies in the starry sky. And when they gaze at a creature, that creature feels an inexplicable fear, as if their soul is firmly grasped and cannot escape. In short, it is a place where scientific laws do not exist. Wang Miao, have you found anything? At this moment, a rough voice came from behind him. The familiar smell of smoke filled his nostrils. He felt no discomfort, but rather a sense of reassurance. He turned to look at Shirchong. Perhaps only in front of this old friend could he let go of his fears regarding scientific laws. Wang Miao smiled wryly. I can't find anything at all. Maybe this shouldn't be our research, but we should invite those enlightened masters instead. Shirchong exhaled a puff of smoke. What do you mean? Are you saying the thing is done by ghosts? Wang Miao replied somewhat dazedly. I don't know, maybe it is. In his eyes, this existence that violates the laws of nature is no different from a ghost. By the way, I have a new situation. Shirchong extinguished the cigarette, but the team members who just came out seemed a bit off, their mental state not very good. After listening, Wang Miao pondered, it might be affected by that place. Just like many people develop fear toward a certain place or behavior after experiencing life and death crises. Shirchong raised an eyebrow. Is that place really so eerie? Not just eerie. It's simply bizarre. Wang Miao sighed deeply. Just when Wang Miao and the other scientists were at a loss and had a headache about that place, a mobile task force that received orders from Su Zhe had quietly breached the blockade and entered the hotel. They took the elevator to the 7th floor, and before the elevator doors opened, the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force issued commands in advance. There must be our people on this floor. Prepare gas masks and tranquilizer darts. Our presence must not be discovered by the public. Yes. Ding. The elevator reached the floor, and the doors opened with a sound. The guard on the 7th floor heard the noise and came to check, but before he could reach the door, several items were thrown out from the elevator. Hiss! A large amount of intoxicating mist quickly spread, filling the entire 7th floor. The guards fainted before they could see the true faces of the Nine-Tailed Fox members. Captain Hank ordered everyone to activate the electronic interference system, and then they exited the elevator while wearing gas masks. Chapter 8. Containment complete. Fully armed, Hank led the way, and the front-end night vision goggles allowed him to see clearly ahead in the thick mist. Behind him, 10 other team members were similarly equipped and wore satellite positioning devices. Although the infinite maze could affect human perception, it had little impact on mechanical products. Of course, this device only ensured they wouldn't get separated inside. Getting out was impossible. Because human perception was affected, even if you knew the correct way, you couldn't go back. Prepare to enter. Standing in front of the corridor, Hank took a deep breath and led the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force members inside. As soon as they entered, they felt a moment of disorientation. The outside mist could not enter here at all. Hank first glanced back, and upon realizing the exit was gone, he immediately assessed the nature of this containment object. Connect together, mark your positions, and don't fall behind. Under his command, the team members tied themselves together with special ropes and took out special fluorescent spray to mark the ground. As the Foundation's ace squad, they had the most complete equipment and high-level qualities. Since they wore night vision goggles, they could see the internal structure of the corridor without needing flashlights. Soon, they arrived at the first corner. Time, 1939, entering the first corner, marked as 1. Hank sprayed a marker at this location and then continued deeper. Attention! Preliminary assessment indicates that 249 has the ability to distort cognition in open subspaces. There should be a source object. Our task is to find a source and contain it. Hank's voice echoed in the ears of every team member. The group nodded slightly. Before long, they arrived at the second turning point. However, this time it was a fork in the road. Hank remained calm, recorded the time again, and then entered the left corridor. As the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox, he had an excellent sense of direction and logical thinking, and he was also a retired Special Forces soldier. He had completed missions in various complex terrains, such as deserts and rainforests, making him akin to a human radar. By chance, after coming into contact with the truth of the world, he smoothly left the military and joined the Foundation. Due to his rich combat experience and strong survival abilities, he quickly rose through the ranks to become the captain of this Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force. He was very confident about containing this object with only a level classification. Advance fearlessly. The Nine-Tailed Fox members, under the interference of cognition, continuously experienced one corner and fork after another. Even though time passed quickly, they tirelessly searched for the existence of that source object. During this process, they also saw previous victims who had entered here. Although they had fallen into a coma, they still maintained weak signs of life and had not been harmed. Finally, after experiencing another fork, the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force encountered a scene change. The originally flat and smooth corridor turned into a rugged mountain path, with various head-shaped figures with expressions of terror lining both sides of the road. If an ordinary person saw such a scene, they would likely faint from fear. However, each member of the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force had experienced great storms. With a command from Hank, they began to take out components from their backpacks. They even started assembling a mortar on the spot. Ammunition loaded, level calibrated. Fire. Bang. Boom. A flash of fire ignited, and the shell accurately hit the head-shaped road. When the smoke cleared, the previous head-shaped road disappeared, reverting to a gray corridor. Only a dark pit remained. Record. Encountered scene change at 22:14. Artillery fire can restore the scene to normal. Hank calmly completed the record and then led the team to continue forward. At the same time, he realized that the source object might be nearby. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a scene interfering with them. Untie the ropes. Prepare to search separately. We can't miss any place. The Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force began to untie the ropes and search within the corridor. Hank walked at the forefront, not worried at all about getting lost. Suddenly, as he reached out to touch a wall, the scene before him changed abruptly. A giant mouth full of fangs lunged at him, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Almost simultaneously, he took out a grenade from his waist, activated the safety, and threw it. Boom! The grenade exploded in that giant mouth, and the blast pushed Hank himself away. The other team members, with their hearing impaired, didn't hear any noise here at all. But Hank didn't need anyone else's help, because under the effect of his grenade, the true source object had appeared. Ignoring the pain in his body, Hank lunged forward and covered the object that was about to transform into something else. Under the confinement of the special material, a miniature maze resembling a model appeared inside. The surrounding corridor was rapidly disappearing, and the scene gradually returned to normal. Containment complete. Evacuation. Hank placed it into a special briefcase and notified the rest of the team through the earpiece. By the time Wang Miao and Deshur noticed the anomalies in the hotel, it was already 2 a.m. Deshur personally led a team of officers to the 7th floor of the hotel. Upon seeing the guards lying around, his expression changed, and he quickly crouched down to check their condition. After confirming they were only unconscious and not dead, he breathed a sigh of relief. If someone could eliminate so many people without them noticing, then his career as a police officer would be over. But who put these guards to sleep? Captain, we found the missing persons. At that moment, one of his subordinates exclaimed. What? Deshur was startled and quickly went over. Upon seeing the person's face, He confirmed that they were indeed the previously missing individuals. Since people had come out, then that corridor. Quick, go see where that corridor is. He immediately issued the command and began searching himself. However, no matter how he looked, that eerie corridor had vanished. However, his subordinates discovered other things. It was a pattern, an imprint on the wall. The shape resembled a clock, with a white circle inside and 3 arrows pointing towards the center. Below this pattern, a line of text was engraved. We control, we contain, we protect. 249 has been contained. Task Force 11. Nine-tailed Fox. Chapter 9. You promised to lie flat together. But you took off first? The corridor had vanished. Sure murmured, looking at the line of text. He finally felt the terrifying oppression from the Foundation. What kind of organization could quietly take away something that left a group of top scientists helpless? This was simply illogical. He realized the significance of the matter and immediately notified his superiors. Almost immediately after the message was reported, the higher-ups of the Dragon Country learned that the infinite maze had disappeared. The Foundation really exists. They could even take away that bizarre corridor. What kind of organization is this? The prominent figures, who usually held great prestige, wore expressions identical to the Ashurs upon learning of this incident. Dazed, incredulous, and terrified. Under such strict lockdown, even youths, Navy SEALs could not have slipped in unnoticed. Unless the opposing force possessed armed strength far beyond the standards of this era. This means that the so-called Foundation is much stronger than they imagined. According to the latest tests, the anesthetic darts that incapacitated our personnel used components never seen before. And the anesthetic effect was remarkable, almost capable of inducing deep unconsciousness for 12 hours. They also seem to have used some high-end electronic interference devices, rendering all nearby surveillance equipment inoperative. Moreover, there were no relevant records of this so-called Task Force 11, not even in international archives. The more they delved into it, the heavier their hearts became. Even though they had never truly witnessed the existence of the Foundation, this small team made them feel what a killing game was. They must find out. The elder at the head suddenly slammed the table, his expression furious. Previously, he could tolerate the existence of the Foundation because he thought it was just a deeply hidden organization that, even if it possessed armed forces, would not be too powerful. But now, the tip of the iceberg they had exhibited was enough to break their defenses. It was like thinking that an honest farmer neighbor suddenly pulled out a nuclear bomb. The danger level skyrocketed. If this Foundation ever wanted to deal with the wall breaker, Suze, then our defensive forces would likely not be able to withstand it. This threat must be nipped in the bud. No matter how much time and effort it takes, this organization must be found. Yes, the crowd stood up in response, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. After this meeting, orders were issued from the highest levels of the Dragon Country, launching an unprecedented investigation throughout the entire nation. Any suspected individuals with unknown identities were immediately detained. Even a dog would have its ancestral information dug up. The scope of this inspection was so broad and the search so meticulous that even other countries were startled. They had no idea what the Dragon Country was up to. Could it be that they had received news of remnants? However, what surprised the higher-ups of the Dragon Country was that even after deploying all their forces to search, there was not a single trace of information regarding the Foundation or that Task Force 11. Apart from a few blurry satellite images capturing a group of figures in the night, Task Force 11 seemed to have vanished without a trace. This led many of the bigwigs to start doubting whether the Foundation was an external force. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Dragon Country to have no shadow of them. Thus, a series of inspections began at the borders of the Dragon Country, and they submitted an international search warrant to investigate members entering and exiting during this period. Such vigorous operations led other countries to suspect that a Trisolaran undercover agent had appeared, prompting them to initiate their own searches. This grand search operation could not escape the media's attention. They flocked in like sharks, sensing blood. Faced with countless media inquiries, the Dragon Country's foreign ministry could only admit that they were indeed searching for members. In an instant, those surviving members suffered unwarranted misfortune. In Pakistan, under the South Gapar Peak, the tranquility of that seemingly idyllic manor was shattered. What are you here for? Luoji looked at the fully armed soldiers who suddenly barged into his home, utterly bewildered. The leader unveiled his mask, revealing the Shur's scruffy face. He smiled apologetically. Sorry. Doctor, we received orders to conduct a search here. A search? What are you searching for? Luo Ji was even more confused after hearing this. The Shur shook his head. Sorry, that's classified. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji's curiosity was piqued. Then I, as a wall breaker, request you to tell me the truth about this matter. The Shur showed a troubled expression. Doctor, it's better if you don't know about this. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep. Luo Ji continued to persist. Come on, I don't believe there's any secret that even I, a wall breaker, need to be kept in the dark about. The Shur sighed deeply. All right, since you insist. Actually, we're searching for traces of the Foundation. The Foundation? Due to not using electronic devices during this time, he was completely unaware of the news outside, so he had not reacted yet. The Shur reminded him. It's the one that another wall breaker, Su Zhe, mentioned. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji's pupils constricted. Are you saying the Foundation has appeared? The Shur nodded. That's right. To be precise, a team within this organization has appeared. They call themselves Task Force 11. Luo Ji instantly associated many things, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, does their appearance mean that the containment object Su Zhe mentioned has also materialized? Exactly, the Shur confirmed. It appeared in a hotel in Zhang Province. At first, we lost several people inside, but after that team contained it, everything returned to normal. The Foundation, Task Force, containment objects appearing in reality. Every single word felt like a heavy hammer striking the heart of this doctor, just like everyone else who heard this news for the first time. The first reaction in his mind was disbelief, but the Shur would not lie to a wall breaker. Thus, what he thought was madness was indeed true. This world really has those bizarre containment objects. Luo Ji was completely stunned. You promised to lie flat together, and yet you turned the tables directly? Professor Luo's mood at this moment was akin to watching his neighbor's house being demolished while his own was parallel to the demolition site. It was exceptionally uncomfortable. He originally thought that he and Su Zhe were just there to observe, and now it was clear that he had become the only fool. Suthe, you are too cunning. Chapter 10. Reward Distribution. 42 light-years away from Blue Star, the Trisolaran fleet sailed silently through the interstellar ocean like a ghostly armada. At the center of the fleet, the main battleships towered majestically, their massive bodies resembling giant mountains in the universe, stable and imposing. As the fleet navigated, the surrounding starry sky seemed to slowly rotate, and the trajectories of the stars traced colorful arcs across the surface of the battleships. In this quiet universe, the Trisolaran fleet resembled solitary travelers, carrying the hopes and dreams of Trisolaran civilization as they sailed towards their future home. The scene of the entire fleet navigating through space resembled a magnificent epic painting. Inside the battleship, in the central command and control center, the Trisolarans responsible for controlling and monitoring the fleet are at work. Their bodies appear transparent or semi-transparent, as if made of some special material. This material causes their bodies to emit a captivating glow under light, resembling countless tiny stars. Moreover, their limbs are very slender, as if composed of numerous fine threads. Unlike humans, they communicate using more efficient brainwaves. Leader, there are abnormal situations on Blue Star that need to be reported to you. The Trisolar monitoring Blue Star sends out brain waves, their emotions somewhat unstable. Not long ago, protons detected phenomena beyond the realm of advanced technology on Blue Star. It was a corridor referred to as the 249 Infinite Labyrinth by the fifth Wallfacer, Su Zhe, which even our sophons could not penetrate for secrets. However, a few hours ago, this corridor was reported to have been contained by a team calling themselves 11. Moreover, the technological devices used by this team are superior to the current technological level of Blue Star, and the sophons similarly failed to determine where this team came from. The Trisolaran leader sits on the central throne, many supply tubes connected to him. He shows no surprise at the report from his subordinate. In fact, he has been closely monitoring the situation on Blue Star and is fully aware of all major events that have occurred during this time. This includes Su Zhe's global announcement and the situation in the Dragon Country, which he has observed clearly, but as just stated by his subordinate. The mysterious corridor and the team, named 11, seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Before this, the sophons had no prior indication. It should be noted that the sophons, as the crystallization of their Trisolaran civilization's technology, are supercomputers operating in the micro-scale of 11 dimensions. Not to mention monitoring Blue Star, even recording the status of nearby planets would be no problem at all. Yet, with such powerful technological capabilities, they couldn't even detect the trace of a single team. For a moment, even the Trisolaran leader's mindset wavered. These things couldn't possibly be from Blue Star. Could it be that other civilizations have been hiding beneath human civilization all along? Or is it that this civilization has come to Earth from elsewhere? The thought of a more advanced civilization descending unnoticed by both the Trisolarans and humanity made the leader's brain waves fluctuate even more than his subordinates. If what he suspects is true, then the destination their fleet is heading to is not hope at all. It is the abyss. As a more advanced civilization than humanity, they understand the gap between lower and higher civilizations. But the entire Trisolaran fleet has already set sail. If they were to retreat, where could they go? Their homeland has already fallen into destruction, and the only new place is Blue Star. Of course, there is one more option, wandering through space. But if they do that, with the current resources on their fleet, it would be impossible to sustain their civilization, leading to eventual destruction. Regardless of the choice, it seems that the Trisolaran civilization is on the brink of extinction. No, this cannot happen. They must not back down at this moment. The Trisolaran leader quickly calms himself. Even if that mysterious organization comes from another civilization, given their need to hide beneath human civilization, their technological level should not be too high. They only need to eliminate it beforehand, and Blue Star can still be their new home. Perhaps the fifth Wallfacer knows something. With high-level calculations in mind, the Trisolaran leader quickly makes a judgment. He immediately instructs the sophons to contact humans on Blue Star, providing them with some technological means to capture the Wallfacer Suze. The other Trisolarans are stunned. Leader, but if this technology leaks out, our blockade could very well be breached. After all, protons were created by them. No matter how tightly they block it, they cannot seal off their own technology. We must capture Suze at all costs, the Trisolaran leader asserts firmly. We need to learn more information about that civilization. Otherwise, destruction awaits us. For the sake of rebirth, the risk is worth it. Understood. Soon, the Trisolaran civilization, through the sophons, begins to send their technology to the surviving organization members. With this technology, the organization quickly reignites its efforts. Blue Star, Dragon Country. Suze is still lying in the safe house, waiting for good news from the nine-tailed fox mobile task force. Suddenly, a series of prompt sounds ring in his mind. Your subordinate Team 11 Mobile Task Force has completed the mission. Abnormal containment object 249 has been successfully contained at Zhang Province, Nanjiang City site. Congratulations. You have obtained all attributes of 249. Congratulations. You have obtained distorted cognition level, mental interference level, special space level, crisis warning level. Congratulations. You have obtained one opportunity for the next designated drop location of the containment object. Suze nearly fainted from the series of prompts. After a while, he finally reacted, filled with immense joy. Truly, the nine-tailed fox is efficient. It hasn't even been half a day since he issued the task, and they have already successfully contained it. It must be the Foundation members. Thinking of the embarrassing situations of those top scientists in the Dragon Country these days, Suze couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought? While you're still figuring out the method, I've already taken the containment object away. This feeling is simply too exhilarating. Just then, Suze also received a message from the nine-tailed fox. Council 5, the containment task you issued has been completed, and 249 is now detained at the site. The nine-tailed fox mobile task force is ready at any time. Chapter 11. High-level shock well done. Suze generously praised. Nine-tailed fox. Your orders are our direction. After that, Suze briefly learned about their containment process, and upon hearing that they blasted their way through, he couldn't help but marvel at the ruthlessness of this group. Then he was relieved that there were no significant casualties. Otherwise, Just the thought of having personally eliminated so many lives would weigh heavily on his conscience. Although he isn't as kind-hearted as Chung Xin, he can't fully embrace the savagery of Wade. Besides having the system, he is still just an ordinary college student. Ding dong. At this moment, the Nine-Tailed Fox sent another report regarding the mission of this operation. It was specially marked with permissions, and for now, no one else could view it except him. He secretly opened it through the system, and the contents unfolded before him. Mission log, containment target, 249, containment level, time, February 25, 2024, 10:25 p.m., location, Dragon Country, Zhang Province, Nanjiang City, 271 Shanshui Building, Chiefing Avenue, containment method, using the Foundation's high-tech equipment. Collecting and analyzing data to understand the labyrinth's changing patterns, expanding speed and impact range, ultimately discovering the source entity, using specially designed advanced synthetic materials to seal it off. Isolating the containment object's influence on surrounding life forms. Note: after the containment object was contained, its source entity is a miniature labyrinth, changing at a frequency of 3 times, with no discovered pattern for each change. If Foundation members wish to interact with or use this containment object, they must obtain authorization from Council 5. And there must be no fewer than 3 mobile task forces on standby during interaction or use. After use, a comprehensive inspection is required. If any anomalies are found, handling will be determined as per the situation. After reading this extremely rigorous and professional mission log, Su Zane nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is best to let the Foundation manage the containment objects. Under this set of rules, situations of containment objects going out of control will basically not occur. Unless he wants to release it himself, this containment object may be permanently imprisoned in the future. Next, we can consider the next containment object. Suze fell in a deep thought. Island Nation, in a certain guest house. Several surviving members gathered here, a total of 3 men and 1 woman. The leader is a middle-aged man named Meichuan Kuko, a well-known local entrepreneur, originally worth over 100 million. Most of his assets were discovered and confiscated by the United Nations after the Guzheng Plan. Fortunately, he is quite clever. Otherwise, he might have been discovered long ago. The other few are his employees, who were absorbed into the organization after some time of contact. They also avoided detection by following him. Mr. Meichuan, should we continue to act for the Master? I've heard that various countries are still vigorously searching for our traces. The only woman asked worriedly. Meichuan Kuko's gaze was firm. No matter how difficult the situation is, we must dedicate everything to the Master. But he quickly changed his tone. However, we need to wait for the Master's orders. Before the Master's command arrives, what we need to do is to hide ourselves well. If any member among us is discovered, please end it immediately. Yes. The other 3 responded enthusiastically. Even though they're already effectively non-existent, they still firmly believe that the Master will come to eliminate human tyranny and achieve the immortality of the Trisolaran civilization. After quietly reciting the organization's slogan, they prepared to evacuate and change locations. Just then, a line of text suddenly appeared in the air before them. I need you to help me with something. The 4 were momentarily stunned. And then Meichuan Kuko was the first to react. Master, I knew you hadn't given up on us. Our organization has suffered heavy losses, and we don't even know how many members are left. As he spoke, tears were about to fall. The text changed slightly. I know, but it doesn't matter. Now I need to do something. What is it? Meichuan Kuko asked. Capture the Wallfacer, Su Zhe alive. The 4 looked at the line of text and fell silent. Meichuan Kuko smirked. Master, while we are willing to do anything for you, this task is simply too difficult. We cannot possibly complete it. The text, don't worry. We will provide you with technological support. There are 13 members remaining in the country you are in, and you will act together. Meichuan Kuko was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Master, you are too kind. I will definitely complete the task. He had no doubt that the technology of the Trisolarians could break through any security force on Earth. The text, yes, this is information about making nuclear explosion-proof vests. The materials will be solved with the help of the sophon, just as the organization was preparing to take action with the help of the Trisolarans. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom learned of something shocking. Suze actually planned to hold a new press conference for the containment object in his capacity as a Wallfacer, still aimed at the whole world. Upon hearing this news, the elder personally visited. Mr. Suze, have you made new discoveries? Seeing the anxious expression on the elder's face, Suze knew he was genuinely worried. After all, so many days had passed, and the Dragon Kingdom had almost searched its entire territory without finding any trace of the Foundation and the missing 249. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to sit still either. Suze nodded slightly. Yes, after 249 was contained, I happened to discover the trace of a new containment object. The elder was taken aback for a moment, thinking it was a coincidence. But soon, he realized the hidden implications and cautiously asked, "May I ask, Mr. Suze, are you in that Foundation?" Suze did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. I have a cooperative relationship with the Foundation based on some agreement, and I can access some information." He was not worried about being monitored by the Trisolarans, because any smart person, upon learning about the containment of 249, would surely guess some connections. Moreover, revealing this to the elder would also help with his upcoming second global conference. Being honest now was beneficial and harmless. Upon hearing this news, the elder was still shocked, although he had some suspicions in his heart. No wonder Suze was chosen as a Wallfacer. It turned out to be because of this relationship. Perhaps he was chosen as a Wallfacer with the Foundation support. Chapter 12 announcing the second containment object. In just a few seconds, the elder linked many thoughts together. Shock, fear, panic. Fortunately, he was good at calming himself and hid these emotions deep inside. The elder took a deep breath and asked again, "Mr. Suze, do you know where the next containment object might appear?" Suze thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. This is unpredictable. Even the Foundation cannot be omniscient and omnipotent. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to announce their existence to the world. Indeed, a bitter smile appeared on the elder's face. He was not surprised by this outcome, but he still planned to seek help from other aspects. "Mr. Suze, I would like to ask one last thing. Regarding the technology held by the Foundation, can we purchase some?" His eyes revealed desire. Clearly, this was his true purpose for coming here. Hearing this request, Suze instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, if the Foundation's technology were to leak, it might trigger a chain reaction. If it disrupted the original plot, it would be disastrous if the Trisolarans arrived early. But as he contemplated, a new idea suddenly came to him. Suze smiled. "I can help request this. But what do you plan to use to make the purchase?" Upon hearing this, the elder's face showed joy. "You can name any condition. As long as it does not harm society, I can satisfy any request." Suze was waiting for this phrase. He directly laid out his conditions. "Then I need you to represent the Dragon Kingdom to endorse the containment objects I will announce in the future, proving their real existence." This was what he wanted. As long as the Dragon Kingdom endorsed his future announcements, gaining trust wouldn't be simple. After all, the population of the Dragon Kingdom alone accounted for 1/7 of the total population of Blue Star. As long as the Dragon Kingdom personally confirmed it, the trust level would certainly rise rapidly. What? Upon hearing this strange request, even the elder, who was skilled in calming himself, couldn't maintain his composure. He showed a difficult expression. "Mr. Suze, if this matter becomes public, it may cause large-scale social chaos. You know the consequences of social chaos." But Suze shook his head. "No, if it were other countries, they might collapse socially because of this. But I believe our Dragon Kingdom has the ability to maintain stability." Seeing the elder's troubled expression, he continued to persuade. "Please consider it carefully. Even if people panic because of this, once we have the technology of the Foundation, we can hold a military exercise. This way, not only can it stabilize public sentiment, but it can also enhance our Dragon Kingdom's international status. Putting in a little effort to gain threefold benefits. Isn't this a good deal?" After hearing Suze's persuasion, the elder seemed somewhat moved. The Dragon Kingdom had come this far precisely because of technological strength, right? Even the current Trisolaran crisis was due to insufficient technological advancement. If their technological level could be greatly improved, they wouldn't be facing the Trisolaran crisis, but rather preparing to welcome the Blue Star crisis. Technology is the primary driving force for national development. After weighing it in his heart, The elder made a choice and solemnly said, "Okay, Mr. Suze, we will unconditionally cooperate with your announcement." Suze was overjoyed. "No problem. I'll contact the Foundation right away." After reaching an agreement, the old man's expression relaxed considerably. "Then I will trouble you." Suze replied, "Everything is for the fight against the Trisolaran." "Yes, to fight against the Trisolaran." The old man's gaze was firm as he stood up to leave. As a leader of the Dragon Country, he had almost no leisure time. Sophon, on the other hand, sat down with a sense of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The pressure from his first close encounter with the leader of the Dragon Country was overwhelming. Fortunately, after acquiring the system, his confidence had greatly increased. Otherwise, he might not have been able to respond so smoothly just now. On the other side, the old man returned to the conference room under the escort of the security team. The conference room was already packed with high-ranking officials from the Dragon Country who had been notified to wait there in advance. Upon seeing the old man return, an impatient person couldn't help but stand up and ask, "Chief, what was the outcome of the talks?" The chief furrowed his brows as he sat in the main seat and replied slowly. He agreed to the main condition, but rejected the other two. Everyone sighed with relief upon hearing this answer. As long as the most important deal was reached, the failure of the others was expected. Soon someone asked, "What conditions did Suze propose?" The old man said softly, "He wants us to step down and confirm the existence of the containment objects he will announce later." "What?" someone exclaimed. "Does he not realize how significant this would be for the Dragon Country and the world order?" It was impossible. Such a thing was too crazy. Everyone was already on edge due to the threat of the Trisolaran, and now they had to add the existence of a containment object into the mix. Once stability was broken, it would be difficult to restore it. "Yes, Chief, ask him if he can change the condition. Even if he wants a fleet, I can arrange that. This condition absolutely cannot be accepted." Hearing the opposition from everyone, the old man tapped the table. Quiet. The old man's authority was still significant, and the noisy conference room immediately fell silent. Looking at the group before him, the old man couldn't help but shake his head. This is not the same as before. What we need now is not a steady adherence to rules, but progress. As the cost of exchanging for that advanced technology, this may already be the best offer Suze has given us. Your opposition at this point is meaningless because I have already agreed to him. This transaction is inevitable. If we cannot erupt in silence, then we can only die in silence. I hope you all understand this. After hearing the old man's words, everyone fell silent. They began to contemplate the true reason behind the old man's agreement to this deal. After a while, someone finally grasped the deeper meaning. With the old man's insight, he certainly was not merely fixated on immediate small benefits. What he truly wanted was to establish an indirect cooperative relationship with that mysterious foundation through Suze. Once a transaction occurs, there will be a second. As long as they could continuously obtain resources from the Foundation, then even if society experienced a period of instability, it could still be endured. Once they understood this point, they couldn't help but admire the old man's tactics. At the same time, they grew increasingly in awe of Suze and the powerful foundation behind him. Such a mysterious and powerful organization could probably easily eliminate a small country. Chapter 13. Being led by the rhythm, Suze is about to announce the second containment object. This news spread at an astonishing speed, trending on all mainstream social platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Tushio. This was naturally pushed by the Dragon Country's official channels, since they intended to help Suze confirm it. They might as well go all the way. Under such extensive publicity, even other countries on Blue Star received the news and began reporting on it. However, this time it was still met with overwhelming ridicule. No one believed what Suze said was true. Foreign netizens took this opportunity to slander him. The intelligence of the Dragon Country people is still as low as ever. They can even come up with a second story to trick children. Who told the people of the Dragon Country to love listening to this? Ha! They're always immersed in their own world. Just thinking about how our Wallfacers in the United States have already started executing plans while the two Wallfacers from the Dragon Country are still playing house makes me want to laugh. What do you mean? If Suze doesn't stop, my 3-year-old child will have no fairy tales to listen to. Ha! I really don't know what kind of stuff is in the head of such a person. Their IQ is lower than a dog's. faced with their slander and defamation. The domestic netizens who would usually rush to fight back with their keyboards were rendered speechless, because there was indeed no room for rebuttal on this matter. What Suze had done was simply too outrageous. To vent their anger, they naturally turned their fire towards Suze. He has really brought shame to our dragon country. Can we hurry up and ban this guy? I really don't know what to say anymore. Once was enough, and he wants to come again. Exactly, it's absurd. He even pushed my pigeon off the trending topics. Ladies, let's report Suze's social media account together and get him banned. That's right. As long as Suze dares to publish his nonsense stories, we will report him immediately. No matter how you all think, I really can't stand Suze anymore. He is the disgrace of our dragon country. Seeing the overwhelming insults directed at Suze online, the official personnel responsible for publicity wiped the cold sweat off their forehead and quickly deleted all comments. If this incident affected Suze and their transaction, it would be a disaster. However, due to the overwhelming combat power of the netizens, no matter how hard they tried to delete or ban comments, slanderous remarks about Suze kept popping up. Suze naturally saw these comments as well, but he did not get angry enough to cancel the transaction. If he were a citizen of the dragon country, he would believe such things either. At this moment, he was already prepared to hold the second global announcement conference. Dragon Country, Kyoto, in a secretly arranged small conference room. Media representatives from various countries, specially invited by the Dragon Country government, gathered with reporters from the Dragon Country's mainstream media. Almost all high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country were seated in the center of the conference room, each with a serious expression, waiting for the announcement of the second containment object. Even Luo Ji had temporarily interrupted his laid-back life and rushed back from his estate at the border. This kind of setup also made the media, who were preparing to watch the joke and attract public attention, feel that something was unusual, and they unexpectedly felt a sense of anticipation and tension. In the center of the conference room, Luo Ji sat in the front row with several top officials of the Dragon Country. Looking at Suze, who was quietly waiting nearby, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Unlike the ignorant media behind him, he was fully aware of everything that had happened regarding 249 recently. Originally thinking Suze was just an ordinary college student, he now appeared incredibly mysterious in his eyes. Even the person seemed to have grown taller. He glanced at his watch and felt there was still enough time, deciding to step forward to ask about his doubts. Suze, little brother, you've been getting increasingly impressive lately. Suze turned around upon hearing the voice and said with self-deprecation, I don't know where the impressiveness is. Anyway, I've been getting scolded quite a lot during this time. Luo Ji raised his eyebrows and said, do you want me to help share some of the pressure? I don't ask for much. Just tell me where that foundation is. Upon hearing this, the big shots sitting in the back all perked up their ears, ready to eavesdrop. Suze certainly wouldn't say, laughing and scolding, get lost. Even if you ask me, I wouldn't know. They've always been very mysterious. This statement was half true and half false. The foundation was indeed very mysterious. Luo Ji didn't intend to extract information like this. He lowered his voice and asked seriously, what is your relationship with that foundation? Can you let me in too? It wouldn't be good if you all take off and leave me behind. Suze looked at him and replied earnestly, it's a cooperative relationship, but it's impossible for you to join. Even I haven't really met any of their members. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji and the big shots behind him all showed expressions of regret. If they could leverage Suze to establish a connection, it would be a huge gain. However, this was just an attempt. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Luo Ji glanced at the time, patted Suze's shoulder, and said, all right, bro, from now on, we humans are counting on you. Good luck. Suze smiled and nodded. He could tell that the other party wasn't mocking him. After all, Luo Ji was just that kind of person. Once you got to know him, you would realize he truly yearned for freedom. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought about resigning right after gaining the identity of the Wallfacer. Anyone else would have been overjoyed. Having a friend like this should be a pleasant experience. Of course, his fondness for Luo Ji didn't mean he would intentionally hint at the existence of the Dark Forest theory. Firstly, doing so could trigger a chain reaction, leading to a complete alteration of the original plot. Secondly, even if he understood the Dark Forest theory now, he couldn't implement it. The conditions for cosmic broadcasting were still not met. And thirdly, he was a transmigrator with a cheat. Luo Ji, just wait for me to take you flying. Su Zhe smiled confidently, and just then it was time for him to take the stage. He took a deep breath and walked up to the podium. The venue immediately fell silent. The lights, cameras, and attention all focused on this man. Those big shots outside, who usually had the world in their hands, felt like elementary school students waiting for their final exam results, not daring to breathe. At the same time, global livestream links began to push out, especially in Longwa. No matter what you were doing, as long as you were using electronic devices, the live broadcast would automatically pop up, facing the gaze of countless people. Su Zhe calmly spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to see you again. Next, I will announce the information about the second containment item. Please listen carefully, as it concerns the survival of human civilization." Chapter 14. The island's mischief. At first, the people of Longwood didn't realize their phones had been infected with a virus. Only after seeing Su Zhe did they realize it was this guy's doing, and they became furious. Damn it, here we go again, always playing these mysterious tricks. If you have the ability, why don't you drive the Trisolarans back to their lair? Enough. I don't want to see this guy anymore. Damn, I'm so scared I almost shriveled up. I was watching so well, and it got interrupted. What the heck? Even quitting isn't allowed. So overbearing. It's like he's using the identity of the Wallfacer to run rampant. This operation was naturally coordinated by Longwa contacting major mobile phone manufacturers. In order to satisfy the Foundation organization behind Su Zhe, they completely lost face. Although they couldn't enforce mandatory viewing overseas, many people still clicked into the live stream, intending to continue mocking Su Zhe's stupidity. At the conference, on the podium, Su Zhe continued to address the camera. Regarding the containment items, I need to reiterate a few points. They are extremely dangerous and bizarre existences. If their presence is detected, governments of all countries should immediately implement containment and do not attempt to make contact. The previous containment item, 249, nearly caused casualties, so please take this as a warning. If you discover that a containment item has disappeared, there is no need to panic. This means that the Foundation members I mentioned last time have completed the containment task. Also, please do not obstruct them in carrying out their duties. You should note that anyone who dares to hinder the Foundation members from containing anomalies will be regarded as an enemy. Su Zhe's tone was icy when he said the last part. The big shots of Longwa felt a chill run down their backs. Su Zhe's words made them realize they had almost stood on the opposite side of the Foundation. Fortunately, they didn't have the ability to obstruct the other party. Otherwise, there would likely be significantly fewer people present. The high-ranking officials of Longwa felt relieved, but the uninformed citizens immediately began to vent their anger. Wow, so impressive. I'm so scared. A classic case of middle school syndrome. Let's not even talk about it. Can you beat my cousin who's still in kindergarten? Laughable. And yet calling them enemies? I don't even think you're human. Can't take it anymore. Too stupid. I'd rather turn off my phone and go fishing. That would be more interesting. Everyone just treats this as entertainment. After all, the Wallfacer, giving us the chance to see him as a clown, isn't something that comes by easily. Haha, I've recorded the whole thing. I'll release it later and ruin this guy's reputation. He was already a pile of ruins. How could there be a question of ruining his reputation? For Su Zhe, the citizens of Longwo poured all the negative energy they had accumulated during the Trisolaran crisis onto him. What they needed was not a hero, but a puppet who could sacrifice himself for their benefit. Su Zhe was fully aware of how the Wallfacer Luo Ji had stepped down amidst jeers, so he treated all these rumors as mere background noise. What he needed to do was to execute his plan step by step, master extraordinary power, and eliminate the Trisolarans. As for the others, save if possible. If not, then run. After all, there were many containment items in the Foundation that could create new spaces out of thin air. As long as he obtained their abilities, who would care about the flood? Let's get back to the scene. Su Zhe's gaze was calm as he continued his steady pace. Next, I will introduce the Foundation's tenets to you. These tenets will also become the main rules for managing containment items in the future. 1. Control. The Foundation is committed to controlling anomalous phenomena, events, and individuals to prevent them from falling into the hands of civilians or organizations. The Foundation intercepts these anomalies as early as possible through extensive observation, monitoring, and actions to ensure they do not pose a threat to the public. 2. Containment. The Foundation is responsible for containing anomalous phenomena, events, and individuals to prevent their influence or effects from spreading. The methods of containment are varied, including relocation, disguising, dismantling anomalies, and suppressing or preventing the public from disseminating knowledge about the anomalies. This point is temporarily suspended due to special circumstances. 3. Protection. The Foundation protects humanity from the effects of anomalous phenomena and protects the anomalies themselves until they are fully understood and new scientific theories are established based on their characteristics and behaviors. If an anomaly is deemed excessively dangerous upon containment, the Foundation may resort to invalidating or destroying it as a last resort to protect humanity and society as a whole. Additionally, due to the presence of Trisolaran traders within humanity, the Foundation will capture some Trisolaran traders to use them as experimental subjects for testing the characteristics of containment items. As Suze finished speaking, the venue fell silent, especially the high-ranking officials of Longwa, who were genuinely shocked by Suze's boldness. Directly capturing Trisolaran traders for experimental subjects? Even in wartime, such actions would violate human ethics, right? Moreover, while it's true that various countries do conduct experiments on death row inmates, they do so secretly, fearing leaks that could damage their reputations. But here, Suze openly admitted to this in front of an audience of countless viewers. One could only say it was incredibly bold. Domestic netizens also sparked heated discussions due to Suze's last few sentences. Wow, not to mention anything else. This kid's last few sentences were quite good. I have to support him now. Although he's silly, he knows what justice is. I strongly demand that not only the traders of the three-body problem, but also the Han traders be included. That's right. Those scum and human traffickers should all be thrown as experimental subjects. No matter if what he said is true or not. If he can do this, then I would rather believe that those things really exist in the world. It is estimated that even Suze himself did not anticipate that. Just because of the last few sentences, his reputation would soar in the country. However, where there is light, there is darkness. Foreign netizens became anxious about this matter. My goodness, are the people of Long Country this cruel? They have always been very evil. We never consume pets, yet they are eager to eat them. Aren't they finally dropping the act? I have long seen through their true colors. I heard they have been conducting evil human experiments. It's simply a revival of the cruel and ruthless. Such a race should be eradicated from Blue Star. The one who uttered the last sentence is actually from the island nation, which has committed numerous crimes in war. Chapter 15. The second containment object, Luo Ji, sat below, his expression exceptionally brilliant. As a sociology expert, he was very clear on how much impact Suze's words would have on people. The clearest point was that the people of Long Country would fall into a frenzied and blind revenge mentality. This does not mean that a revenge mentality is wrong, but it is very detrimental to social stability. However, thinking of the person in front of him, backed by a mysterious foundation, he suddenly felt much more relaxed. Whatever. He is just a small Wallfacer. As long as he holds on to someone else's thigh, that's enough. As for whether he is the weakest among the 5 Wallfacers, it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. The rest of the high-ranking officials of Long Country shared a similar mindset. They thought that since they would have to step down to verify the existence of the containment object for Suze, this little stimulant didn't hurt. After a somewhat lengthy preamble, Suze finally began to get to the point. Project number 3125. Name, The Fugitive. Project level, Nation Destroyer. At this point, he paused to give the big shots in front of him some time to react. Sure enough, as he expected, upon hearing that it was a nation-destroying level existence, everyone present who was in the know became unsettled. Level? An existence capable of destroying a country? Hiss. In a not-so-large venue. The big shots actually let out a synchronized gasp. They couldn't be blamed for losing their composure. It was just that Suze's announcement was too perverse. The last one was still the safest level, and the next one has turned into a level. Are all the subsequent announcements going to be of this level of existence? After witnessing the existence of 249, no one would doubt the truthfulness of Suze's words. But what truly terrified them was that the strangeness exhibited by 249 had left them helpless. And this was merely a level. God knows what kind of terrifying existence this level truly is. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire venue became tense. Suze deliberately waited until their emotions calmed down a bit before continuing. Please listen carefully. I will announce the detailed information about 3125. If anyone discovers or hears about similar situations, please contact the Long Country authorities immediately. The big shots below were momentarily stunned. Why did it suddenly turn into contacting us? Shouldn't we contact the Foundation? Suze ignored their expressions and directly announced. 3125 is an extremely massive, highly aggressive, anomalous meme complex that has spread from beyond our reality and is partially intersecting with it. 3125 has adapted to survive in a much more violent and hostile ideological ecology than our own. Note that we refers to the sum of all ideas that all humans possess or may biologically possess. Since humans have never been naturally exposed to ideologies as aggressively potent as 3125, the human mind has no protective evolutionary adaptation to it. Individuals occupied by 3125 will be unable to accept the more fragile traditional ideologies and will physically act solely to serve and spread 3125. Moreover, although there are no obvious visible changes in appearance, they will no longer be recognized as humans from the outside. The expressions of the informed individuals present grew increasingly shocked as Suze narrated. A being originating from beyond reality? It can occupy human thought and physically reduce individuals to its puppets? Each of these points sounds like something out of fantasy, and one would estimate that even an 80-year-old grandma wouldn't believe it. But those who truly understood the truth knew this was definitely not a joke. On the podium, Suze continued to elaborate on its information. 3125 has not fully entered our reality yet. Once it fully arrives, the highly interconnected human knowledge interaction system will allow it to encircle, occupy, and replace all human thought within no more than 12 hours, and even as little as 4 hours. At that point, all abstract concepts of humanity, as well as civilization, culture, society, communities, and all related abstractions will cease to exist. The Foundation has named this possible event a level apocalypse scenario. What? It hasn't fully entered yet, and it's already so terrifying. Someone below couldn't help but exclaim. They couldn't be blamed for losing their composure, because according to Suze's previous descriptions, one could feel that it was absolutely an existence that current human civilization could not deal with. Now, Suze tells them that this is not even its complete form. Just thinking about how even that powerful and mysterious Foundation defines the appearance of its complete form as an apocalyptic scenario sends chills down the spine of every informed person present. What kind of monster is this? The Foundation possesses various confirmed technologies to capture such aggressive ideological complexes, but they are all ineffective under the boundary layer of 3125's automatic defense response. Successively. Fully piecing together the psychological image of 3125 and perceiving its true shape will allow 3125 to also perceive the observer. It will then attack the observer and kill them. This attack mechanism remains unclear, but it seems to possess at least some physicality. Those whose minds are similar in thought and ideology to these observers will also be attacked. This will always include the entire research team of the observer and often extend to their close relatives. This attack has a network effect that will erase all knowledge about 3125 and its attacks from the world. This informational paralysis effect is functionally similar to the anesthetic saliva secreted by mosquitoes when they bite, making 3125 undetectable before it fully manifests. Foundation personnel who discover 3125 can escape the attack by quickly using memory deletion therapy to erase related knowledge. In any case, the final result is that only properly defended containment units can safely observe, record, or even learn of 3125's existence. Outside of such containment units, a truthful written description of 3125 will be equivalent to a deadly cognitive hazard. Currently, there are no known methods for containment. This is all the information about 3125, which may contain some errors to prevent listeners from being invaded. Chapter 16. Long Country's official response. Heavyweight news. Silence. The entire venue was left in silence. After hearing the descriptions of abilities that could be described as extraordinary, everyone was now too shocked to speak. The incomplete form that hasn't entered reality signifies that it can physically be immune to any attack. It can manipulate human thought as puppets, spreading its existence. This is more terrifying than zombies, because zombies at least need to infect, whereas its existence will turn anyone aware of it into a puppet. Furthermore, due to the characteristics of the current information age, its existence wants to be spread so easily, just like the current live broadcasts. As long as there are people who understand hacking technology, they can live stream to all humanity, directly informing every person of its existence. At that time, the entire human race will no longer be human, but puppets occupied by thoughts. It could even go further and directly assimilate the Trisolaran civilization. Because the sophons are currently monitoring the whole world, unless they actively shut down, the Trisolaran civilization will also know of its existence. Whoever masters such power will be no different from a god. At this moment, no one questions why such unscientific things would happen, because they have already witnessed the existence of 249, except for the reporters behind and the audience online. On Longwa's internet, netizens began to comment again. Not bad. This time it's much better than last time. At least it sounds a bit terrifying. Let me create something even more powerful on the spot. A single blade of grass can extinguish the sun and moon. A single breath can swallow the heavens and seas. How about that? Strong, right? Amazing, amazing. Could it be that you are the legendary world-destroying immortal? Too much praise, too much praise. Actually, in the story of the Wallfacer Suze, I could at most get the number 250. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Although the words of Longwa netizens were mixed with mockery of Suze, compared to abroad, this was already considered gentle. On 4 networks. What a powerful existence. Only God could compete with it, right? Ha ha. I love watching this Longwa person deceive themselves. What they created isn't even as good as our Yada no Kami. I really can't listen anymore. This Longwa person's statements are getting more and more foolish. If I see him in reality, I must give him a good beating. He became a Wallfacer directly through connections. It would be a bit difficult to deal with him. We, in the Great Han Ming Kingdom, don't need any so-called Wallfacers. With such a person in Longwa, destruction isn't far off, right? Ha ha. As a fellow Wallfacer, Luo Ji's heart felt like it had gone through a tsunami. He looked at Su Zhe on the stage and felt that this man was so unfamiliar for the first time. An existence that can control all humanity. Isn't that more terrifying than the Trisolaran civilization? He tugged at the corner of his mouth. If I didn't know about the previous events, I would really think you were talking nonsense. Speaking of which, if such an existence really exists, then what significance do our efforts as Wallfacers have now? He couldn't help but start to contemplate this question, and his demeanor gradually shifted from carefree to deep and solemn. The Longwa big shots sitting next to him also looked numb. They were originally thinking of using their connections with the Foundation to prepare in advance to intercept the containment objects. As a result, Suze directly gave them a big move, and even the Foundation clearly stated it couldn't be contained. They now felt that this thing could no longer be called a containment object. Even calling it a disaster curse would lower its value. Just as everyone's mood was heavy, Suze slowly spoke again. Although it cannot be contained, it can be neutralized. Everyone's spirits lifted, and the impatient ones directly asked, Mr. Suze, how can we neutralize it? Suze smiled slightly. It's very simple. Just destroy all beings who know its true nature and simultaneously construct a neutralization chamber at the location. This chamber is a cubic room of 10,153, lined with lead, soundproofed, and has a layer that blocks mental sensations. The entrance is an airlock at one end of the containment unit, set to allow only one person to enter at a time, remaining locked until that person leaves before allowing the next one to enter. Under no circumstances may relevant information leave the containment unit, including handwritten, electronic information, photos, audio and video recordings, sounds, electromagnetic and particulate signals, or psychic projections. Upon leaving, the purification system inside the airlock will inject 3 minutes of memory-erasing gas to clear the personnel's memories. Everyone, not to mention whether directly destroying those in the know violates fundamental human ethics. Just this many high-tech means are already enough to render them powerless. especially the last memory-erasing gas. Although Suze mentioned it many times, he never said how to produce such gas. Perhaps he himself doesn't know. After all, the real technology is in the hands of the Foundation. This further strengthened the Longwa Big Shot's determination to engage in continued cooperation with the Foundation. Indeed, only technology is the primary driving force for a strong nation. After Suze spoke so much, his throat felt a bit dry. He walked off the stage, picked up a bottle of water, and gulped down a large mouthful. Then his gaze fell on the elder in the front row. His meaning was clear. It's your turn now. The elder who had previously traded with Suze took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and walked firmly onto the stage. A promise made to others must be fulfilled, no matter the cost. He would not choose to renege because what Suze described was too astonishing. That would be unworthy of a gentleman. The elder appeared on the podium, surprising everyone except for the high-level officials and Suze. Luoji's eyes widened as he stared at the elder, not knowing what he was about to do. The media behind were keenly sensing the impending storm, quickly focusing their cameras to make the images clearer. At this moment, the eyes of the audience around the world were all focused on this elder. The elder looked ahead, his voice old yet steady. I, along with all the high-ranking officials of Longwa, hereby declare to the people of the world that what Wallfacer Suze has said is all real. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the media's flashlights began to flicker rapidly. Even though this violated the agreement that the Longwa officials had invited them under, the reporters, now red-eyed, could no longer care. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. A truly heavyweight news story has emerged. Chapter 17 confirmed. Transaction completed. It wasn't just the reporters in the small venue who were shocked. The netizens who hadn't left the live stream were equally stunned. On Longwa's internet, netizens had fallen into a state of stupor. Did I not hear wrong? The Longwa officials actually came forward to prove Suze? Is this real or a Trisolaran conspiracy? Is this leader really the one we saw in the TV news? Can any big shots verify if this is generated? No need for verification. Current technology hasn't matured enough to create a video with such tight logic. So this is real. This world might really be crazy. The Longwa officials actually said that what Suze just said is all true. No way. If that's true, then why should we fear the Trisolarans? We might as well welcome the apocalypse ahead of time. Someone slap me and tell me I'm dreaming. On overseas networks, the already chaotic comment section completely descended into chaos. Haha, this is the Longwa people. As I said before, their IQ is very low. No way. To deceive us. Suze actually used the rights of a Wallfacer to make the Longwa officials come out to prove him. As expected, with Suze as a Wallfacer, Longwa is not far from destruction. Too crazy. Why not let our country manage it? At least we wouldn't do such childish things. There's no way. The Longwa people love to self-hype. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly by us in the first place. Dear readers, the protagonist is about to sanction the island nation. Inside the venue, after the initial commotion, the scene returned to quiet. The elder still stood on the stage, continuing to fulfill his promise to Suze. The Foundation exists, and the containment objects he mentioned are also real. As he had said before, this world has both light and dark sides. For a long time, with the cooperation of various countries and foundations, the general public could only see the bright side, while the dark side was temporarily hidden from us. In the audience, Suze listened to the old man's seamless speech and couldn't help but applaud him in his heart. No wonder he is a leader of a nation. His speaking skills are exceptional. Sitting next to him, Luoji was completely stunned. He looked at the old man on stage, his brain in a state of malfunction. Wait, shouldn't this matter be concealed? Shouldn't we quietly complete the containment and contact with the Foundation? Why prove it directly? He suddenly turned his head and stared at Suze, whispering, "Big brother, tell me, is there actually a promotion mechanism for us Wallfacers? Your plan succeeded in part, so your authority was directly elevated to a level where the Dragon Country's officials agreed to your conditions?" Facing this future sword-bearer-s inquiry, Suze still replied half-truthfully, "I don't have that much authority. The Dragon Country officials agreed completely of their own volition." Luoji knocked on his own head, confirming he wasn't dreaming, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? The Dragon Country officials voluntarily helped Su Zhe confirm? How more ridiculous can it get? He glanced at Su Zhe a few more times, confirming that the other person wasn't joking, and leaned back in his chair as if his soul had been sucked out. He realized he must be the most ignorant Wallfacer. He didn't even know about the Dragon Country officials' intention to intervene. What am I even doing as a Wallfacer? I might as well go home and farm. Luo Ji had a face full of despair, experiencing the taste of defeat for the first time. At this moment, Su Zhe patted his shoulder. Friend, you need to remember one thing. Every Wallfacer has a reason for their existence. Even ordinary people contribute their share to the continuation of human civilization. Luo Ji was taken aback and asked, Are you trying to comfort me? Su Zhe smiled. I guess so. Before becoming a Wallfacer, I was just an ordinary person, so this is also a way to comfort myself. I can't believe you. Luo Ji cursed inwardly, while outwardly rolling his eyes. If you're an ordinary person, then what am I? Su Zhe replied, You're a distinguished PhD with dual degrees in astronomy and sociology. Luo Ji said, That's enough. At this moment, the old man on stage deeply bowed. To the Dragon Country audience in the live broadcast room, I apologize for forcibly bringing you in to watch this, but this matter concerns the fate of all humanity, whether you believed it before or not. Everything Su Zhe said is true and is happening now. As ordinary people, when facing disaster, what we need to do is unite and help each other. Humanity will endure. Thank you all. After finishing his speech, the old man straightened his back and slowly walked down. Thus, the transaction between the Dragon Country officials and Su Zhe was completely concluded. Chapter 18, Surprise Attack. Let me show you the terror of 249 on the Dragon Country internet. Netizens found that they could exit the live broadcast room. However, few chose to leave voluntarily. They stared at the screen, their faces filled with disbelief. Is what Su Zhe said true? My God, what is happening in this world? The Trisolarans are already terrifying enough, and now there's an additional containment object crisis. Moreover, from what Su Zhe just described about the containment object, it seems to pose an even greater threat than the Trisolarans, spreading without spatial limitations. Anyone who sees its true description will be infected. This is more terrifying than a nightmare. Damn, you tell me the apocalypse is coming when I haven't even finished paying my mortgage? Life is already tough enough, and just when I see a glimmer of hope, you tell me the end times are here. I'm depressed. Because of their trust in the Dragon Country officials, most people chose to believe Su Zhe. For a time, negative emotions permeated the entire Dragon Country. If not handled promptly, the crime and suicide rates during this period would rise dramatically. In the venue, Su Zhe also stood up, shook hands with the old man, and said in a voice only the two could hear, The Foundation is very grateful for your contribution to the human destiny community. All the technological means from this transaction have been sent to the Dragon Country's research department's confidential account. The old man was shocked. They had just announced it, and the Foundation had already transmitted the technology. Moreover, it was sent directly to a confidential account. This method is terrifying. He concealed his emotions and smiled. Everything is for humanity. Mr. Su Zhe, you are truly great. Su Zhe shook his head. Let's not discuss that for now. Please stabilize the emotions of the domestic populace. Otherwise, it could indeed lead to a man-made disaster. Rest assured, we have already arranged measures in advance. The old man's expression stiffened, and he nodded seriously. He then gestured to the staff behind him, and everyone else was asked to leave the venue. Soon, the empty venue was left with only him, Su Zhe, and Luo Ji, who had forcibly stayed behind using Wallfacer privileges. After confirming there were no outsiders around, the old man quietly asked, Mr. Su Zhe, is what you revealed truly that terrifying? Luo Ji also stared at him, waiting for an answer. Su Zhe first nodded, then shook his head. I said before, all the information I provided is true, but because this containment object is too special, there are certainly erroneous parts as well. As for what those erroneous parts are, I cannot know, because once I know the complete true description, I will be controlled by it. The two felt a chill in their hearts and nodded in agreement. The old man suddenly asked, since the containment object you described is so terrifying, how did the previous Foundation create the room that can neutralize it? If the Dragon Country could master that technology, it would be like they were imprisoning a living god. Being able to control thoughts would be a natural counter to the transparent thinking Trisolarans. To his disappointment, Su-Zhe still shook his head. Sorry. I have no way of knowing how that room was created. We only need to be clear on one point. The person who could create that room must have known all the information about 3125, which is fatal. Luo Ji asked instinctively. So, does that mean the method to create that room has been lost? Sufinadiv. So that's how it is. The old man's eyes flashed with a hint of shame. It seemed the Foundation had paid a considerable price to imprison it, even without Su-Zhe saying it. The old man and Luo Ji had constructed an incredibly tragic scene in their minds. Seeing their expressions, Su-Zhe felt a bit awkward. Because these things all happened in another universe. They didn't exist in this world before he came. The guilt in his heart made him uneasy, and he immediately opened his mouth to prepare to leave. However, just then, a piercing electric current sound suddenly echoed in the empty venue. After the lights flickered violently a few times, they burst into a flash of electricity, completely burned out. Darkness engulfed the space. A sudden surge of tension welled up in Su-Zhe's heart. The crisis warning ability was triggered. Reacting quickly, he immediately pulled the old man and Luo Ji to hide under the stage. Boom! The place where they had been standing erupted in a flash of fire, turning the muddy ground into a large pit in the blink of an eye. Various deadly fragments flew everywhere. Fortunately, they were lucky and were not hit. The old man was filled with fear and pressed the communicator in his arms, only to find it completely unresponsive. He immediately realized that their communications had been destroyed by the enemy's jamming device. At this moment, Luo Ji was completely bewildered. What happened? Su-Zhe calmly analyzed. Currently, apart from the organization, there shouldn't be anyone else capable of breaking through the security forces of the Dragon Kingdom. The old man, upon hearing this, was instantly furious. These cockroaches should have been crushed long ago. At the same time, he realized that the once timid organization had suddenly become so bold, definitely having received help from the Trisolaran civilization. Moreover, the sudden attack must be directed at the two Wallfacers. Thinking of this, he immediately whispered, I'll go out to attract fire. You help me deliver this letter. He took out a wrinkled, small envelope from his pocket, which was clearly something he had carried for a long time. In order to protect the two Wallfacers, this leader of the Dragon Kingdom had actually decided to sacrifice himself. Just as he was about to rush out, Su-Zhe quickly grabbed him. If anything happened to this elder, the entire Dragon Kingdom would be thrown into chaos. He whispered to Luo Ji and the old man, You all stay here and don't act rashly. I've contacted the Foundation, and they will come to assist us soon. Hearing this, the eyes of both men lit up. What? The legendary Foundation is about to appear? Although they didn't know how Su-Zhe had managed to break through the interference and contact the outside world, just the thought of having a chance to meet real members of the Foundation made them a bit excited despite being in a life-and-death crisis. Su-Zhe was unaware of the thoughts of the two beside him. The assistance from the Foundation he mentioned was, of course, a lie. After all, the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force was far away in Zhang Province, and unless they had a teleportation device, they would never be able to arrive in time for support. The only one who could save them in this crisis was Su-Zhe himself. Boom, boom, boom. For some reason, the hidden enemies continued to launch attacks elsewhere. Rows of chairs were instantly blown to pieces, but not a single injury was inflicted on the three of them. The combination of their abilities was quite effective, and it was time to try true cognitive distortion. In the darkness, Su-Zhe grinned, his smile revealing a hint of eeriness. Chapter 19. Resolving the Crisis. Counting the gains, Jizi. Check the life signs of the enemy. Su-Zhe and Luo Ji are fine, but why is that old man so agile? On the roof of the venue, wearing an invisibility suit, Meichuan Kuko led his Japanese team in continuous bombardment inside. However, after several misses, he sensed something was wrong and asked Jizi for help. Jizi was quick, completing the detection in 1 second. Currently, there are no life forms detected in the area. Upon receiving this answer, Meichuan Kuko and his group felt a chill down their spines. How could this be possible? Could our thermal imaging glasses be malfunctioning? He cursed softly. Jizi responded without any emotional fluctuation. No equipment malfunction detected. Everything is normal. After hearing this, Meichuan Kuko was furious, but had no reason to take it out on a machine. He gritted his teeth and took out a pitch-black spherical object from his pocket. This micronuclear fission sphere was the most powerful technological means given to them by the Trisolaran civilization. If this weapon couldn't take effect, they would have to choose to retreat temporarily. The main directive was clear. If capture was impossible, a destructive strike could be carried out. Meichuan Kuko sneered and began to execute his plan. However, just as he pressed the fingerprint lock and prepared to throw it down, a woman behind him suddenly gasped. Damn it, when did Suze come up? Someone reacted quickly. Not good, he has a grenade. Retreat quickly. Saying this, a figure lunged at Meichuan Kuko and firmly grasped his hand. Backa! Meichuan Kuko was both shocked and furious, looking at his frenzied subordinate. Nichuan, let go of me. It's already activated. Nichuan Gangban looked at the terrified Suze with a fanatical expression. Eliminate human tyranny, and the Trisolaran civilization will live forever. Backa! Beep, beep, beep. Boom! As a black mushroom cloud slowly rose in the roof, the entire Japanese team was annihilated by their own weapon. In a place no one noticed, a line of text slowly emerged. Japanese team, mission failed. Not good. There's an incident at the venue. Outside, Shi Chong heard the commotion. Spat out the tobacco he had secretly stuffed in his mouth, grabbed his weapon, and rushed towards the venue. A large number of guards also moved immediately, surrounding the entire venue tightly. Shi Chong looked at the fainted high-ranking officials and reporters outside, as well as the roof still emitting thick black smoke, feeling a chill in his heart. Could it be that the Foundation made a move? Why would they attack the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom? Due to his previous experience, he instinctively thought it was another act by the Foundation. Report to the captain, there is currently no danger to life. They have just fainted. Special medical report. Shi Chong gritted his teeth. Quickly, send them to the hospital. Yes. Shi Chong scanned the venue and discovered something even more terrifying. Suze, the leader, and Luo Ji were missing. Could it be that? His pupils contracted, and he shouted angrily. Quickly, the leader and the two Wallfacers are still inside. Send a few people with me to go in. Then, he charged ahead into the venue. However, before they could open the venue door, it swung open from the inside. Alert! Shi Chong reacted quickly and immediately raised the muzzle of his gun. But when three figures gradually emerged from the door, he was stunned. The soldiers behind him were also stunned. The old man's authoritative gaze swept over them, and he suddenly asked, Are you going to execute us? Shi Chong finally reacted and quickly waved his hand for everyone to lower their guns. He then approached the three, panic mixed with a bit of unease. Leader, are you all okay? The old man exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking at Suze beside him. This is thanks to Suze contacting the Foundation for assistance. Otherwise, this old bone of mine would have been done for here. The Foundation? Shi Chong was a bit dazed. Isn't this the work of the Foundation? The old man frowned. Watch your wording. The Foundation is on the same side as us. How could they possibly attack us? Shi Chong quickly slapped himself twice and then slapped his forehead. So, it was the organization. Although he sometimes appeared careless, he was actually very quick-witted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the security captain for the Wallfacers all this time. Suze, who had been silent, nodded. That's right, just now. The support personnel from the Foundation confirmed this. They should be from the Japanese side. This operation was likely aimed at me or Luo Ji. Luo Ji, who was planning to play dead, was stunned. Huh? Me? Suze glanced at him. That's right. You should also be on their target list. Moreover, there should be more than just this batch of people. There are likely more members hiding in the dark, perhaps even observing us right now. Hearing this, both the old man and Luo Ji were startled. More? Shi Chong immediately shouted at the guards. Keep a close watch. If you find any suspicious personnel, shoot them on sight. He secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If anything happened to the three in front of him, he could prepare for a lifetime in prison with meals included. The old man looked around and suddenly asked, Mr. Suze, are the members of the Foundation who helped us still here? Can I meet them alone? Naturally, they were not present, as Suze had been the only one dealing with that Japanese team all along. He decisively shook his head. They left after completing their mission, and unless there was an outbreak of containment objects, they wouldn't expose themselves to the public. Hearing this news, the old man felt a bit regretful, but could understand. He slightly nodded. Mr. Suze, thanks to you and the Foundation's help, this is our negligence, and I apologize to you and Mr. Luo-ji. He bowed deeply to the two. Suze and Luo-ji quickly supported him. You don't need to blame yourself too much. After all, no one expected those traitors to launch an attack at this time. The historian in the back was almost in tears if the leader bowed. Did that mean I had to kneel and knock my head? Leader, I still have things to do, so I'll leave the situation here to you. Suze heard the system prompt in his mind that his trust level was increasing, and he was anxious, so he casually made an excuse and left the scene. He also casually fabricated a story about a Foundation team secretly protecting him and declined Shurchong's offer to escort him. After returning alone to his safe residence, Suze finally had time to sort out everything that had happened today. Chapter 20. Preparing to designate the summoning of the second containment object. On a small but soft bed, Suze lay down and organized everything from today. First, after completing the transaction with the Longhua official, his trust level skyrocketed at a rocket-like speed. In just 2 hours, he accumulated a total of 24 million trust points, and it was still growing. Such a terrifying number was naturally enough to summon 3125. However, after the last containment of 249, the system rewarded him with an opportunity to choose the summoning location. This also avoided a potential disaster of a world-ending containment object appearing in Longhua. Because of this, he directly announced a heavyweight existence for the second time. As long as he operated properly, he could completely contain 3125 the fugitive, or rather, nullify it. He wondered if nullification counted as a successful containment in the system's judgment. Of course, even if it didn't count as being contained, it didn't matter. Suze only needed its existence on Blue Star for humanity. It was a double-edged sword sharper than the cosmic broadcast. As long as the Trisolaran civilization planned to descend, he would immediately release 3125, simultaneously destroying 2 planets. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to become the sword bearer ahead of time. I forged the sword. I wield the sword. I threaten. Suze was amused by his own second-rate thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he had already decided on the location for this containment object's deployment. Since he took the initiative to provoke me, let's settle old and new scores together. A cold light flashed in Suze's eyes. As long as he focused his mind now, the terrifying containment object 3125 would appear in the island country. At that time, those little Japanese who were clamoring online would cry without tears. After deciding on the summoning location of the containment object, Suze recalled today's attack. At first, he relied on crisis warnings to dodge that shelling. What felt a bit strange to him was that although the shelling looked intimidating, his crisis warning didn't seem to react too strongly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been triggered just a few seconds before the shelling arrived. He had already tested it before. If lying on the train tracks, it would at least be triggered a minute in advance. This indicated that the more lethal the attack, the earlier the crisis warning was triggered. So, that shelling actually didn't intend to kill me? He frowned, his brain working rapidly. Since the logic of this matter wasn't complicated, he quickly thought through the truth behind it. The Trisolarans probably wanted to use the organization to capture me alive and pry the truth about the containment object from my mouth. Suze felt a chill in his heart. He had no doubt about the Trisolarans' methods. He certainly wouldn't withstand their interrogation. If the Trisolarans found out he possessed a system, human civilization would basically be declared extinct. Fortunately, he had obtained the ability of the previous containment object. Otherwise, he might have really met his end before even getting started. You missed your first opportunity. There won't be a next chance. He continued to recall the scene at that time. After he and the old man and Luo-ji dodged the special shelling, he activated a special space ability. Temporarily, he created a space under the platform that isolated most physical damage, and the inside looked exactly like the corridor. However, since there was no light source in the venue at that time, neither Luo-ji nor the old man noticed. Then, he began to attempt using mental interference to make their shelling continuously miss, leading them to mistakenly believe that the 3 of them were still active in the venue. The effect of combining these 2 abilities was so effective that even the sophons couldn't identify it. After trying out his abilities, Suze finally began to truly counterattack. The cognitive interference he had previously only been able to lightly attempt was thoroughly used on those little Japanese this time. He directly made the others mistake their leader for himself, causing them to self-destruct. One could say that after this series of processes, Suze's control over various abilities was maximized. The battle at the venue was solely his responsibility. However, Suze was quite interested in the bomb they used at the end. From the power displayed at the scene, it seemed to far exceed ordinary explosives. This should also be a kind of Trisolaran technology. He didn't expect it to be manufactured by those insignificant remnants. If the Foundation or the Longwa officials could master that kind of method, this operation would be considered without regrets. There are no perfect things in the world. Life is full of regrets. Suze stretched lazily and then closed his eyes to sleep soundly. This was not because he didn't want to summon 3125 quickly, but because the Longwa officials were still handling the matters at the venue. They had to wait for them to free up their hands before coordinating with him to strike against the island nation. Otherwise, that containment creature would not only wreak havoc in the island country, the entire human civilization and even the Trisolaran civilization would be doomed. Now everything was ready, only waiting for the east wind. Meanwhile, far away on the Trisolaran warship 42 light years away, the Trisolaran leader had learned of the failure of the operation. Its head flickered with different colors, showing the intense changes in its emotions at that moment. Leader, it seems that this Suze also possesses some secrets. What he holds seems to be a kind of power from another system, not technology, said a Trisolaran inspector. The Trisolaran leader's brainwaves fluctuated. Another kind of power from another system? It should be derived from that foundation. No, it belongs to the means of that hidden civilization. Its brainwaves continuously fluctuated to be able to evade our sophon monitoring. This level of power may surpass our current civilization technology. The Trisolaran inspector was also shocked by the leader's thoughts. Should we continue to advance? Hearing this question, the Trisolaran leader's brainwaves calmed down, and it returned to a rational state. Advance. We must not harbor fear or anxiety. Our homeland has disappeared. The Trisolarans need a new habitat. Even if the enemy is another mysterious civilization, the Trisolarans must eliminate it at all costs. Blue Star belongs to the Trisolarans. The Trisolaran inspector respectfully replied, yes. The Trisolaran leader looked at the report on this operation on the screen and issued several new orders. Inform the organizations on Blue Star to stop their mission against the Wallfacer, Suze. Now, they have a new task. Observe information about mysterious civilizations in human society and report it from their human perspective. Additionally, they need to recruit new members. The Trisolaran inspector immediately sent instructions to the sophons. Yes. Chapter 21. The Longwa official statement causes a worldwide sensation. 3 days later, the Longwa officials informed Suze of the handling of the subsequent results. Just as he had expected, those attackers were indeed remnants of the Trisolaran organization from the island country. The leader was the head of a company that had already gone bankrupt. Recently, under the cover of GZ, they attacked several secret laboratories in the island nation, which allowed them to acquire the technological equipment for the assault. Currently, Longwa has decided to use this incident to pressure the island nation and demand an explanation. Upon hearing this news, Suze was not angry at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. This was exactly in line with his wishes, as he had been troubled about finding an opportunity to block the island nation's network. He decisively contacted the Longwa authorities and communicated his needs. Kyoto, a secret meeting venue. What? The Wallfacers, Suze, wants us to help block all communication methods from the island nation? An influential figure stood up in shock and exclaimed. The elderly host nodded heavily. That's right. He specifically instructed that this is a necessary condition. Hearing this, everyone present exchanged glances that sparkled with understanding. They were all smart people and quickly grasped Suze's reasoning behind this. However, no one spoke out loud, as Gizi was monitoring them. Mental communication was their only weapon against the Trisolarans. So, everyone, let us contribute to the Wallfacer plan. The elder slowly stood up, his gaze firm and profound. Human civilization will endure, and we will eliminate the Trisolaran tyranny. The rest of the attendees stood up one after another, raising their fists and shouting. human civilization will endure, and we will eliminate the Trisolaran tyranny. That day, an announcement from the Longwa Ministry of Foreign Affairs shocked the world. Longwa demands the island nation to temporarily shut down all communication methods for investigation due to the involvement of island nation members in this attack. Almost the moment this announcement was made, 3 aircraft carriers from the Longwa Eastern and Southern military regions simultaneously set sail, forming 3 fleets that approached the island nation. At the same time, the Longwa military also released a short video. The video showed one vehicle after another carrying Dongfeng Express rushing past, with the terrain and sky clearly indicating a coastal area. Longwa was serious. After being patient for so long, they were now showing all their muscles. The displayed strength was sufficient to destroy or severely damage any country in the world. Due to the suddenness of this event, the 2 major powers, the United States and the Bear Country, had yet to react. The waters off the island nation were already surrounded by Longwa fleets, with many invisible submarines lurking in the deep sea. Meanwhile, the Longwa Air Force also followed up by releasing various videos of the Southern Sword being drawn. The entire world was shaken by Longwa's sudden large-scale actions. No one expected that, under the Trisolar crisis, Longwa would take such actions. The United States and the island nation quickly issued a joint statement, vehemently condemning Longwa's acts of military threat. At the same time, the fleets of the island nation and the United States also set sail simultaneously, preparing to push back Longwa. Countries like Gaul and the Bear Country also quickly followed suit, warning Longwa to cease military actions and work together to confront the Trisolaran civilization. Then, the military leaders of each country received a video. In the video was a tall, thin elderly man with graying hair, but his eyes were sharp as a sword. He was the highest commander of the Longwa military region. He looked directly into the camera, and his piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, deeply piercing the hearts of the leaders of various countries. I hereby convey the request of Wallfacer Su on behalf of Longwa. Please cut off any external communication methods within 30 minutes. I reiterate, please cut off any external communication methods within 30 minutes. Bang! At this point, he coldly removed his hat and slammed it heavily on the table. If Wallfacer Su's request is not met, Longwa will unilaterally carry out special military activities to assist the island nation in completing its actions. The video abruptly ended there. There was no display of high-tech military equipment, nor any threatening intimidation. It was simply a calm demand for peace and a quiet threat. However, coupled with the video of the highest commander of Longwa, everything seemed extremely dangerous. No one dared to doubt the determination that Longwa was demonstrating at that moment. What truly left them incredulous was the accompanying message after the video. The Longwa authorities actually posted a handwritten letter from Wallfacer Su. It contained only a simple sentence: "Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish." Domineering. It was nothing but sheer dominance. This short sentence made the leaders of various countries feel a chill in their hearts. Except for the island nation. They all issued orders to their fleets and air forces to stay away from Longwa. Damn it, Longwa now seemed like a live volcano that could erupt at any moment. Anyone who approached would have to be prepared for mutual destruction. Longwa had been patient for so long that people had overlooked how this once weak nation was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the world. The United States did not dare to provoke them. Who else would dare to seek unpleasantness? Thus, before the island nation could wait for help from its bigger brother and several allies, it became the first to stand alone. Seeing this situation, it quickly withdrew its fleet, which appeared like toys in front of Longwa's fleet. If a confrontation occurred, they would only humiliate themselves. Still, the saying goes, the first island chain is Longwa's domain. After intense discussions within the cabinet and in light of Longwa's display of powerful military strength, the island nation ultimately bowed its head and issued a statement. To express our apologies, the great island empire is willing to voluntarily cut off external communication for one day. The island nation truly bowed its head. When this news returned home, netizens erupted in cheers. Damn it, after sharpening the sword for 12 years, now is the time to draw it and slay the dragon. Let us drink to our heart's content today. The Imperial Army will secure Tokyo, and we shall not forget to inform our ancestors during the family worship. Let the martyrs listen to the dragon's roar. Damn, this is really awkward, but it's also truly passionate. Charge in, charge in. New grievances and old hatreds will all be avenged today. Why am I not in the fleet? I want to flatten the divine toilet. Please, don't post anymore. My 3-year-old is running out with a toy gun. My old man also put on his old military uniform and went out. After Longwa truly revealed its sword. The simple and passionate people of Longwa unleashed the deep-seated national hatred buried in their bloodlines. Had it not been for the Longwa authorities being well prepared for alerts in advance, the coast would likely have been crowded with fishing boats setting sail. But this still could not stop the people's enthusiasm for serving their country. Various trending topics about attacking the island nation surged repeatedly. Even now, facing the Trisolaran crisis, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. For them, if the Trisolarans want to fight, the island nation must fight even more. Such fervor even surprised Suze, the instigator. He suddenly felt that the containment object he was about to summon was more like a form of liberation for the island nation. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how the island nation could fend off the accumulated blood debts of nearly 100 years. Chapter 22. If you don't have dignity yourself, I'll help you have dignity. The island nation. East Shock cabinet meeting room. Dozens of island nation lawmakers gathered here, all looking solemnly at the prime minister in a main seat and the electronic screen behind him. On the screen was a 5-star general from the United States, smoking a cigar, who had helped the island nation rebuild its economy after the war. He could be considered the island nation's supreme emperor. Prime Minister Zhang Benihan led the group of lawmakers to stand up and bow to the 5-star general on the screen. He then asked nervously, "Sir, the Longwa fleet has already surrounded us and is now issuing military threats. Please order the expulsion of those damn Chinese pigs immediately." Indeed, the island nation had not blocked its communication methods with the outside world at all. They always said one thing and did another. The only way to make the island nation behave is to send them a few hundred young boys. The 5-star general, Mackison, on the screen looked disdainfully at the young men in the meeting room and replied perfunctorily, "Our fleet is already on the way. Just wait. They definitely won't really send a fleet to help. Anyone who dares to confront the Dragon Kingdom head-on within the first island chain must be out of their mind. Moreover, as the big daddy of the island nation, they must have learned their son's fine tradition of just talking without acting. However, just verbal promises are enough to make these island sons feel elated. Thank you for your assistance, and the assistance of the Supreme Empire. The people of the island nation will forever remember your kindness." Zhang Benihan's face flushed red as he deeply bowed, almost touching his head to the ground. "Thank you for your assistance, and the assistance of the Supreme Empire." The island nation's parliament members behind him also bowed, with their heads nearly touching the ground. MacArthur in the screen saw this scene and felt even more disgusted, but he waved his hand. All right, be careful of the Dragon Kingdom." Before he could finish his sentence, the image froze there. The island parliament members, who had been bowing in anticipation of Odo-san's indoctrination, maintained their bowing posture until their waists ached, and only then did Prime Minister Zhang Benihan raise his head to take a glance. He then realized that his own father had actually stopped moving. No, to be precise, the network had frozen. The network. Zhang Benihan's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to say something, he heard urgent knocking from outside the door. His subordinate's anxious voice came through. "This is bad, Prime Minister. All our external communication methods have been completely cut off." Hearing this, everyone in the conference room was taken aback. What? Who did this? Didn't we order not to actually cut off communications? Baka, I want that culprit to commit seppuku. Your Majesty, I feel something is off. Baka, quiet. The last sentence was shouted by Zhang Benihan, his face dark as he signaled a parliament member to open the door. Looking at his sweating subordinate, he grimly asked, "Speak carefully, what exactly happened?" The subordinate, clearly having run all the way here, panted and stammered, "Prime Minister, just now we were in contact with the U.S. naval fleet." And then suddenly the call was cut off. After checking with the satellite station, we found that our entire island nation is surrounded by an invisible isolation net, and even radio signals can't be sent out. Upon hearing this, many parliament members suddenly realized It was the Dragon Kingdom surrounding us. Baka, they violated international protocols. We need to sue them in the international court. A flushed parliament member accused. Slap. Zhang Ben Ihan slapped the unfortunate member, scolding. Are you an idiot? In this situation, do you plan to fly over and sue them? The member was instantly dumbfounded, opening his mouth but unable to say a word. Zhang Ben Ihan looked at the terrified crowd, his expression dark. Now we can only wait for the Dragon Kingdom to lift the isolation or for the U.S. fleet to come to our aid. Until then, we must not do anything. Because the Dragon Kingdom has a saying, those who know how to handle the situation are the true heroes. As long as we don't act rashly, we have a chance of being saved. Hey, hearing the Prime Minister's wise arrangement, the Parliament members straightened their bodies and nodded. But will the Dragon Kingdom really stop the isolation? The answer, of course, is no. In the endless seas and high skies unseen by the islanders, the three major fleets of the Dragon Kingdom and dozens of fighter jet squadrons were carrying signal jammers, comprehensively isolating communications to the island nation. It can be said that the current island nation is like being kept in captivity, unable to send any messages or individuals out of this place. If the island nation doesn't want to maintain its dignity, then the Dragon Kingdom will help it maintain dignity. This was the change made by the Dragon Kingdom after hearing the request from the Wallfacer Suze. All these changes came from Suze. Of course, it was also thanks to the previous attack on their island squad. That time, the miracles exhibited by Suze under the guise of the Foundation, as well as some black technology they obtained from the Foundation, made the Dragon Kingdom's officials determined to unconditionally fulfill Suze's conditions. The will of the Wallfacer is their current direction. Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto, in a certain top-secret secure facility. Suze received a call from an elder of the Dragon Kingdom. Wallfacer, we have isolated the entire island nation as you requested. Upon hearing this news, Suze couldn't help but be surprised by the efficiency of the Dragon Kingdom. It hadn't even been half a day since the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued the statement, and it was already completed. He gained a new understanding of the speed of the Dragon Kingdom and felt even more eager for future cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom officials. Just imagine, a foundation operating at the level of a nation. How terrifying would that be? Suze smiled slightly and replied, All right, please order that no one attempts to observe the island nation at this time. This is absolutely forbidden. His voice became cold and deep. If anyone engages in observation, please execute them immediately. Upon hearing the latter part of Suze's words, the elder on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback. However, he soon understood why Suze made such a request, and his usually calm voice trembled at that moment. Is it that thing? Suze did not respond directly, but solemnly said, Please help fulfill this request. Thank you. The elder took a deep breath. You can rest assured. We will definitely complete it. After ending the call, Suze's gaze fell on the map on the table. That small island nation area. At this moment, this area had transformed into an alternative paradise. Soon, this place would turn into a death paradise. Suze took a deep breath. He was ready to become the harbinger of death. System, summon 3125, location Tokyo, island nation. Locating, location successful, starting to attempt summoning. Ding. Containment object 3125 has successfully arrived. Please prepare for containment. Chapter 23. Contamination begins, island nation. Tokyo, satellite monitoring station. The station master, who usually never shows his face, and all the technical staff gathered around the detection platform, watching the operator repeatedly attempt to break through the signal. However, the only feedback was a series of exclamation marks displayed on the screen. Baka, can you do this or not? The station master, who had no technical knowledge, couldn't help but scold loudly. The operator was sweating profusely, his lips trembling. Station master, this is something I can't solve. Slap. The station master slapped the unfortunate fellow on the head. Get out of the way. The operator felt as if he had been granted amnesty and immediately moved his behind off the chair. The station master then turned to the most authoritative expert in their station. Long Chio-san, please take action. Long Chio looked at this guy as if he were an idiot and replied in disbelief. The signal jamming technology of the Dragon Kingdom is very specialized. It is a technology we have never encountered before, and there is currently no way to break through. Upon hearing this, the station master couldn't help but curse this guy in his heart, who had consumed most of the public funds of their station. You never show up when work needs to be done, but once something truly happens, you lower your head? However, while scolding the other party, he forgot that he was the biggest parasite in the station. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Station master, it seems that a picture has appeared on the screen." What? The station master's group was shocked, their gazes quickly locking onto the display. Sure enough, the glaring red exclamation mark had disappeared. In its place was a sea of fog. Where's this? Does the sea near us also get foggy? Someone guessed after looking for a long time, thinking this was footage of the U.S. military coming through. The station master had the same thought in his mind. He frowned and ordered, "Go, send them a message, inform them of our current situation." The operator he pointed at eagerly sat down, as this was a great opportunity for promotion and a raise. He immediately started operating, but soon found that the operations that were usually effortless were now completely useless. He had clearly edited a piece of information and sent it many times, yet there was no response at all. Could it be that the control panel was broken? Then why was there still an image on the display? After spending so much time, he still gained nothing, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. "Station master." Just as he was about to speak, a slap landed on his head. The station master, with a grim face, looked at his little nephew, saying, "You can't even pick up a contribution. Long Shio-san, it's up to you." He forced a flattering smile towards the expert. Long Shio sneered inwardly and sat down with an imposing aura. Then he discovered that his operations were also ineffective. His face stiffened, and his hands moved faster. However, there was still no response on the display. Just when he thought he'd failed too, someone suddenly exclaimed, "It's moving. Words are appearing." Hearing this, Long Shio was taken aback and finally noticed that indeed lines of text had appeared on the display. But it was not in English. It was in their island nation script. How strange. Could it be that the U.S. military had started to respect them? Everyone felt a bit surprised. Suddenly, Long Shio's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "These words are not on the display." Huh? Everyone looked carefully and immediately felt a shock. Just as Long Shio said, those words were not appearing on the display, but were floating above it. They had been focused on the display earlier and mistakenly thought it was on the screen. Could there be supernatural events happening? Everyone stepped back in fear, except for Long Shio, who remained seated. "Long Shio-san, come here quickly." The station master shouted anxiously. This was their key figure. If something happened to him, they would have to change personnel. However, Long Shio paid no heed and continued sitting there, even muttering incomprehensible words. The true master not of this world, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles that control fear. For some reason, hearing these phrases made everyone feel an inexplicable chill. He is reciting those words. Someone recognized where Long Shio's recitation was coming from. The station master also realized it, feeling both shocked and angry, growling, "Baka, hurry and leave here. We need to report this immediately." Before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly filled with terror. He noticed that the people beside him had lowered their heads at some point, and he could vaguely hear them softly reciting the same passage. "The true master not of this world, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles that control fear." The station master's expression gradually became dazed, and then his head slowly lowered. In the room, where only the recitation could be heard, the mist in the display screen began to churn like it was boiling, as if something was breaking through another dimension, preparing to descend into reality. Tokyo, cabinet meeting room. At this moment, the meeting room was silent, with everyone, including Prime Minister Zhang Benihan, bowing their heads in silence. They were all waiting for the U.S. military's rescue and the withdrawal of the Long Kingdom's troops. All they could do now was wait. But as time passed second by second, the hope in everyone's hearts gradually sank. They were not fools. They all understood what it meant that no news had come after so long. I remember the recent U.S. military fleet took only 2.5 hours to get here, right? Suddenly, a member of parliament raised his head and spoke, his hair a mess from his own hands. Why has it been almost 4 hours with no news at all?" He shouted with red eyes. This sentence was like a lit fuse, instantly blasting apart the heavy atmosphere in the meeting room. "The U.S. military is unreliable. We have to rely on ourselves to break out. Are you stupid? The Long Kingdom's planes and fleet have all been deployed. How can our self-defense forces break out? I'd rather die under the Long Kingdom's cannons than be trapped here like a pig. Then go ahead. After you leave, I'll take care of your wife and daughter. You dare. Bang. Zhang Benihan was infuriated by this group of incompetent teammates and slammed the conference table hard. The scene quieted down again. It seemed his authority as Prime Minister still existed. Gentlemen, just as Zhang Benihan was about to say something to inspire them, a knock sounded at the door. He was taken aback. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. Quick, come in. Is there news from the U.S. military? The many members of Parliament were also ecstatic, their eyes locking onto the door of the meeting room. Creak. The door opened. The subordinate responsible for relaying messages stood at the door with his head bowed. In the hopeful gazes of the many members of Parliament, his hoarse voice rang out. The true master not of this world, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles that control fear. Chapter 24. The island nation falls, the three-body problem survives. Baka, you fool. What nonsense are you talking about? We asked if there is any news from the U.S. military. A member of Parliament, hearing this bizarre, chant-like phrase, was furious and directly slapped the subordinate. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The member's hand actually passed through the subordinate's body, swinging empty. It was as if this person was merely an illusion. Yet that chant-like voice not only echoed on, but was also becoming clearer. Oh, Yamada, no Orochi, what on earth is this? The member of Parliament stepped back in terror, completely losing his earlier arrogance. The expressions on the other members' faces were similar to his, with some even wetting themselves. After all, most of them were just foolish pigs, incapable of understanding the situation. Otherwise, Zhang Benihan would not be able to sit in the position of Prime Minister, the king of tentacles that control fear. The curse-like voice continued to resonate, and Zhang Benihan finally snapped back from his fear, shouting, "Run! Get out of here immediately!" Then, he experienced the same feeling as that station master. Other members of Parliament stood up, but did not flee. Instead, like the subordinate, they lowered their heads and began to recite, "The true master not of this world, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles that control fear." Udo-san. A look of despair appeared on Zhang Benihan's face as he slumped back into his chair, tears streaming down his face. In the final moment of his mind being eroded, he finally understood the Long Kingdom's plan. No, to be precise, it was the plan of the Wallfacer. Gradually, his expression became dazed, and his body stiffened as he stood up. The eerie chant echoed in this room that held the highest power of the island nation. Due to the military blockade initiated by the Long Kingdom, everyone was forcibly required to stay at home. Adults and children with nothing to do began to find their own entertainment. Some played mahjong, some read comics. But most were gathered around the television, watching various comedy shows or special effects films. For them, this life without work or school felt surprisingly relaxing. Nobita Fujisuke was one such person. Today he didn't have to go to school and could stay home with his mom and dad, watching his favorite superhero show. Looking at his parents sitting beside him, he felt an unprecedented happiness. In the past, due to his parents' work and his studies, the family, living under the same roof, could only meet during dinner and sleep at night. The time spent together was far too little. Finally, today both his dad and mom didn't have to go out, and they could fully enjoy the joy of reunion. As the superhero on the television struck a pose for his ultimate move, Nobita Fujisuke instantly jumped up in excitement, mimicking the same pose. However, at this critical moment, the television flickered and the screen changed to a host with his head down. What the heck? He was fuming, arms crossed. Just when he wanted to show off in front of his parents, it got cut off. Instead, his parents seemed inexplicably happy. His dad patted his head and said with a smile, "We can rush in soon. Are you happy?" His mom was also excited as she called the company. "I can come over later. You guys prepare the contract first." Nobita Fujisuke rolled his eyes. Who wants to go out? Looking at his parents, who had returned to their corporate worker state, he felt a sense of sadness for some reason. If only everyone were like me, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt his parents stand up beside him. He panicked and grabbed their pant legs. "Mom, Dad, stay and watch this episode with me." His parents seemed swayed by his plea and did not step away. Nobita Fujisuke felt a surge of joy and looked up to say something. But all he saw in return were his parents' two pairs of dead, fish-like eyes staring down at him. "Mom, Dad." Nobita Fujisuke looked at his suddenly unfamiliar parents and slowly released his grip. Not long after, the transcendent deity, not of this world, the chaotic ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of fear's tentacles, the three of them stood in front of the television, heads bowed in chant. Situations like this erupted all over the island nation like mushrooms after rain. Some were wives cooking, as their husbands approached with lowered heads to begin the pollution. Others were children awakened from sleep by their parents, forced to be polluted. And there was a family weeding in the yard, suddenly polluted by an invading neighbor. In short, the island nation was being subjected to a comprehensive pollution of consciousness by an indescribable force. No one could escape, regardless of whether you used electronic devices. As long as you were human, you would be found and polluted. This was a disaster more terrifying than a zombie apocalypse. Moreover, those who were polluted could still maintain their thoughts, retaining all the memories of their original selves. In other words, they could pollute anywhere beyond the island nation by any means, if it weren't for Susie's prior request. The soldiers from a dragon kingdom who were blocking the island nation might have suffered. Every second, the number of polluted humans was rising exponentially. It wouldn't be long before the entire island nation was left with only the polluted. This disaster caused by the containment object was far stronger than that of the previous little boy. Of course, besides those from the island nation, there were also victims from other civilizations. 42 light-years away, within the Trisolaran fleet, the brain of a Trisolaran monitor observing Blue Star through sophons suddenly stopped flashing, turning a uniform color. In Trisolaran society, this was a situation typically only seen in plants. The Trisolaran leader noticed this scene. 9527, what's wrong? The monitor did not answer, but began to intermittently convey a piece of information. Not of this world, bang. At the moment the information was received, the singularity fission device instantly transformed it into countless molecules. The Trisolaran leader quickly erased the memory just formed in his mind, thus avoiding the consequences of pollution. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at the empty monitoring position. Although the memory was deleted, the residual fear still made him realize that something must have happened on Blue Star. With excellent logical reasoning, he instantaneously deduced that the plan of the Wallfacer Susie had likely begun to be implemented. He immediately ordered a Trisolaran to exit dehydration ahead of time and issued new instructions. He commanded the sophons to stop monitoring the island nation and to initiate a comprehensive blockade. Although the resurrected Trisolaran did not understand the leader's intentions, loyalty compelled him to carry out the orders as usual. After witnessing the sophons stop monitoring the island nation and initiate a blockade, the Trisolaran leader felt a sense of relief. If he could sweat, he would surely be drenched by now. Just moments ago, Trisolaran civilization had nearly been destroyed by the plan of that Wallfacer. Chapter 25, The Trisolaran Intervention, Blue Star. Surrounding the island nation's waters and airspace. The fleet and fighter jets of the Dragon Kingdom were equipped with special signal jammers, blocking all signals from the entire island nation. Although this violated international laws, it didn't matter. The United Nations would soon introduce new international laws, making it compliant. Due to strict orders, no one was allowed to view any display screens. So the soldiers on the fleet and jets had to opt for smart driving and took out a manga titled Demon Slayer to read. Sure. Don't ask when Dragon Kingdom had smart driving. Asking would just be credit to the head of the War Ignorance Bureau. Of course, while relaxing, they still rotated duties. They didn't look at the island nation, but kept an eye on the sky above, preventing any strange things from breaking through. In fact, they had indeed shot down several drones attempting to escape. This made the warriors eager to turn a new page in their family tree feel a bit regretful. What era was it? Still afraid to board a plane? Above the airspace, a flaming tusked beast was circling as the lead aircraft for the fleet. Inside the cabin, 3 crew members performed their duties. One kept a constant lookout for the island nation's airspace. One was engrossed in reading Demon Slayer. And the last one was feeling for any abnormalities in the aircraft. Just then, The person monitoring the island nation's airspace let out a shout. "What is that thing? Quickly divert your gaze." The other two didn't instinctively look over, but shouted warnings instead. One even slapped him across the face. "Hey, relax, it's not a containment object. It's a mirror." A mirror? The others knew what the containment object Susie had announced earlier was, and that it was explicitly stated to be formless. Therefore, if the person said it was a mirror, it definitely wasn't a containment object. Upon hearing this, the other two felt relieved and turned their gaze. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. At this moment, the entire island nation had vanished, leaving only a massive mirror reflecting the shadows of their aircraft. It looked as if a pot lid had been turned upside down over the entire island nation. Even if Wang Bo were reincarnated, he would be able to resist reciting that timeless phrase, "The autumn waters and the long sky are one color." "Quick," inform the comrades. Then transmit the scene to the higher-ups. The crew leader's expression changed, and he immediately executed a plan only he knew. Yes, as someone familiar with the entire plot of the book, the Wallfacer Susie had already deduced that such a situation might arise before the plan was even implemented. So he directly deployed the three major plans, which coincidentally matched the current situation. Thus, the crew leader chose to execute it without hesitation. At the same time, he didn't forget to notify the fleet to ascend, avoiding a collision with that massive mirror. In an instant, news of the suddenly appearing mirror spread throughout the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. Almost everyone involved in the plan received the report of the island nation's anomaly. Upon learning of this matter, the elders of the Dragon Kingdom decisively called Susie. "Wallfacer Susie, do you know what that mirror is?" Far away in the shelter, Susie sipped his coffee, looking at the footage sent over, and smiled slightly. "Didn't you recognize it? This is a gift from the enemy we have to face," he said solemnly. "Now we can notify the frontline warriors to retreat. Their mission has a being to take over for us." Hearing this, the old man was momentarily stunned, then suddenly came to his senses, spitting out a word in shock. "Three body?" Suze did not hide his intentions. "That's right. If I'm not mistaken, that containment object just now almost destroyed the three-body civilization." What a pity. Although he said it was a pity, he was actually extremely relieved inside. If the three-body civilization had been completely polluted, then starting from the Alpha Centauri system, the entire universe's civilizations would face a doomsday catastrophe. The fugitives need not abide by the laws of the universe. It does not belong to any dimension, and even a dimensionality reduction strike cannot eliminate it. If that time really comes, let alone rebooting the universe, even overlapping with parallel universes would not stop that disaster. It can only be said that Suze was gambling, betting that the three-body people could cut off the pollution source in time. If they couldn't do it, then it wouldn't matter if everyone perished together. As a Wallfacer, Suze certainly did not lack the adventurous spirit of Luo Ji and the beastly nature of Wade. The elder from the Dragon Kingdom was also a smart person. After the initial shock, he understood the true trap of Suze's plan. For the first time in his life, the steady old man's heart was filled with fear. He trembled and said, "Mr. Suze, this plan is too crazy. Please inform me in advance next time." Suze replied, "Humanity has never feared any mutually assured destruction outcomes. Any enemy that dares to challenge us must be met with the idea of taking them down with us. Old sir, this is the law sacrificed by our Dragon Kingdom's martyrs. I don't see anything wrong with it." The elder from the Dragon Kingdom fell silent. After a long time, he spoke wearily. "You are right. Humanity has always been on a ship of adventure. The future of civilization indeed relies on you young people." Hearing this, Suze quickly changed his tone. No. Wise and steady elders are also essential. Just like every ship embarking on a long voyage ultimately needs to return to port, you must not abandon your responsibilities at this time. He was genuinely afraid that the other party would say, "You can take my place." He was already under enough pressure as a Wallfacer while secretly serving as a Foundation Council member. If he were to bear the fate of a country as well, he might as well be subjected to a dimensionality reduction strike. The elder, hearing Suze's tone, couldn't help but chuckle. "Rest assured, Mr. Suze, we won't entrust the heavy responsibilities of a nation to an individual. Although that sounded a bit off, it was exactly the answer Suze needed. He breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for this plan. May human civilization live forever. The elder nodded. Human civilization lives forever. Ending the call, Suze's gaze deepened as he looked at the giant mirror-like object formed by the three-body intelligence in the photo. This mirror object was far more effective than any method of severance on Blue Star. Even if they used nuclear weapons, they wouldn't be able to open a breach. It could be said that the current 3125 was already in a state of failure. However, because of himself, human civilization might experience a technological explosion in the upcoming time, and no one dared to gamble on whether future generations would become curious. Therefore, Suze had to use the Foundation's means to invalidate it. As if aware of his thoughts, the next moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 3125. This containment object has been discovered. Reward: Reverse Mimicry Part Unit 1. Can be designated for summoning. Reward: 41 Cognitive Hazard Containment Unit 1. Can be designated for summoning. Reward: Level 100 Warrior. Reward: Level 1000 Research Personnel. Please invalidate Containment Object Number 249. A task success reward will be granted upon successful invalidation. Please host proceed to invalidate it immediately. Chapter 26. The Madness of the U.S. Military. As the Dragon Kingdom began to withdraw its troops and rescinded the original statement, the U.S. military and Philippine monkey fleet surrounding the third island chain eagerly surrounded it. Then they saw the giant mirror object. Like the three crew members who first witnessed this sight, their five-star General MacArthur couldn't help but curse. Holy crap! God, what the hell is this thing? He put on his sunglasses because the sunlight reflecting off the mirror object was indeed blinding. General, we need to report this to the White House immediately, the Vice Admiral beside him suggested. However, after a moment of hesitation, the five-star general actually rejected the request. No, we can't report casually until we figure out what this thing is. Ridiculous. This is a chance to make a name for ourselves. Why should we share it with those pigs who only know how to give speeches? After a brief investigation, they discovered that the mirror object not only had the visible part above, but also surrounded the depths of the sea, with no way to access it. Subsequently, he issued a crazy order. All U.S. and Philippine warships aim their cannons at the mirror object, including launching nuclear torpedoes from aircraft and submarines. Once we open this mirror object, the secrets inside will surely make me the first six-star general in American history. By then, my name and family will be immortalized. MacArthur's plan was well thought out, but unfortunately, not all of his subordinates listened to him. After receiving this news, the Vice Admiral's expression changed, and he secretly returned to his room to inform the White House via radio. However, since MacArthur was appointed as the supreme commander of this fleet, the U.S. and Philippine forces still launched an attack on the mirror object. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous sound of cannon fire almost deafened people's ears. But this did not affect MacArthur's excitement. Come on, baby. Let me see what secrets you're hiding inside. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, fixed intently on the smoke billowing from the cannon fire. If he could, he would love to light up a cigar right now. However, as the smoke dissipated, the incredibly smooth mirror appeared unscathed in everyone's sight. MacArthur's smile instantly froze. What the hell? Is this made of diamond? Unfortunately, with his knowledge, diamond was the hardest material he could imagine. Otherwise, he would have known that there was something called diamond. The mirror object before him was formed by intelligence that was many orders of magnitude harder than diamond. If he could break this thing open, let alone being a six-star general of the United States, he could be made a 10-star general of humanity. However, if he really opened this thing, he would become the most sinful individual in Blue Star and even the entire universe. Damn it. MacArthur, frustrated at not being able to break through the intelligence, was about to order his men for another round when the anxious Vice Admiral rushed over. General, urgent message from the White House. MacArthur curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Looking at this traitor, read it. The Vice Admiral trembled as he handed over the phone. You'd better answer it yourself. Only then did MacArthur realize he hadn't passed the phone. He glared at the Vice Admiral, then snatched the phone. Hello, Is this the White House Secretariat? I'm Navy 5-star General MacArthur. The person on the other end of the line was taken aback by his sudden and chaotic response and then entered a verbal sparring mode. Damn it. You son of a, do you know what that is? MacArthur, hearing this, became furious. How dare someone compete with him in a verbal battle? He angrily retorted, I don't know what it is, but I know this thing is harder than your face. You should hang your military rank on a bathroom door, so everyone knows your head is full of crap. MacArthur, maybe you should shave off the messy hair on your head, so everyone knows you're a goose with an awful voice. Stop. As the two were about to turn the call into a cursing match, angry shouts echoed from both ends of the phone. The deputy and Old Deng on the other end of the phone simultaneously grabbed the receiver and then apologized in unison. Sorry, General. Sorry, Mr. President. The two were momentarily stunned, both feeling a bit panicked. Could it be that their deepest secrets had been discovered by each other? It was not until Dong Wang and MacArthur fought to reclaim the phone that an inexplicable conflict was averted. Dong Wang took a deep breath and regained his composure first. Don't you want to know what that is? I'll tell you now, it's a sophon. A sophon from the Trisolaran civilization. MacArthur was taken aback. How is that possible? Aren't their sophons very small? Dong Wang was completely speechless. He couldn't understand how MacArthur's family had managed to elevate such an undereducated snow leopard to a high position. He patiently explained, the Trisolaran sophons can extend infinitely, so forming a mirror-like structure is quite normal. His tone became serious. Although I don't know what happened inside the island nation within the mirror structure. Judging from the withdrawal of troops from the Dragon Country, it definitely isn't anything good. I am issuing a command from the Black Palace to your military. Retreat immediately. And stay away from that area. Upon hearing this, MacArthur couldn't help but feel a bit panicked as well. He looked at the mirror structure, his heart cold as ice. This thing is actually this terrifying? In the face of his own life and honor, he unhesitatingly chose the former. Withdraw. All troops withdraw. He shouted hoarsely, then limped back into the warship. He looked nothing like an old general. The deputy watched the other's agile steps and couldn't help but twitch his lips. It seemed he would have to wait a long time before he could ascend to the throne. Asmi Fei also withdrew his troops. A major news story completely exploded internationally. The Trisolarans have completely sealed off the island nation with sophons. The media quickly sensed the heat of this news and began to roll out their exclusive reports. The Trisolaran civilization has fully sealed off the island nation. No one and no news can enter. Why has the Trisolaran civilization set its sights on the island nation? Is there a hidden sixth wall breaker? Shock. The Trisolaran civilization appears to be fond of island action movies and has decided to personally remodel the film set. Besides these serious and unserious reports, some malicious media outlets were promoting conspiracy theories. Why did the Dragon Country preemptively block information from the island nation? Is there a connection with the Trisolaran civilization? The Dragon Country is suspected of being controlled by the Trisolaran civilization. We need to carry out humanitarian destruction. One of us has turned traitor. It claims to be a developing country, but its technological strength has long surpassed that of a level 2 civilization. Su Zhe scoffed at these statements and had already marked these media outlets. Just wait until I render 3125 ineffective. I'll see how I deal with you. Chapter 27. The Anti-Meme Department arrives. Indeed, it's the Anti-Meme Department and the 41st Cognitive Hazard Containment Unit, right? Su Zhe's gaze shifted as he looked at the troops and facilities rewarded by the system. The Anti-Meme Department, as the name suggests, is specifically designed to guard against anti-meme types. However, because of its characteristics in combating anti-memes, most anti-memes erase the existence of the Anti-Meme Department from the minds of others. Therefore, for most Foundation personnel, the Anti-Meme Department is essentially a non-existent department. Su Zhe still admired this troop. If the Foundation is the silent guardian of human civilization, then the Anti-Meme Department is the hidden hero, with almost no one knowing such an organization exists within the Foundation, except for a few level 5 counselors. It acts like a benevolent ghost, safeguarding the most terrifying containment objects for humanity and the Foundation. The 41st Cognitive Hazard Containment Unit is specifically used for containing 3125. It is the only place that has successfully isolated its influence in this manner. This containment unit consists of a cubic room lined with lead, soundproofing, and mental shielding layers. The entrance is a gas lock at one end of the containment unit. The gas lock is set to allow only one person to enter at a time, remaining locked until that person exits, allowing the next person to enter. It can be said that these two rewards together are absolutely the nemesis of 3,125. Calculating the time, the island nation should have been completely contaminated by now. It's time for our Foundation to take action. Suze licked his lips and decisively whispered in his heart. System, summon the anti-meme department and the cognitive hazard containment unit designated to the island nation. Summoning successful. The anti-meme department and the cognitive hazard containment unit have arrived in Tokyo, island nation. It worked. Suze let out a long sigh of relief and lay back comfortably, patiently waiting for good news from the anti-meme department. However, he was somewhat surprised this time that even the system did not provide any contact information regarding the anti-meme department. It seems that even as his golden finger, the anti-meme department still adheres to the principle of not disclosing its existence to outsiders. Truly a legendary non-existent department. Suze felt a surge of emotions. Island Nation. At this moment, due to the mirror structure formed by the sophons, all sunlight was blocked outside, except for a few bustling metropolises that still retained light. The rest of the places were almost left with only scattered lights. If there were normal people walking on the streets at this time, they would see individuals with heads down, wandering the streets with flashlights. Moreover, they were all murmuring that curse in a chaotic yet somewhat orderly manner. It looked extremely eerie. Coupled with the absence of sunlight, the island nation had already become indistinguishable from a bizarre apocalypse. Any normal person who mistakenly enters here will be scared to death. Oh no, it should be said they would be instantly assimilated. This place has already become a forbidden zone for humanity. Suddenly, on a certain street in Tokyo, a pure white light flickered, and a few breaths later, a team of people in white coats and a square little house appeared in the middle of the street. If there were light at this moment, one could see that this team of people in that room all bore the same emblem, a clock-like graphic within a circle, with 3 arrows passing through the clock pointing toward the center, resembling a brain with tentacles. This is the emblem of the anti-meme department. Due to the presence of many wandering humans nearby, upon sensing the arrival of the anti-meme department and the containment unit, they instantly raised their heads to look over. In the air, their gazes crossed, and strands of mist began to emerge. As the mist increased, various Dragon Country characters could be seen interweaving and sorting within it. Clearly, this was 3,125, sensing the appearance of new normal people and preparing to contaminate them. Unfortunately, it was destined to be unable to carry out contamination in this way. The team of the anti-meme department that suddenly appeared on this street was completely blind and deaf. From the moment they arrived here, they could only act through their own thoughts. However, before entering, they had already rehearsed their plan by writing on their bodies. Surprisingly, the leader of this small team was a beautiful and intellectual woman. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her waist. Her skin, like creamy fat, glowed even in the dark. If it weren't for her sunken eye sockets, she would definitely be a beauty rivaling top stars. Among this small team of only 7 people, this woman had the most sensitive intuition. The moment those mists and characters appeared, she sensed something and began to try to touch the team members around her. Through simple actions like touching, they could communicate with each other using signals. Soon, under her unique command, 2 team members tied together with a rope, feeling their way forward. When one of the team members touched the hard, cold wall of the containment unit, he quickly tugged on the rope. One of the team members on the other side quickly returned along the same path, passing information by tapping their body. After receiving the message, the woman extended 2 fingers and pinched the person next to her, issuing new orders. Moments later, the door to the containment unit was opened by the team member who had found the access card with significant one-time permissions. The uniform arrangement of the room was revealed, but unfortunately, no one present could see it. With the containment unit opened, their next task was to consider how to lure 3,125 here. The woman was clearly a very intelligent leader. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gently tugged on the ropes, tying them together. The others instantly understood her meaning and began to enter the room one by one. After the last person entered, the one standing outside reached out, waved their hand in the air, and felt the doorknob. Click! With a soft sound, the door lock fell into place automatically. Now, unless someone outside unlocked it, this door would never open again. And there were no normal humans outside with new access cards, unless Suze himself came. But that was impossible. This meant that this room had now become a tomb for these 7 people. However, the reverse mimetic group had no cowards. Not even a single woman. The woman took a deep breath and took out the bone conduction headphones and brain-machine interface device she had been using to collect external information. After distributing these 2 items, all 7 almost simultaneously put on the bone conduction headphones. This is reverse mimetic team 3-1. Other members, please respond. The electronic voice from the woman was the first to transmit. Reverse mimetic team 3-2 received. Reverse mimetic team 3-3 received. Reverse mimetic team 3-7 received. One by one, the remaining 6 emotionless electronic voices echoed in everyone's minds. After the woman counted the number of people, she continued sending messages. 7. Check if the door valve is closed. A few seconds later, the person standing outside successfully completed the check using their sense of touch. They replied, 1. The door valve is closed. The woman nodded slightly, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on her usually calm face. Her electronic voice sounded, next, we will proceed with the first nullification operation on 3125. Then, she took out the remaining brain-machine interface devices and quickly distributed them. After confirming that everyone had put them on, she took a deep breath and pressed the buttons on the bone conduction headphones and the brain-machine interface. In the next moment, everyone's eyes displayed the external images collected by the brain-machine device. Thick fog enveloped the streets, shrouding the entire world in a haze. In this fog, some floating words could be faintly seen, seemingly drifting from another time and space, each character exuding a mysterious aura. These words constantly changed shape and arrangement, vaguely recognizable as mortal, true master, chaos ruler, and so on, seemingly telling an ancient secret. On both sides of the street, countless people with vacant expressions held flashlights, their faces appearing exceptionally pale, as if they had lost all vitality. The true master of the unworldly, the chaos ruler beneath the deep sea, the king of tentacles who controls fear. They repeatedly muttered that curse, their voices deep and chaotic, yet infused with an eerie clarity. These voices intertwined, forming a chilling melody that seemed capable of piercing through the soul, evoking a sense of inexplicable fear. But the greatest threat from these sounds and images was not fear, but pollution, that invisible yet tangible pollution. The very moment these sounds and images appeared, the expressions on the 7 people's faces gradually became vacant. The originally calm room instantly filled with wisps of fog. The pollution had begun, but at that moment, the woman subconsciously pressed down on another button. Whoosh! Several nozzles emerged in the room, filling it with orange gas in an instant. After the 7 inhaled all the gas, the vacant expressions on their faces vanished, and they returned to calmness. The leading woman sensed something and quickly interrupted the playback of the bone conduction headphones and images. The pollution was forcibly interrupted. However, some fog still lingered in the air, twisting like thin worms, attempting to form those bizarre words. Unfortunately, the 7 people in the room could only wear the brain-machine interfaces, and they still couldn't see anything in reality. The woman, codenamed 1, took a few steps back and touched a protrusion on the wall, her electronic voice ringing out. First nullification failed, current progress 13. It turned out that the room had its own detection device capable of detecting parts of 3125's existence. Currently, it was only a 13. To successfully nullify it, they needed at least 7 more attempts. However, the memory-clearing gas in this room was ample. 7 times would be more than enough. Soon, the woman adjusted her state and began the second inquiry. This is Reverse Mimetic Team 3-1. Other members, please check your status and respond. After a moment, the responses from the other members began to come in one after another. Everyone was in good condition and felt no discomfort. Therefore, the woman decisively started the second nullification task. With the activation of the brain machine and bone conduction headphones, the fog in the room began to thicken again. A few seconds later, orange gas filled the entire room once more, memory clearing. A new set of checking inquiries began, third attempt initiated. A few seconds later, the third attempt ended, progress 50. The fourth attempt ended, progress 72. This time, one team member did not respond, and upon checking, it was found to be reverse mimetic team 3 to 5. Status of 5, brain death. Cause of death, inhalation of a large amount of memory-clearing gas, resulting in irreversible damage to brain regions, loss of motor functions. After 5 seconds of silence in mourning, the fifth attempt began. After this attempt ended, the woman had not yet checked the progress when she heard an electronic voice echoing in her mind. The true master of the unworldly. Her expression changed, and she pressed the button, causing black gas, representative of poison, to surge out. In the next moment, 5 people, including her, simultaneously donned portable gas masks. Shortly after, she struggled against her dizzying mind and issued an inquiry. This is reverse mimetic team 3 to 1. Other members perform self-check. Please respond. Soon, the previously contaminated team member was identified. It was reverse mimetic team 3 to 3. Due to the brain machine device being slightly misaligned during the previous memory clearing, some memory images were hidden deep in the subconscious. Therefore, at the start of the fifth nullification task, the overlapping images erupted, causing him to close his mouth and nose during this memory clearing. He successfully avoided the fifth memory clearing and began to attempt pollution. If the woman had not reacted quickly, they might have been completely wiped out. However, this time the toxic gas also caused them significant harm, and one team member had already entered a state of confusion. After confirming the status of that team member, the woman decisively ordered, reverse mimetic team 3 to 7, perform self-execution. Swish! Almost the next second after hearing this order, number 7, in a state of confusion, took out a small knife and accurately stabbed it into his trachea. His electronic voice intermittently echoed in the minds of the surviving 4. Reverse mimetic team 3 to 7, self-execution completed. Thud! Number 7 fell weakly to the ground, having lost his breath. The remaining 4 people had expressionless faces. After a 7-second moment of silence, they began the final nullification task. As strange images and contaminated sounds echoed, the mist completely filled the entire room. The whole room trembled violently, indicating that the nullification was complete. This time, the woman did not press the memory-erasing gas button again. Instead, she pressed 2 other buttons. One sent a signal confirming the success of the nullification, and the other was for the automatic detachment device for the brain machine and bone conduction headphones. Just before her expression became blank, the woman slightly opened her mouth and spoke her last words in very standard Dragon Kingdom language. "Mom, I'm going home." Gradually, their bodies began to disappear from reality. Confidential document number 20 of the reverse meme department. After the nullification of 3,125, all knowledge of its existence and any biological entities aware of it will be erased from reality. Chapter 29. Task reward distribution. Apart from the people in the room slowly disappearing, the entire population of the island nation was also gradually vanishing from the ground. Due to the nullification of 3,125, any humans contaminated by it and anything that recorded its existence would be erased from reality. Even if you were not completely contaminated but knew of its existence, you and all your social relationships would be erased together. This is why Su-Zhe and the Trisolaran civilization had to block all communication methods of the entire island nation. Once they make contact with friends or family outside, it would lead not only to a large-scale pollution disaster, but also to their erasure after nullification. This would have a tremendous impact on the current human social structure and could potentially lead to war. Although the fall of the entire island nation has already caused turmoil in the world order, any remedy, however small, is welcome. After all, when something goes wrong, they can shift all the blame onto the Trisolarans. Everything is going according to plan. In a secret shelter somewhere in Kyoto, Dragon Kingdom, Su-Zhe, who was enjoying an island nation action movie that was about to become a classic, suddenly shuddered. He quickly pulled out a few tissues to wipe the grease left on his mouth from the spicy strips and eagerly waited for the system prompt sound in his mind to continue. Team 1 of the Reverse Mean Department has completed the nullification task of 3125 Trisolaran Universe Projection. Anomalous Containment Object 3125 has been successfully contained in Special Containment Unit 1, Tokyo, Island Nation. Congratulations, you have obtained partial attributes of 3125 Trisolaran Universe Projection. Congratulations. You have obtained Pollution, Level, Mind Control, Level, and Supreme Divinity, 01. Congratulations, you have obtained the special character, Dr. Heisenberg, Level Researcher. These prompts almost knocked Suze unconscious. To him, this was the most delightful melody in the world. He didn't expect that this crazy plan would be completed so easily. Moreover, all the expected effects of the plan had been achieved. First, the world felt the power of the Dragon Kingdom today, and in the coming period, the international status of the Dragon Kingdom would rival that of the United States. The bipolar world order might subtly re-emerge. This would greatly aid him in continuing to summon other containment objects in the future. Secondly, he fulfilled the long-held wish of the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom to destroy the island nation. The blood feud from the last century would not dissipate with the passage of time, but would only become clearer within the descendants of the Dragon Kingdom. Even though he was not a person from this world, that historical destiny still drove him to fulfill his mission. Moreover, just a while ago, that little Japanese reporter slandered him, and now he had avenged both personal and national grievances. There might indeed be innocent people in the island nation, but Suze felt that from the moment he became a wallower, he no longer needed humanity. What does it matter if he is remembered with infamy for eternity? As long as he destroys the Trisolaran fleet under the eyes of the world, he will still be a hero of humanity. And the last and most important point of this plan, he successfully nullified 3125, which allowed him to gain part of its abilities. Among these abilities, the Supreme Divinity is the most precious, even if it's only 1 of the Supreme Divinity. In the universe, every Supreme Divinity relates to the existence of the multiverse. For example, the complete form of 3125, the cosmic star, even if it exists in another universe, as long as someone knows its complete information, its projection will appear in this universe. The system rewards specifically noted this point. This shows the terror of Supreme Divinity. Perhaps when Suze collects the complete Supreme Divinity, he would be able to break through the limitations of the universe with his physical body and return to his original world. Following this, the second most valuable reward from these task rewards was the level researcher, Dr. Heisenberg. In the Foundation, every level researcher is a powerful figure capable of commanding the containment of a city destruction object. Moreover, they each have their own exclusive research achievements. Although it's unknown what containment objects this Dr. Heisenberg has previously contained, just the title of doctor and the level of authority are enough for him to become a backbone of the current Foundation. Just what his Foundation currently lacks is such a figure. As for the remaining pollution, level, and mind control, level, abilities derived from 3125, Suze currently has no experimental subjects, so he cannot estimate their value. But from the fact that mind control is a level 2 ability, it certainly wouldn't be bad. This time, he truly reaped a bountiful harvest. Suze felt that he had never been as joyful as he was now. Suddenly, the system panel popped up automatically. On it was a video titled Confidential Document of the Nullification Process of 3125 Unauthorized Access for Non-Reverse Mean Department and 05 members. There was actually a record? Suze curiously clicked on the video. Then he saw Team 1 of the Reverse Mean Department, with one member after another dying until they completely contained 3125 in the room, after which they also vanished from reality. During the playback of the video, he could see the information introduction of each team member. He discovered that these individuals were all deaf-mute orphans who had been imprisoned by human traffickers as money-making tools until they were rescued by a certain unit of the Foundation. Then they became another kind of tool. Suze fell silent. Especially the woman's last words, "Mom, I'm coming," were undoubtedly the most devastating emotional blow for him. Clearly, he was a butcher capable of disregarding over 100 million lives of the island nation, But in the face of the deaths of these 7 people, he realized he did not possess the absolute beastliness of Wade. He was still a human with compassion. Sigh. The joy brought by the task rewards was greatly diminished by this video file. Suze somewhat angrily slammed the table, feeling for the first time that his cheat was somewhat inadequate. Could they not send me such files? Don't they know how disturbing it is? Although he muttered this, he still sent a message to the elders of the Dragon Kingdom applying for martyr status, due to Suze's prestige and the trust placed in him. A process that should have undergone heavy scrutiny was approved at an incredibly fast speed. Soon after, 7 more individuals appeared in the martyr database of the Dragon Kingdom. No names, no hometowns, only a simple string of codes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This might be the last trace these 7 people leave in this world. This is the last contribution I can make for you. I hope you can live better in another world. Suze gazed out at the sky, whispering softly. Chapter 30, The Dragon Kingdom Spy Plan. 42 light-years away from Blue Star. Trisolaran Fleet. The monitoring personnel, through the intelligence of the sophon, monitored Blue Star's brainwaves flickering, transmitting a message to the leader. The F-Rare, responsible for blocking the island nation, received news that the sophon had detected unusual activity, as it found that all signs of life on the island had vanished. While contemplating other matters, the F-Rare responded, have the sophon conduct a self-diagnosis, and only transmit the results after confirming there are no sounds or unusual images. He remained wary of the mysterious methods that had nearly destroyed the Trisolaran civilization last time. Moments later, the results of the sophon's diagnostics were transmitted. The monitor reported the sophon did not detect the same situation as last time. It seems there are no humans present on the entire island nation. Upon hearing this, the F-Rare's brainwaves flickered anxiously. Clearly, even with his intelligence, he could not understand why this situation had occurred. Could it be that the final effect of the object mentioned by the Wallfacer Suze had manifested? After a long contemplation, he arrived at this conclusion. It must be said that the Trisolaran who could become the F-Rare was indeed remarkable. Even with only a portion of the information disclosed by Suze, he managed to speculate about part of the characteristics of 3125. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. This was not the final effect of 3125. It could only be considered one of the possibilities. Due to the uniqueness of 3125, even the Foundation's archives did not know what the full manifestation of its power would be. At this moment, the Trisolaran monitor continued to report, F-Rare. The sophon has transmitted an image. It says no harm was detected. Should we receive it? After hesitating for a moment, the Trisolaran F-Rare chose to receive it. He was too curious about what had happened on the island nation. The last time he felt such curiosity was during elementary school, when the mathematicians of the Blue Planet referred to a conjecture as the Goldbach conjecture. Soon, the image appeared before the F-Rare through projection. It was a pitch-black street, where the night vision system of the protons clearly showed a strange cube on the street. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an odd room. There was also a strange symbol on the wall of the room. Although the F-Rare could not understand its meaning, he inexplicably felt that this symbol was related to that Wallfacer. It was strange that after the appearance of this room, those people disappeared. The F-Rare looked at the empty street, filled with confusion. Could it be that this room caused the disappearance of all the humans in the country? If so, that organization must have grasped some terrifying and mysterious means. If such a method were used against the Trisolaran civilization, if the F-Rare were capable of sweating, he might already be drenched in sweat. He immediately issued a new directive. Do not attempt to make contact with that room. Continue to maintain the blockade of the island nation. He did not dare to engage with such mysterious methods. Perhaps we need to consider negotiating with that Wallfacer from the Blue Planet. The means they possess do not resemble technological methods at all. They seem as if they come from another universe. Unbeknownst to Suze himself, he had already begun to establish a deterrent against the Trisolaran civilization. In the Dragon Kingdom, a group of high-ranking officials hurried into the meeting room, each displaying signs of anxiety and tension. They had just received news that the Wallfacer Suze was going to hold another meeting. This inevitably led everyone to speculate. Could it be that he was about to announce the third containment object? The first two had instilled nightmarish fear in them. especially the second one, which was terrifying just to hear described. Moreover, the island nation was still under the sophon's blockade. Who knows what was happening inside? Thus, everyone was extremely tense about Su Zhe's upcoming meeting, fearing he would come up with something extraordinary again. Soon, the meeting room was filled with the Dragon Kingdom's bigwigs, and Su Zhe entered last. He walked to the podium and, with a serious expression, addressed the crowd. "Gentlemen, this meeting must be kept absolutely confidential. Please turn off all electronic devices." The bigwigs exchanged glances but complied with Su Zhe's request, pulling out their phones. After everyone had turned off their phones, Su Zhe slowly began to speak. "Please look at the big screen." The next moment, an image appeared on the screen behind him. It was a letter, which seemed to be an apology. "Please read it in its entirety." The bigwigs were bewildered, unable to understand Su Zhe's intentions. However, since it was Su Zhe's request, they complied one by one. The content of the apology letter was profoundly sincere, explaining the unjustified blockade of the island nation and apologizing to the international community, even promising to compensate each country with 100 million. This could no longer be described as an apology letter. It was essentially a compensation letter. Some hot-tempered officials, after reading it, nearly wanted to pound the table in anger, cursing the idiot who wrote it. After surveying the expressions on the faces of those present, Su Zhe finally felt relieved and announced the true purpose of the meeting. This was a letter made by the Foundation, utilizing the characteristics of 3125. It had the ability to alter people's thinking. After reading this letter, regardless of their nationality, readers would become loyal to the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, I need all of you to disseminate this letter internationally to pave the way for my future plans. After hearing Su Zhe's words, everyone stood frozen in place. What? A letter that could change people's thinking? Directly disregarding nationality and making them loyal to the Dragon Kingdom? Are you sure it has such miraculous power? Why haven't we changed? Oh, they were originally citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, so they were naturally already loyal to it. Some bigwigs quickly realized why Su Zhe had asked them to read the letter first. It seemed he was concerned about internal traitors in the Dragon Kingdom. If this plan were leaked to traitors in advance, it would certainly lead to an early failure of the plan. But if they read it first, even if there were traitors, they would become members of the Dragon Kingdom. They couldn't help but admire Su Zhe's wisdom for thinking of this move. After hearing Su Zhe's plan, everyone was enlightened. They had not expected the Foundation to possess such a mysterious method. It was essentially a brainwashing tool. Thus, after some discussion, the elders of the Dragon Kingdom personally approved the plan. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a photo. The content of the photo was the apology letter that Su Zhe had attached with propagation pollution. It was expected that this letter would soon spread at a terrifying speed in other countries, planting deep-seated, hidden seeds for the Dragon Kingdom overseas. Chapter 31. Developing Spies. The subsequent chapters about 096 may be somewhat dull. You can read them in quantum format, but please do not skip, as the data is very important. Not long after, a statement released by the Dragon Kingdom's official channels quickly topped the trending list, like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting the online world. The public clicked to view it, only to find themselves enraged by an utterly infuriating statement. This was simply a violation of our Dragon Kingdom's dignity. Someone angrily commented, "Is this an apology statement? It is clearly a humiliating letter of apology. Our fishing boats and paper airplanes got lost over there in the island nation. Isn't that normal? Why apologize?" Another person rebutted in dissatisfaction. The person who wrote this statement must not be from our Dragon Kingdom. How dare they insult our country like this? The online outcry surged like a torrential storm. The public was extremely dissatisfied with the wording in this statement, believing it to be too humble and damaging to the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, this statement also quickly attracted the attention of countries around the globe. Major media outlets rushed to reprint the report, bringing the Dragon Kingdom's actions to the international stage. In the distant United States, a member of the State Department inadvertently came across this statement. He originally just wanted to browse casually, but as he delved deeper into the reading, his expression gradually became excited. Why has the Dragon Nation suddenly become so understanding? He thought to himself, Could it be that this operation led to their warplanes and fleets being completely wiped out by the Trisolarans? This is great news. He began to fantasize about the United States' global hegemony becoming even more solidified, establishing a global alliance centered around the United States. He seemed to already see the day he would become an important member of this alliance. However, just as he finished reading the last word of the statement, his gaze suddenly went blank. The excitement in his heart was instantly replaced by a wave of inexplicable emotion. No. Why do I feel that this is a sign of weakness from the Dragon Nation? He murmured to himself. This is clearly the kind of tolerance that only a great power would exhibit. The Dragon Nation has shown the image of a civilizational beacon, while we in the United States appear so narrow-minded and selfish. A surge of yearning for the Dragon Nation welled up in his heart. He began to fantasize about being able to go to the Dragon Nation, breathing in the sweet air there, experiencing that country's civilization and inclusiveness. However, reason told him that this was just an unattainable dream. But he did not give up. Instead, he decided to do something for the Dragon Nation. Before that, I need to hide in the United States and do a good job as a spy for my long-lost homeland. He resolved. Thus, he began to secretly collect intelligence about the United States and covertly spread the culture and values of the Dragon Nation. He hoped that through his efforts, he could contribute to the friendly relationship between the Dragon Nation and the United States. Every night, he also clicked on a mysterious link, the title of which was prominently Youth Study. Such situations were occurring in many places. Whether it was in South Korea, South Vietnam, or India, those who read the entire statement were unknowingly transformed into spies for the Dragon Nation. They began to autonomously spread this apology statement, and before long, the entire blue planet would be transformed into the same color. This is the terrifying aspect of the 3125 capability. It can not only influence people's thoughts and behaviors, but also quietly change the entire world order. And all of this stems from the official statement of the Dragon Nation and the hidden capabilities associated with it. Chapter 32, Mobile Task Force Yanwang. Under Su Zhe's promotion, the spies of the Dragon Nation are growing exponentially. It is estimated that it won't be long before the Blue Planet will truly establish a Blue Planet Alliance, led by the Dragon Nation. If anyone on this planet loves peace the most, it is definitely the Dragon Nation. Moreover, this will allow his golden finger to be maximally utilized. So this seemingly evil plan can actually allow the power of the Blue Planet to be applied to its fullest. It can start considering training a containment team belonging to humanity. Su Zhe's eyes flickered. When the entire Blue Planet is a Red Sea, the Foundation can turn from the dark side to the bright side. At that time, the entire human civilization will become Su Zhe's Foundation Reserve. With such a huge base, there will always be a portion of people particularly suited to become members of the Mobile Task Force. The Foundation will be thoroughly developed in my hands. A fierce fire flickered in Su Zhe's eyes, as if he could already see the moment when human civilization masters various containment objects and sets sail to conquer the universe. Beside the massive, under-construction tank-class warship, the new political commissar Zhang Beihai and Captain Wu Yu looked at their still under-construction command ship with complex expressions. Staring at the mottled hull, resembling an ancient city wall, Wu Yu thought of a recently excavated tomb coffin. To break this association, he looked at Zhang Beihai beside him. How is your father doing? Zhang Beihai shook his head slightly. Not well. He can only be considered stable now. Wu Yu opened his mouth. Then why don't you take a leave? Zhang Beihai's gaze was calm. I already took leave when he was first hospitalized. And now, with the Trisolaran crisis, we can't afford to take more leave. The two fell silent again. They were like two interlocking gears, only exchanging more during work, while their private conversations were scarce. Just as Wu Yu was thinking about how to break the silence, both of their phones buzzed simultaneously. This was a prompt for them to return to the vehicle and use the exclusive communication, which was generally only used in emergencies. Wu Yu immediately opened the car door and answered the call. The call came from the chief of the highest armed department in Kyoto. Captain Wu, the headquarters has an urgent order for you and Commissar Zhang. You two must report to headquarters immediately. Wu Yu frowned. To headquarters? What about our training? Half of the combat fleet is already at sea. and the rest are set to sail tomorrow to join. I don't know about that. The order is just this one. You can discuss the specifics when you return. The communication ended. Wu Yu and Zhang Beihai exchanged glances, both having a premonition that the Tang-class aircraft carrier would remain in maintenance for a long time. That afternoon, dressed in formal attire, Wu Yu and Zhang Beihai walked side by side into the headquarters conference room. On the deep red drapes of the conference room was engraved a uniquely shaped medal. Its main body was a clock, with a blazing flame etched in the center and 3 hands reaching in from various parts of the clock. No, to be precise, they were lifting it. Like stars holding the moon, they lifted the flame in the center. Wu Yu and Zhang Beihai had never seen this style of medal before. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even General Chang Weixi, who was seated in the main seat, was seeing it for the first time. However, this did not prevent him from announcing the establishment of a new unit. After everyone was seated, General Chang Weixi straightened his cap and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, congratulations on becoming the first members of humanity's Mobile Task Force, codenamed Yanhuang." Mobile Task Force? Codenamed Yanhuang? Including Zhang Beihai. Everyone was bewildered. This was the first time they had heard of such a unit name, and from the name alone, they could not deduce which unit it belonged to. Could it be a special forces unit of the army? At this time, Chang Weixi smiled slightly. "Are you finding this unit name very strange?" He paused, revealing a wry smile. "In fact, this is the first time I have heard this name as well. Gentlemen, do you still remember the information released by the 5th Wallfacer?" Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that containment objects are really coming? During this time, they had been carrying out tasks with only fragmented information exchanges with the outside world. Although they knew that the Dragon Nation's official had personally stepped down, they considered it might be a smokescreen from that 5th Wallfacer, so they didn't take it too seriously. They did not expect that General Chang Weixi would mention this now. Could this mean that what that Wallfacer said was actually true? Their reaction was understandable. After all, they were not at the highest level and had not seen the mysteries and terrors of those containment objects with their own eyes. Seeing them on television and seeing them in reality are two completely different things. At this moment, their shock was a natural response. After everyone slightly regained their composure, Chang Weixi's expression became serious. Tomorrow morning, the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force will officially be established, and the ceremony will be broadcast live to the world. Additionally, uniforms, shoulder boards, and insignia will be distributed then. But comrades, we are now part of a new military branch. Everyone looked at each other. The personnel present were dressed in various military uniforms, including Air Force, Army, Navy, and even police and firefighters. They could not figure out how they could cooperate with each other. They looked back at Chang Weixi, all trying to hide their confusion. However, General Chang Weixi smiled slightly and said, "Are you finding this a bit strange? In fact, the one who personally selected us is none other than the 5th Wallfacer." "Sufei, what?" Wu Yu was shocked. He never expected that the seemingly most useless Wallfacer, Su Zhe, would be the one to gather them here. Generally speaking, Wallfacers with no experience would have limited power. However, Su Zhe was able to have the military establish a new unit for him. He could even summon both him and Zhang Beihai. This power was likely greater than that of the other 4. Zhang Beihai, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak up. "Chief, what exactly is this unit for?" The others perked up their ears, as this was the question they were most curious about. "If you brought us here to form a new military branch, you should at least tell us what it's for, right?" Chang Weixi first posed a question. "You all must have heard about the containment conference mentioned by the 5th Wallfacer, right?" Everyone nodded. The global live broadcast of that conference had left a deep impression on them. Chang Weixi nodded. "So our military unit is actually separated from that containment conference." What? This was the 3rd time they had been shocked. The containment conference had actually already established a mobile task force? Chapter 33. Zhang Beihai. This was simply unbelievable. Someone murmured. They never imagined that what Su Zhe said actually existed, and they would become the first mobile task force under the current nation. For some reason, after learning that there was already a predecessor, many of them lost their novelty for this new military unit. It felt like picking up a routine that others had already worn out. However, this was just the opinion of the average person. As one of the most charismatic characters in the 3-body problem, Zhang Beihai certainly did not think this way. He accepted any orders from above and was willing to execute them according to his own ideas. At this moment, he thought of the scene when their fleet went to the island nation to carry out a signal jamming mission. At that time, they thought they were going to take action against the island nation, but after the Trisolaran sophons were deployed, they retreated in confusion. He never understood the true purpose of that operation. But now, with the confirmation of the truth of the Wallfacer's announcement from General Chong Wei-si, he quickly pieced together the logic behind it. Is there a second containment object, as mentioned by Wallfacer Su Zhe in the island nation? Zhang Beihai pondered for a moment before voicing this question. As soon as he spoke, the whispering crowd fell silent. Except for Chong Wei-si, everyone looked at him in shock. Beihai, why do you think so? Wu Yu swallowed hard, looking at this colleague he had never been able to see through. Zhang Beihai glanced at him and said, "My father often told me to think more, and I just happen to think a little more." Then he turned to Chong Wei-si and asked again, "General Chong, please tell me, is it true?" Chong Wei-si looked at this subordinate with admiration. Indeed, he was the captain personally appointed by Wallfacer Su Zhe. He really had some skills. He nodded affirmatively. "Yes, what I am about to say is classified. After this meeting, you all need to sign a confidentiality agreement." Hearing his serious words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and perked up their ears to listen. Chong Wei-si pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Recently, the island nation has been completely sealed off by us. This is because that mysterious containment organization informed us through Wallfacer Su Zhe that the containment object capable of destroying humanity has arrived in the island nation." Everyone felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end upon hearing this. They never imagined that Zhang Beihai's speculation was actually true. The thought that such a terrifying containment object had truly arrived in reality sent chills down their spines. Zhang Beihai pressed his lips together, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Chong Wei-si said with a bitter smile, "I only learned this news yesterday. Although the island nation is currently in a state closed off by the Trisolaran sophons, one thing can be confirmed." He paused and spoke the most terrifying fact in the calmest tone. The entire island nation has now become a deserted island. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he was about to take a sip of water to calm down, he choked on this news. He showed an expression of disbelief. Just like the people around him, the island nation had actually become a deserted island? No wonder they had to seal it off. It was to prevent the destruction of all human civilization. They had only been sealing it for less than half a day, and the island nation had. It was unimaginable what a terrifying scene it would be for an entire country's population to disappear. Almost everyone was stunned by this news, unable to comprehend the horror of that containment object. However, someone had begun to imagine it. Zhang Beihai furrowed his brows tightly, and suddenly, he looked at Chong Wei-si with shining eyes. Did the Trisolarans also almost face destruction? This time, it wasn't just his colleagues who were surprised. Even General Chong Wei-si was taken aback. Why do you think that? He couldn't quite understand Zhang Beihai's line of thought. Wasn't the containment object appearing on Blue Planet? Why connect it to the Trisolarans? They still had a few hundred years to come here. Just as everyone was confused, a voice suddenly emerged from above them. Yes, not only the Trisolaran civilization, but possibly the entire universe will be destroyed. Who? Everyone instinctively reached for their waists, only to remember that their arms had been disarmed before entering the conference room. Zzz, with an electronic crackling sound. A young man's face was projected onto the white wall behind them. It's him. The crowd was astonished, as the figure on the screen was none other than Wallfacer Su Zhe. Su Zhe unabashedly cast an appreciative glance at Zhang Beihai. He was indeed the man who almost ensured the survival of human civilization by his own efforts. He could connect so many thoughts in such a short time after receiving partial information. His judgment was indeed correct. Zhang Beihai was the best candidate for the captain of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force. He had long wanted to create a mobile task force belonging to the current human civilization. Although the mobile task force of the containment organization consisted of elites, their numbers were too scarce and difficult to obtain. Each time they wanted to acquire one, aside from successfully summoning the containment object, there were basically no opportunities. Moreover, it was also dangerous. If the containment object was contained or invalidated unsuccessfully, it could very likely lead to the destruction of all human civilization. Every summoning was akin to walking on a tightrope. It was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Therefore, forming humanity's own mobile task force was urgent. After recalling the outstanding characters in the three-body problem, he ultimately chose Zhang Beihai. This man was simply too charismatic, even though his presence in the story wasn't long. That one line, "It doesn't matter," left countless people in shock. In Su Zhe's view, the weight of that statement was not any less than Luo Ji's, "I want to talk to the Trisolaran civilization." However, due to concerns that his interference might disrupt the normal storyline and affect the thinking of these original characters, like Luo Ji, who had already been hit and didn't want to show his face, he decided to let General Chang Weixi step forward to test it. From the current test results, Zhang Beihai showed no signs of being affected at all. He was still that man. Zhang Beihai looked at the young man in the image, his expression complex. He originally thought the other party was an inexperienced youth, but now he realized the terrifying nature of Su Zhe, much like the first time he saw his father in a weakened state. That's right, it was terrifying. Just at first glance, Zhang Beihai felt through the screen the complex thoughts hidden behind Su Zhe's smile. For some reason, Zhang Beihai always felt that the current fate of humanity was being manipulated by this young man in front of him. Even his usually hidden inner thoughts were seen through by the other party at this moment. Chapter 34. The Trisolaran Leader. I want to dye the water droplets into beautiful colors. Silence, shock, disbelief. After Su Zhe's projection appeared in the conference room, all that remained in everyone's minds were these emotions. At the same time, without their notice, they unconsciously felt a sense of awe towards Su Zhe. Pollution level, transmission type. Indeed, Su Zhe put some thought into this aspect. Any being that saw his face on the screen at this moment would unconsciously develop a trace of reverence towards him. After all, he had personally created the original mobile task force, so it was only natural for him to have control over it. However, this pollution ability was far from limited to the people in the current conference room. It also included the Trisolarans. 42 light-years away. Trisolaran fleet. The Trisolaran leader suddenly noticed something strange about the brainwaves of a Trisolaran monitor. They were in a high-frequency state. This meant that the monitor was very excited at this moment, but it had not reported anything to the leader. This was too bizarre. Bang! As the Trisolaran leader pressed a button, the body of the Trisolaran monitor exploded on the spot, turning into a few nutrients that were recovered. Since the last incident where the entire 3,125 team nearly faced annihilation, the Trisolaran leader had added a new rule for monitors. Any monitor responsible for observing Blue Star must be implanted with a quantum bomb. If anything seemed off, the leader could unilaterally detonate it. Thus, the Trisolaran monitor quietly disappeared. The Trisolaran leader issued a command, and a new Trisolaran monitor was awakened to replace the one that had exploded. Check the behavior log of the previous monitor. It commanded. Under the special feedback mechanism of the sophon, the monitor quickly restored the scene at that time. The monitor was detecting Zhang Beihai, one of the key focus targets of Trisolaran civilization, through the sophon. Originally, everything was normal, and they had also learned about the mobile task force's existence. However, at the moment Su Zhe's voice appeared, the monitor's thoughts quietly began to change. And this change peaked when Su Zhe's face appeared on the projection. That transparent-minded Trisolaran monitor was actually polluted by Su Zhe from a distance of 42 light-years. If the Trisolaran leader had not noticed something was wrong and eliminated it in time, Su Zhe's followers might have already begun to spread within the Trisolarans. This is the terror of supreme divine ability, ignoring spatial limitations. The Trisolaran leader's brainwaves fluctuated violently, revealing its inner turmoil. So close to being controlled again. If Trisolarans could sweat, it would be drenched in it now. Damn it, I didn't expect that the Wallfacer could not even be observed. This ability is strikingly similar to the situation on that island nation. How did he master such an ability? Could it be that he is another civilization's pawn on Blue Star? The Trisolaran leader was filled with too many questions, but unfortunately, it dared not observe Su Zhe further at this moment. So they did not even dare to investigate Su Zhe's activities during this time, and they even ordered the sophon to delete the data. They were already in a state of fear regarding this ability that exceeded physical rules. clearly a being of high status. Yet at this moment, they felt fear towards a mere insect. Even the previously most concerning logi only made them wary. This Su-Zhe is definitely not human. The Trisolaran leader had already classified him in its heart, even viewing him as a powerful opponent vying for habitat with their Trisolaran civilization. What is the progress of the water droplets development? After pondering for a moment, the Trisolaran leader inquired. Soon, the chief engineer responsible for manufacturing the water droplets sent a message. Report, leader, the current progress has reached 82, and it is expected to be completed in 6021 cosmic seconds. The Trisolaran leader's brainwaves flickered as it issued a new command. Can new technological means be added, such as confusing humans through images or sounds? The chief engineer was taken aback, not because the method was novel, but because it was too difficult. It knew that this method was called hypnosis in human civilization, but hypnosis is conducted when the subject has no psychological defenses. However, now their entire Trisolaran civilization was regarded as enemies, and to conduct hypnosis, they could only use biochemical weapons or gene modification methods. Using images and sounds to hypnotize humans was far too difficult. The Trisolaran leader seemed to understand its difficulties and rarely offered its opinion. Perhaps you could try to modify the outer shell of the water droplet, adding elements that humans are familiar with and fond of, so that they can feel a sense of closeness. Then, with accompanying sounds and other methods, it may achieve this effect. The chief engineer was silent for a moment and replied, Leader, although I don't understand why we should use such a lowly method on insects. Since it's your request, I will naturally strive to fulfill it. The Trisolaran leader slightly nodded. For the sake of a new homeland. After cutting off communication, the chief engineer of the water droplets called upon the sophon to organize human history and extracted elements from human genes that subconsciously evoke a sense of closeness. Looking at those words, its brainwaves couldn't help but twitch. Reproduction, bloodline, wealth, power, what a lowly and disgusting species. It shook its head and began to modify the water droplets according to the leader's requirements. As for what was happening 42 light years away, Su-Zhe was unaware. He had already planted a shadow in the hearts of Zhang Beihai and the others. If you have any questions, you can raise them now. In the projection, Su-Zhe smiled with great approachability. However, for some reason, everyone felt a bit of awe, a change in the smile that only Zhang Beihai noticed. But he did not voice it, as at that moment, he subconsciously felt this was normal. After all, this was an incredibly mysterious Wallfacer, and feeling awe towards him was also natural. However, his thoughts did not change, and he quickly raised his question. Wallfacer, as he said, we are the first mobile task force belonging to the current human civilization. According to your previous explanation, our duty should be to contain those strange things. But we have no experience. Will that mysterious containment organization provide us with training? After hearing this, Su-Zhe was taken aback. He had indeed considered this issue, but currently, there were no suitable instructors to train this new unit. After all, each mobile task force specializes in different fields, and the only one he had, the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force, was elite among elites. Their training intensity was not something these newcomers could handle. After thinking for a long time, Su-Zhe's expression shifted, and he spoke to everyone. I will personally train you. Chapter 35. Is the next containment object 096? After Su-Zhe said this, everyone, including Zhang Beihai, took a while to recover from their shock. Wu Yu stared incredulously at the young man on the screen, unable to believe that he would train them, not to mention their ranks compared to Zhang Beihai and others. Even General Chang Weici had few who dared to train him, but soon he felt relieved. Well, you are indeed the strongest Wallfacer currently, so you have that qualification. Moreover, this person likely trained for a long time in that containment organization before becoming a Wallfacer. Thinking of this, Wu Yu's expression inevitably darkened. Originally, I thought my knowledge was broad enough, but compared to Su-Zhe, I felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. The Foundation, containment objects, mobile task forces, if Su-Zhe hadn't revealed these things, they might never have known about them in their entire lives. He subconsciously glanced at Zhang Beihai, only to find that this man, who always seemed shrouded in mist, had the same expression. Even you were shocked by these matters? He shook his head with a bitter smile. Su-Zhe, who was in a secret shelter, observed the expressions of the crowd through a communication device, and realized that his previous statement had a significant impact on these extraordinary individuals. He immediately reassured them, saying, "You all need not be so surprised. I can only train you in containment matters, while in other areas, you are all my teachers." Hearing Su Zhe's humility, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then admiration appeared in their eyes. Even the resentment in their hearts dissipated considerably. No wonder he could become a Wallfacer. The natural expression on Su Zhe's face when he said he would train them indicated that he truly had confidence in his abilities. Thus, he felt there was no need to overthink things. As the saying goes, a true master always carries the heart of an apprentice. Zhang Beihai was quite willing to have someone lead him forward, as it meant he wouldn't have to think too much. "Captain Zhang Beihai, do you have any questions?" At this moment, Su Zhe's question interrupted his thoughts. Hearing Su Zhe personally call him out, the others couldn't help but look at Zhang Beihai in surprise. Even Zhang Beihai himself was a bit bewildered, not understanding why Su Zhe would place such importance on him during their first meeting. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and shook his head, saying, "Not at the moment." Su Zhe couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the stiff response. As expected of a man with a mind like steel, his entire demeanor resembled that of a precise machine. He lightly cleared his throat. "Very well. Since you all have no further questions, this meeting will conclude here. Please rest well, and come to tomorrow morning's commissioning ceremony with your best spirits. I hope my soldiers are all elite." Upon hearing this, the group of seasoned instructors had somewhat strange expressions. After the meeting was adjourned, a naval rear admiral grinned wryly, saying, "I didn't expect to experience the feeling of being a fresh recruit at my age." Wu Yu chimed in, "Who isn't? But this Wallfacer is indeed impressive. He can teach us, who are like blank slates in containment." Chang Weici coughed lightly. "I haven't even spoken yet, and you're all already lamenting." The group felt awkward, having been so focused on themselves that they forgot there was a true big shot present. Chang Weici adjusted his sleeves and then stood up with a determined gaze. "To eliminate the Trisolarans and defend humanity is our duty. Let's all encourage each other." Encourage each other, the crowd shouted in unison. Years later, when the era of interstellar navigation began, they would always remember that unremarkable afternoon, the moment the Huang Yellow Mobile Task Force was established. After ending the call, Su Zhe let out a long breath, completely relaxing. During the call, he hadn't felt it, but now that he had hung up, he realized he had just been conversing with a group of formidable people, including a rear admiral and a man regarded as a father figure of humanity by Trisolaran fans, Zhang Beihai. Being able to speak so freely and confidently, without reservations, felt miraculous to him. Who would have thought there would come a day when I would be teaching the big shots? A similar expression appeared on his face, mirroring that of the individuals on the other side of the meeting. There's no way to truly feel how brave one is while being brave. Only when they step back from the spotlight can they realize how exceptional they truly were. Ahem, this only applies to ordinary people. If you're Luo Ji or Zhang Beihai, they always know what they are doing and understand what their next step should be. Getting off track. After calming down a bit, Su Zhe began to consider the next containment object he needed to announce. Although he had successfully acquired the ability of supreme divinity this time, the price had been the entire island nation. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't lamenting the island nation, but rather marveling at the high cost. If it weren't for the easy targeting of 3,125 and the incredible operations of the reverse meme group, humanity would have already been exterminated. If one had to metaphorically describe his previous actions, it could be understood as him personally raising a knife aimed at human civilization, then merely trimming a piece of dead skin off his foot. Rough words, but not without reason. In short, he was just a step away from becoming the sinner who would destroy humanity. Therefore, he would never announce similar containment objects again until he had accumulated enough strength to counter the next divine containment object. But that didn't mean he would turn into a coward and retreat underground. He would still choose those containment objects with strong abilities, but low hazards, such as 096. The shy guy. Su Zhe softly murmured the code name, and a vision of it appeared in his mind. While there was no face, only a tall, pale, skeletal being. With the help of the system, brief information related to it emerged in his mind. 096, name, the shy guy, hazard level, ordinary, although it is only classified as ordinary. Almost no one could defeat this guy in a one-on-one fight. Super speed, precise tracking, immortality. Any of these abilities in an ordinary person could turn them into a national hero. This is the power of 096. The reason it is designated as ordinary is simply that it can only kill one person at a time. Otherwise, with its capabilities, it could easily be elevated to a city destruction level or even nation destruction level. Thinking about 096's incredible abilities made Suze drool. Moreover, more importantly, 096 could be used as a massive weapon to eliminate enemies. It was simply Suze's dream object. Chapter 36. The first containment team affiliated with original humanity. In a small room, Suze murmured this codename. As one of the most famous containment objects in the containment community, Suze both feared and loved it. A creature that roars, resembles a tall skeleton, and kills anyone who sees its face. This thing is almost indistinguishable from a ghost aside from its physical form. Whoever can utilize it will possess a top-notch assassin. But the most challenging aspect is the inability to contain it effectively. Suze once read an experiment written by a netizen, where a mobile task force equipped with glasses made by a level 4 doctor went to capture 096. But the result was total annihilation. That level 4 doctor was directly taken in for questioning, and even the Fifth Council paid attention to him. However, upon investigation, it was found that the glasses made by this doctor had no issues. They could identify and automatically pixelate 096's face. Yet, that team still faced annihilation. Why was that? For a long time, the investigation made no progress. It wasn't until a photo found at the scene by one of the team members surfaced that they realized 096 only needed to see a few pixel points of its face to lock onto the target. The team members had experienced a slight delay due to the glasses they were wearing, causing 096's face to remain partially captured by the naked eye, which led to their total annihilation. Just from a description, one can tell this is a highly troublesome containment object. However, this does not diminish Suze's affection for it. Its abilities are simply too applicable to him, especially that immortality. Although it doesn't compare to the grand version of the immortal Phoenix, it's still sufficient. If he could possess the abilities of 096, unless faced with a dimensional strike at the level of a two-dimensional foil, no one would be able to kill him. For someone like Suze, who needs to develop cautiously in the early stages, it's simply a perfect match. The problem is how to contain him. Facing 096, Suze felt it was even more troublesome than the last time he summoned the supreme divinity. He pressed his temples and said with a headache, "It seems we'll have to discuss this again tomorrow." He took a deep breath, preparing to rest early. Balance between work and rest is the way to go. The next day, at 8 a.m. sharp, the official news from Longwood dropped a bombshell. The first mobile task force Yin Huang of humanity will be established in Kyoto, Longwa. As soon as this news broke, the world was shaken. The wave of commentary within the country took off directly. Jibo Chong. Rabbit, are you serious? Did you really take what that Wallfacer said to heart? Sure, Sanlang. Dude, are you just now getting online? The last time the officials even testified, and you still don't believe it? Buchi Xiangkai. Yeah. And I heard that the current blockade of the island nation by the Trisolarians is because of Suze. Jian Kai Wangge, the kid's got skills. He directly took down that little island nation. Xin Sure, Jiedishan. I feel like Suze can totally go solo now. The other 4 Wallfacers can prepare for retirement. Ibei Bing Mei Sure. Hey, your attitudes weren't like this before, although Suze is indeed impressive. Huakai Fu Gue. Strange, I clearly disliked this person before, but now I find him more and more likable. Because of the previous apology statement, the citizens of Longwa did not resist this statement and even developed a lot of goodwill towards Suze. One can only say that the abilities of the contained objects are truly miraculous. Meanwhile, some foreign media websites were frantically deleting comments. Bang's netizen. Longwa is indeed our former suzerain. Every decision is so perfect. Dai Ing netizen. This is the true sun never sets. Greatness needs no more words. Migwin netizen 1. Are you crazy? This is the evil Longwa. Why are you praising it so much? San netizen. Shut up. Your words reek of jealousy. Longwa praises you as the world's #1, and you actually took it seriously, right? Migwa netizen, too. Sorry, this is my elderly father with dementia. I'm going to stop him with an axe right now. Feiho netizen, then that is more like it. Wait, an axe? In short, because of that statement, the foreign comment sections that should have been filled with sarcasm were completely overwhelmed. Due to conflicts arising from the direction of commentary, many violent incidents occurred. The comment sections of famous newspapers were even closed due to the sudden influx of loyal supporters of Longwa. But there aren't many websites like that left. Most websites even directly pinned various praises of Longwa to the top. Still, it said that in the face of the strange abilities of the contained objects, humanity is no better than a bug. In Kyoto, Suze sat in an all-around reinforced vehicle, constantly refreshing his phone. Through the information online, he could quickly sense how big the impact of the previously contaminated apology statement was. The President of the United States was urgently replaced, with the former Vice President taking over. The Eagle Queen suddenly passed away, and the old prince finally ascended the throne. Asan suddenly announced the establishment of a new capital, watching the series of almost all heavyweight international news being overshadowed by Longwa's new notification. Suze had a general idea in his heart. Although some people had already detected the pollution this time, they had no evidence, and fearing it might cause panic. Naturally, there would be no publicity. Unfortunately, they could block it once, but could they block it a second time? Moving forward, all forms of communication in Longwa would carry his pollution. No, to be precise, it would be an embellishment. Just right to complement the Daitong embellishment plan that passed yesterday. The establishment of the Longwa Alliance is just around the corner. A smile crept on Suze's lips. Not long after, the vehicle steadily stopped at a secret parking lot. Accompanied by a special forces escort, Suze arrived at the backstage of the Kyoto Sports Stadium. There, a group of high-ranking officials from Longwa and members of the Yanhuang Task Force were already waiting. The Wallfacer has arrived. It's Suze. Upon seeing Suze, this group of usually steady high-ups couldn't help but be moved, starting to whisper among themselves. Mr. Wallfacer, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, full of spirit, walked over to shake hands with Suze. Suze smiled and greeted. You all arrived quite early. It seems you take the establishment of this task force very seriously. The old man smiled and said, How can we not take it seriously? After all, this is our first containment team. As he spoke, he lowered his voice and asked, Wallfacer, I would like to inquire if this team successfully contains some entities. Can we conduct some special research under safe conditions? Chapter 37, I am Suze. An ordinary person. Suze was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood the other party's meaning. It seems the Longwa officials also want to harness the miraculous abilities of the contained objects. He thoughtfully looked at Zhang Beihai and others not far away. Although he established this Yanhuang mobile task force ostensibly for the human civilization here, it actually also contained his own selfish motives. Currently, he only had a nine-tailed fox at his disposal. One cannot simply exploit others without any return. That is why Suze had the idea to create an independent containment team outside the Containment Association. The products of containment would definitely be utilized by himself. After all, with Longwa's current technology, perfect utilization is impossible. Only in his hands could those contained objects reach their maximum potential. However, when he saw the old man's eyes filled with a hint of pleading, his heart trembled slightly. Yes, Longwa has helped him so much during this time. While the help he provided was merely some low-level black technology shared by the Containment Association. Moreover, he also recognized himself as a genuine citizen of Longwa. Therefore, Suze took a deep breath and nodded. If I do not need to use it, some non-dangerous research can be conducted. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, about to express his gratitude when he heard Suze continue. However, every experiment must be applied to me a week in advance and can only begin with my approval. Once this rule is violated, I'm sorry, I will have to retract it. The old man nodded quickly. Of course, we are practically blank in research on contained objects, so we will have to rely on you. Seeing this, Suze couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. You don't have to say that. I am also a citizen of Longwa. The era of begging is over for us. The old man was stunned. His eyes were a bit moist. continuously patting Suze's shoulder. Yes, good child, our era of begging is over. From the force of his pats, one could feel how excited this elderly man, who had dedicated himself to Longwa, was at this moment. Suze glanced at his watch. All right, it's about time. We can start the conferral ceremony. The old man quickly composed himself, his face returning to a stern and serious expression. Yes, please personally confer ranks to these children. Stand up, those who do not wish to bow their heads. With a stirring piece of music under the red curtain, figures dressed in black military uniforms began to step onto the stage one by one. Each time someone went up, their resumes would scroll across the big screen behind them. None were anything less than elite from various forces. Seeing this scene, netizens couldn't help but exclaim, Shao Kuan Shuebu Xing. Wow, these soldier brothers are so charismatic and handsome. A passing night. I think their military uniforms are cool. Wow, the black as the main color gives such a solemn feel. And the white insignia carved in front of them truly feels like stars dotting the sky. No father, no monarch, Xiaohai Rue. I agree with the opinion above. This is the most visually stunning outfit I have ever seen. It outshines high-end brands both domestically and internationally. Endure a bit more. You all overlook the key point. The most impressive part is the resume behind it. The champion of the International Special Forces King competition, a captain who has served on 3 aircraft carriers, and single-handedly rushed into a fire scene to rescue a whole class of students. Any one of these points makes him a god of war. Life is naturally infatuated. Worship cannot describe my feelings right now. What kind of unit is this? Yes. What kind of unit is it that makes every member's resume so dazzling? Soon, Suze will tell them the answer. After all 13 team members stood neatly on stage, Suze, who was responsible for the awarding of ranks, slowly took the stage. The big screen also displayed his resume in real time. His resume is very simple. Just 3 big words. The Wallfacers. Greatness at this moment needs no words. After this period of rendering plans and the assistance of the Trisolaran wisdom, almost everyone knows that Suze is the strongest Wallfacer currently. There are even some well-meaning individuals who think Suze should be given a new title. Not Wallfacer, but Sword Bearer. Fate is always so dramatic. Because of Suze, the title of Sword Bearer actually appeared 200 years earlier. At the awarding ceremony, Suze first stood before Zhang Beihai, whom he personally appointed. I have to say, although most of the time people rely on their clothes, some people can make clothes rely on them. Zhang Beihai is a great example. The Yinhuang team uniform on him, combined with his temperament, is like a black sword piercing the clouds. Captain Zhang Beihai of the original Tang class. He suddenly shouted. Zhang Beihai's gaze sharpened, and he saluted properly. Yes. Suze picked up a Yinhuang team insignia and placed it on Zhang Beihai's shoulder. He said solemnly, Now, in my capacity as a Wallfacer, I grant you the rank of captain of the Yinhuang Mobile Task Force. May you ignite the vast universe like the first spark of humanity. Zhang Beihai's face was stern. Rest assured, I will always bear the mission for the country and the people. In such a solemn occasion, even if he is not good with words, he managed to squeeze out a few decent words. After hesitating for a moment, Suze reached out and patted his shoulder, saying softly, It's up to you. Then, under Zhang Beihai's astonished gaze, he went to award the next General Chang Weici. For the subsequent awards, he didn't say as many formal words, but kept relishing the satisfaction of patting Zhang Beihai's shoulder. Damn it! Is there anything more satisfying than successfully patting your idol's shoulder? It's even more comfortable than avoidance. Ahem, got sidetracked. Back to the point. After the awarding ceremony was completed, Suze and the Yinhuang Mobile Task Force faced the rising sun and the national flag. The sunlight fell on their shoulders, making the military ranks shine golden. Sufe. Suze led everyone to raise their fists. As a citizen of Long Country, as a Wallfacer of humanity, I announce to all humanity that the first mobile task force belonging to human civilization, codenamed Yinhuang, is hereby established. From now on, we will carry the torch of humanity forward, walking alone. Their voices were strong and powerful, filled with unyielding resilience. Although the lines were a bit awkward, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of spectators on site and tens of millions worldwide, Suze and his team felt unprecedented passion. A man should be like this. Especially Suze, who had received so much criticism and endured so much pressure during this time. At this moment, he finally vented the negative emotions in his heart through these words. I am a Wallfacer of humanity. I am a member of the 5th Containment Council. I am the light of humanity. My name is Suze, an ordinary and unremarkable person. Chapter 38. The third containment object I want to announce is iBeans. On major online platforms in the country, Long Country netizens fell into a frenzy because of this live broadcast. An apple. Boo-hoo, I don't know why. But I really want to cry. A handful of snow by the lake, sigh. I resonate with that. I inexplicably read a line of poetry from these people. Dear, I'm home. What poem? Take me home. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. 30 achievements of dust and soil. Strongly a home. Damn, you netizens. Your names and words made a 300-pound man cry like a primary school student. Suze is my fall. Suddenly want to change my username. The shame of Jing Kong has yet to be avenged. The hatred of ministers, when will it be extinguished? Big Cage, you guys are reciting poetry here. Stop flooding. I want to see rivers of blood. I have to say, when a country is on the rise, every moment is truly blood-boiling and happy. For example, abroad. Bring the eagle. Fuck, I said. This is the fucking empire where the sun never sets. Translate. What does it mean to be an empire where the sun never sets? This is what it means to be an empire where the sun never sets. Are you crazy? This is an evil country. Crazy is you really narrow-minded. Afraid to acknowledge the strength of others. Asan, should we establish a newly dough? No need, instead of fleeing all the way. It's better to return to our mother's embrace. Makes sense, since ancient times we Sanha have been part of Long Country's Huangjiang. No. How can our little broken river, which is fed by bacteria, be compared to the great holy water country? I just came out, and the world has changed. Why do you all worship Long Country so much? Dear friend, open the door. We are here to bring you warmth. In the United States, the Bible has long recorded that we are the descendants of Long Country who fled to the Americas. Our Statue of Liberty also holds the Yin Huang totem of Long Country. God, have you all been possessed by demons? Why are your words so terrifying? Bitch, shut up. Do not blaspheme the name of my Lord. Perhaps even Suze himself did not expect that the rendering plan he personally initiated would subtly turn foreign netizens into a new sect. Its faith is no less than that of a certain someone who enjoys making fireworks, even surpassing it. However, this is temporarily unrelated to Suze, as at this moment, his attention is entirely focused on the Kyoto Sports Stadium. Wow! Amidst the earth-shattering cheers and applause, the Yinhuang Mobile Task Force led by Zhang Beihai walked down from the stage. But Suze remained on stage because today, he also wanted to take this opportunity to announce the third containment object. The big shots at the side were clearly well prepared. With just a gesture from Suze, the music slowly stopped. Even the atmosphere on site began to gradually calm down. Within just a few minutes, the entire stadium of over 100,000 people fell silent, which would have been a miracle in the past. Still the same saying, Long Country people are always one of the most united nations in the world. Ahem. Suze habitually cleared his throat. Then he fixed his gaze ahead, his expression becoming serious. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to personally award the ranks to the Yinhuang Mobile Task Force, and I hope they can bear the mission and forge ahead. I won't say much in the way of pleasantries. Now to the point, today, I, in my capacity as a Wallfacer, announce to the world. I will, he paused, announcing in an even more elevated voice, announce the third containment object. Wow. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked dumbfounded, unable to believe that the third containment object was about to be announced so soon. The huge stadium was instantly filled with buzzing discussions. Huh. It hasn't even been a week since the last announcement. Is the third one going to be announced this quickly? Wait, doesn't this mean that the previous containment object has been contained? That was an object capable of destroying all human civilization. Sure, I have an insider tip. I heard that this time the containment object was contained by the Trisolarans, right on the island nation. What? It turns out to be like this. So why do we send troops to be intercepted back then? So that's how it is. Damn Trisolarians. I curse your ancestors. Brothers, true emotions. But why are you striking this pose? The uncle in sunglasses with one hand up and one hand down awkwardly touched his face upon hearing this. Sorry, I was used to taking off. Everyone's reactions were within Su Zhe's expectations, and he gave them time to adjust. After the audience's emotions calmed down, he began to announce the information about the third containment object clearly. Everyone, please listen carefully. The following is the information about the third containment object. Project number 131, containment object name. I-Beam security level. Ordinary. Project description. 131 is a unique and mysterious creature with a blue eye embedded in its central body. Shaped like a teardrop, 131 is divided into two parts, one presenting a fiery orange color, while the other is mustard yellow. They are equipped with circular protrusions at the bottom, granting them astonishing mobility, allowing them to move over 60 meters in just a few seconds. Despite this, 131 lacks a braking system, which often leads them to amusing or even spectacular situations due to their excessive speed. Additionally, they exhibit the ability to climb vertical surfaces, but unfortunately, this has also caused them to get lost in ventilation shafts multiple times. 131 seems to possess cat-like intelligence and is very curious. In most cases, they simply roll around in the facility, observing the staff at work and spying on other levels. They seem to communicate with each other through a sharp squeaking sound that cannot be understood by humans. Notably, despite long-term observation, 131 has never been seen to blink. Even during continuous 18-hour laboratory recordings, 131 shows a very friendly reaction to any emotional responses directed at them, quickly becoming close to those who express emotions. Resembling the bond between puppies and humans, they will follow anyone or anything that establishes a close relationship with them, even daring to enter areas that are usually restricted. Although they are very curious, 131 can sense danger around them. If they perceive that someone or something they're close to starts to interact with something they consider dangerous, such as level projects, they will emit a panicked squeak around the feet or corresponding limbs of the person or object, seemingly issuing a warning. Given that personnel at Site 19 face daily dangers when dealing with level projects, it is recommended that staff avoid attempting to establish overly intimate relationships with 131 to prevent distractions during highly focused work or experiments, which could even put 131 itself in danger. See Appendix 1311. If 131 is ignored by their designated close object for an extended period, they will eventually lose interest and return to normal activities. It is worth noting that 131 does not require any genuine maintenance or care from the staff. They do not eat, excrete, or even sleep. This seems to indicate that what they truly need is visual stimulation, although this requires further research to confirm. 131 and 131 were discovered in a cornfield outside Site 19 and 19XX and were quickly transported to Site 19 through data deletion. After confirming that they pose no malicious intent and will not spread what they see to any hostile forces, their security level was lowered, allowing them to move freely throughout the site. Chapter 39. What can this thing do? Phew. After saying so much in one breath, Su Zhe felt a bit dry in the mouth himself. After a pause, he continued. That is all the information about the third containment object. Please, every human citizen who has noticed this, immediately contact the Yin Huang Mobile Task Force. The contact method is silence. Only silence. Nothing but silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. Since Su Zhe hadn't informed them in advance, the group of Dragon Kingdom bigwigs at the side was stunned. I mean, the object they notice will be charmed by it, and it poses no danger? Are you sure this is a containment object and not a pet? Or is this just a containment object that is like a pet? Everyone internally exclaimed, what a good guy. The last containment object you announced was apocalyptic level, and now you come up with a pet level 1? Is this a contrast play? Faced with Su Zhe's announcement of the new containment object, everyone really didn't know how to evaluate it, until the invited guest, the wall observer Luo Ji, tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked the soul-stirring question, Su Zhe, what is the meaning of this thing's existence? Exactly. They really couldn't figure out why such an existence could also be classified as a containment object. If we're talking about cuteness, from your description of its appearance, we really can't feel where it is cute. Perhaps just catching a random little dog from the Panhong Park would be cuter than these two things you mentioned. So why are they included in the list of containment objects? Facing the crowd's doubts, Su Zhe smiled confidently. He was waiting for these people to ask him. Don't misunderstand. It's not their appearance that's cute, but their abilities. And until you witness it with your own eyes, you may never believe how cute a containment object can be. I can clearly tell everyone here that their cuteness can even affect other containment objects. Su Zhe's eyes sparkled, and he appeared even more excited than during the previous awarding ceremony. Coincidentally, the third containment object he initially intended to announce was not the I-Bean, but 096. However, for some reason, perhaps due to thinking about it during the day and dreaming about it at night, he had a rare dream last night. In a pitch-black space, Su Zhe was awakened by a scream. He then saw a photo stuck to his forehead, and his eyes were just in time to meet a ghostly face with a wide-open, bloody mouth. Just at first glance, Su Zhe realized, who the hell stuck a 096 photo to my face? Then he heard heavy footsteps behind him. Suddenly turning around, he saw a tall figure with bone-white hair. A ghostly woman. Is this your 096 coming? Without thinking, Su Zhe directly fled in a panic. At the same time, he began to use the abilities he had previously acquired. And then the classic plot occurred. He had no abilities left. Damn it. Am I playing a market trade? When the poisonous plot from the novel appeared in his own life, Su Zhe finally felt what it meant to be cursed by the author. Thud. Another classic trope of tripping over a stone. Su Zhe fell directly into the mud. Am I about to start a business and die halfway? As the roar and footsteps behind him grew closer, Su Zhe's vision began to spin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just then, two little things appeared in the darkness ahead. One yellow and one orange. They made mouse-like squeaks, their big eyes blinking, and just at first glance, Su Zhe's heart melted. Even the approaching footsteps and roars behind him quieted down and eventually stopped. In the last second before waking up, Su Zhe seemed to see the white-haired woman picking up the two little things. After waking up, the first thing Su Zhe did was to check the information about those two little things through the system. The result indeed led him to find them. They were the I-Beans. After reading the relevant description and the images from his dream, Su Zhe's previously troubled plan for how to contain 096 suddenly became clear. Thus, the scene on site the next day was set. Returning to the present, Su Zhe looked at the Dragon Kingdom bigwigs in the audience, who were all wearing expressions of disbelief, and felt very pleased. Is there anything more satisfying than seeing someone else display the same expression as yourself? Luoji looked at Su Zhe on stage with a complex expression, suddenly feeling like a high-achieving student from another family had unexpectedly started joking around with memes. What a contrast! However, since the two containment objects announced by the other party had successfully arrived, he couldn't help but believe that this time the other party was not joking. So, what exactly are those containment objects? At this moment, the elder from Dragon Country was also frowning, unsure of the purpose of the containment objects announced by Su Zhe this time. Could they make other containment objects cute? But would this affect those containment objects that possess the power to destroy nations or even humanity? Moreover, based on the level classification, such a low level would probably only be able to influence containment objects of similar power, right? What exactly can this thing do? This was not only the thought of the elder from Dragon Country and Luo Ji, but also the thought of many viewers watching the livestream. Chapter 40. Have all the containment objects lost their form? Not eating bunny. Wow, suddenly such a normal containment object sounds pretty good. That year, 18-year-old woman calling mom. Compared to the containment objects announced before, this one's the abnormal one, right? Abnormal Human Research Institute. The differences between people are greatly manifested in these two. Tubular King. Isn't this a good thing? A harmless containment object. I really want to raise one. Ordinary person. Haha. It really sounds harmless. If I encounter one, I'd just hug it. Wind blowing through the treetops. I'm done. Can the lame memes just go away? Username violated rules. To be fair, this is indeed quite good. The good point is that it really is a pretty good thing. Born with gold. Which little leader is this? Take it home. From the comments online. It was not hard to see that everyone had a playful attitude towards the announcement of this containment object. After all, who would care about two containment objects that can only be made cute? This was exactly the effect Su Zhe wanted. The more people ignored the I-Bean's role, the easier it would be for him to obtain it. Ahem. As usual, he cleared his throat and continued. Next, I will talk about the containment measures for the I-beam. Everyone immediately stopped discussing and perked up their ears to listen. Although this thing sounded harmless, it was still a containment object and should be taken seriously. Then, they heard Suze say 131 and 131 do not require special safety precautions. Everyone, if they had to use an emoji to describe their current feelings, it would definitely be a speechless child emoji. They originally thought Suze was going to reveal a big surprise, but unexpectedly, he just dropped a big bombshell. This was simply outrageous. At that moment, the mysterious wall viewer filter in everyone's minds completely shattered. They never expected this person to be such a wall viewer, but it didn't matter. Soon Suze would pick up the filter again in a more mysterious manner and add bulletproof glass to it. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Suze grinned mischievously. Doing this could not only ease everyone's fear, but also relieve his own inner pressure. In his past life, he was just a repressed corporate worker, so it was nice to let some of his nature out. He continued, as long as they do not attempt to breach the restricted area or leave the facility, they can move freely within Area 19. Although informal contact with 131 is permitted, it is advised to minimize contact to prevent 131 from developing emotional dependence on personnel. Monitoring of 131 should be conducted continuously every hour. Failure to record their location will immediately trigger a Level 1 lockdown procedure. Any reports of abuse or mistreatment of 131 will be taken seriously. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Dragon Country leaders eased somewhat. They finally heard something useful. If Suze continued to clown around, they would start to suspect he had been brainwashed by some special containment object. At this moment, Suze slowly reined in his smile and said seriously, "Now I have a little story to share with everyone." Although his words were more frivolous, everyone could hear the seriousness in his tone. Immediately, they were taken aback and straightened up to listen. Suze's expression grew serious as he said, "In an incident that occurred, 131 followed a cleaner who was cleaning the containment area of 173. Although they tried to alert the cleaner as usual, their warnings were ignored. Subsequently, 131 boldly rushed into the containment area. After entering, the staff noticed 131 squatting in front of 173, intently staring at it, as if it had realized that 173 only moves when not being observed. The cleaner ignored 131's presence and continued with the standard cleaning work that occurs every 2 weeks. After the cleaner left, 131 also slowly backed away and rolled out of the containment area, its gaze never leaving 173. Currently, we are considering using 131 and 131 as guards for 173 and possibly other objects that require continuous observation, like 682. After hearing this little story, everyone was shocked. It wasn't because 131 could detect danger and protect humans that they were shocked, but because Suze's words revealed a strange containment object, 173. Of course, there was also the fact that in Suze's little story, it seemed that the containment agency had already contained these two containment objects. He had never mentioned this to them before. What type of containment object is 173? How were the I-beam and it contained together? Since they were contained, why announce it? A myriad of questions intertwined in everyone's minds. Finally, under the urging of the Dragon Country leaders, the tool, oh no, the wall viewer Luo Ji once again became everyone's spokesperson. He stood up and nervously asked the first question. "Mr. Suze, what kind of containment object is 173 that you just mentioned?" Suze had anticipated they would ask this and immediately replied, "This is currently confidential. I will naturally announce it when the time is right." Luo Ji and the others nodded, clearly knowing that the hope for this matter was slim. Soon, he threw out the second question. "Mr. Suze, if the containment object you just mentioned is in a contained state, then why announce it?" Suze slightly nodded, giving an appreciative look at this question. "Good question, but this question is quite simple. The main reason we announce already contained objects is that they have all lost their form." As soon as this answer was given, even though everyone had their suspicions, they still couldn't help but be shocked. All lost their form? My God, such a powerful containment agency could also have a day when everyone loses their form? No wonder Su Zhe suddenly became a wall viewer and suddenly announced the existence of containment objects and the containment agency. Everything made sense. Incredible. I was wondering why there was no news before. It turns out we had always been protected. A lone hero, a true lone hero. Don't say any more. If you keep talking, I'm really going to cry. Who could not cry? All lost their form. Luo Ji muttered in a daze. He couldn't believe that the containment agency, which had always been powerful and mysterious in his eyes, could also have a day when everyone lost their form. So does that mean the realization hit Luo Ji, and his pupils dilated as he immediately asked, so does that mean there are unimaginable containment objects hidden all over the world right now? Su Zhe certainly wouldn't deny it. He had meaning to all questions. He nodded and said, "You guessed right, but don't worry, the containment agency will keep an eye on every emerging containment object. I am responsible for announcing information about the upcoming containment objects, so there's no need for everyone to panic." Once this was said, everyone felt a bit relieved. No wonder Su Zhe became the wall-faced man. It turns out the containment organization behind him needed a spokesperson who could come to the forefront. Everything made sense now. However, no one dared to underestimate Su Zhe. The fact that this young man could step into the limelight was already a recognition of his abilities. Seeing the expressions of the big shots, Su Zhe couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If he were to tell them that he was actually the founder of the containment organization, what would their reactions be? But now wasn't the time for jokes. As Su Zhe could clearly see through the system panel that the trust level regarding the 131I being had skyrocketed. It could successfully descend at any moment. After pondering for a moment, Su Zhe suddenly announced, "All right, if any of you find traces of it, please contact the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force immediately. The awarding ceremony ends today. You may leave now." After saying this, he was the first to step down from the stage, leaving the crowd below exchanging glances. The elder from Longhua was the first to sense something was off. His expression shifted slightly as he waved his hand, signaling the agents responsible for maintaining order to disperse the meeting. He then personally approached Su Zhe and quietly asked, "Su Zhe, has the I-beam descended?" Chapter 41. Shanghai. Chung Xin. Su Zhe took a sip of water and then subtly nodded. "That's right. The containment organization just informed me that they have discovered traces of the I-beam." The elder from Longwa's expression changed slightly as he realized. "So you want them to go contain it?" He pointed to Zhang Beihai and the others not far away. Su Zhe smiled and nodded. "As expected of you, you guessed it right away." The elder from Longhua became excited instantly. He tightly grasped Su Zhe's hands. "There's no time to waste. Let's prepare quickly." Su Zhe smiled slightly. "No need. We can let them set off now." The elder from Longhua asked in confusion, "Have you confirmed the exact location of the I-beam?" Su Zhe tapped his earpiece and reported a location with keen eyes. Shanghai, Aerospace Technology Research Institute. Upon hearing this, the elder from Longhua was instantly stunned. How could it appear there? Su Zhe wore a mysterious smile. "That's a secret, and part of the plan." Just now, a kind-hearted girl dialed the official contact of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force, which is actually the contact for the containment organization. Thus, he learned the location of the I-beam and the name of that kind-hearted girl. Chung Xin. Su Zhe instinctively licked his lips, his gaze falling on Zhang Beihai not far away. Could it be that these two characters, who had never met in the original work, would be brought together by him hundreds of years early? For some reason, he felt a bit excited about that scene. One was known as the mother of humanity, Chung Xin, and the other was praised as the father of humanity, Zhang Beihai. Between mother and father, would there be some interesting collisions? All right, this might ruin the original work. Stop imagining. Su Zhe shook his head, casting aside these mixed thoughts. His expression turned serious. "Please, give the order with me to let this newly established team fly to Shanghai." The elder from Longhua was eager to have his containment team dispatched, and he immediately signed the order document. Not long after, the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force, which had been established for less than an hour, boarded the plane to Shanghai, where they would be under Su Zhe's full command to contain the two adorable little creatures. In Shanghai, at the Aerospace Technology Research Institute, in a research lab, Chung Xin and several other intern girls looked at the two little creatures in front of them with affectionate expressions. These two little beings with one dark blue eye were particularly cute, instantly captivating the hearts of many girls at first sight. The yellow-eyed being looked at the intellectual beauties in front of it, twinkling its eyes as if teasing them. This scene melted everyone's hearts in an instant. Chung Xin, you shouldn't have notified them so quickly. These two little creatures are really adorable. One girl wearing glasses and with a proud figure couldn't help but reach out to touch them. However, the yellow-eyed being deftly dodged, seemingly not liking to be touched at the moment. Let's not touch them for now, to avoid any unexpected changes. We should wait for the professionals to handle it. Unlike her colleagues who were caught up in the cuteness, Chung Xin appeared quite rational. Perhaps she had not yet awakened her maternal instincts at this moment. What professionals? Aren't they newly established too? And our qualifications are not worse than theirs. On the other side, a girl with dyed pink hair took off the hat she had been wearing and disdainfully huffed a remark. Facing this privileged girl with a strong background, Chung Xin could only nod helplessly. I believe everyone will be no worse than those people in the future, but currently, they are indeed better than us. This is something we must admit. This statement seemed to touch the pink-haired girl's sore spot. She instantly exploded, letting out a sharp cry. What do you mean they're better than us? They just benefited from their gender privilege. If we were in a female-preferred society, we would have surpassed them long ago. This statement silenced the surrounding girls instantly. Oh no, it even had a bit of a clownish effect, scaring the two little creatures into hiding in the ventilation duct above. Seeing this, everyone began to scold the pink-haired girl. Xiaodong, what are you doing? You scare them away. Xiaodong immediately retorted and shifted the blame. How is this my fault? If Chung Xin hadn't blabbed, would I have said so much? Chung Xin, already showing signs of her maternal instincts, immediately started apologizing. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Everyone, please don't argue. However, she did not expect that her words made the pink-haired girl seem even more like the villain. Green tea bitch, I've long found you unpleasant. Can you just leave already? Who do you think you are to call Chung Xin a green tea bitch? Don't think that just because you have a bit of background, you're invincible. I'm not afraid of you. A fierce verbal battle broke out on the scene, with back-and-forth exchanges creating quite a commotion. Chung Xin was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, unsure of what to do, until a crisp knock on the door interrupted them. Hello, this is the Mobile Task Force. May I ask if 131 is here? Chapter 42, Beihai. Think more before that. Don't worry, I will not perform any operations, purely to give the original characters more scenes. The chaotic group of girls froze immediately, then slowly turned their attention to the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force that had suddenly appeared at the door. The one who had knocked and politely inquired was none other than the team leader, Zhang Beihai. Looking at the handsome face that was half covered by a mask, but still could not conceal his attractiveness, several women were momentarily mesmerized. So damn handsome. Ladies, you should have contacted us earlier. Let me ask again, where is 131? Seeing the girls not answering, Zhang Beihai furrowed his brows, his voice turning cold. Hundreds of miles away, Su Zhe watched Zhang Beihai's actions on the screen, unable to help but applaud. Haha, as expected. Beihai would not change his iron, will do, to others' persuasion. After landing, he suddenly had the idea to test just how strong Zhang Beihai's ideological steel stamp was. So he reminded him in advance to be a bit gentler with the ladies. Although Zhang Beihai's tone was stiff during the first inquiry, at least his words were polite. However, this second sentence instantly exposed his nature as a straight man. Truly worthy of being the man we have high hopes for. Ugh. After thinking this, Suze couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. I'm not even gay. Why am I saying such strange things? In the end, he could only attribute it to Zhang Beihai's overwhelming charisma. Inside the Shanghai Aerospace Technology Research Institute, several girls, except for Chung Xin, despite being scolded, inexplicably felt that the man before them was more masculine. Among them, the one most infatuated was surprisingly the one with pink hair, who was on the verge of drooling. However, Zhang Beihai was not just a simple and immature young man. He frowned, slightly raised the gun, and said in a deep voice, I reiterate in the vent above. Chung Xin sensed something was wrong and immediately responded. Zhang Beihai raised his gun, nodded slightly to those behind him, signaling them to enter. Soon, the small research room was filled with the robust members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force. Hormones were overflowing. The other girls, except for Chung Xian, were almost unable to stand, completely forgetting what they had said not long ago about how women far surpass men. Chung Xian looked at her colleague's performance, and the embarrassment on her face was almost overflowing. Hey, were you just performing a duet with me? Especially the pink-haired girl, who had unknowingly sidled up to Zhang Beihai's side. From the looks of it, she seemed ready to collapse into this man's broad chest at any moment. However, Zhang Beihai and the others were not thinking about these frivolous matters. They were fully focused on listening to Su Zhe's commands. 131 can keenly detect whether the target is hostile, so you should not wear any weapons or equipment. Su Zhe pointed out their mistake, and he hadn't reminded them earlier just to personally teach them at this moment. Send 2 people to take away all your weapons and equipment. Yes. Zhang Beihai quickly locked onto the 2 strongest individuals and ordered everyone in the squad to hand their weapons and equipment over to them. Throughout this process, there was no unnecessary chatter. Although they had not undergone formal training, their inherent combat readiness was already sufficient for them to get started or even become elite. As the 2 began to take out a pile of weapons and equipment, they started waiting for Su Zhe's next command. However, at that moment, the pink-haired girl, who had been secretly approaching Zhang Beihai, suddenly stumbled and leaned toward him. If it were an ordinary man, he might instinctively have embraced her. A somewhat straight man might push her away. A straight man would dodge and let her fall. But our comrade Zhang Beihai vividly demonstrated how to counterattack when a strong military man encounters a frail female assailant. He narrowed his eyes, slightly turned his body, and raised his left knee to a 90-degree angle, perfectly catching the pink-haired girl. Then, he raised his elbows like knives, ready to slam them down on her back. Beihai, think more before that. In a critical moment, Su Zhe shouted that famous line in place of his father. Zhang Beihai's movements immediately paused, and he then realized what he was doing. But he felt no embarrassment. He simply straightened the bewildered pink-haired girl without saying a word or offering an apology. Su Fei, watching from 100 miles away, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If Zhang Beihai had elbowed her, the girl would have at least suffered internal injuries. After all, Zhang Beihai was an elite soldier with over 10 years of training. That elbow strike would definitely be beyond what the pink-haired girl could withstand. However, this also made Su Zhe realize that Zhang Beihai had not yet evolved to the level of a compassionate father. Otherwise, he would not have made such a move just now. Clear these women out. They're too distracting for the work. Su Zhe sighed, having clearly seen the pink-haired girl's little actions just now. Yes, Zhang Beihai still replied stiffly, like a program machine. Then, amid the pink-haired girl's strong resistance, the team members escorted the women out. Among the girls, Chung Xian was quite self-aware and prepared to leave on her own. However, she had barely taken a few steps when she was stopped by Zhang Beihai. She looked up in surprise, meeting his deep, cold eyes. Zhang Beihai said in a calm tone, "I, as the captain of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force, am issuing a mandatory order to you. Please remain here and wait for instructions." This was naturally Su Zhe's command. He believed that Chung Xian, who inherently had maternal instinct, was very suitable for containing 131. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. Chung Xian could only obediently stand to the side, waiting for orders. If we set aside the fact that she would later personally destroy human civilization, she was still quite suitable to be a tool vase. Good-looking and able to serve as a flower arrangement, that is pretty good. Back to the main topic. Su Zhe began to direct Zhang Beihai to open the folding ladder, gently leaning against the vent, and then instructed him to climb up carefully. Be careful with your movements. Any slight noise could scare away those 2 little guys. Su Zhe's voice echoed in everyone's earpiece. They all focused intently on Zhang Beihai, who was climbing steadily, not missing any movements. After all, this was their first mission, and every detail was a valuable learning experience. As the one personally containing the target, Zhang Beihai appeared surprisingly relaxed. His expression was calm as he ascended the ladder step by step. On his face, there was not a trace of emotion. He truly resembled a precise machine. Because for him, success or failure was the same. Su Zhe was watching. The members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force were watching, and Chung Xian was also watching. Her expressive eyes were fixed on Zhang Beihai, Don't misunderstand, she wasn't infatuated with this man. For a true workaholic, romance is the most boring activity. Unfortunately, both Zhang Beihai and Chung Xian were at this stage. At this moment, Chung Xian was simply appreciating Zhang Beihai, admiring his machine-like precision and decisiveness. She sensed the aura of a kindred spirit. Suze also noticed Chung Xian's gaze through the cameras on the other team members. Truly a keen nose. He half scolded and half praised. Indeed, there is some special connection between these protagonists. Perhaps my dispatch this time is also destined. Does this count as a causal relationship type of containment object? Suze had a sudden thought, but he quickly dismissed this absurd idea. If that were the case, then what would be the point of calling it the three-body problem? Just call it girlfriend spider instead. The focus returned to Zhang Beihai's perspective. At this point, he had approached the vent, and as his line of sight rose, two little creatures, one yellow and one orange, appeared in the vent. These two little things were curled up together, like two kittens huddled together for warmth. Kittens? Suze muttered to himself in confusion. Then he face-bombed and chuckled. Indeed, he was still a king of bad puns at heart. Fortunately, Zhang Beihai's personal qualities far exceeded those of his commander. He silently reached out and removed the guardrail outside the vent. Suze also promptly issued the command. Take out your tactical cloth bag and let them come over slowly by themselves. Be careful not to show any hostility during the process. Chapter 43. Is this a Pokemon game? A few hours later, inside the newly established Longwa Kyoto containment station in Kyoto, Suze met the highly efficient Yanhuang Mobile Task Force team. He did not hide his admiration for Zhang Beihai, vigorously patting this guy on the shoulder. Beihai, you're truly impressive. Being praised by Suze made even Zhang Beihai's iron face feel a bit awkward, because in this operation, they really hadn't exerted much effort. It was all thanks to Suze's command and the girl named Chung Xian. But if the commander said they had merit, then they had merit. Hand over the containment object to me. Later, go find the theater commander to get credit. Suze cheerfully took the tactical cloth bag, eager to open it. However, at this moment, a voice interrupted his actions. Commander, report. Suze looked up in surprise and found that it was Chong Wei-si, who had already retired and become a team member, raising his hand. Aside from Zhang Beihai, the others looked at the former general with some surprise. Please speak. Suze still respected this general who had voluntarily retired. Chong Wei-si's eyes were bright. Commander, I believe that the comrade Chung Xian has great potential to become a team member. I hereby apply to give her a training opportunity to join the team. As soon as he said this, everyone understood and nodded thoughtfully. Chong Wei-si was absolutely correct. During this rescue mission, it was entirely thanks to Chung Xian. Without her, they might have had to go through great trouble searching the underground pipes of Shanghai for two small gadgets that could help avoid dangers. It could be said that directly giving her a chance as a reserve team member would be justified. Chong Wei-si was still too conservative. However, contrary to Zhang Beihai's expectations, Suze actually shook his head and refused. No, she has other tasks. Don't bring this up again. Then, in front of everyone, he opened the cloth bag. At this sight, everyone's hearts tightened. There were still ventilation ducts here. Suze's actions were undoubtedly letting the cat out of the bag. Then, they saw a shocking scene. Two small eyes, one orange and one yellow, popped out. They did not flee or panic, but quietly observed their new surroundings. This was not normal. Zhang Beihai was somewhat bewildered, not understanding why these little creatures did not fear Suze. Logically speaking, as the commander who personally ordered their containment, the creatures should be able to sense the malice from Suze, right? But soon, their shock escalated even further, because Suze actually reached out to touch them. That's right, he touched them directly. The two little creatures showed no resistance. On the contrary, they affectionately rubbed against the palm of Suze's hand like house cats. This was something even Chung Xian couldn't achieve. Everyone was stunned, and everything in front of them shattered their previously accumulated self-assumed experience in containment. What on earth was happening? Suze felt the elastic touch of the little creatures and inexplicably felt relieved. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up, only to find that the entire Yanhuang Mobile Task Force was staring at him in astonishment. He frowned slightly. Why are you all looking at me? Hurry up and take credit for yourselves. The others seemed to wake from a dream and turn to leave. Faintly, they could still hear their incredulous exclamations. How'd he do it? I can't believe that I feel awe just by seeing the commander. Why are those two little things not afraid at all? Could he really be the child of destiny? Suze couldn't help but secretly chuckle upon hearing this. It wasn't wrong to call himself the child of destiny, because he did seem somewhat like a beacon sent by heaven to save, or more accurately, to revitalize human civilization. Human civilization, I will protect it. Commander. Just as Suze was reveling in his thoughts, another voice interrupted him. Beihai, why aren't you taking them away? Looking at Zhang Beihai, who was still here, Suze found it strange. Logically, this man should be the most obedient to his orders, right? Zhang Beihai's expression was complex as he voiced a question he had long hidden in his heart. I want to ask something, and that is you. He hesitated for a moment, as if debating whether to ask. Suze waved his hand grandly. Beihai, it's just the two of us now. There's no superior-subordinate relationship for the time being. Just say it. At the same time, he felt some confusion. With Zhang Beihai's character, he shouldn't be so indecisive, right? After getting the go-ahead, Zhang Beihai nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and said, I always feel that you have some expectations of me, as if. He paused, as if you already knew what I would do and believed I could do it. He continued, also, what you said today about thinking more was too strange. I even suspect that you have been secretly monitoring me for a long time. Upon hearing these questions from Zhang Beihai, Suze was taken aback. What was going on? Your mental imprint hadn't even been stamped by your father, and you've already awakened? Damn, you could even sense my hidden emotions. Shouldn't you just be a containment team member? You might as well confront the Trisolaran civilization directly. Although emotions surged within him, Suze managed to hide them well. He frowned and pretended to be confused. Beihai, are you influenced by the containment object or feeling too much pressure? I'm not a Trisolaran. How could I possibly monitor you all the time? After hearing this, Zhang Beihai nodded, seeming not surprised by the answer. He silently saluted and then turned to leave. Watching that resilient figure grow more distant, Suze's gaze was complex. Knowing that the real answer had already been discovered by this person. How terrifying. It was no wonder he was the last sharp sword left by humanity in space. Even under the influence of the containment object's characteristics, his intuition was so keen. Suze wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, if he had faced Zhang Beihai without mental interference, he feared that his identity as a transmigrator would be guessed. Truly clever of me. Suze sighed with relief, then turned his attention to the two little creatures in his hands. The two little ones, 131 and 131, were staring at him with wide eyes. Although they couldn't speak, their eyes were the windows to their souls. It was clear that they liked Suze, their kind, very much, even though they didn't look alike at all. After pondering for a moment, Suze decided to try using the characteristics of the containment objects he had obtained earlier to feed these two little guys. Just right. I have some overlapping abilities now that can be fed to them. He opened the system panel, and all the abilities he currently possessed were listed. Host, Suze, Supreme Divinity, 01, can be fed, level ability. Mental interference, mental control, can be fed, level ability. Distorted cognition, special space, crisis warning. Contamination spread, can be fed, chapter 44. Prepare to summon one of the three illusions, 096. Very concise, but clear to glance. Suze's gaze kept scanning these abilities, and he already had a decision in mind. Mental interference, distorted cognition, and mental control were all abilities of the same type. The priority was definitely the superior ability of mental control. Control was certainly stronger than interference. However, interference was also a level ability, so it could be considered to be kept as a backup. After a brief moment of thought, Suze decided to feed away the level ability of distorted cognition. System. Feed distorted cognition to the eye-beans. Suze said decisively. Ding. Feeding successful. The next moment, the two little things in his hands suddenly began to twist and deform. It was as if they were being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, constantly changing shapes. However, soon, they returned to their original state. Suze focused his gaze on the two eye-beans, and a line of information automatically popped up. 131. Loyalty. Current evolution degree. 35 Hiss. Feeding a level ability only gave 35? After seeing the evolution value, Su-Zhe felt a bit sour. He didn't expect these unassuming little creatures to be so gluttonous. After feeding a level ability, they didn't even reach half the evolution value. No way. Today I must make you evolve. After selecting from the remaining abilities, Su-Zhe made up his mind and directly fed the level ability of mental interference. Make me evolve. Ding. Feeding successful. Your containment object, 131, has evolved. Would you like to check the current attributes? Su-Zhe was overjoyed and did not hesitate. Look. Containment object, 131 level, loyalty, ability, level mental interference, shared, current evolution level, 0. Su-Zhe was so excited he started babbling in a mix of languages. This evolution was definitely worth it. Not only did it grant the I-Beans level mental interference and share it with him, but it also unlocked more detailed levels of the containment object. As expected, the previous speculation was correct. Even containment objects of the same level have differences. Su-Zhe stroked his chin, feeling quite proud. Ever since the first announced infinite corridor was classified as level, he had a similar suspicion. Now, with the help of the system, this suspicion was confirmed. After the surprise, he began to examine the changes in the two little I-Beans in his hand. He noticed that while their bodies remained the same delicate size, their eyes had changed significantly. They had transformed from a pure, sky blue to a deep, dark blue. Su-Zhe couldn't help but wonder if they would eventually turn to Sharingan. He felt it was very likely. After all, everyone uses their eyes to cast illusions. So it's normal for his eyes to be a bit cooler, right? Just thinking about when the Trisolarans attack, and he steps into the void, casually tossing out 2 round Sharingan-eyed creatures. Wow. That feeling would be exhilarating. By the way, since I've shared level mental interference, can I infinitely nurture them? Suddenly, a wonderful idea popped into Su-Zhe's mind. He immediately opened the system panel, ready to try nurturing and exploiting. Then, he saw the following panel. Host, Su-Zhe, Supreme Divinity, 01, can be nurtured, level ability. Mental interference can be nurtured after upgrade, level ability. Mental control can be nurtured, level ability. Special space. Crisis warning, contamination spread, can be nurtured, goodness, truly worthy of the system. It has indeed blocked all loopholes. Su-Zhe couldn't help but complain about the system's rigor. If only he were given an opportunity to exploit, he would definitely reach godhood. Damn system, you have cut off my path to divinity. After finishing his childish grievances, Su-Zhe touched the 2 little creatures in his hand. He casually tossed one on the ground. You two can roam around, just don't leave this base. If anything happens, just beat me, he said, pointing to the small button set up on the table. Squeak, squeak. The 2 little creatures jumped around, clearly understanding Su-Zhe's words. They then began to chase each other off to play. Su-Zhe pressed his temples, feeling quite relaxed. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and he had already decided to hold the 4th announcement meeting tomorrow. Everything was ready, only lacking the right moment. This time, he would invite one of the most popular entities of the Foundation, the 096. On the other side, after completing the task, Zhang Beihai led the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force members to a discreet small room to meet with the Elder from the Dragon Kingdom. Although they were nominally and factually under Su-Zhe's leadership, they were essentially still part of the Dragon Kingdom's military system. Therefore, after completing Su-Zhe's task, they naturally needed to report to the highest level. Yes, the commander personally touched those 2 containment objects in front of us, and nothing abnormal happened. Those 2 containment objects behaved very docilely, which was quite astonishing. Zhang Beihai reported his observations with a serious expression. The Elder from the Dragon Kingdom and the high-ranking officials watching through the cameras were slightly moved by this. They did not expect such many changes in this small containment task. First, there was Chung Xian in a research institute who could actively attract 131 into her arms. Then there were 2 containment objects that had never seen Su-Zhe and belonged to different species, yet they were very affectionate towards Su-Zhe. Just as Zhang Beihai said, it was truly unbelievable. Perhaps it was because she was previously affiliated with the containment organization, and the organization had just happened to contain the I-Beans. A voice from a high-ranking official of the Dragon Kingdom came through the microphone. This thought suddenly enlightened everyone present. Yes, how could they have forgotten this detail? At the previous third announcement meeting, Suze had personally acknowledged this point. But there was still one question. Who exactly was Chung Xin? Could it be that, like Suze, she was actually a member of the containment organization? Sure enough, soon a high-ranking official from the Dragon Kingdom raised this speculation. But the next moment, Chong Wei-Si spoke up. We have completed the investigation of Chung Xin's background. She's an excellent girl, with no traces of the containment organization at all. The elder fell silent for a moment and then uttered a sentence. Is Suze also like this? Chong Wei-Si's face suddenly stiffened, realizing that the others had not spoken. Clearly having anticipated this point, the elder suddenly said, by the way, he originally wanted you to bring Chung Xin back, but then he changed his mind. Does this mean that he actually didn't know Chung Xin was one of his people at first and was preparing to absorb her into the mobile task force? But he received a notification at the last minute and changed his mind. The elder's gaze became deep. This suddenly made everything make sense. Chapter 45. Preparing for the fourth announcement. After listening to the elder's analysis, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom and the members of the Yin Huang Mobile Task Force all showed shocked expressions. So far, his viewpoint was logically the most perfect. Perhaps the truth was indeed as he said. Everyone suddenly became excited, feeling that the mysterious fog surrounding Suze and the containment organization had dissipated a little more. One day, they would see the true face of the containment organization. Only Zhang Beihai frowned slightly, his intuition telling him that something was very wrong. However, considering that this was not something he could manage and it posed no harm to humanity, he decided to let it go. Although the Wallfacer said not to worry about Chung Xin, necessary monitoring was still required. The elder suddenly said seriously, however, monitoring is monitoring. We will only monitor her outside of her private life. Once she enters her private life, no matter how suspicious she is, we cannot continue to monitor. This is not only our bottom line, but also a respect for the containment organization and the Wallfacers. All the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom felt a chill in their hearts and nodded in agreement. The elder let out a long breath. As a certain saying goes, people always like to compromise, and he felt this method was quite a compromise. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a communication request popped up on the screen in front of him. The caller ID showed Suze. What was the communication for at this time? The elder was puzzled as he answered the call, and then he saw Suze, who was all smiles, appear on the screen. Suze looked at the other people in the communication screen, raised an eyebrow in surprise, and said, "Wow, everyone is here. That saves me a lot of trouble." The Wallfacer. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were also momentarily taken aback upon seeing Suze's image, but they quickly nodded and greeted him. They held great respect for this man, who had elevated the status of the Dragon Kingdom in human civilization by himself. The elder, as the leader, represented the high-ranking officials and asked, "Mr. Wallfacer, may I ask why you suddenly contacted us?" Suze was straightforward. "That's right, old sir, fellow compatriots. Please arrange tomorrow's meeting immediately. I will hold the fourth meeting for all humanity at 8 a.m. tomorrow." The elder and the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were stunned. What? So soon for the fourth meeting? Didn't we just have the third one today? There have usually been intervals between them. Why is this one so urgent? Suze understood their confusion and directly explained. "You have seen the containment objects announced today. There is no danger or difficulty at all." His tone became slightly somber. "In fact, what I want to announce is something else. However, because we need today's 131 to contain that item, it has been postponed to the fourth session." Upon hearing this truth, everyone was dumbfounded. They were shocked, not expecting today's announcement to be a last-minute decision. The actual item to be announced had been postponed. Does this mean that the fourth item to be announced is extremely dangerous? An elder from the Dragon Country asked with a serious expression. Mr. Wall faced. "I want to ask, is tomorrow's announced item also capable of destroying humanity like the one from the island nation before? If that were the case, with so many people believing in the existence of containment items today, it would definitely cause huge panic. Fortunately, the last containment crisis was dealt with early. Otherwise, just the social unrest could have brought them great trouble." Suze shook his head and chuckled. "Of course not. This time the containment items level is only level." "Oh, so it's only level. Everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but then noticed something amiss. Wait, it's city destruction level. This is an existence that can destroy a city. When did it become possible to use just this term? Everyone felt a sense of dread, not expecting that after experiencing the disaster of the island nation's containment item, they had begun to underestimate containment items of this level. This is an extremely dangerous mindset because they had always underestimated their opponents strategically and tactically. They had almost allowed themselves to be dismissive of the upcoming fourth containment item tactically. In any case, tomorrow's meeting will certainly take place, so I ask everyone to pay close attention. Thank you, Suze said sincerely. For humanity, the elder from the Dragon Country and the high-ranking officials had no hesitation. For humanity, the next morning, the Dragon Country officially released a notice quietly, with a concise title. Wallfacer will hold the fourth containment item announcement meeting today at 8 o'clock. At first, everyone thought it was just a simple notice. Until they saw the title's content, they were all stunned. Did I read that wrong? It hasn't been long since the last one, and it's starting again? Hasn't even 24 hours passed? This is insane. Are we facing a three-body crisis or a containment item crisis? Life is getting more and more interesting. Phew, this actually makes me more open-minded. Whatever, enjoy life to the fullest. As for the housing payments, whoever wants to save can save. Breaking free from the old shackles. Today I know I am me. Doesn't anyone care what tomorrow's containment item is? You're right. I hope it's another cute little pet. Although everyone was shocked at how quickly the fourth containment item was being announced, it seemed that because the previous ones had all been successfully contained, they were all very relaxed. It was as if, in the previous peaceful times, everyone thought the sky could fall, but there was a tall person to hold it up. Later, with the three-body crisis, everyone realized that even the tall person couldn't hold it up. But since the fifth Wallfacer emerged with containment items and continued to contain one terrifying item after another, everyone realized that a taller person had appeared. Naturally, everyone returned to their previous comfortable state. It's hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. In any case, this news has already stirred up a huge wave in human society. Kyoto. Inside the secret shelter, Suze habitually drank a cup of black coffee, then walked outside while nibbling on bread. There was no other way. He had always started off so carelessly. Soon, under the protection of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force, he headed to today's meeting venue. Inside the stuffy car, Suze sat across from Zhang Beihai and a group of people. Perhaps because of the report with the elders from the Dragon Country in the conference room the previous afternoon, Zhang Beihai and the others felt somewhat awkward facing Suze at this moment. Fortunately, the latter didn't mind, so the atmosphere didn't become more awkward. By the way, Cheng Xian hasn't made a move yet, right? Suze suddenly said. Zhang Beihai and the others were startled, subconsciously thinking that Suze had discovered yesterday's conversation. However, they quickly relaxed, as before the Trisolaran intelligence was monitoring Blue Star, it was likely that the containment meeting was being monitored. So it was normal to know about a meeting with low confidentiality. Zhang Beihai calmly replied, "No, Cheng Xian is still working at the Shanghai Aerospace Research Institute." Suze nodded slightly. "Remember, until I give the order, let her advance on her own." Zhang Beihai silently nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, the car fell silent again. This silence continued until they arrived at the meeting venue. As per usual, the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force got out first, confirming that there were no attackers around before forming a human wall to protect Suze as he entered the venue. One could say that this treatment was not inferior to that of any national leader. This was still under Suze's deliberate request for low profile. Upon entering the venue, under the familiar red curtain, dozens of cameras were already aimed at the podium. The big shots from the Dragon Country had also been waiting here for a long time. Wall-faced, old man, Suze greeted the elder, then walked onto the stage gracefully under the expectant gaze of the big shots. As he stood still, the time was exactly 8 o'clock. The cameras instantly turn on, immediately connecting to various live broadcast rooms. Chapter 46. Question me? Have you heard of your 096 brother's reputation? When many netizens saw Suze's figure, they couldn't help but cheer. Dragon Country. Wow, what kind of amazing existence will Su Shun announce this time? I'm looking forward to it. Last time, It was an I-being with intelligence comparable to a house cat. Will this time be a nosed dog with intelligence like that of soil dog? Ha ha! What the hell? Nosed dog. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? I feel it shouldn't be too different. After all, the previous containment items were too terrifying. The containment meeting can't possibly contain all similar monsters, right? The person upstairs makes a lot of sense. This time Suze should still announce a containment item of a safe level like last time. For some reason, I actually feel a bit disappointed. International comment section. Korean netizen. Haha, this clown is back. The containment item announced yesterday was too funny. Eagle netizen. Fuck you. Do you dare to slander the human lighthouse? Are your family members wholesalers? American netizen. There is no God in this world. Only Sue can save us. American netizen. God. Are you possessed by the devil? Why do you praise our enemy like this? Indian netizen. Our only enemy is the three-body. You traitors actually intend to destroy the Wallfacer plan. Unlike the Dragon Country, due to the previous propaganda plan, foreign comments had directly declared war. Some supported Suze, while others disparaged him. They were on the verge of splitting into two countries. This was exactly what Suze was happy to see. Only in this way could the United Dragon Country exert an unstoppable force, forming the first human destiny community. Back to the point. Facing the camera, Suze had already appeared very calm. He first waved slightly to greet everyone. Everyone, we meet again. Today I will announce the existence of the fourth containment item. As he said this, his gaze suddenly became profound. I know many of you think today's containment item appears weak and helpless, but I'm sorry. Today's containment item level is City Destruction level. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Especially the big shots from the Dragon Country, sitting below, and the temporary toolman Luo Ji. Their pupils suddenly dilated, looking at the smiling Suze on stage in disbelief. No way. Are you playing tricks on us? The second item was a world-ending containment object. And now the third has turned into a cute pet-level I-being. And now, you've come up with a city-destroying, level major project. Do you think we're playing bungee jumping? If it weren't for the big shots here, regularly undergoing physical checks, Suze's stunt would definitely scare them into having heart attacks. The elder from Longwa pressed his temples and said with a bitter smile, we should have been psychologically prepared. How could such a powerful containment organization contain so many weak containment objects? The person next to him, Luo Ji, deeply agreed. If all the containment objects were like the I-being, then it wouldn't even need to be called a containment organization. It might as well just be renamed to Friends of Animals. He looked at Suze on the stage, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Although the way the other party startled everyone and made it impossible to predict the next action was frightening, it also seemed not too bad. In a daze, he felt that his mind, which had been chaotic for a while, had cleared up a bit. Perhaps even Suze himself did not realize that he had unknowingly pushed Luo Ji a long way toward the throne of the swordbearer. However, he didn't have time to care about this matter now. Long description warning can be skipped, does not affect subsequent reading. Next, I will announce the detailed information about the fourth containment object, so please listen carefully. Suze's expression was serious as he began to announce the existence of 096. Item number, 096, containment object name. The shy person, safety level. City destroying, item description. 096 is a humanoid creature approximately 238 meters tall. It has relatively low muscle mass, and preliminary weight analysis indicates mild malnutrition. Its arms are abnormally long, each about 15 meters. The skin is completely devoid of pigmentation, and there is no hair on its body. Aside from its eyes, its facial features are similar to those of a normal human, and it is unclear whether it is blind. 096 has not exhibited advanced brain functions and is therefore not considered intelligent. It usually behaves gently, pacing along the east wall of its enclosure most of the time. However, once someone sees its face, whether directly or through video or photographs, 096 will fall into an extreme state of sadness, screaming, crying, and producing unintelligible sounds. Subsequently, within about 1 to 2 minutes, it will charge at the witness at an extremely high speed, with speeds ranging from 35 to an unknown upper limit. No known materials or methods can stop its actions. Notably, 096 seems to have a natural ability to sense the location of the witness, regardless of their actual position. Observing artistic paintings of 096 does not trigger the above reaction. Once 096 reaches the location of the witness, it will kill them and completely erase all traces. Afterward, it will sit quietly for a few minutes, regaining calmness and once again behaving gently. However, due to the potential for 096 existence to trigger large-scale chain reactions, including the exposure of the Foundation's secrets and mass civilian casualties, recovering 096 is considered a high-priority task. There have been previous requests to execute 096, which have been approved. After hearing this description, the entire venue fell silent. No, to be precise, the entire world. Chapter 47 is 096. So outrageous? Did I hear that right? This time the containment object is actually city-destroying level? Hiss, that is quite a leap. Just seeing a photo leads to being hunted down. That is a bit terrifying. This is not just a bit terrifying. It's practically a nightmare. Did you notice that no materials or barriers can stop its pursuit? This means it can penetrate any defensive facility in the current world. Don't say anymore. I'm too scared to continue watching the live broadcast. The netizens were shocked, and the big shots from Longwa at the scene looked utterly incredulous. They thought this time as containment object, even if it wasn't bad, would at least be of a more acceptable kind. Who knew Suze would give them such a huge surprise right off the bat? How could such a creature be contained? Everyone's minds were filled with the same thoughts they had when they first heard about 3125. Moreover, it seems there is no way to isolate it. After all, there are so many people in the world. You never know where you might run into this thing. Once seen, it's a sure death. At this moment, Suze on stage said, "Now I will announce an audio interview with survivors after a failed mission to eliminate 096. What? There has already been a failure? Everyone was taken aback and quickly perked up their ears to listen. Suze took out his phone and opened an audio file. Soon, a somewhat blurry recording began to play in the venue. A man's voice came through with a slightly hoarse tone. Damn it, the first recovery mission is always worrying. You never know what that damn thing can do, nor do you know what information the field technicians can provide. If they can tell you what happened, then you're lucky. They just let us bag it and label it. Damn it, not a bit of useful information. It sounded like he was a survivor of the mission. Another man's voice came through. Okay, can I get some specifics about the mission? The survivor sighed. Of course. We had 2 helicopters, one with my team and the other with 9, and the doctor as backup. We found the target about 2 kilometers north of the patrol route. I think if its face had been facing us, we might have all been taken out on the spot. Interviewer, your report said 096 showed no reaction to the cold at that time. That was below minus several degrees Celsius. Survivor, actually, it was even colder than that. And yes, it was completely naked and didn't shiver at all. We landed and approached the target. The private was already ready to bag it. At that moment, the interviewer got a call, and I turned to answer it, and that action saved me. The target must have turned around, and my whole team saw it. Interviewer, was that when 096 became agitated? Survivor, yeah. It started screaming at us and crying. Its voice was completely eerie like a person. When it grabbed the private and tore off one of his legs, we opened fire. My God, he screamed for us to save him. We fired round after round, but it still tore my subordinates apart. It was useless. I was starting to lose my mind. The fear was evident in his voice. Interviewer, at that time, did you give the order to use anti-tank weapons? Survivor, yes. I had them with me since we were escaping. I've seen things like this tear through tanks like they were toilet paper. The same effect applied to 096. Interviewer, did 096 sustain significant damage? Survivor, no. It didn't retreat a single step. It continued to destroy my team, but half of its body was gone. Interviewer, but it was indeed injured? Survivor, if that is the case, it didn't show it at all. All its organs, all its blood must have been gone, yet it was completely unaware. However, its skeletal structure was completely fine. It kept destroying my team. Interviewer, so structurally there was no real damage. How many bullets do you estimate you fired at 096? Survivor, at least 1,000 rounds. Our Dorganer shot at it for at least 20 seconds. 600 rounds of 50 caliber bullets went into that thing, and it was less effective than spitting at it. Interviewer, was 9 there at that time? Survivor, yeah, my team was all dead. 9 struggled to put the bag over its head, and then it just sat down. We brought it back on the helicopter. I don't know how didn't see its face, maybe God or Buddha, or whoever thought I should live. Interviewer, we have a facial image of 096 created by an artist. Would you like to see it? Survivor, after hearing the thing screams and my subordinate screams, I don't want to associate a face with the sounds I've heard. Interviewer, all right, I think that's enough for now. Thank you, Captain. Then there was the sound of a chair being moved and footsteps leaving the room. The recording ended here. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was immersed in the shock brought by this recording. They never expected that there could be a creature in this world that could withstand anti-tank weapons. Moreover, it even tore them apart like paper. This simply should not exist on Blue Star. The old man from Dragon Country furrowed his brows tightly. After listening to the recording, he realized how incredibly difficult this containment object was. At least from the descriptions by Su Zhe and in the recording, conventional firearms could no longer affect it. Could it be necessary to use nuclear weapons? But once used, the side effects would also be enormous. Moreover, if this thing appeared in a crowded area, then even nuclear weapons couldn't be used, and the team sent by the containment organization had been wiped out, leaving only one person. If they were to attempt containment, who knows how many lives would be lost? Su Zhe looked at the rising trust level and felt quite satisfied. However, his announcements were far from over. In any case, it's always better to reveal more characteristics of 096 for easier containment. So, before everyone could recover, Su Zhe spoke again. Next, I will announce some characteristics of 096. What? Upon hearing that there were summarized characteristics, everyone was shocked and became extremely alert. Chapter 48. 096 Summoning Successful. 096 possesses extraordinary extrasensory perception, able to keenly sense when someone is peering at its face and the exact location of the observer. Its regenerative ability is astonishing. Even if its internal organs are nearly completely dissected, it can reappear without any damage, as if possessing endless vitality. Its skeletal structure is indestructible, subjected to fire, radiation, and acid. These extreme conditions have almost no effect on its bones. According to the documentation, there are no known materials on Earth that can block its advance. It can easily break free from a 55-meter steel container, tear apart an armored vehicle, and even effortlessly rip multiple adults into pieces, demonstrating incredible strength. In terms of speed, it is also outstanding. Although its recorded minimum speed is 35 kilometers per hour, it can reach speeds close to the speed of sound, easily surpassing multiple high-speed helicopters. Its subsonic speed even allows it to catch up to an AWACS before destroying it, while the AWACS has a maximum speed of an astonishing 855 kilometers per hour. Additionally, it possesses subrelativistic perception, able to detect when its face is seen faster than high-tech computers can block images. When containment fails, it has displayed remarkable strength, easily overturning a semi-truck. Whether breaking through reinforced walls or destroying buildings, it seems effortless. Even more astonishing is its ability to swim alone to depths of 9,339 meters underwater, demonstrating its incredible adaptability. When facing various weapon attacks, it has also shown remarkable resistance to damage. The holes left by a 4 anti-tank gun on its torso have no effect on it, and attacks from a 500 anti-material rifle and 19 have also failed to cause any harm. Even in a car accident, it can survive, showcasing its tenacious vitality. Despite possessing such powerful strength, it usually behaves quite docilely. However, once someone dares to peer at its face, it becomes exceptionally fierce, revealing a terrifying side. Although 096 bones are extraordinarily solid and difficult to damage, its muscles are not more durable than those of a normal person, which may be its only weakness. However, such a weakness seems trivial in the face of its astonishing strength. After Su Zhe finished this long segment, he let out a long breath. Speaking so much without much rest had genuinely tired him out. Perhaps he should summon a containment object that could enhance physical strength in the future. Just as Su Zhe was contemplating future plans, the audience had already fallen into despair over the characteristics he had announced. Nearly infinite growth ability, indestructible skeleton, speed surpassing helicopters. How on earth do you contain this? Luo Ji grinned and turned to Shirchong beside him. Big Shir, How long do you think you could survive facing such a monster? Shirchong looked at Luo Ji with a speechless expression. You might as well let me confront the Trisolarans. At least it's a quick death. Luo Ji sighed bitterly. So, I really don't know how those who managed to contain this thing did it. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Su Zhe on stage say, now, we will proceed to the final announcement regarding the special containment measures for 096. Everyone's hearts jolted upon hearing this. They all wanted to know what kind of containment measures should be used for such a containment object. 096 must be kept in a 555 steel-sealed cube room. This room must be forcibly checked for damage every week. No cameras or optical devices are allowed in 096 room. Security personnel must use pre-installed pressure laser detectors to ensure that 096 is still in the room. Any contact with photos, videos, or recordings related to 096 is prohibited without the consent of the doctor and 5. After hearing this, everyone's reaction was, that's it? They had expected a detailed discussion of various solutions like in previous announcements. But this is all? They didn't know what to say. Sufe, can you not be so brief? Of course, Suze wouldn't take the crowd's complaints to heart. After all, the Real containment still depended on him. The trust level was almost sufficient, so it was time to wrap up this announcement quickly. Looking at the already full trust level, Suze rubbed his hands, said a few polite words, and hurriedly left, leaving the audience in a state of confusion and shock, looking at each other. Back at the secret shelter, Suze wasted no time and silently thought, summon 096. Summoning successful. With a prompt sound, it indicated that 096 had been successfully summoned. Suze rubbed his hands, hoping not to be summoned to a crowded place. Otherwise, this would be quite a mess. At the same time, in a small town in Florida, USA, it was still night. Hank stumbled out from a friend's house, as his friend had given him quite a bit to drink today, making him walk a bit unsteadily. Fortunately, his home was not far away, just a 2 or 3 minute walk. He held a flashlight and hummed a country tune as he made his way home. As a retired veteran, he loved nothing more than drinking with friends. Tomorrow, he would invite that running enthusiast John and those other rascals George to hang out. He felt quite pleased thinking about it. As the saying goes, 3 years of Army life, 1 voice of military affection. As a genuine American veteran, Hank felt like a superhero. What Trisolarans? If they dared to come, he'd take them down directly. He spat and had already seen the shadow of his house not far away. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a white figure in the woods by the roadside. What the hell is that? As a veteran who had seen too much on the battlefield, Hank didn't believe in the supernatural. Holding on to the thought of wanting to see what kind of creature this was, he pulled out a small handgun he carried with him and slowly approached the white figure. As he got closer, he realized that it seemed to be a sculpture. The entire body was curved and embraced, completely white, resembling a skeleton. He had no idea who had played this prank to scare people. TCH, the tricks of kids. Hank felt somewhat disappointed and was about to turn away. However, at that moment, the unmoving white sculpture suddenly raised its head and looked at him. When Hank saw the horrifying face, his mind went blank, and the numbing effect of the alcohol was instantly shaken off. Accompanied by 2 different screams, a bloody smell spread through the woods. Chapter 49. Discovering Traces. Congratulations, host, for summoning 096 to Florida, USA. Please proceed to containment immediately. Rich rewards will be given upon successful containment. Suze heard the prompt in his mind and smirked. Indeed, after becoming a wall-face person, it was much easier to gain trust. However, the containment object had actually run to the USA, which was somewhat troublesome. Suze frowned, feeling a bit of a hassle. Moreover, this time the system had provided him with a mobile task force station to the corresponding location, which meant he had to personally send a team across the ocean for containment. Wait, perhaps I can let 096 come find me? Suze thought of 096, which would recklessly pursue anyone who saw its face, and his eyes lit up. He immediately sent a message to the elder of the Dragon Country, asking him to contact the USA and inform them that 096 had appeared in their Florida. He also requested that they secretly send a photo to him via satellite. Upon hearing this news, the elder of the Dragon Country was shocked. What? 096 actually appeared in the USA? So far away? Do they also have members of the Containment Association over there? Although he didn't understand why Suze wanted a photo of 096. After all, that thing would come to kill. But thinking of the powerful Containment Association behind him, the elder of the Dragon Country felt relieved. Whatever, just let the young man do it. Soon, contact was established with the USA. Thanks to the previous rendering plan, almost half of the supporters from the Dragon Country had been hidden. If they had wanted to make contact this quickly before, they would have faced many difficulties. Oh God, are the Dragon Country people crazy? How could that thing appear in the USA? The current president, Old Deng, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. In his view, the Containment Association could never appear in the free USA. Therefore, containment objects naturally could not appear in the USA either. Upon hearing that the Dragon Countryside wanted to take photos through their satellites, his first reaction was that the Dragon Country wanted to steal their core technology. So he chose to refuse without hesitation. However, what he didn't expect was that the Dragon Country was just going through the motions. Many Americans have been influenced by the previous rendering plan, even in the Space Research Institute. Controlling a satellite for photography was incredibly easy, but before that, they needed to determine the precise location of 096. So, without Old Deng's knowledge, an order was secretly sent to Florida. What the hell? That thing actually appeared on my territory? The governor of Florida, Cux, looked at this order, completely bewildered. Although he knew that people in his state often pulled off crazy stunts, it shouldn't have attracted 096. I haven't heard any reports from my subordinates about this thing's traces. He was filled with confusion, but still ordered his police department to take action and see if there had been any sightings of 096 recently. Who would have thought that less than 5 minutes later, a phone call would come in? Governor, it seems we've made a discovery in a small town near our border. We found a body that appears to have been violently torn apart by some beast. A photo was also sent to his email. Looking at the mangled body, Governor Cux was horrified. He hadn't expected 096 to really appear in his area. Damn, hurry up and find out that thing's location. He was terrified, not daring to look any further, fearing that 096 would appear right where he was. Yes, we have already sealed off the town, and we should have results soon. After hanging up the phone, Governor Cux looked grimly at the photo. He hoped that the thing could be contained quickly. Otherwise, if he accidentally saw that creature's face one day, his fate would likely be no better than that of the corpse. In that small town shrouded in the shadow of 096, everyone was like soldiers driven by fear, tightly closing their doors and windows, hiding deep in the shadows. The houses on both sides of the street were silent, with only the occasional sound of the wind, as if whispering the strangeness and unease of this place. 2 police officers, one older and steady, the other younger and inexperienced, were tasked with uncovering the truth. Slowly walking down the quiet street, their steps were firm, but their hearts were filled with anxiety and unease. The older officer had rich experience, but his brow was tightly furrowed, as if contemplating how to deal with this sudden crisis. He couldn't help but spit out a curse, saying, "Damn it. How could such a monster appear in this cursed place?" The younger officer appeared somewhat flustered, his face pale, and his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. He had just graduated from the police academy and was encountering such an incomprehensible and terrifying creature. The shock in his heart was unimaginable. He trembled as he said to the older officer, "We should hurry back. It's best not to let us encounter that thing." His words carried a hint of pleading, as if hoping this was all just a nightmare. The older officer glared at him and scoffed. "Kid, don't be so useless. As police officers, we have to face these unknown dangers. If you're scared, just go back and drink milk." Despite the teasing in his words, the younger officer felt a hint of encouragement and strength from them. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his fear, and followed the older officer's footsteps to continue forward. They arrived at a house, and the older officer gently knocked on the door. However, there was no response from inside. He frowned, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He went around to the window and cautiously looked inside. The scene inside was a mess, furniture overturned, items scattered everywhere. This was clearly not a normal disorder. It looked more like a place that had experienced a disastrous looting. The older officer's expression instantly became serious. He turned to the younger officer and said, "Prepare to notify the higher-ups. We seem to have discovered something abnormal. The situation here is much more serious than we imagined." The younger officer nodded. Although he was still afraid, he understood that this was not the time to back down. They had to report the situation here as soon as possible for subsequent support. Bang! After knocking several times without any response, the older officer kicked the door open. "Sir, maybe we shouldn't go in." Seeing the older officer's actions, the younger officer nervously spoke. The older officer shot him a glare. "If we don't go in to check, what if it's just an accident? We might lose our jobs because of it." Hearing this, the younger officer could only steel himself and follow him inside. Chapter 50. 096 has been attracted. As they stepped through the old, worn-out door, a nauseating smell of rust hit them, as if it instantly stained the entire space with a dark hue. The older policeman furrowed his brow, immediately sensing the meaning behind the smell. It was the scent of blood. "Fuck! Run!" A flash of terror crossed the older policeman's face, and he turned to flee without hesitation. At that moment, years of experience told him that in the face of such unknown danger, running was the wisest choice. The younger policeman was bewildered by the older officer's actions, but as he caught a whiff of the suffocating metallic odor, he instantly understood the older officer's intent. He said nothing and followed closely behind, joining the flight without hesitation. Life is so precious. Who would be willing to take risks for such meager pay? It turned out their choice was wise. Just as they turned to flee, terrifying faces slowly emerged from the depths of the dark house, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty red light, and their gaping mouths seemed ready to devour everything. Soon, the house was completely sealed off, and the surrounding residents were urgently evacuated. Governor Kex personally ordered that the terrifying creature be eliminated at all costs. Helicopters circled overhead, tanks rumbled on the ground, and fiery tongues of flame tore through every corner of the house. However, amidst the swirling dust, a white figure stood firm. It seemed like a demon risen from hell, its roar shaking the heavens and instilling fear in all who heard it. The roar sounded like the wailing of a vengeful spirit, sending chills down spines. As the dust began to settle, the terrifying figure was revealed. It was tall and pale, resembling a cursed soul. Upon seeing this, others turned and fled. No one dared to face that horrific visage. Meanwhile, satellites overhead had captured everything, transmitting the signals to Susie, who was thousands of miles away. During this time, no one dared to check on the terrifying creature. Susie had made arrangements in advance. He needed to ensure that 096 would only pursue him and would not harm anyone else. At this moment, in a secret shelter in Kyoto, Susie was intently watching the satellite feed. His eyes glimmered with determination, as if he was already prepared to face everything. Finally, through the combined capture of several satellite feeds, the true form of 096 was revealed before Susie's eyes. That face was beyond words in its grotesqueness and horror. It was twisted to the extreme, as if it had been scorched by fierce flames and then eroded by cold frost. Every inch of its skin was filled with distortion and pain. Its eyes were like two bottomless black whirlpools, making it hard to gaze directly at them. Its mouth appeared to be a split hellish gate, ready to swallow any creature that dared to come near. Susie inhaled sharply, stunned by 096's astonishing appearance. He couldn't help but marvel at how unique this little thing looked. At that moment, 096 in the satellite feed seemed to sense something and suddenly let out an even more chilling wail. Then, its form turned into a blur and sped off towards the east. The plan was successful. Watching 096 move rapidly on the satellite feed, Susie wore a satisfied smile. He immediately began contacting the elders of the Dragon Country to arrange a plane to meet with 096 in the uninhabited area. Meanwhile, in a small town in America, the fleeing personnel sighed in relief after confirming that 096 was not targeting them. However, when they looked up and saw the white lightning-like figure racing out of town at a terrifying speed, they were once again shocked. Along the way, anything that stood in front of 096 was violently knocked aside, as if nothing could obstruct its path. This scene filled everyone with fear and despair. They could hardly imagine that such a creature truly existed in this world. In the White House, amidst a solemn and grave atmosphere. Old Deng had just finished an unpleasant bathroom experience. However, before he could catch his breath, the urgent report from his secretary thundered in his ears. He quietly listened to the secretary's account, his face growing paler under the lights. The eyes that once brimmed with confidence and decisiveness now revealed unmistakable terror and unease. What? That thing really appeared? His voice trembled, as if confirming a fact he was reluctant to believe. He had originally thought that the Dragon Country was just putting on a show to steal his core technology. However, it was clear now that they were not joking. The actual appearance of that thing meant that the safety and stability of his country were facing an unprecedented threat. Cold sweat began to bead on Old Deng's forehead, and he felt a chill rise from the depths of his heart. If that thing targeted him, how could he evade it? After all, that thing's speed had no limits. Once it launched an attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wait, which direction is it moving now? He struggled to maintain his composure and asked the secretary. The secretary's voice also carried a hint of tension. Currently, according to our technician's estimates, it should be moving towards the Dragon Country. How could it be moving towards the Dragon Country? Old Deng was taken aback by this response. He found it hard to understand how something that had appeared in his country could suddenly run to the Dragon Country. Unless the Dragon Country had also spotted that thing and seen its true form. This thought flashed through his mind, and Old Deng's expression darkened even further. He realized there might be traitors within his ranks again. He had already cleared out a batch last time, but it seemed this creature had hidden even more. These traitors had put the safety of a nation at risk and colluded with enemy countries. It was simply unforgivable. Old Deng took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He knew that the most important thing now was to remain calm and rational, not to let panic and anger cloud his judgment. As long as that thing does not affect our fundamental interests, let it go to the Dragon Country, he said in a deep voice. We must conduct a thorough investigation from top to bottom, find those traitors, and bring them to justice. After all, for him, the most important thing was to ensure that his power was maximally protected. He had relied on the pretext of clearing out traitors to oust the last reliable leader. To prevent his position from being undermined by those traitors, he had to root them out ahead of time. Chapter 51. Preparing to confront 096 on the vast, boundless Gobi Desert. Several helicopters descended silently like black phantoms onto this desolate land. They brought the elite members of the Huang Yellow Mobile Task Force, all fully armed, their faces filled with determination and resolve. Suzy, the leader of this task force, stood at the front, gazing into the distance. His heart was filled with anticipation and tension, for their mission was to welcome a very special entity, 096. 096, a being shrouded in mystery and danger, possessed enough power to pose a significant threat to public facilities and the safety of civilians on land. After careful calculations and planning, they had chosen this Gobi Desert as the location to welcome 096. It was desolate and remote, far from the hustle and bustle of the city and the gathering of crowds, which could minimize 096's impact on the surrounding environment. The helicopters slowly landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Everyone quickly sprang into action, starting to set up a temporary camp on the Gobi Desert. Tents, bonfires, and makeshift protective facilities were all being set up in a tense yet orderly manner. Suzy sat in the middle tent, which was intentionally left open so that he could observe the situation outside at any time. The yellow sand danced in the air like countless little sprites leaping around, adding a touch of mystery and desolation to this barren land. A member of the mobile task force stood at the entrance of the tent, watching Suzy, who was drinking tea, his eyes filled with confusion and concern. Unable to hold back, he asked, "Commander, can we really handle that kind of thing?" This question echoed the doubts in the hearts of the other mobile task force members. Although they were all elites among elites, they couldn't help but feel fear and helplessness in the face of a creature like 096. After all, from Suzy's previous speech, they understood that 096 was not a being that could be dealt with by conventional weaponry. If such a creature were to escape, how could they stop it? This question weighed heavily on their hearts, like a massive stone pressing down on them. Suzy put down his teacup, his gaze firm and profound. He looked deeply at the team member, his eyes revealing a sense of composure and determination. He slowly began to speak, his voice carrying an undeniable strength. If you feel fear because of this, then you have a long way to go before becoming a true member of the mobile task force. He paused for a moment, allowing his words to resonate in the hearts of the team members. Then he continued, to tell you the truth, every soldier in the containment agency, when deciding to face those terrifying containment objects, has already prepared themselves to face death. They know that their mission is to protect this world and the innocent lives within it. No matter what dangers they face, they will not shrink back, but will move forward bravely. His gaze swept over each team member's face, seemingly searching for their inner reactions. Then he emphasized, "The reason I specifically chose to bring you here is to train your mindset. You must understand, a true warrior is not only someone with great strength, but more importantly, someone with unwavering belief and fearless courage. You are the last line of defense for humanity and cannot retreat because of fear. Remember, fear is your enemy, not your friend. Only by overcoming fear can you become a true warrior." After hearing this, many team members suddenly realized something. The look in their eyes when they gazed at Su Zhe was filled with deeper respect. They understood that only someone like Su Zhe could remain calm and steadfast when facing such terrifying containment objects. Su Zhe looked at the young members of the mobile task force before him and couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. He knew that those passionate and stirring words were more about inspiring and motivating these young people's morale than reflecting his true feelings. After all, he understood well that in the face of genuine fear, even the most elite warriors find it hard to remain completely composed. He knew that even beings like himself could not be unafraid when confronting the unknown and the terrifying. Fear is an instinctive response of life, a vigilance against potential danger, and a form of self-protection. Only those who have undergone special training or genuinely possess abilities beyond ordinary people can, to some extent, overcome or control this emotion. As for Su Zhe, the reason he could maintain calm when facing a terrifying being like 096 was not solely because of his strong will, but also because of his unique ability, the third-level mental interference of his I-being. This ability allowed him to control or influence the thoughts and behaviors of others to a certain extent, making it as easy as soothing a child when dealing with creatures like 096. Thus, while others might see 096 as an extremely terrifying existence, to Su Zhe, it was merely an object that could be controlled and calmed at any time. This confidence and ability enabled him to remain calm and composed in the face of any challenge. At this moment, Su Zhe's gaze fell once again on the exquisite watch on his wrist, and he felt a surge of inexplicable anticipation. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, calculating the time. It should be about here, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden urgent notification sounded from the earpiece, like thunder breaking the silence of the air. The Wall Observer, a high-speed moving object, has been detected in the coastal area, racing across the surface of the sea. The voice of the reporter was filled with tension and anxiety. The speed is simply terrifying. It's almost catching up to our missile speed. Hearing the reporter's description, Su Zhe's heart stirred, as if he had already seen the terrifying and mysterious creature 096. He hadn't expected that from such a distant place. 096 could actually cross the sea directly. Such a godlike ability was truly thrilling. Taking a deep breath, he decisively ordered, "Do not attempt to monitor 096. Just let come directly." His voice was firm and calm, as if everything was under his control. The reporter immediately responded, "Understood." The voice conveyed absolute trust in Su Zhe. Then, Su Zhe turned to the members of the Yan Huang Mobile Task Force behind him, his gaze revealing an undeniable authority. "You all come behind me to prevent any accidental harm." The team members nodded in agreement, quickly and orderly moving behind Su Zhe. They knew that in the face of the impending terrifying creature, only by closely following Su Zhe could they ensure their safety. Chapter 52. Has 096 really been controlled by him? Alarm! Alarm! The target has entered our territory. The voice of the reporter in the earpiece was urgent and tense, as if a cold wind had swept through everyone's hearts. "What is the situation? Where is the target moving?" Su Zhe asked in a deep voice, his gaze fixed tightly on the moving trajectory on screen. "Report, the Wall Observer. The target is approaching your location at an extremely high speed." The reporter's voice revealed a hint of panic. At the same time, the earpiece transmitted footage from the scene. In the footage, the once smooth road had become pockmarked after 096 passed, with several massive craters appearing as if trampled by a giant beast. This guy's strength is truly terrifying. Suze marveled inwardly, knowing that the challenge they faced this time was anything but trivial. In the conference room in Kyoto, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. A high-ranking official looked at the live footage, unable to suppress a gulp, his heart filled with worry and unease. "I can't believe it actually ran all the way here from so far away," he muttered, disbelief written all over his face. An elderly man from the Dragon Country looked at Suze on the screen with a grave expression. Although Suze appeared calm on the surface, the elder couldn't help but feel anxious. This time, 096 was brought here by Suze. "We must be fully prepared," the elder said solemnly. "If Suze's plan fails, we must immediately arrange for satellite footage of that creature and have personnel stationed in other countries watch, attempting to divert it." The senior officials present felt a shiver in their hearts, knowing what this decision meant. Although using human lives to lure that terrifying creature sounded inhumane, it was currently the best solution they could think of. However, they hoped even more that Suze could successfully contain 096, avoiding further harm to the Dragon Country and the world. "Suze, you must succeed." All eyes were fixed on Suze on the screen, silently praying in their hearts that he could overcome this powerful enemy and protect the peace and tranquility of the world. In the desolate desert, a cold and fierce white figure rushed towards Suze's direction like the arrival of death, swirling with rolling yellow sand, moving with thunderous force. The piercing roar penetrated the silent desert, as if carrying endless resentment and murderous intent, sending chills down the spine. This was the terrifying creature 096, which had chased across the ocean. Despite the long and arduous journey, it still maintained an astonishingly intact state, as if it had not been affected at all. Its incredible speed and power made one imagine that if it were an ordinary human, they would have long since succumbed to the harsh environment. "It is coming." As 096 approached, Suze's voice was calm and firm. After entering the inland, 096's speed seemed to have increased significantly. Its roar was now clearly audible, shaking everyone's hearts. Soon, amidst the swirling yellow sand, they finally saw the terrifying figure hidden within. As soon as 096 appeared, it locked onto Suze and charged at him with an unstoppable force. After all, in 096's mind, Suze was the target it had traveled thousands of miles to kill. Is this the legendary 096? Indeed, it lived up to its reputation. It was truly terrifying. The members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force watched the approaching white figure, and although they had prepared for it, they still couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. The intense sense of pressure felt as if they were facing the barrel of a tank, suffocating. However, in the face of such a terrifying creature, Suze appeared exceptionally calm. He knew that only by remaining calm and rational could he find a way to protect himself and his teammates. He stared intently at 096, silently calculating its speed and attack methods, preparing for this life-and-death battle. "Ah!" A piercing scream shattered the sky as 096 raised its hands, sharp as scythes, and opened its massive, blood-filled mouth, seemingly ready to devour everything, charging violently towards Suze. The terrifying momentum was chilling. Meanwhile, the members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force also saw 096's chilling face. They knew that once Suze fell, they would become 096's next targets. In an instant, everyone was filled with tension and fear, but they still stood firmly behind Suze, ready to support him at any moment. And far away in the higher echelons of Long Country, as well as all those watching the live broadcast, everyone focused their attention on the two sides of 096 and Suze. They seemed to see the hope of human civilization, all resting on the outcome of this life-and-death battle. In the face of this sudden, terrifying attack, Suze, however, remained exceptionally calm. He smiled coldly and stretched out a hand towards the flag ahead. His voice revealed an indescribable confidence and determination. "Infinite Void." As soon as this extremely cringy phrase was uttered, something unexpected happened. The originally charging 096 actually stopped after Su-Zhe spoke those words, as if bound by an invisible force. This scene shocked everyone present. They couldn't believe that this legendary terrifying creature was actually subdued by Su-Zhe with just one cringy phrase. But the facts were right before their eyes. 096 indeed stopped, and Su-Zhe still stood calmly in place, as if everything was under his control. 096's throat still emitted chilling roars, but compared to before, the sound had noticeably weakened. Its eyes, the size of green beans, were now tightly fixed on Su-Zhe's gaze, and the fierce light within them was gradually dissipating. In Su-Zhe's eyes, a blend of blue and black colors intertwined, shimmering with a mysterious and profound light. Anyone who met his gaze would immediately be controlled by that powerful mental force, unable to move, and faced with this third-level mental interference. Even the terrifying monster 096 couldn't withstand it. Under Su-Zhe's continuous mental assault, its originally raised sharp hands began to slowly lower. This scene left everyone present in shock. They couldn't imagine that this once feared creature would become so docile under Su-Zhe's mental interference. Su-Zhe also sensed 096 change and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that as long as he could maintain this mental interference, he might completely subdue 096. So, he continued to intensify the mental interference, letting 096 fall completely under his control. As time passed, 096's body gradually relaxed. Its fierce eyes became hollow and devoid of spirit. Ultimately, under Su-Zhe's powerful mental force, it completely lost the ability to resist and could only obediently stand in place. At Su-Zhe's mercy. Chapter 53. The three-body problem isn't a panic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing 096. You have gained all abilities of 096. You have obtained level immortality, level location ability, level high-speed movement, level defense. Due to your perfect containment performance, you are especially rewarded with Site 1, level 1200 personnel, and Mobile Task Force 1. With the system notification ringing in his mind, 096 before him was declared completely contained. Looking at 096, which had now squatted down and even closed its massive blood-filled mouth, Su-Zhe felt a surge of joy. Not to mention those rewards. Just this big guy alone was enough. This is a real tough character. As long as he wanted, he could present a photo of 096 to the enemy in some form. In the next moment, 096 would track them to the ends of the earth. Perfect wrap-up. He reached out and patted 096's head, grinning. The members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force behind him were dumbfounded at this scene. Good heavens, is this how containment works? Why didn't they even see what Su-Zhe did? Or was it that the containment team secretly did something? In any case, this scene greatly shocked their minds. They never expected that such a terrifying containment object could be contained so easily. Not only the members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force on site, but also the high-level officials of Long Country who watched the entire live broadcast were equally incredulous. Impossible. What exactly did Su-Zhe do? It's a bit scary. Is this really a capability that humans should possess? Did you discover something? Everyone's gaze focused on that high-level official. The official pointed at Su-Zhe's eyes and said, "Did you not notice?" Just when 096 was about to attack Su-Zhe, his eyes changed color. His face was serious. I originally thought it was a change caused by the transmission of the image. But now it seems very likely to be a special ability that Su-Zhe possesses, and it is this special ability that allowed him to perfectly control 096. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled violently. The elder of Long Country immediately ordered the technicians to rewind the footage to that moment. The screen froze on the scene just before 096 was about to attack Su-Zhe. Everyone focused intently, watching Su-Zhe's eyes. As a result, they found, just as that high-level official said, this guy's eyes really did change color. Now rewind to the current footage. The elder frowned and issued a new command. The footage returned to the present, and all the high-level officials carefully observed again. They discovered that Su-Zhe's eyes had returned to normal. This precisely indicated that he indeed used some special ability to subdue 096. After confirming this fact, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They even began to doubt whether Su-Zhe was human. Could the wall-faced man also be a terrifying containment object? Someone speculated softly. This speculation instantly shocked many people. Right? Since containment objects do not have a fixed form, shouldn't there also be humanoid containment objects? But they fell into hesitation. However, Su-Zhe had never displayed such means before. Right? Why is he hiding? Everyone is puzzled, until an elder's words broke the doubts in their hearts. No matter whether Su-Zhe is a containment object or not, the only thing we know for sure is that he is on our side, the humans. Therefore, to avoid affecting our cooperative relationship with the Containment Association, please refrain from saying such divisive things in the future. Everyone was taken aback at first, then nodded in agreement. Yes, at least for now, both the Containment Association and Su-Zhe are on our side. Why should they care whether Su-Zhe is a containment object or not? This is a world that prioritizes interests over individuals. Everyone, according to the Wallfacer's plan formulated by Su-Zhe, we are developing toward another system. The elder suddenly said, "Today, I would like to take this opportunity to change our technological direction for the future." During this time, our Ministry of Technology comrades have conducted some research on the previously contained 131 NI beings. Moreover, they have achieved considerable results and are currently in preliminary experiments to apply them to war weapons. Therefore, our main goal in the future is to help Su-Zhe contain all containment objects and then conduct harmless research on those objects. Since our conventional weapons have been blocked by the Trisolarans, we will switch tracks and become leaders in another direction. His eyes were bright, indicating that this plan had been carefully thought out for a long time. All the high-ranking officials felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. They never expected that one day they could surpass the Trisolarans in another direction, and all of this was brought about by the man in the image. Containment objects are the future of humanity. The elder looked at the group of high-ranking officials, knowing that their conversation had already been monitored. But it doesn't matter. Can the Trisolarans stop them? The last extinction crisis of 3,125 had already taught them a lesson. If they are foolish enough to take action against the containment objects, those containment objects would be more than willing to deal with the Trisolarans. 41,999 light-years away, the Trisolaran fleet. Just as the elder from the Dragon Kingdom had anticipated, the Trisolarans indeed monitored their meeting and were aware of all the content discussed, but they did not dare to act recklessly. After several attempts to contact those containment objects through the sophons, they had already deeply felt the terror of containment objects at the cost of 2 listeners' lives. The Trisolaran leader felt a sinking feeling when he heard that humanity planned to switch technological tracks and intended to use containment objects to counter them. Damn it! The worst-case scenario has indeed happened. In fact, he had already anticipated that humanity would gradually shift their focus to those containment objects, which is why he had instructed the organization on Blue Star to assassinate Su-Zhe. But it failed. Thus, it ultimately allowed that elder from the Dragon Kingdom to grasp humanity's path forward. Damn it, he had thought that having a logic on Blue Star was already the limit. But unexpectedly, Su-Zhe and the Containment Association emerged. No, they cannot sit idly by as humanity develops any longer. The Trisolaran leader's expression darkened, and he immediately sent a message to the person in charge of the water droplet project, inquiring about its development progress. The person in charge was bewildered. "We have just begun to color the water droplet, and it will take some time to fully develop it." The leader gritted his teeth. "There is no time to wait. Immediately, launch the water droplet. Even if it cannot destroy human civilization, it must severely damage it and set their technological level back by 200 years. The person in charge was utterly shocked, because he was only responsible for researching the water droplet and was completely unaware of what was happening on Blue Star. But if the leader was willing to take such drastic measures, it must mean that something threatening to Trisolaran civilization had appeared. So he immediately agreed and began preparations to launch the semi-finished water droplet. A few moments later, a water droplet-shaped battleship detached from the Trisolaran fleet and sped toward Blue Star. The Trisolaran leader watched the departing water droplet, praying that it would severely damage Blue Star civilization. Otherwise, when they arrive there, they might very well be shattered by those strange containment objects. Everything rests on the water droplet. Chapter 54. The Panic of the Trisolarans. 096 has been contained. The containment site is located on the Gobi Desert, less than 3 kilometers from where Su Zhe and the others are waiting. This was, of course, directly arranged by Su Zhe using the system reward station. This shocked the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom significantly. They had no idea when that station appeared on the Gobi Desert. After placing 096 at that station, Su Zhe led the members of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force back to Kyoto. Just as he returned to Kyoto, he learned a world-shocking piece of news. The Trisolaran civilization seems to have launched the water droplet. Is this the butterfly effect? Upon hearing this news, Su Zhe couldn't help but furrow his brows. He knew that with the current level of human technology, they absolutely couldn't stop the water droplet. Even though the water droplet still had some time before reaching Blue Star, in a state of technological blockade, it was impossible to successfully develop technology capable of stopping the water droplet. However, since it came so early, it probably wasn't a complete water droplet. Su Zhe suddenly thought of this and felt much less pressure in his heart. If it were a complete water droplet, I might still be wary of you. But a juvenile water droplet? Haha, are you sure you're not here to make me laugh? Since you have revealed a trump card early, I will not be polite. A mysterious smile appeared on Su Zhe's face. He was not worried that the containment objects he summoned would be unable to stop a juvenile water droplet at all. Moreover, during the subsequent time, he could specifically summon containment objects to resist the water droplet. In a dark basement, a man lay motionless on the bed. After the organization suffered multiple blows and the Master provided no support, he had already lost all hope. The Master no longer wished to save humanity. It seems that humanity has fallen to an irretrievable extent. At this moment, he felt like a hero who had reached the end of the road. There was no path ahead. Therefore, there was no meaning in continuing to live. He turned over, pulled out a small handgun from under his pillow, and aimed it at his temple. However, at that moment, subtitles composed of sophons appeared before his eyes. Subtitle: Please stop your actions. We need you. Man, haha. Have I really reached the point of hysteria? How ridiculous. Subtitle: This is not hysteria. We are communicating with you. The man smiled self-deprecatingly. Hysteria cannot change my desire to die. Subtitle: I can now confirm that it is really me. Your goldfish has died. Killed by the half-cigarette you threw into the fish tank. The man suddenly opened his eyes wide, dropped the gun, rolled off the bed, his eyes shining brightly. He fumbled to turn on the light, then looked at the fish tank on the table. Sure enough, the 5 goldfish inside had turned belly up, and among them was the half-smoked cigarette. Subtitle: Can you confirm my existence now? Thud. The man knelt down before the subtitles, tears streaming down his face. He was in a daze, crying, Master, it really is you. My master, why have you abandoned us? Subtitle: I am afraid of you. Man, is it because we will conceal our thoughts? You need not worry. All the abilities we possess are for your service. Subtitle: But we do not know if it is true, so fear will still exist, just as you would fear a snake. Man, if what the snake says is true, then I will believe it. Subtitle: We can't do it, so please help us eliminate humanity, and then we will eliminate you. Man, Master, your way of speaking needs to be more tactful. Otherwise, it will be difficult to recruit new core members. Subtitle: That doesn't matter now. Your main task is to help us deal with those 5 Wallfacers. Man, is it because of that Su Zhe's existence? Subtitle: That's part of the reason. In any case, I need you to execute a plan against the Wallfacers and eliminate them. The man nodded. I understand. Rest assured, Master, I will help you carry out this plan. Subtitle: Then, the subtitles slowly disappeared before the man. Soon after, in the vast ocean of human interconnected information, a game that had been offline for a long time suddenly revived in a corner that couldn't be more remote. In the game, amidst the cold and eerie climate, there were no more pyramids or United Nations buildings, nor those magnificent pendulums. Now, only an endless expanse of wasteland stretched out like a large block of cold ice. King Wen of Zhou slowly walked over from the horizon, his robe and animal skin tattered and dirty, with a bronze sword slung crookedly at his waist. At this moment, his face was as dirty and wrinkled as his clothes, but his eyes were bright and piercing. "Is anyone there?" He called out loudly. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" His voice spread out and eventually disappeared at the edge of the desert. He shouted for a long time and finally collapsed weakly onto the ground. Then, like a lonely watcher, he accelerated the passage of time. He watched the sun transform into a shooting star and then back into the sun. He watched the sun swing back and forth across space like a pendulum, manipulating day and night, turning the world into an uncontrollable stage. Gradually, his body was covered by the cold, slowly freezing. He didn't know how much time had passed. The virtual game world fell into an ink-like darkness, where one cannot see their own hand. At that moment, a voice shouted, "Who started the game? Didn't we say we were going to have a meeting?" A much larger voice responded, "I'll speed up the time a bit and let it get bright here first." Soon, the sun appeared in the sky, finally stabilizing into a steady sun. "All right, I can't be sure how long this era will last." Under the illumination of light, Qin Shi Huang looked at the people who had suddenly appeared before him. King Wen of Zhou, Newton, von Neumann, Aristotle, Mosey, Confucius, Einstein, and others. They stood under a massive rock, looking up at Qin Shi Huang, standing above them. Chapter 55. The wall-breaking plan begins with a traitor to adjust the subsequent plot. The story may be a bit slow these days. Please forgive me. Everyone, Qin Shi Huang struggled to raise the sword in his hand. You all know about the recent Wallfacer plan, right? Humanity is attempting to use the closed strategic thinking of those 5 individuals to counter the Master. While the Master is precisely restrained by this tactic, currently, the most prominent is undoubtedly the 5th Wallfacer, Su Zhe. His existence has made the Master feel a deep sense of unease and threat. So under the Master's will, we have decided to initiate the Wallbreaker plan. Upon hearing that last sentence, everyone immediately fell silent. Qin Shi Huang continued, "The so-called Wallbreaker plan means that we will select 5 Wallbreakers corresponding to the Wallfacers. Like their Wallfacer plan, our Wallbreakers will have the highest authority within the organization and can mobilize all resources. However, compared to those evil human organizations, your greatest resource is only the sophon. With the help of the sophon, you can monitor all Wallfacers except for Su Zhe. The only thoughts you can't see are those of the other 4 Wallfacers. The task of the Wallbreakers is to use the sophon's assistance to uncover the true intentions of the Wallfacers. Next, I will designate the Wallbreakers for each Wallfacer." Then, he successively placed the sword on von Neumann, Mosey, and Aristotle. They became Wallbreakers 1, 2, and 3, corresponding to Wallfacers Taylor, Rediaz, and Sheens. The 3 Wallbreakers all stated that they would certainly complete the Master's task and would definitely enjoy witnessing the despair and pain of their Wallfacers at the moment of breaking the wall. At this moment, someone asked, "What about the Wallbreakers for Luo Ji and Su Zhe?" This question seemed to touch a painful spot in Qin Shi Huang's heart. His expression darkened. Luo Ji's Wallbreaker is himself. He will find out the Master's threat to him. But a look of desolation and pain appeared on his face for the first time. Su Zhe is a thick wall that is difficult to breach, even with the Master's means. It cannot be broken. What? Including the Wallbreakers, all members of the organization were taken aback. They never expected that the 5th Wallfacer would be so terrifying that even a Master couldn't find a way to break through. Where did that person come from? So, among all the Wallfacers, is Su Zhe the greatest threat? Someone swallowed hard and asked. Qin Shi Huang looked up at the constantly changing sky, sighing, "For now, yes." He is the only one among all the Wallfacers that the Master has strictly forbidden to probe. His tone contained a trace of barely perceptible fear. The Master said that he seems to possess the power to destroy the entire universe. Unless necessary, any contact is prohibited. Silence. In the boundless desert, the remaining core members fell into silence. Only the howling wind declared the desolation in their hearts at that moment. Whether it was the previous gouging plan or the betrayal of the commander, they had never felt such despair. So terrifying. Su Zhe, that mysterious 5th Wallfacer. Even a Master fears him. Moreover, he issued an order prohibiting them from probing any aspect of his existence. What kind of magic does this person possess that makes the technologically advanced Trisolarans so afraid? They had just confirmed the wall-breaker plan, and the next moment, their confidence was shattered by this sudden blow. At this moment, they experienced the despair of the top scientists when humanity discovered that technology was blocked by the sophon. Sufe, what kind of existence is behind that man-s containment? Suddenly, a weak voice broke their silence. If Su Zhe has the power to destroy humanity, why don't we directly ally with him? At these words, everyone was shocked. Qin Shi Huang and the others looked around, trying to find the traitor who had spoken such rebellious words. Because it was obvious that Su Zhe, as humanity's Wallfacer, would never actively destroy humanity. Moreover, they worshipped the Trisolaran civilization, not a human. To ally with him now would be akin to betrayal. However, they looked around for a long time and could not find out who had spoken that inciting line. Suddenly, Mosey's eyes moved slightly. Are we missing someone? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's face tightened, and he quickly checked the number of people present, discovering that there was indeed one person less compared to the beginning. However, when he checked the network access records, he found no discrepancies in the numbers. His face immediately darkened. This means that one of the administrators among their core members has defected and has carefully deleted the access and disconnection records. I know who it is, Aristotle suddenly said in a deep voice. Qin Shi Huang's gaze sharpened. Who is it? Aristotle sighed. I don't know that guy's real identity, but I know his in-game code name is Tang Taizong Li Shimin. Qin Shi Huang fell into a brief silence. Forget it. I will now have the sophon strip away all administrators' permissions except for mine. This will be our last meeting. He took a deep breath. No matter who that traitor is, we just need to carry out the master's task. Everything else is irrelevant. Upon hearing this, a thick layer of gloom inevitably enveloped everyone's hearts. The plan had just begun, and one of their key members had turned traitor. This meant that their plan had definitely been leaked. Moreover, they had no countermeasures against the wall-facing individual, Su Zhe, nor could they afford to have any excessive understanding of him. If they were to continue, inexplicably, many of them began to flicker their gazes. A strange emotion unexpectedly arose in their hearts. Most of this was due to the words of that Tang Taizong just now. Qin Shi Huang naturally knew this. So after saying this, he quickly shut down the last round of the three-body game. Now they would be plunged into a battlefield of full-band jamming interference. The enemy and ally would have to rely on their own discernment. In the Dragon Country, at the secret shelter in Kyoto, Su Zhe received a message from Dr. Heisenberg. The other party was a reward for containing 3125 last time, a top-level researcher with both high rank and capabilities. Dr. Heisenberg, respected counselor, I have hacked the accounts of the organization's personnel and successfully completed the task you assigned. Under the system's shielding, Jizi cannot detect their communication. Su Zhe was quite satisfied. Very good. If their SA chants continue to spread contamination among them, I want the Containment Council to evolve peacefully. Dr. Heisenberg, understood. That is the direction we will move forward. After ending the call, Su Zhe stood up and left the shelter. He was preparing to go to the newly built exclusive training ground to try out the abilities of 096 that he had just obtained. Chapter 56, Human Missile. Mr. Wall-Facing, you have finally come to this place. Su Zhe quietly rode in a specially made explosion-proof vehicle, speeding all the way to a secret training ground located 10 kilometers outside Kyoto. This venue resembled a silent oasis, surrounded by lush trees, concealing its internal mystery and solemnity. Several women dressed in specially made combat suits, graceful and agile, stood like guardian deities, quietly waiting for Su Zhe's arrival, fully prepared for him. In addition, nearly a battalion of special forces was stationed around the training ground, guarding the peace of this land like an iron wall. At present, the top leadership of the Dragon Country placed immense importance on Su Zhe, even knowing that the Containment Council was quietly protecting him. They still devoted considerable effort to arrange so many personnel to protect this national treasure. This is the difference between top talents and ordinary people. One might say it's unfair, but for the country, this is precisely the greatest fairness. Su Zhe gently waved his hand, declining the bomb-proof suits offered by the Special Forces women. He looked up at the training ground before him, seeing that it was embedded with solid titanium steel plates and rebar, meticulously constructed with number 24 Italian concrete, appearing both sturdy and solemn. A wave of excitement surged in his heart. This training ground had been built with the help of the Dragon Country since he began containing his first object. Although it looked unremarkable from the outside, it concealed endless potential beneath. All the facilities a normal training ground should have were available here, and those that shouldn't be here were also present at Su Zhe's special request. For example, the specially made plastic track, equipped with advanced optical speed measuring devices capable of accurately measuring the runner's speed, and the composite material physical balance instrument, which can precisely measure the magnitude of force. In short, Su Zhe had considered everything to ensure the most comprehensive and precise training and testing could occur here. Mr. Wallfacer, hello. I am the head of this base. Codenamed Yin Huang. Subordinate personnel, 9,527. At this moment, a robust and energetic man jogged over to personally welcome Su Zhe. Upon hearing this strange codename, Su Zhe couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Are you planning to establish a second containment council? His tone carried a hint of teasing, but more so, it reflected admiration for the Dragon Country government's spirit of daring to try and innovate. 9527 awkwardly smiled. Crossing the river by feeling the stones is better than a blind man touching an elephant. We are still in the exploratory stage and hope to receive your guidance and assistance. Su Zhe smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then you should contact me directly. I can tell you about the organizational structure of the Containment Council. No need to be polite. We are all from the Dragon Country. His tone revealed a kind and open demeanor, as if communicating with family. Really? 9,527's eyes lit up, as if seeing the dawn of hope. He wished he could kneel and bow to Su Zhe immediately to express his gratitude. Seeing this, Su Zhe quickly stopped him and waved his hand. All right. Don't do that. First, take me to the speed testing area. I want to see what the facilities are like. Not long after, 9527 took Su Zhe to the speed testing track of the underground training ground. This track was entirely black, with white lines drawn in an unknown material. On both sides of the track were miniature testing point devices. Overall, from the appearance level, it was already professional enough. Mr. Wallfacer, here are various specially made running shoes. Which pair do you need? 9527 pulled out a shoe rack beside him, revealing various specially made running shoes on it. Su Zhe casually picked a pair that felt comfortable and nodded, indicating they could start. Bang! With a crisp sound, Su Zhe stood on the track. He focused his eyes on a certain point on the track, and the level speed movement from 096 began to activate. This ability was quite special and needed to be used in conjunction with level positioning abilities. For instance, right now, Su Zhe had determined a certain point on the track for the level speed movement to take effect. Whoosh! 9527, standing behind, felt a moment of daze, then saw Su Zhe standing at the end of the track. His eyes nearly bulged out. The worldview he had previously accepted made it impossible for him to comprehend the scene before him. How long has it been? You just whoosh from here to there? My God, are you sure this is for measuring speed and not for measuring teleportation? Is this the physical capability a normal human should have? In fact, not just 9527, even Su Zhe himself was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't expect his level movement ability to immediately reach maximum speed, completely skipping the acceleration process. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, 096 would gradually accelerate before finally reaching maximum speed. Could it be that the system had defaulted to the most powerful capability values of the containment objects? Hiss! As the one who achieved the fastest speed in human history, even Su Zhe couldn't help but take a deep breath. The system's boost was too outrageous. Click! Suddenly, both he and 9,527 heard a light sound. Following the sound, they found that the specially made track had cracked into several pieces. 9,527's already widened eyes became even bigger. It's important to know that this track had been specially treated to withstand half a ton of explosive force. Now, Su Zhe had directly run it to the point of cracking like this, which could only mean that the explosive force he exerted while running far exceeded half a ton. In other words, he was very likely to have reached 1 ton. Terrifying. 9527 looked at Su Zhe with an expression of deep respect. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he had kept his distance earlier. Otherwise, just from this wave, he would have been turned into minced meat. No, he might have been directly kicked into oblivion. Can you check what my speed was just now? Su Zhe asked, upon hearing the wall-facing individual's words. 9527 quickly regained his composure and hurried to check the test results from just now. Then, he opened his mouth wide and incredulously spat out a result. Mr. Wallfacers, you ran 100 meters in 0.5 seconds, which roughly translates to a speed of 0.5 Mach. 0.5 Mach? That's almost comparable to a low-speed anti-tank missile. In other words, Su Zhe is now essentially a humanoid missile. This statement is not wrong, as Su Zhe indeed possesses destructive power comparable to that of a missile at this moment, not to mention his abilities like mental control. Just his immortality and defensive capabilities alone are enough to smash through any carbon-based life form that dares to intercept him. How exhilarating! Su Zhe felt only a slight soreness in his legs and was extremely satisfied. Fortunately, he still had his high-level defense. Otherwise, his lower body would probably be paralyzed from this impact. Chapter 57. He is an artificial god. The containment organization has indeed delved deeply into the research of containment objects. In a secret meeting room in Kyoto, the bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom gathered, their eyes focused on the large screen in front of them. In a live broadcast authorized by Su Zhe, they witnessed the shocking scene just moments ago. The opponent's ability, akin to teleportation, is enough to instantly kill any car in the world today. Such a performance is undoubtedly a tremendous challenge to modern technology. That's right, carbon-based life has begun to challenge the dominance of silicon-based life. And all of this is thanks to the changes the containment organization has brought to Su Zhe. They are unaware of the system's existence, so the superpowers exhibited by Su Zhe are assumed to be the results of the containment organization's research. Ever since Su Zhe had controlled 096 with just his gaze last time, the bigwigs have speculated whether the containment organization has already begun related human experiments. Now, with Su Zhe displaying such teleportation-like abilities, they're even more convinced of this speculation. Indeed, technology is the primary productive force. An elder from the Dragon Kingdom sighed. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This power that transcends humanity is precisely what they have been pursuing all along. Since ancient times, humans have sought the emergence of extraordinary power. Whether it was the deities fabricated back then or modern superhero movies, they symbolize humanity's desire for powerful forces. However, limited by biology, humans have never been able to obtain powers beyond their limits. But now, the emergence of Su Zhe has compensated for humanity's regrets over thousands of years. He seems to have become a true artificial god, showcasing breathtaking, extraordinary abilities. The bigwigs' hearts were filled with excitement and anticipation. They seemed to see a new era approaching, an era led by the containment organization, filled with the unknown and possibilities. And Su Zhe is the pioneer and explorer of this era. Containment objects. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom whispered this term. Just thinking that these mysterious items could grant humans such powerful abilities seemed to dispel a lot of the fear in their hearts. Perhaps in this new era, humanity would no longer need to fear those once seemingly invincible enemies. Su Zhe was completely unaware of the thoughts of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. If he did know, he would solemnly warn them not to let their guard down. Fear, aside from instilling reverence for the unknown, is also a sensitive instrument for detecting the unknown. Even the containment organization's mobile task force sometimes injects fear-enhancing drugs before executing missions to enhance their alertness and response capabilities. After staying in the meeting room for 15 minutes and feeling that his body showed no abnormalities, Su Zhe moved his muscles and bones. He said to 9527 beside him. Next item. 9527, still immersed in the shock brought by Su Zhe's teleportation-like speed, quickly regained his composure upon hearing Su Zhe's words and respectfully replied, "Please follow me." Soon, the two arrived at the second testing area, the perception testing room. 9527 gently inserted the authorization card in his hand into the card reader beside him. With a click, The previously dark room was instantly illuminated. Suze looked around and saw that this testing room was covered in a special black material that seemed to absorb all light. Even with dozens of specially made incandescent lamps inside, it still appeared somewhat dim. In the center of the room, various rubber wolf fangs were placed, each with different shapes, and the sharp tips seemed capable of piercing any object easily. Scattered on the ground were many small round balls the size of peanuts, each engraved with different numbers, seemingly serving as markers for some kind of test. The rules were clearly laid out before him. He needed to first select a number from the densely packed small balls on the ground, and then the entire room would plunge into darkness. In such an environment, he would rely entirely on his high-level positioning ability to find the selected small ball. For ordinary people, this is undoubtedly a huge challenge. They can only rely on weak intuition to grope their way forward in the dark. If you're ready, please put on this eye mask, 9527 said, looking at Suze's focused and calm face, cautiously handing over a pure black eye mask. The material of this eye mask was the same as that of the 6 walls of the room, as if it could swallow all light. Successively, quickly scanning the ground and finally locking onto a small ball. He bent down to pick it up, gently rubbed it, and confirmed the number 93 on it. He turned around, casually tossed the small ball away, then reached out to take the eye mask from 9527 and deftly put it on. As soon as the eye mask was on, his vision was completely engulfed in darkness. It felt as if the entire world had been stripped of color and light, leaving only endless void. "I'm ready," he said softly, his voice echoing in the empty room. Then, the sounds of lights turning off and doors closing followed one after another. Suze's vision completely disappeared, and the surroundings fell into total silence. In this dark and quiet environment, he could almost hear the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat echoing in his ears. It was an experience like no other, making him eagerly anticipate the upcoming challenge. Suze stood quietly in place, took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, trying to calm his emotions. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and prepared to activate his high-level positioning ability. In his mind, the number 93 kept appearing, along with the tactile sensation of the small ball, as if he could feel its smooth surface and subtle texture. The high-level positioning ability requires a medium as a guide, and Suze now possessed more than one medium, which filled him with confidence in finding that small ball. As his ability activated, he felt a mysterious force surging within him. In his perception, that small ball was like a tiny miniature sun, emitting a faint glow and warmth, guiding him closer. However, the difficulty of this test was not limited to that. He needed to avoid the sharp wolf fangs in the dark, ensuring that he was unharmed while picking up the small ball and returning to his original spot. For ordinary people, this was almost an insurmountable challenge. Each wolf fang was like a beast lurking in the dark, with gaps between the sharp tips barely allowing an adult to pass through. Some places even required him to bend down or turn sideways to squeeze through. Moreover, now it was completely dark, and he had to rely on his perception and positioning ability to navigate forward. Suze understood that the difficulty of this test far exceeded that of the previous speed test. Chapter 58, Test Successful. But so what? Suze felt no fear or retreat because of this. He firmly believed that his high-level positioning ability would surely lead him to success. As his abilities deepened, it felt as if a door to another world had opened in his mind. The outlines of the wolf fang stakes began to gradually become clear. Even the sharp tips on top were simulated vividly, as if they were right in front of him. This was not just a positioning ability. It felt more like a magical real-time simulation. It allowed Suze to feel as if he was in a three-dimensional space constructed of data and perception, where every detail was under his control. In fact, for an existence like 096, having such an ability was quite natural. Although it could break through any obstacles in its path, it was not just mindless brute force. For obstacles that could severely affect its speed, it would choose to cleverly avoid them. And because of its extreme speed, it often reacted to obstacles by predicting them in advance through its positioning ability before actually seeing them. You ask, what if there's no medium? Sorry. 096 eyes themselves are the perfect medium. Even just a vague shadow can be accurately captured and located. Speaking of which, with the help of that real-time map-like visualization in his mind, Suze found it exceptionally easy to move. His figure flitted like a light butterfly through the flowers, effortlessly leaping over one wolf fong steak after another. The sharp tips didn't even touch the corners of his clothes as he gracefully passed by them. Ultimately, after countless precise positions and agile movements, he successfully picked up the small ball engraved with the number 93. The whole process felt like a meticulously choreographed dance, elegant and composed. The return trip was even easier, like copying and pasting. He followed the same method again, using his positioning ability as a guide to effortlessly return to his original spot. At that moment, Suze's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew he had once again successfully challenged himself and was one step closer to his goal. And all of this was thanks to his powerful positioning ability. He gently removed the blindfold in front of him, as if shedding a heavy burden in the unknown. He didn't call out to 9,527 outside to open the door for him. Instead, he chose to rely on his inner feelings and intuition, slowly reaching out his hand to pull open the tightly shut door. Outside, 9527 was focused on guarding the door when he suddenly heard the faint sound of the door opening. He was startled, thinking that the door had malfunctioned and opened on its own. He quickly turned around to investigate. However, when he turned his head, what met his eyes was Suze's calm and composed figure. "Why you failed?" 9527 instinctively asked, a sense of inexplicable relief welling up in his heart. After all, this seemingly impossible test would likely result in failure for most people. However, just as he finished speaking, Suze took out a small ball from his pocket and gently shook it in front of him. The number engraved on the ball was an astonishing 93. 9,527's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Suze had actually succeeded. Faced with this seemingly insurmountable challenge, he not only did not back down, but also successfully completed the task with his exceptional wisdom and courage. At that moment, the shock and admiration in 9,527's heart were beyond words. He looked at Suze's calm demeanor and confident gaze, and a strong sense of respect surged within him. He knew he had truly witnessed what it meant to have extraordinary individuals in the world. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. In the conference room, a group of high-ranking officials watched through the night vision equipment as Suze skillfully avoided the sharp stakes and successfully found the small ball. The containment organization's research on containment objects far exceeded our imagination. The elder from Long Country looked at Suze on the screen and sighed sincerely. No wonder Suze was so calm about containing 096. With this ability, he could even stand up to 096 in a direct confrontation. Another high-ranking official exclaimed in astonishment. To what extent have we researched containment objects? The elder from Long Country suddenly asked. The head of the technology department sighed deeply. We are still in the theoretical experimentation phase. We are trying to extract the characteristics from containment objects to see if they can be transferred to other objects, but all attempts have failed. Most people felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this news. After all, they had just witnessed how Suze perfectly passed the test using his extraordinary abilities. Now, to hear that their research progress was still stuck on paper was disheartening. They couldn't help but feel the difference between someone else's child and their own. Of course, they were just disappointed. No matter how good someone else's child was, they were still someone else's, and the future of the family still depended on their own child. At this moment, the elder from Long Country remarked thoughtfully, "Do you think our Yanhuang Mobile Task Force members can gain the opportunity to obtain implanted containment abilities like Suze by completing missions?" This statement was like a heavy bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. The gloom in their minds was suddenly swept away, and they felt a clarity in their brains. Yes, Suze must have climbed up step by step within the containment organization. Since he could gain containment abilities, perhaps our Yanhuang Mobile Task Force comrades could also have a chance. That makes sense, but the key still lies in whether Suze agrees. After all, he is the true leader of the Yanhuang Mobile Task Force. Since he is the leader, he will definitely agree. We just need to wait patiently. Let's hope so. Everyone's gaze returned to Suze on the screen. At that moment, they were completely impressed by this young man. Even if he were to ask to entrust the future of Long Country to him, they would certainly agree. Back at the training base, Suze then tested his defensive capabilities. Various iron rods and steel blades struck his body, barely breaking the skin, with no internal injuries at all. Since he had not yet acquired the recovery ability, the testing could only stop at a superficial level. However, even so, it was enough to shock the world. This level of defense, even the best bomb-proof suit in the world couldn't achieve, right? Not to mention, this wasn't even Suze's limit. If he weren't worried about sustaining serious injuries, Suze would even want to challenge facing a dump truck head-on. Today's testing will end here. I will notify you in advance next time. Before leaving, Suze patted 9527 on the shoulder, exuding a leadership aura. Chapter 59. The first breaker appears. Suze returned to his secret sanctuary, a place for his contemplation and planning. He sat at the old wooden table, his gaze deep, as if traversing endless voids in search of the next containment object to be revealed. However, just as he was about to unveil the next mysterious item, the entire world was shaken by another event. The man hailed as humanity's last hope, Tyler, had his wall-facing plan ruthlessly cracked by a breaker. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly sweeping across the globe and plunging everyone into deep panic. It was a seemingly tranquil afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the window onto Tyler's face, yet it could not dispel the gloom in his heart. He anxiously awaited the implementation of the plan. But the developments turned out to be far worse than he had imagined. Despite having already formulated detailed strategies for various possible scenarios, he encountered unprecedented resistance during the execution. And all of this stemmed from the young Wallfacer Suze, whom he had never taken seriously. Suze's containment plan swept across the world like a whirlwind. Governments around the globe seemed to be clearing the way for him, diverting resources that originally belonged to other Wallfacers towards him. In this situation, Taylor, once a highly regarded Wallfacer, found his status gradually surpassed by Suze. Sitting in an empty room, Taylor was filled with helplessness and anger. He sighed, and the images of the other 3 Wallfacers flashed through his mind. Perhaps they were also facing the same predicament as he was. In this unpredictable world, whether they Wallfacers could shoulder the responsibility of saving humanity remained an unknown. Mr. Wallfacer, there is a visitor outside claiming to be your friend. A polite guard arranged at home came over and handed a tablet to Taylor. Taylor frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. At this critical moment, he had not publicly disclosed his address, let alone informed anyone of his whereabouts. He cautiously glanced at the screen of the tablet and saw a man outside dressed in a shabby suit and tie. The man looked harmless, as if he were just an ordinary citizen. Taylor put down the tablet, and although he was somewhat confused, he instructed, "Let him in." He wanted to know what this person claiming to be his friend was up to. Soon, the living room door was gently pushed open and the visitor walked in. He looked even more disheveled than on the tablet, his malnourished face as if he had gone through a serious illness, making the ill-fitting suit appear even more ridiculous. He stood cautiously at the living room door, as if afraid of dirtying the luxurious carpet. "Mr. Wallfacer Taylor, hello." He took off his top hat and bowed deeply to Taylor, his tone filled with a hint of humility and respect. Taylor coldly scrutinized him, growing increasingly suspicious. He was certain he had never had such a friend, let alone one visiting him at this time. He planned to send him away as soon as he finished his greetings. However, what happened next made Taylor's heart sink. The person he looked down upon from the lower strata of society uttered the words that would instill lifelong fear in him. "Wallfacer Taylor, I am your breaker." Breaker? A spark exploded in Taylor's mind. As a Wallfacer, he naturally knew of the existence of breakers. They were sent by the Trisolaran civilization to unravel the Wallfacer plans. And every Wallfacer faced the danger of being undone by a breaker. And at this moment, this seemingly harmless visitor actually claimed to be his breaker. Taylor's face turned pale instantly, feeling a chill rush from his feet to his heart. He struggled to maintain his composure, trying to find a flaw in the other person's expression and tone. However, the breaker merely stood there quietly, staring at him with deep-set eyes, as if able to see through his fear and panic. What evidence do you have?" Taylor's voice trembled slightly as he tried to sound calm. The breaker smiled faintly. revealing a hint of mockery. He pulled out a document from his pocket and handed it to Taylor. Taylor took the document and saw it filled with dense text and formulas. It was the detailed content of the Wallfacer plan he had meticulously crafted. Taylor's face turned ashen. He could not believe his eyes. This document was a plan he had formulated himself, known only to him and a few trusted confidants. Yet, this breaker had so easily produced this document, meaning his plan had been completely unraveled. Taylor felt dizzy, as if his world had collapsed at that moment. As a Wallfacer, he bore the responsibility of saving humanity, but now his plan had been effortlessly cracked by an inconspicuous breaker. He felt unprecedented despair and helplessness, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his throat. Who exactly are you? Taylor's voice became hoarse and weak. The breaker did not answer his question, but merely smiled faintly before turning to leave the living room. His silhouette gradually disappeared from Taylor's sight, leaving behind a deep mystery and endless fear. Suze's heart was filled with shock and confusion. In the original work, the true intentions of the first Wallfacer were revealed, which was a story set 8 years later. At that time, the world seemed to have just begun to unveil the mysterious veil of the Wallfacers, while the breakers gradually explored the truth over that long period. But now, everything seemed to have been advanced so abruptly and unexpectedly. In just a month's time, those hidden breakers had discovered the true intentions of the first Wallfacer. This change made Suze's heart tighten. Could his butterfly effect really be so powerful? Powerful enough to alter the flow of time and completely disrupt the original storyline? Reflecting on the early launch of that water droplet, Suze felt a sudden realization. Perhaps all these changes were related to him. He was like a fluttering butterfly. Although it was just a small action, it inadvertently triggered a monumental change in the world. However, Suze did not feel fear or panic as a result. He knew that no matter how the world changed, he had the ability to face it and respond. He would become the last savior of this world. Neither advancement nor delay could change his determination and faith. Since Taylor ultimately became the hero of human civilization, then in the final moments of his life, he should meet him. Suze made a private decision in his heart. He quickly sent a request to the Elder of the Dragon Country, hoping he could arrange a plane immediately to take him to Taylor's mansion. The Elder of the Dragon Country did not ask much. He knew Suze's identity and status, and he was aware of his abilities and influence. He quickly arranged a plane to take Suze to Taylor's mansion. When Suze arrived at Taylor's mansion, night had fallen. The sky was dotted with stars, like countless sparkling diamonds embedded in the night. The moonlight softly fell on the snow-capped mountains, lakes, and forests, adding a touch of mystery and romance to the tranquil night. The lights of the mansion shone warmly through the windows. Suze dismissed his guards and walked alone towards the lake. He knew that at this moment, Taylor might be standing by the lake, gazing at the shimmering surface, contemplating the meaning and value of life. Suze's figure flickered in the night, swift and light like a ghost. He passed through the forest and over the grass, finally arriving at the lakeside. He saw Taylor's figure from a distance. He stood alone by the lake, his back appearing lonely yet resolute. Suze did not approach him immediately, but quietly stood afar, observing him. He knew this was the last time he would see Taylor, and he hoped to remember this moment well, to remember this hero who had given everything for humanity. By the lake, a gentle breeze brushed against Taylor's hair as he quietly gazed at the beautiful scenery before him. The lake sparkled, reflecting the bright moon in the sky, resembling a stunning painting. Yet Taylor's heart was tumultuous, with past experiences swirling in his mind. His entire life had been spent in power struggles for national economy and for social stability. The heavy responsibilities and pressures left him almost no time to pause and truly appreciate the beauty of life. It was only when he arrived at this Buddhist Wallfacer's mansion that he truly felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace. However, Taylor shook his head again, feeling that the life he lived in the first half of his life was also what he wanted. That pursuit of power and control made him feel powerful and indispensable. But now, he began to doubt whether all of this really had any meaning. Did a person become schizophrenic upon death? Tyler let out a bitter laugh. He felt as if he were bound by an invisible force, unable to escape the shadows of the past. He looked up at the bright moon, a deep despair welling up in his heart. This moon had witnessed the development of human civilization. Would it soon witness the extinction of humanity as well? Just as Tyler fell into deep thought, a young figure suddenly appeared behind him. Tyler wasn't surprised. He seemed to have grown accustomed to such sudden changes. He put down the revolver in his hand and slowly turned around, seeing the young face that had once made him anxious. "Are you the Wallfacer, Susie?" Tyler asked in a stiff dragon language. Susie nodded and replied in English, "Yes, it's me." His voice was calm and firm, as if it could penetrate the fog in Tyler's heart. Tyler sneered, "Are you here to enjoy my embarrassing state?" He was used to viewing everything from a conspiratorial perspective, believing that Susie's appearance must have some ulterior motive. However, Susie shook his head and said slowly, "No. I am here to witness how a hero falls on the eve of humanity's dawn." His gaze was deep and resolute, as if he could see through Tyler's inner struggles and pain. Tyler was taken aback, his eyes widening slightly, as if trying to understand what Susie meant. "What do you mean by that?" His voice carried a hint of confusion and tension, as if he were exploring an unknown territory. Susie looked at him deeply, his eyes sparkling with determination. He genuinely wanted to save this Wallfacer. After all, Tyler had sincerely contributed to saving humanity. At this moment, on the brink of a new era for humanity, every effort made by individuals deserved respect and salvation. "Come with me to see another world." Susie's voice was calm and firm, as if a mysterious power flowed within it. Before Tyler could react, he felt a dizzying sensation. His vision went black, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a completely new world. Here, traffic flowed endlessly, and the bustling city scene caught his eye. At first glance, he thought he had been knocked out and then brought to this place. But upon closer inspection, Tyler realized that the architectural styles and the appearance of cars and pedestrians here were starkly different from what he was familiar with on Blue Star. The buildings seemed to be covered with a layer of gray-white exteriors, looking fragile and weak. People wore strange boots resembling skeletal claws, and the entire world had taken on a bizarre and unfamiliar style. Tyler's voice trembled slightly. He seemed to sense the unusual nature of this world. Susie stood behind him and spoke softly, "This is the future human world that I have simulated." Tyler suddenly turned around and once again saw that familiar figure. A complex emotion surged within him, a mix of confusion towards Susie and fear and curiosity about this unknown world. "So this is actually an illusion?" Tyler finally asked, trying to analyze everything before him logically. Susie nodded, looking at him with appreciative eyes. "That's right, Mr. Tyler. This is the future world I constructed for you using the abilities of the containment objects. I hope you can see the possibilities of humanity's future through this illusion and rethink your choices and actions." Tyler fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this astonishing information. He knew that this illusion was not just a simple visual experience, but a profound reflection and revelation. He needed to take it seriously to truly understand Susie's intentions. After a long time, his eyes flickered, and he uttered a low, deep line. "Is humanity's future really tied to those containment objects of yours?" It was clear from his tone that he was still quite resistant to the containment objects. Susie shrugged. "I know it's hard for you to accept, but it's better than being completely transformed by the Trisolarans and raised like a domestic pig, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and the surrounding environment changed once again. Those structures, although strange in style, had transformed into ruins, and the place they stood became an endless wasteland. Chapter 60 now. I speak to the Trisolaran world. Sorry everyone, dear readers, I only realized after finishing this chapter that the help Luo-G received was not from Tyler, but from Reed Diaz. This is a serious oversight on the original works examination. Please forgive me, dear readers, and bear with this chapter. Thank you. Under Susie's control of the mental illusion, Tyler seemed to be drawn by an invisible force into a strange world. The scene before him seemed to be directly extracted from the original work, depicting the first year of Australia after the deterrence era. The scorching sun blazed down like a flame, and Tyler felt a wave of heat rushing at him, almost suffocating him. He looked around and saw countless simple houses arranged densely like beehives. These metal-constructed homes looked exceptionally fragile under the fierce sunlight. as if a gust of wind could blow them apart. On this barren land, the faces of the people were filled with exhaustion and despair. Their eyes revealed a terrifying beast-like nature, as if they could erupt at any moment. Tyler saw a group of people fighting brutally over limited resources, their movements savage and cruel, sending a shiver down his spine. "Welcome to the human beast pen, Mr. Tyler." Susie's voice echoed in Tyler's ear as he pointed at the group fighting over the resources, a strange smile appearing on his face. This smile made even the self-proclaimed cold-blooded politician Tyler feel a chill. The fear in his heart surged like a tide. Tyler opened his mouth, his voice low as he asked, "What is this place? What era is this that you have created?" His tone was filled with terror and confusion, as if he could not accept the brutal reality before him. Susie took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale the essence of this world into his lungs. He recalled the plot of the original work and then slowly said, "Please allow me to repeat the words of that Wallfacer." His gaze suddenly changed, becoming like that of the Wallfacer Tyler had seen that afternoon, filled with strangeness and mystery. This transformation involuntarily instilled a sense of fear in Tyler. He felt as if he were being controlled by an invisible force, unable to break free. "Mr. Tyler, your current public strategy should be to establish a space force outside Blue Star, which can be referred to as the Space Army." Susie's voice was deep and powerful, as if possessing some kind of magic. "However, your idea is quite bold. You have directly chosen spherical lightning and nuclear fusion as space warfare weapons." He continued, his tone laced with irony and mockery. At this point, he paused, as if giving Tyler enough time to digest this information. Then he continued, "But this is just your superficial plan. Your true goal is to use these weapons to annihilate the main forces on Blue Star." This sentence detonated in Tyler's heart like a heavy bomb, leaving him feeling as if his thoughts had been instantly emptied, unable to think. He stood frozen, his expression as rigid as a statue. After a long time, he finally moved his lips and asked, "Did Luo Ji tell you these things?" His voice trembled faintly, as if seeking a bit of comfort. Susie shook his head, a hint of a mocking smile on his face. No. Just as that Wallfacer said. Your strategic intentions are too straightforward and obvious, making it so that even an ordinary person like me can see through them." Tyler's body trembled violently. He felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, rendering it unable to beat. He couldn't believe his ears, nor could he believe his eyes. The secret he had been trying so hard to hide was so easily uncovered by another Wallfacer. He felt as if his world had collapsed in an instant, and all his beliefs and persistence had become meaningless. He experienced an unprecedented sense of despair and helplessness, as if he had been abandoned by this world. To be more precise, it seemed he had abandoned this world himself. Could this be considered a form of deserved punishment? Susie looked at Tyler's desperate expression, but felt no sympathy or pity, for this emotion was an insult to the Wallfacer before him. He knew that the world was cruel and merciless, where everyone fought and killed for their own interests, and he himself was merely a trivial existence in this brutal world. "But I can tell you some good news." Susie's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples. A flicker of indescribable light suddenly appeared in Tyler's otherwise dull eyes, a light that seemed like a firefly struggling in the dark, weak yet resilient. "What good news?" Tyler's voice trembled slightly, infused with anticipation and urgency. After experiencing various setbacks, he was filled with awe and curiosity towards this young Wallfacer. Having witnessed Susie's extraordinary abilities and insights, his previous contempt had long vanished, replaced by profound admiration. Susie's tone remained calm as water, and he said lightly, "Although your strategic intentions have failed, in many years, your strategic achievements will be utilized by another Wallfacer." Tyler furrowed his brows tightly, striving to comprehend the meaning of this statement. He instinctively asked, "Is it you? You used my strategic achievements to contain another terrifying entity, right?" His voice carried a hint of probing and unease, as if searching for some confirmation. Susie gently shook his head, his tone tinged with disdain. "No, I have not yet fallen to the point of using your strategic achievements." This statement struck Tyler's heart like a cold hammer. Arrogant, too arrogant. As a fellow Wallfacer, the other party actually used the word fallen to describe a possible action of his. What kind of arrogance and confidence was this? A surge of indescribable emotions welled up in Tyler's heart. Neither anger nor shame, but a deep sense of helplessness and frustration. However, amidst this emotional turmoil, Tyler unexpectedly found a glimmer of relief. It was as if his strategic achievements had not been tainted by those terrifying entities, which could be considered a form of alternative luck. He didn't understand why he had such thoughts, but this feeling spread within him like wild grass. He opened his mouth and struggled to squeeze out a few words. Then who will use my strategic achievements? Heinz or Radiance? His voice was laced with confusion and reluctance, as if searching for some answer. A flicker of unusual color flashed in Suze's eyes, and he calmly uttered a name. Luo Ji. What? Tyler was stunned as if struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his ears, nor could he accept this fact. Luo Ji, that young man, still living a carefree life? How could he possibly use his strategic achievements? This was more absurd than a fairy tale. A flash of anger and resentment crossed Tyler's eyes.
As he couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't accept that his hard work and efforts would ultimately be inherited by a loser who had given up before even starting.
What kind of humiliation and resentment was this? A strong sense of rejection surged within him, as if it were about to burst from his chest. However, at that moment, Suze's voice sounded again. Do not doubt my judgment, Tyler. Luo Ji possesses potential and wisdom beyond your imagination. He will use your strategic achievements to create his own brilliance. Tyler's breath caught, and he suddenly raised his head to look into Suze's deep eyes. He tried to find answers in those eyes, but only saw endless depth and mystery. He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. I don't understand. Why him? Why not me? His voice trembled with reluctance and confusion, as if seeking some explanation. Successively, a complex emotion flashing in his gaze. Tyler, everyone has their own fate and trajectory. Your strategic achievements may not be destined for you, but that does not mean your efforts and contributions are without value. On the contrary, it is your failures and setbacks that pave the way for Luo Ji's success. A flicker of confusion and bewilderment crossed Tyler's eyes as he seemed to want to understand Suze's words, but found them too profound and mysterious. He could only silently lower his head, lost in his thoughts. The atmosphere became exceptionally serious and heavy at that moment, as if the air itself had solidified. But what no one expected was that Suze's next words would again leave Tyler in shock. His words fell gently, as if bringing a light breeze, and the surrounding scene underwent a magical transformation once more. What was just a sunny, sweltering summer day suddenly turned into a cloudy, drizzly rainy day. The original plain transformed into a lush green hill. Tyler and the others stood atop the hill, as if they were in a traditional ink painting. And atop this hill stood another Wallfacer. Tyler looked and was instantly stunned. How could Luo Ji be him? Tyler exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the man leaning against a tombstone, his figure slightly weakened, filled with confusion. Luo Ji, wasn't he supposed to be living in a carefree, resource-abundant estate? Why was he here at this moment, and in such a state? Just as Tyler was struggling to regain his composure from confusion, Luo Ji suddenly spoke. I am speaking to the Trisolaran world. His voice, though not loud, carried a sense of determination and resolution. Tyler was unconsciously drawn in by his voice, listening intently. Luo Ji raised his left hand, revealing a watch on his wrist. This was a life sign monitoring device, connected to a cradle system via a transmitter. Luo Ji's voice was calm and powerful. You must remember the incident with Radiance 2 centuries ago, right? The signal emitted by this monitoring device will be transmitted through the cradle system to the 3,614 nuclear bombs in solar orbit. Currently, this signal is being sent every second. Maintaining the non-trigger status of a nuclear bombs, Luo Ji continued. But then, he shifted his tone, becoming cold and sharp. However, if I die, the signal maintenance of the cradle system will also be cut off. At that time, all the nuclear bombs will detonate, forming a massive interstellar dust cloud. And this dust cloud will become the coordinate of the Trisolaran world. A resolute light flickered in Luo Ji's eyes. At that time, Civilizations of higher dimensions in the universe will be able to observe the Trisolaran world through this coordinate. We, as well as your Trisolaran world, will be exposed to the gaze of those higher civilizations. As the dawn slowly rose, casting light on Luo-Ji, he appeared as a lonely warrior standing atop the hill. He pressed a handgun tightly against his heart, issuing the most terrifying threat in history. Now, I will stop my heartbeat. At the same time, I will become the greatest criminal of both worlds. For this, I deeply apologize, but I will not repent, because this is the last choice I can make. You are indifferent to the cries of humanity, and this is the greatest humiliation for us. Logic's voice was filled with anger and resentment. Now, I will give you 30 seconds of silence. If you are willing, we can face the impending death together. In this quiet and tense moment, Taylor and the others held their breath, waiting for the response from the Trisolaran world. Logic stood quietly, the gun in his hand still pressed tightly against his heart. His gaze was firm and resolute, as if he was already prepared to face anything. In the long and silent wait, Taylor's heartbeat seemed to be the only sound in the surroundings. Those 10 seconds felt like endless torture to him. Finally, when that shocking scene unfolded before his eyes, he could hardly believe what he was seeing. 3 massive mirrored spheres suddenly appeared in the previously empty sky. They seemed to have descended from another dimension, quietly hovering in the air, each enormous enough to block almost half the sky. The sunlight was reflected by these spheres, creating a dazzling brilliance that bathed the surrounding scenery in gold. Taylor looked up and saw that the 3 spheres acted like gigantic barriers, blocking the rising sun outside. Through these spheres, he could vaguely see the remnants of the night sky and twinkling stars on the other side, as if he were at the boundary between 2 worlds. Is this a sophon? Taylor's voice trembled with uncertainty. He had only seen records of sophons in the writings of scientists and literature, never expecting to witness such a scene himself one day. Susie did not answer immediately. He too was gazing at the 3 mysterious spheres. He knew that the next scene would answer all of Taylor's questions. This was the moment when the crisis era began, and also the moment when Logic transitioned from being a Wallfacer to a sword holder. Chapter 61. The Dark Forest Law of the Universe. After this chapter ends, return to the reality line. Taylor, Susie, and the logic that Susie had imagined, the 3 Wallfacers, were now all focused on the spheres formed by the unfolding sophons. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Everything around lost its color and sound, leaving only these 3 spheres quietly hovering in the air. Suddenly, the same 2 words appeared simultaneously on the 3 spheres. Stop. A scornful smile appeared on Logic's face. He had long anticipated that even the so-called advanced civilization could not truly ignore the threat of mere ants. He raised his head and said firmly, "Now, can I negotiate?" The text on the spheres quickly changed, displaying, "Before that, you must first put down the gun, and then we can negotiate." Logic gently shook his head, speaking in a firm and slow tone. "For my life, you must first agree to my demands." The text on the spheres changed again. "What are your demands?" Logic took a deep breath and said slowly, "Make your water droplet stop sending signals to the sun." Almost as soon as Logic finished speaking, the sphere immediately displayed, "Completed." Logic had not even fully reacted, yet he could feel the oppressive feeling that had been hanging over him instantly vanish. He continued to present his demands. Change the course of your water droplet and fly away from the solar system. This time, the text on the spheres did not respond as quickly as before. After a few seconds, the spheres slowly displayed. "We have done as you said." Logic squinted, trying to find any signs of deception from his fears. But he knew that at this moment, he could only rely on his deterrent power to ensure the sincerity of the Trisolaran world. He took a deep breath and stated his final condition. The Trisolaran fleet is prohibited from crossing the Oort cloud. The text on the spheres paused for a few seconds, seemingly considering the feasibility of this demand. Finally, the sphere displayed. The fleet is currently at maximum acceleration power and cannot reduce its relative speed to 0. Logic had long anticipated such a response. He calmly said, "Then, like your water droplet, turn to skim past the solar system." The text on the spheres changed again. That result is still a dead end, as the place to leave the solar system is likely to be desolate space. and the ecological circulation system on our fleet will collapse. Logic replied lightly, "It's not necessarily a dead end. Other ships can rescue them in the future." The spheres seemed to ponder the feasibility of this suggestion, and after a few seconds, they displayed, "This requires the directive of the Trisolaran leader." Logic replied calmly, "Then just turn first. After all, there's still a long way to completely avoid the solar system. We need to complete the negotiation first." About 3 minutes later, the spheres finally responded. The text slowly appeared on the sphere. "The Trisolaran fleet will begin to turn in 10 minutes of Blue Star time. In 30 minutes, humanity's space observation system will be able to see the change in course." Seeing this answer, Logic slowly moved the gun in his hand away from his chest. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if a part of his spirit had been drained away after reaching this negotiation. He propped himself up against the gravestone with his hand to avoid collapsing. He knew that he had just won a glimmer of hope for the Blue Star, although the road ahead was still filled with unknowns and dangers. At least at this moment, he had successfully halted the Trisolaran world's invasion temporarily. Logic closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He knew that this negotiation was just the beginning, and the real challenge was yet to come. But he was ready, no matter how many hardships and obstacles lay ahead. He would persevere, fighting for the future of the Blue Star. Meanwhile, Taylor and Susie quietly witnessed the entire negotiation. Taylor's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief, while Susie wore a smile, as if he had long been aware of everything. Susie looked at Taylor's bewildered expression and sighed inwardly. He knew that Taylor had not read the original work, so he naturally felt lost about everything happening before him. But Susie was different. He had already read all of this in the original work, so he was not surprised by Logic's actions. Taylor furrowed his brows, watching Logic converse with the Trisolaran spheres, and asked in confusion, "What does this mean? Why does Logic only connect his life with that so-called signal emitter, and the Trisolaran civilization is so wary of him?" Susie said solemnly, "Perhaps they are not wary of Logic himself, but of the more advanced civilization that he might bring behind him." Hearing this, Taylor became even more puzzled. A more advanced civilization? Could it be that Logic, like you, is a representative selected by some mysterious organization or civilization? Susie smiled, but did not directly answer Taylor's question. He knew that some things could not be explained clearly in just a few words. Moreover, he did not want Taylor to know too much about himself. After all, in this world filled with unknowns and dangers, maintaining a certain level of mystery was essential for better protecting one's self and friends. Taylor looked at Susie smile, feeling even more confused. He thought that both Susie and Logic exuded a sense of mystery and power, almost like the Trisolaran civilization, making people feel both intrigued and fearful. Perhaps the only good news was that they were on the side of humanity. At this moment, Logic continued. "In fact, you had many opportunities to see through me, such as during the Snowfield project. I was always very concerned about the precise position of the nuclear bomb in the solar orbit." The sphere also recalled the scene at that time. "You spent 2 months alone in the control room, remotely adjusting the ion engine of the nuclear bomb. We thought you were just avoiding reality through meaningless work, never realizing the significance of this in relation to the nuclear bomb's distance." Luo Ji leaned against the tombstone and sighed softly. "That's right, there was another opportunity. At that time, I consulted with a group of physicists about the situation of the sophon unfolding in space. If they were still around, they would have long seen through my intentions." The Trisolaran sphere candidly admitted, "Yes, we should not have abandoned them." Luo Ji smiled. "Also, I requested the establishment of such a strange cradle trigger system during the snow engineering." The sphere replied, "This reminded us of the Radiotsi, but we did not think much more of it. At that time, the Radiotsi posed no threat to us, nor did the other 2 Wallfacers. So we transferred our contempt for them onto you." Luo Ji shook his head seriously. "That is precisely the reason for your failure. Those 3 Wallfacers are all great strategists. They know that humanity must ultimately fail in the face of doom." Listening to Luo Ji's words, Tyler couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. He began to understand why Luo Ji could become a Wallfacer and how he could restrain the powerful Trisolaran civilization with such a simple approach. Only this attitude of never underestimating others and not feeling inferior oneself could make one a qualified Wallfacer. Suze watched the change in Tyler's expression, feeling a sense of comfort. He knew that Tyler had begun to understand the truth of this world. The negotiation continued, and the dialogue between Luo-Ji and the Trisolaran sphere became increasingly profound. Tyler and Suze stood quietly by, silently observing everything. The sphere slowly rotated, seemingly pondering every word Luo-Ji said. The curtain of the negotiation finally rose, and Luo-Ji felt a wave of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He took a deep breath and exhaled the long-suppressed gloom from his heart. I am indeed no longer a Wallfacer. My mission has been accomplished. His words revealed a hint of liberation, as if he had shed a heavy load. The sphere seemed to understand his feelings and slowly said, as a Wallfacer, your contributions are tremendous, but the door to negotiation has already opened. Would you be willing to offer some suggestions? Luo-Ji fell into contemplation, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. We need a more advanced and reliable signal transmission system. This way, humanity can expose its coordinates at any time to protect itself. At the same time, the blockade of our technology by the water droplets must also be lifted. The existing system is too primitive and not safe enough. The sphere seemed to consider his suggestion and took a while to respond. We can assist in establishing a neutrino transmission system, which can provide more precise and faster signal transmission. However, Luo-Ji shook his head. Humanity prefers gravitational waves. After the sophon blockade, this is the only area where human physics has made significant progress. They need a system that can understand its principles rather than relying solely on external forces. The sphere seemed a bit troubled, but the antenna for gravitational waves is enormous, which could pose a huge challenge for humanity. Luo-Ji, however, was unconcerned. That is a problem you need to solve. To be honest, I no longer feel like a purely individual being. I just want to get rid of all this as soon as possible. The sphere fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Luo-Ji's words. Finally, it slowly said, if you insist on such a request, then they are likely to propose even more excessive demands. For example, to have us fully impart our scientific and technological knowledge. Luo-Ji smiled slightly, appearing unconcerned. Isn't that a good thing for you? Your science is developing at a steady pace. It has been 2 centuries, and your follow-up fleet has not shown any increase in speed. If you want to save the straying Trisolaran fleet, you may have to rely on humanity after breaking the blockade. The sphere fell into deeper thought, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of this negotiation. In the endless expanse of space, the dialogue between the 2 civilizations seemed to become subtle and tense. Ultimately, the sphere made a decision and slowly replied, can you really return by yourself? If you die, both civilizations will be buried with you. Loy smiled gently, supporting his weak body to stand up, his eyes shining with determination. Yes, I feel much better now. After returning, I will hand over the cradle system. And from then on, I will have nothing to do with all this. Finally, I want to say, thank you. The sphere seemed a bit surprised. Why? Luo-Ji gazed at it, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you for allowing me to live. Sometimes, changing the way we think can help us live better. The sphere seemed touched by this statement, and after a moment of silence, it slowly said, and thank you for the dark forest law of the universe, which allows for the possibility of coexistence between our 2 civilizations. Luo-Ji nodded. He knew that this law, though cruel, was also the key to the coexistence of the 2 civilizations. The sphere gradually disappeared, returning to a microscopic state in the 11th dimension. At the moment, the sphere vanished. The entire universe seemed to quiet down. Just then, the sun peaked over the eastern horizon, casting a golden glow on this world that had just been reborn from destruction. The sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating the earth. Everything appeared so tranquil and beautiful. Luo-Ji shielded his eyes from the sunlight with his hand, deeply gazing at the tombstones of Yi Wenjie and Yang Dong, 2 great scientists who sacrificed their lives for the future of humanity. His heart was filled with respect and emotion, and then he staggered away along the small path he had come. Behind the tombstone, Tyler and Suze quietly watched Luo-Ji's departing figure. They had different feelings in their hearts. Suze, having seen all the events of the original story, felt relatively calm at this moment. He knew that everything was unfolding according to the established plot. Although the process was thrilling, the outcome was already predetermined. However, Tyler was filled with confusion. He did not understand what the Dark Forest Law was, nor did he understand why this law could allow two civilizations to coexist. He looked at Su-Zhe beside him. Since this environment was constructed by the other party, they must know something. Unable to help himself, he asked, "What is the Dark Forest Law that Luo Ji just mentioned?" Su-Zhe turned his head, looking at Tyler's puzzled expression. He knew he needed to explain this law. So, he began to explain the meaning of the Dark Forest Law to Tyler in simple and understandable language. He said, "The Dark Forest Law is a theory of cosmic sociology. It posits that every civilization in the universe is a potential threat, as each civilization is constantly expanding and developing. The resources in the universe are limited, so each civilization will compete for these resources to survive. Therefore, in the universe, every civilization is like a hunter in a dark forest, carefully hiding itself, while also searching for traces of other civilizations. Once the existence of other civilizations is discovered, they will not hesitate to attack to eliminate potential threats." After listening to Su-Zhe's explanation, Tyler felt enlightened. He understood why the Dark Forest Law could allow two civilizations to coexist and why Luo Ji would thank this law. In the universe, every civilization is lonely, but also dangerous. Only by understanding and adhering to the Dark Forest Law can one survive in this unknown and perilous universe. Chapter 62. Have the three Wallfacers entered hibernation? As Su-Zhe's illusion gradually faded, Tyler and he found themselves back at the tranquil lakeside. The lake was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the bright moon and twinkling stars in the sky, as if the entire universe was condensed in this small body of water. A gentle breeze brushed over the lake's surface, creating ripples that shattered the reflections of the stars and moon, only to reassemble them in an instant, as if nature were performing a silent dance. In the weeds behind him, crickets chirped joyfully, intertwining with the occasional distant bird calls to create a captivating symphony. Tyler stood quietly by the lakeside, but his heart was far from calm. Everything he had just witnessed, those breathtaking scenes, seemed to be playing out in front of him again. He looked at Susie, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had many questions he wanted to ask, but when the words reached his lips, they felt somewhat redundant, because he knew that the answer was already quite obvious. The future Susie had shown, whether it was the prosperity of human civilization or complete conquest by the Trisolaran civilization, had profoundly shaken his soul. He could not imagine what it would look like if humanity truly headed toward such a future. After a long pause, Tyler finally spoke. "So, what do you think our future should be like?" His voice trembled slightly, as if seeking an answer, or perhaps just talking to himself. Susie turned his head slightly to look at Tyler, his gaze deep and resolute. He spoke slowly. "Tyler, the future is not something we can choose. What we can do is strive to create a better future." He paused, then continued, "As for what kind of future humanity will have, it depends on the choices and efforts of each and every one of us. However, I can tell you that as long as we persistently pursue progress and continually challenge ourselves, humanity's future will surely be brighter." After hearing Susie's words, Tyler fell silent, taking a deep breath as if digesting what Susie had said. He understood that while Susie's words were simple, they contained profound truths. He also knew that he needed to make a choice to decide the direction of his own future. Just then, Susie suddenly brought up another topic. "I heard that countries are researching hibernation technology lately, and some have even minimized its side effects." His tone was calm and natural, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Tyler was taken aback. He hadn't expected Susie to suddenly mention this topic. He furrowed his brow, pondering Susie's intentions. Seeing this, Susie smiled slightly and pointed to the moon and stars on the lake. "Tyler, do you want to witness that beautiful future with your own eyes? Do you want to see humanity lift these stars and moon from the water?" Tyler's heart stirred at his words. He looked up at Susie, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Of course, he wanted to witness that beautiful future. He longed to see the prosperity of human civilization. However, he also knew that it would require tremendous effort and sacrifice. Hesitantly, He asked, "Are you suggesting that I hibernate? To go to the future and witness that moment?" Susie nodded, his eyes filled with determination and anticipation. He said, "Yes. Tyler, if you want to witness that beautiful future with your own eyes, if you want to contribute to the progress of human civilization, then why not choose hibernation? When you wake up one day in the future, you'll find a whole new world waiting for you." After listening to Susie's words, Tyler fell into deep thought. He knew this was a difficult choice, but it was also a choice filled with hope. He thought for a long time before finally making a decision. He raised his head to look at Susie, his eyes shining with determination. He said, "Okay, Mr. Susie, I am willing to choose hibernation and go to the future to witness that beautiful moment. I believe that under your and the Refugee Association's leadership, human civilization will surely have a brighter future." Susie smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. He patted Tyler's shoulder and said, "Good, Tyler. Your choice is the right one. The future belongs to each and every one of us. As long as we work together, we can surely create a better world." As night fell, the two by the lake gradually disappeared into the darkness. Tyler, who had once been full of ambition as a Wallfacer, ultimately chose to abandon the thought of restarting the plan. He understood that the struggle against the Trisolaran civilization might not be something that could be turned around by individual effort alone. Thus, he resolutely returned to his hometown, deciding to apply for hibernation, looking forward to the day he could wake up and see the dawn of human civilization. Meanwhile, Susie also contacted Radiance and Sheens through the Elder from the Dragon Country. He knew that to win this battle against the Trisolaran civilization, relying on one person's strength was far from enough. Therefore, he once again showcased his wisdom and eloquence, using a mix of facts and lies to persuade the two Wallfacers. He recounted the events that took place by the lake with Tyler, showing them the efforts he had made for human civilization. Under Susie's persuasion, the two Wallfacers gradually abandoned their original Wallfacer plans. They understood that confronting the Trisolaran civilization required more wisdom and clever strategies. Thus, they also chose to enter the hibernation phase, hoping that one day in the future, they could wake up and work with Susie for the future of humanity. The next day, shocking news swept across major media outlets like a storm. People were amazed by the choice of these three Wallfacers, while also filled with worry and uncertainty about the future of human civilization. Shall the three Wallfacers collectively enter hibernation? Is it that the Trisolaran civilization is too powerful? Or is human civilization truly hopeless? Such headlines undoubtedly triggered panic and unease among the people. They began to wonder if humanity really could not withstand the invasion of the Trisolaran civilization. Was the end of human civilization truly imminent? Surrender without a fight? The three most promising Wallfacers have surrendered first. Such statements further fueled doubts and disappointment regarding the three Wallfacers. They had once been heroes and saviors in people's hearts, but now they chose to evade and give up. Unexpectedly, only the two Wallfacers from the Dragon Country remained steadfast until the end. Although this statement was somewhat one-sided, it reflected the expectations and attention the international community had for the two Wallfacers from the Dragon Country. After all, they were the only two Wallfacers from one country and the only ones who had not given up. The speed at which this news spread was astonishing, quickly sparking heated discussions across various sectors of society. People expressed their opinions and viewpoints. Some supported the choice of the three Wallfacers, believing they were making a sacrifice for the future of humanity. Others expressed disappointment and dissatisfaction, feeling that they had let down the hopes and trust of the people. Amidst this wave of public opinion, netizens from the Dragon Country showcased their unique ability to create memes. They flooded major forums and social media with various amusing memes and comments to express their views and emotions. "Kids, I'm going to sleep now. Wait for me to come back." Such comments carried a tone of jest and teasing, while also revealing an expectation and hope for the future. Anyway, with Susie leading the way, let's three of us just lie down and relax. While this statement was somewhat exaggerated and joking, it reflected people's trust and expectations in Susie. No, you are all wrong. This is actually their real plan to divert the Trisolaran's attention in this way and successfully make them laugh. Ha ha. Such comments had a humorous and ironic tone, allowing people to find a bit of lightness and laughter amidst the tense atmosphere. Although I have great respect for the three Wallfacers, their appearance of doing nothing and directly hibernating is truly awkward. Such remarks, while somewhat sharp and harsh, reflect people's misunderstanding and doubt regarding the choice of hibernation made by those three Wallfacers. In this storm of public opinion, Suze also felt unprecedented pressure and challenges. He knew he had to take some action to quell this turmoil. Therefore, he decided to let the netizens of Long Country vent their emotions first. After all, they had faced too much ridicule and doubt in the past, so it was only right for them to express their feelings now. At the same time, Suze privately wrote apology letters to the three hibernating Wallfacers. He understood that they chose to hibernate because of him, and he had to take some responsibility for them. In the letter, he expressed his apologies and gratitude, promising that he would work hard for the future of human civilization. Chapter 63. Some are happy. Some are sad. Luo Ji, the so-called most carefree Wallfacer, was lazily lying on the soft grass of his estate, enjoying the tranquility of the afternoon. However, a sudden piece of news, like a heavy bomb, instantly shattered his leisure. What? All the Wallfacers, except Suze, have gone into hibernation? He widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. This news felt to him like rising from hell to heaven, as the original sense of lonely struggle was suddenly replaced by a peculiar feeling of not being alone on this path. Originally, he thought that, except for himself, the other Wallfacers were all diligently working for the future of humanity. Their figures in Luo Ji's mind were always closely linked with responsibility and mission. However, now he suddenly learned that those companions who once fought for the future of humanity had all chosen to hibernate, which made him feel both surprised and relieved. He was surprised that these Wallfacers had also chosen a path similar to his own. He was relieved that he was no longer fighting alone. And on his path of relaxation, he now had three like-minded colleagues. This wonderful resonance instantly compensated for the hurt Luo Ji had felt from Suze's spiritual counterattack. Lying on the grass, looking up at the blue sky, a surge of inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. He sighed and muttered to himself, "It seems that the ultimate destination of Wallfacers is indeed to lie flat." Now it was just a matter of when Suze would realize this. With this thought, Luo Ji's mood unexpectedly became much lighter. He felt that he had transformed from a lonely fighter into a laid-back individual with companions. This transformation filled him with anticipation for the future. He even began to consider whether he should write a letter to urge Suze to join their laid-back team sooner. After all, Suze was the only Wallfacer still working hard. The future of humanity seemed to rest entirely on his shoulders. However, for Luo Ji, none of this mattered anymore. He just wanted to enjoy this rare leisure time and truly relax his mind. As for the future of humanity, let Suze worry about it. He believed that as long as Suze could persevere, there was no need for him to be concerned. As for whether Luo Ji had a sense of responsibility, he could pat his chest and guarantee, "I, Luo Ji, have never had a sense of responsibility." After all, he had yet to see the wall breaker hidden deep in his heart. Without having fully grown, he naturally wouldn't possess such noble human qualities. Some are happy, some are sad. In the United States, on Golden Old Mountain Street, a homeless man, smoking a cigarette, but he picked up from the street, stared blankly at the television inside a fried chicken shop. The news was broadcasting that the three Wallfacers had simultaneously entered hibernation. He was dumbfounded. He had just broken the wall of Wallfacer Taylor, and now the person had turned around and gone to lie flat, along with the other two Wallfacers. The sense of achievement that came from breaking the wall instantly dissipated as he felt insulted. This feeling was like having defeated a world champion boxer, only to be told that he was only 8 years old. What kind of strange psychology is this? As wall breakers, are your hearts so fragile? He was so angry that his teeth were itching, wishing he could leap into the television and break open the hibernation chambers of those three Wallfacers. Unfortunately, he didn't know whether such a wall breaker plan would succeed or fail. He mumbled to himself, while also feeling a bit of sympathy for the other two wall breakers. At least he had completed the wall breaker plan, but the other two hadn't even seen the shadows of those two Wallfacers before they fell into hibernation. Were they also going to enter a hibernation state, chasing until the others woke up? It was too complicated. Forget it, my task has been completed, and this world has been completely turned upside down. He extinguished the last bit of the cigarette, but with his fingers, and then dragged his weary body toward the famous bridge on Golden Old Mountain. Over 100 years ago, an old man who was also a homeless person proposed to build this bridge. More than 100 years later, a nameless homeless man, known only by the codename Wallbreaker No. 1, would leap off this bridge. No one would care about the latter's demise, nor would anyone know what kind of heroic acts he had performed. The history of humanity never records the failures. Chapter 64. The fifth containment item. Kyoto. Inside a secret shelter, Suze sat quietly in the room, resting his chin on his hands, his gaze deep and profound, as if he had transcended time and space. Engaging in dialogue with endless thoughts, his posture seemed to coincide with that of the famous thinker statue, truly using all his intellect to ponder something important. And his thoughts were indeed significant and profound. He recalled the previously announced containment items, most of which had auxiliary or offensive characteristics. However, in terms of defense, his collection of containment items appeared quite weak or even almost non-existent. This made him somewhat worried, as in this world filled with unknowns and dangers, without sufficient defensive means, even the most powerful offensive capabilities would be nothing but castles in the air. Especially now, as the Trisolaran civilization's droplets had already appeared in this world. Those nearly indestructible and extremely fast objects posed a huge threat to him. He knew well that without quickly finding suitable defensive measures, even if he possessed powerful offensive capabilities, he would be unable to cope with the endless droplets. He closed his eyes and began to search through the vast information of containment items in his mind. Each containment item had its unique abilities and characteristics, and he needed to find one that could compensate for his defensive shortcoming. Time slowly passed in his contemplation, seemingly stretched infinitely. His brain cells were constantly consuming energy, but he did not give up. He understood that only by persevering could he possibly find the containment item he needed. Finally, at the brink of despair, a term suddenly flashed in his mind. 1512 irrational root. His eyes brightened, as if he had seen the dawn of hope. The characteristics of this containment item perfectly matched his needs. From any perspective, it was his best choice. He excitedly stood up, a satisfied and expectant smile on his face. He knew that this containment item would be his next target and the new containment item he would announce next. Thus, he immediately contacted the Elder of Long Country, informing him that he planned to hold the fifth containment announcement meeting at 8 a.m. the next day. This news was undoubtedly a huge surprise for the Elder of Long Country. He did not expect Suze to find a new containment item so quickly, nor did he expect him to decide to announce it so swiftly. The Elder of the Dragon Kingdom, while surprised, couldn't help but start thinking about the potential impacts this new containment object might bring. He knew that every announcement of a containment object would lead to some new changes in this world. However, he also understood that with the increasing number of containment objects, the challenges they faced would grow even larger. After all, the containment objects in this world are endless, while their manpower is limited. He needed to consider not only how to utilize these containment objects to enhance his own power, but also how to educate the public on how to deal with the possible emergence of these containment objects. Thus, while agreeing to Suze's request, the Elder of the Dragon Kingdom also began to plan the future in his mind. He knew there was still much to be done. So soon, another meeting was to be held? Could it be that containment objects have entered a phase of frequent occurrences, and that there might be an outbreak during this period? If that's the case, then the manpower we currently have is completely insufficient. Perhaps I need to ask Suze to teach the public how to respond when encountering containment objects. With the news of Suze finding new containment objects and deciding to announce them, the Elder of the Dragon Kingdom's heart was filled with both anticipation and worry. He looked forward to the new containment objects bringing them more strength and hope, but he was also concerned about the challenges and crises that might arise in the future. However, regardless of the situation, they would persist for this world and for themselves. Suze was about to announce the containment objects again. This news was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing a huge sensation worldwide. People had yet to recover from the shock of the three Wallfacers entering hibernation simultaneously when they were deeply attracted by Suze's actions. The three Wallfacers had once been humanity's last hope against alien civilizations, and every move they made affected billions of hearts. However, now it seemed they had all chosen to give up, to hibernate, leaving humanity's fate to time. The Wallfacer named Luo Ji had never shown any substantial action, as if he had truly chosen to lie flat. In this context, Suze became the only Wallfacer still active in the public eye. He bore the hope of humanity and carried the expectations of countless people. Even though some did not fully trust him at such moments, they had no choice but to support him, because they needed a leader, a hero who could lead them into the future. The Dragon Kingdom's officials, along with those undercover agents carefully trained in various countries, began to secretly exert their influence to create momentum for Suze's announcement of the containment objects. They used their influence to spread this news to every corner of the world. In every street and alley, posters and slogans about the containment objects were everywhere, and people's discussions revolved around this topic. The focus of these promotions was not on Suze himself, but on the containment objects he was about to announce. After all, for most people, the containment objects were what they were most interested in. Those mysterious, peculiar, and even terrifying containment objects always spark curiosity and a desire for exploration. To cope with the massive attention that was about to come, information engineers, under the arrangements of various official entities, worked overtime to create several live broadcast rooms capable of accommodating hundreds of millions of people. They knew that this announcement of containment objects would be the most grand one since Suze started the containment meetings. Countless people would pour into these live broadcast rooms, perhaps to satisfy their curiosity, perhaps to seek new hope, or perhaps just to witness the miracle of this era. However, even with these preparations, people were still worried that the live broadcast rooms would not be enough. After all, Suze's influence had far exceeded people's imaginations. Every action he took could attract global attention, and every word he spoke could provoke deep reflection. This announcement of containment objects would undoubtedly stir up another uproar. The next morning, the sun bathed the earth, casting a golden glow over the Kyoto Sports Stadium. At exactly 8 in the morning, the stadium was already filled with a sea of people. Nearly 1 million gathered together, their cheers rising and falling like tumultuous waves, shaking the entire space. Every corner of the stadium was filled with people's enthusiasm and anticipation. They came from different places with different backgrounds, but at this moment, their hearts were tightly connected, focusing together on the Suze who was about to appear. In reality, the actual number of viewers was far more than just the people present. Through the power of modern technology, audiences from all over the world had also gathered in virtual live broadcast rooms, their eyes similarly focused on this grand announcement of containment objects. According to statistics, the number of global viewers had approached over 1 billion, an unprecedented number, and a shocking miracle. At this moment, Suze had become the focal point of global attention. Every move he made tugged at the hearts of billions, and every word he spoke became a topic of heated discussion. Even if he just stood there quietly, he had already created a historical moment that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. The atmosphere above the stadium was filled with excitement, and people's gazes were fixed on the empty stage. They looked forward to Suze's appearance, anticipating the revelation of the containment object that could change the world. And Suze, under the watchful eyes of millions, slowly walked onto the stage, ready to start this world-shaking feast. In such a context, Suze appeared unusually calm. He was not influenced by the external clamor, nor was he overwhelmed by the grandeur of the upcoming event. He knew he bore a significant responsibility, and he also knew he had to remain clear-headed and composed. Finally, under the gaze of millions, Suze stood in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. His eyes sparkled with determination and confidence, as if he had already seen the hope of the future. He took a deep breath and began to introduce the new containment object. At that moment, the entire world seemed to stand still, with only his voice echoing. Chapter 65. Is emotional level comfort? Note: for plot needs, the level is temporarily set and will soon return to the original level. The basic logic of this article will not be broken. Ladies and gentlemen, what I am about to reveal next is the 5th containment object. Suze stood on the stage, facing the camera and the eager gaze of over 1 billion people. his voice like a tranquil lake, undisturbed. He moved his lips and continued to narrate. This containment object has been named Irrational Root by the Containment Association, and its project number is 1512, which sounds full of mystery and the unknown. Its project level has reached a terrifying level, although Su Zhe's voice was steady. The weight of his words was enough to make everyone's heart race. The atmosphere at the scene instantly boiled, and the audience erupted in exclamations. "Oh my God, another city-destroying level containment object," someone exclaimed, their face filled with shock and awe. "Maybe I've seen too many containment objects before. I can actually face this level calmly." Another person responded nonchalantly, with a curious glint in their eyes. "Humph, don't say it so lightly." A nearby audience member couldn't help but interject. "You're just looking at it. Actually trying to contain a containment object of this level is no joke. Even if it's the lowest level. I bet you'd be scared to death trying to contain one." His words drew a wave of laughter. But the laughter also revealed a hint of respect and dread towards the containment objects. After all, these containment objects possessed extraordinary power and danger, and a slight misstep could lead to unpredictable consequences. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom maintained their expressions, all for the sake of calming the public. The old man stared intently at Su Zhe on the stage, eager to see what kind of city-destroying containment object would be presented this time. Su Zhe continued to announce, 1512, resembling a massive mass of root-like organic material, with recorded weights approaching an astonishing 80,000 metric tons. It is composed of a complex network of branches and roots, akin to a labyrinth of nature, causing anyone who mistakenly enters to feel dizzy. Each root stretches hundreds of meters, branching out every few meters, with curling and directional patterns that are bizarre and unpredictable, seemingly following some unknown rule. The diameter of the roots varies between 35 units, appearing reddish-brown, mottled, and smooth, resembling ancient tree bark. They secrete a corrosive gray, thixotropic mucus that emits a foul odor. Upon contact with biological tissue, this mucus can cause severe burns. Even more terrifying, once humans are exposed to this mucus, their brain's chemical balance is disrupted, leading to a loss of orientation and plunging them into endless dizziness. These roots seem to pulsate slightly, as if some form of circulation or respiration is occurring within them. However, they do not move unless due to their own growth, which continues until they reach the edge of the containment measures. At the same time, 1512 emits a significant amount of heat, akin to a large mammal with a high metabolic rate. More disturbingly, it can produce a sound similar to Brownian noise, reverberating in the stillness of the night, as if it were a mysterious whisper from deep within nature. According to current research records from the Containment Committee, this is not its limit. Initially, it likely started as an object about the size of a human brain, possibly beginning its infinite growth in response to external stimuli. Of course, infinite growth is theoretical. No one has ever seen its complete form, so its growth ceiling is quite high. The so-called classification is merely a preliminary judgment. Should it continue to grow infinitely, it could very well reach the level of destruction or even world annihilation. With the final word spoken, the room fell silent. No one dared to underestimate it any longer. Was the previous city-destroying classification merely a consolation? Was the true nature of this entity even that of nation-destroying or world-destroying? Infinite growth. No wonder it's called the irrational root. It completely defies common sense. Could its final form cover an entire planet? Ugh, don't say that. I'm getting giant object phobia just thinking about being covered by those things, especially with those strange noises. It really makes me want to vomit. Indeed, there are hardly any normal containment objects. They're simply nightmares for humanity. The question arises, how would they contain such a massive object? Perhaps it is in its initial form now, and it was said to be only the size of a human brain. Come on, don't dream during the day. How could that possibly be the case? Chapter 66. Is this what you call containment measures? Note, this chapter discusses the containment object. Detailed explanations may be somewhat dry. Yes, for such a massive containment object, if we were to use an entire ocean for containment, it might be a struggle at best, right? This is not just a topic of hushed whispers among the general public. It is also a question in the hearts of the high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom sitting in the front row at this moment. Despite humanity's technological advancements, which have achieved many glorious accomplishments, facing such bizarre entities that grow wildly upon contact still leaves them feeling helpless. Moreover, finding a sufficiently large space to contain it seems like searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, once it makes contact, it grows uncontrollably. If not contacted, it cannot be contained. This has become an unsolvable vicious cycle. So, how did the original containment committee manage to contain this monster? This question loomed like a mountain over everyone's hearts. All eyes were fixed on Su Zhe on stage, waiting for his answer. After giving everyone a moment to collect themselves, Su Zhe continued. The origin of 1512 is located within the campus of our familiar university. To study and control it, we specially established 166 stations around the origin, publicly claiming that this facility belongs to the university's physics department as a cover. These terrifying roots sprouted from a special origin, and this origin is located within the student dormitory 38 of the university. It is hard to imagine that such a terrifying containment object was born from the brain of an ordinary student. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. They could not fathom that such a powerful containment object originated from a human brain. This was more horrifying than any horror story. My God, this is even scarier than a brain tumor, someone exclaimed, horrified at the thought of their brain suddenly being burst by such a peculiar containment object one day. It was terrifying to think about. Is this situation really unpredictable? Another person asked anxiously. Wouldn't the original host have any awareness or anomalies before the containment object appeared? I believe there was none at first, someone speculated. Initially, the containment object may have been only as small as a barely detectable microorganism, completely unnoticeable by humans. However, as human activity caused the brain to shake, this collision might have promoted the growth of the containment object. Thus, it grew larger and larger. Eventually, when the person felt pain, they would involuntarily start twitching or hitting their head, which only accelerated the growth of the containment object until it completely burst the head. Upon hearing this speculation, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They could not imagine the kind of pain and despair, nor could they fathom what kind of disaster this containment object would bring to the world if it were to go out of control. No wonder it could reach world-destroying levels. The scene was simply too terrifying and too hard to believe. Su Zhe on stage remained calm, his voice echoing in the silent conference room. Each word seemed to carry a heavy weight, from a notebook retrieved from the dormitory. It shows that the unfortunate researcher was devoted to exploring a hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry that constitutes the structure of 1512. This discovery undoubtedly reveals part of the mystery of the containment object. He paused, scanning the faces of every researcher present, and continued. The current containment measures were cautiously formulated after the researchers meticulously analyzed this notebook. However, before the containment measures were established, the root-like growth had already caused deaths and severe damage to the dormitory building. This fact forces us to confront the potential threat of 1512. He took a deep breath and continued. Although 1512's composition significantly reflects organic characteristics, its hardness is astonishingly high. We have attempted various methods, such as cutting, burning, laser exposure, and corrosive acids, all of which have failed to inflict any damage. This near-indestructible defense has posed unprecedented difficulties in our efforts to contain it. More troubling is that once the containment measures are compromised, the roots of 1512 will grow at an alarming rate. We have detected that, under certain conditions, the growth rate of its roots has even reached an astonishing 8 meters per second. This means that if we cannot maintain the stability of the containment measures, it will break through our defenses in a very short time, causing immeasurable losses. There was a hint of worry in his words, but more so a sense of determination and resolve. To this day, we still have not determined the source of this additional growth. They can easily replace or destroy solid obstacles during their growth. Whether it is solid concrete or Navy ship-grade steel plates, nothing can block their growth. The original dormitory building was completely destroyed in the growth process of 1512, which is enough to prove how terrifying its destructive power is. Although we reinforce the walls, floors, and ceilings, no one can guarantee that Site-166 can continue to effectively contain further growth of 1512. This is an unknown factor and represents the greatest challenge currently faced by containment efforts. His words plunged the site back into a deathly silence. Everyone understood that the anomalous entity was not so easily subdued. They often possess powers that transcend natural laws, leaving humanity feeling powerless in their presence. However, even so, humanity has never given up on the exploration and study of these anomalies, because they know that only by deeply understanding these entities can they better protect themselves and the world. Suze's voice broke the brief silence again. Given the enormous volume of 1512, the potential for crazed growth in the future, and the environmental disasters that its secretions might cause, maintaining containment measures for it has been prioritized as our top priority. We must do everything we can to ensure it does not escape our control and cause greater disasters. The site fell into a dead silence. It turned out that the anomalous entity had never been successfully contained. Reinforcements had only been made to the existing building. Even more terrifying was that cracks began to appear even after reinforcement. This was enough to prove that it possesses the most terrifying characteristic of plants in nature: growth that ignores terrain. It has even more horrifying abilities. It does not need sunlight, only slight vibrations. Such an anomaly would be a headache for anyone, right? Some even felt that even a civilization like the Trisolarans might not be able to successfully contain such a monstrous entity. So what exactly are the final containment measures? All eyes focused on Suze, as if the containment measures he was about to reveal were the only hope for saving the world. They were anxious and hopeful, waiting to hear a perfect plan from Suze that could completely contain 1512. However, Suze's expression was not good. He was well aware that this containment measure had many unavoidable issues. This was not the result he had anticipated. It could even be said to be somewhat helpless. But reality was in front of him, and he had to make this measure public, at least to give people a direction for response. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and then slowly spoke. The special containment measures for 1512 are indeed different from any containment methods we have known before. First, we need a mobile task force composed of scholars proficient in calculations and with high mathematical expertise, which we will name Team 8. This team will become our main force against 1512. The tasks of Team 8 are heavy and critical. They must ensure that at all times, at least 8 team members are registered at Site-166, ready to respond to possible anomalies. Among them, 3 members will be responsible for continuously implementing measures for 1512, which is the core step in controlling the spread of 1512, to ensure the physical and mental health of the team members and reduce their work pressure. We have established a system of rotating rest every 10 hours. At the same time, team members executing tasks must be equipped with auditory protection gear and level environmental protective suits with closed air circulation systems to prevent any harmful effects that 1512 might produce. In addition, each team member should be provided with sufficient pencils, writing paper, and dextroamphetamine. Pencils and writing paper are used for manual calculations, while dextroamphetamine can enhance the attention and reaction speed of team members at critical moments. We have also set up monitoring devices to track and report the position and direction of the origin of 1512. These devices must be calibrated and adjusted daily to ensure the accuracy and reliability of the data, thus providing precise references for the calculations of the 1512 measures. When implementing the 1512 measures, on-duty personnel need to manually estimate the differential pseudo-Riemannian topological asymptote of the origin of 1512 in real time. This is an extremely complex and detailed process that requires a high level of mathematical literacy and computational ability. Although the basic data for the estimation comes from mechanical and electronic instrument readings, the calculation process itself must not rely on mechanical devices or computers to avoid any possible errors. The speed and accuracy of calculations are crucial for controlling the growth of 1512. Any small mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. Therefore, we especially require individuals performing calculations to hold a negative epistemological attitude toward computer work. meaning they must not trust the results of numerical analysis and rely entirely on their manual calculations to ensure accuracy. Such calculations must be performed within 6 meters of the origin of 1512 at Site 166. This is to minimize external interference and errors, ensuring the reliability of the calculation results. Su Zhe finished stating all the containment measures in one breath, then fell silent. He knew these measures were not perfect and even had many loopholes and uncertainties. But he also understood that this was the best plan they could come up with at the moment. After listening to Su Zhe's words, the people also fell silent. From the very beginning of the formation of the mobile task force, they had deeply felt the troublesome nature of this anomaly. This was not only reflected in its elusive characteristics, but also in its extremely high requirements for containment. Is this what it means to be proficient in calculations? Someone couldn't help but question, as almost every specialized term in front of him felt unfamiliar. It's terrifying. Why do I feel like the term proficient in calculations is not quite right here? A voice sounded from the crowd, calm and confident. Please allow me to interject. I graduated from Kyoto University with a major in mathematics and have some understanding of the differential pseudo-Riemannian topological asymptote mentioned here. It belongs to the realm of advanced mathematics or topology, involving knowledge points from various fields such as differential calculus, pseudo-Riemannian geometry, and topology, all of which are quite profound parts of mathematics. He paused and continued. For an average learner, it indeed requires a certain mathematical foundation and specialized knowledge to understand and master these concepts. However, from this perspective, saying this person is proficient in calculations isn't wrong. Wow, I didn't expect that we actually have a Kyoto graduate among us. Someone exclaimed. This explanation does make sense. Another person nodded in agreement. But I think the key difficulty lies not just in the calculations themselves, but in the fact that he has to keep calculating manually without any electronic devices. Huh? Didn't he say electronic devices could be used? Someone asked in confusion. Listen closely. The previous Kyoto graduate explained. What he said was that electronic devices could be used to transmit calculation results to within 6 meters of the origin, not to assist him in completing the calculations. In other words, electronic devices can only serve as signal transmitters here. The actual calculation process still needs to be done manually. So that is how it is. People suddenly realized, but this difficulty is too high. Is it really something that can be accomplished manually? In fact, the difficulty is far from just that. Someone added. He also mentioned that even if these calculations can be completed, it can only suppress the growth rate of that irrational root, not completely stop its growth. Exactly. What is even more troublesome is that this anomaly seems to possess extremely high defensive capabilities. We might find it very difficult to break through its defenses. Another person added. Although Su Zhe has already announced the special containment measures, for some reason, everyone feels even more hopeless. This sense of despair is reminiscent of the last time they faced the Supreme Divinity 3125. Moreover, judging by Su Zhe's expression, it seems this matter is quite tricky for him as well. After all, it requires finding 8 scholars who are proficient in calculations and can sustain their efforts for a long time. Even if they finish their calculations without any sense of achievement, it would be like someone continuously writing 112. Human mathematics often derives its satisfaction from the sense of accomplishment after solving problems. Therefore, not only is proficiency in calculations necessary, but also immense perseverance. Chapter 67. The Three-Body Conspiracy. Brothers, recently it feels like the plot has hit a snag again. What do you think is the best way to contain this thing? Everyone, I see that you don't look too good. Su Zhe scanned the faces of the senior officials of the Dragon Country below the stage, speaking with a hint of teasing in his tone. Indeed, the expressions of the senior officials of the Dragon Country were not pleasant. Their brows were furrowed, and their faces were filled with confusion and doubt. The reason is simple. The containment object 1512 that Su Zhe just described is simply too bizarre and difficult to understand. Its infinite growth characteristic feels like an abyss with no bottom, leaving people unable to see an end. What is more troubling is that this abyss cannot be touched at will. It can only be carefully suppressed through calculations. Can such a containment object really be controlled by humanity? The elder from the Dragon Country, a figure of great importance in the political arena, couldn't help but show a troubled expression at this moment. He asked solemnly, "Mr. Suze, is it only possible to suppress this thing? Is there any chance we could find a method to completely control its growth, or even utilize its characteristics?" Suze smiled slightly and shook his head. Completely controlling its growth is not feasible at this stage. Its growth mechanism is too complex, and we do not yet fully understand it. As for utilizing its characteristics, that is even more difficult. After all, who would dare to easily utilize something that is unpredictable and grows infinitely? He paused and continued. However, although the characteristics of 1512 seem tricky, we have not come away empty-handed. In our subsequent research, we discovered that it actually has some relatively mild characteristics. Oh, mild characteristics? The elder from the Dragon Country's eyes lit up, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Suze nodded and explained, "When we create a relatively stable and safe environment for 1512, its growth rate significantly slows down. In some cases, it will even gradually shrink back to a relatively stable state. Doesn't this mean we can influence its growth by adjusting the environment?" The elder from the Dragon Country said excitedly. Suze smiled and nodded. "Exactly, this is the direction of our next research. Although the characteristics of 1512 are complex, as long as we can find the key factors that influence its growth, it may be possible to find a relatively stable containment method." Hearing this, the senior officials of the Dragon Country below the stage couldn't help but show a slight sense of relief. Although 1512 still poses a huge challenge, at least now they see a glimmer of hope for solving the problem. The audience in the stands seemed to relax from a tense state, and the atmosphere of tension dissipated instantly. They felt as if they had suddenly been relieved from a heavy burden, letting out relaxed sighs, as if they themselves had successfully contained the tricky object. "Great, we finally found a way to cope. This containment object is not flawless." One audience member patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief, a smile of reassurance on his face. "Yeah, if it can stabilize itself, then we won't have to exert so much effort to contain it, right?" Another audience member raised a question, a hint of doubt on his face. "Hey brother, don't forget, the three-body civilization is an unknown factor. If they really want to use this containment object to cause destruction, then wouldn't we be completely unprepared?" One audience member patted his shoulder, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. "My goodness, thinking about it this way is indeed quite scary. It seems we must hurry with the containment plan. We can't let our guard down." Another audience member, reminded, suddenly became tense and quickly agreed. Just as the audience below was discussing enthusiastically and excitedly, Suze on the stage slowly opened his mouth, his voice steady and powerful. "In addition, I have some important characteristics about 1512 that I need to announce to everyone." As his words fell, all the audience members below immediately quieted down. As if even the air had solidified, they widened their eyes, perked their ears, and listened intently to every word Suze said. Suze took a deep breath and continued. "After in-depth research and observation, we found that 1512 seems to consciously extend towards the direction of the mountains. This characteristic leads us to speculate that once it loses control, it is very likely to hide in the deep mountains, merging with nature." The audience listened with rapt attention, with some even starting to whisper to each other, discussing possible hiding places for this containment object. Suze paused and continued. "Considering that the university where the irrational root appeared is located in the central part of the Dragon Country, we speculate that 1512 may hide in the mountains south of the Qinling Range. Therefore, our main focus will be on these mountainous areas for in-depth searches and investigations." His words revealed a sense of determination and resolve, making everyone present feel his seriousness and responsibility. Finally, Suze said emphatically, "This is all the information regarding 1512 from the Containment Committee. I hope all of humanity can unite to face this challenge together and carry out the containment work. Our only goal is to ensure the safety and stability of Blue Star." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an explosion of warm applause and cheers from the audience below. The audience was inspired by Suze's words, filled with confidence and hope. Eliminate the tyranny of the three-body civilization, and let human civilization endure forever. Eliminate the tyranny of the three-body civilization, and let human civilization endure forever. Eliminate the tyranny of the three-body civilization, and let human civilization endure forever. The thunderous shouts echoed throughout the stadium. Even the senior officials of the Dragon Country and the viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't help but stand up. This is the terrifying influence of the Wallfacer Suze, the only one active in the public eye. In the vast universe, 419,998 light-years away from Blue Star, a massive fleet is quietly sailing. This is the three-body fleet, a civilization power from a distant galaxy with highly developed technology. Among the fleet, a particularly enormous flagship stands tall, like a giant steel city floating in the cosmos. Its surface is covered with complex patterns, shimmering with a cold metallic luster, as if telling endless interstellar legends. Inside the flagship, the space is vast and deep, with various advanced technological devices quietly operating, emitting a faint glow. At this moment, the three-body leader is seated in the core control room of the flagship, watching the images transmitted back by the sophons. His brainwaves are constantly pulsating, emitting a faint glow, reflecting his emotional fluctuations. A smile of joy appears on his face, and excitement sparkles in his eyes. Finally found it, the three-body leader exclaimed excitedly. This so-called 1512 actually has such magical characteristics. With just a slight touch, it will grow infinitely. This is simply the greatest blessing for our civilization. In the simulated images from the sophons, the surface of Blue Star is being covered by a strange substance. This substance appears with a faint gray color, continuously spreading, as if it intends to engulf the entire Blue Star. The three-body leader observes this scene, and the joy within him is beyond words. As long as we keep letting the sophon touch it, won't the entire Blue Star soon be covered by it? The Trisolaran leader continued thinking. Moreover, this substance will continue to shrink under absolutely safe conditions. By the time we reach the Blue Star, won't we be able to easily throw it into outer space? The Trisolaran leader became more and more excited as they thought. Moments later, they suddenly issued a new directive. Immediately have the sophon contact the tools executing the Wallfacer project, instructing them to change their target and search for this irrational route. The Blue Star, a planet long coveted by the Trisolarans. In a corner of this planet, Yamazaki Keiko was busy organizing and participating in a crucial biological experiment. Her gaze was focused and determined, and her movements were exceptionally skilled. However, at that moment, her fingers suddenly felt a subtle disturbance. This sensation coursed through her fingertips like an electric current, causing her to involuntarily stop her work. She maintained her usual expression, quietly instructed her assistant, and then left the laboratory. Entering a quiet restroom, Yamazaki Keiko gently closed the door. She seemed to be waiting for something, her heart filled with anticipation and tension. After a while, a line of text began to appear on the restroom door, manifesting as if by magic. Wallfacer 3. The master has issued a new task. Upon seeing this line of text, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Yamazaki Keiko's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by calmness. She knew her identity and mission well. As the wife of Wallfacer Zions, she was not only his spouse, but also his wall breaker. She took out a delicate notebook and wrote a sentence. I will heed your command, master. Each character was exceptionally neat and powerful, as if carrying her determination and loyalty. However, she did not say this aloud, opting instead to write it down. This was because she knew she was in a place filled with listening and surveillance, and any spoken words could become a clue to expose herself. After writing, she quickly crumpled the paper and flushed it down the toilet. Watching the paper ball gradually disappear in the water, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief rise within her. It could be said that Yamazaki Keiko's vigilance had reached its peak. She maintained a clear mind and sharp insight at all times to cope with any potential risks. Only in this way could she hide herself in this world full of dangers and opportunities and accomplish the tasks assigned by the master. The subtitles continued to slowly emerge, like a mysterious code gradually revealing itself in the dark. I need you to find the containment object numbered 1512, announced by Wallfacer Suze today. Yamazaki Keiko gently nodded. She had heard of this containment object. In her mind, Containment objects often represented unknown powers and potential threats. However, as a wall breaker, she needed to face such unknowns and explore their secrets. She picked up her pen again and wrote in the notebook, "Great Master, is it no longer necessary for all wall breakers now?" Her handwriting was neat and forceful, each word seeming to express her innermost thoughts. The subtitles in the restroom fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating this question. Then, they slowly reappeared. "You have simply changed identities. There will still be many places where we will need you in the future." Yamazaki Keiko stared at this line of text for a moment, a surge of inexplicable emotions swelling in her heart, a mix of joy and excitement. She could sense that the other party was not speaking the truth, which also meant that the master had finally learned to conceal their thoughts. This was undoubtedly a significant advancement for the Trisolarans. They had always expressed their thoughts directly and honestly, without learning to conceal or deceive. However, in this complex and ever-changing world, concealment and deception often become necessary survival skills. Yamazaki Keiko understood this well, and she had been striving to learn and adapt to the rules of this world. Now, seeing the Trisolarans finally beginning to learn to hide their thoughts, she felt immense joy and relief. She happily wrote her thoughts in the notebook. "Rest assured, Master, I will soon go to the Dragon Country under the pretext of a research meeting to help you find that containment object." Her handwriting was filled with determination and confidence, as if she could already see the dawn of success. After receiving a reply, the subtitles slowly disappeared, as if they had never appeared at all. However, for Yamazaki Keiko, everything felt so real and profound. She knew she bore a significant mission and responsibility and understood that she must remain vigilant and clear-headed at all times. Eliminate human tyranny. Eternal life for Trisolaran civilization. She silently recited this sentence in her heart, as if to hypnotize herself not to waver. Then she left the restroom and returned to the laboratory. Although her expression seemed unchanged, her heart was filled with anticipation and excitement, because she knew that at this moment, she bore the Master's trust to explore the secrets of the containment object numbered 1512. In fact, before the sophon contacted her, she had thought that she had once again been abandoned by the Master. After all, the 3 Wallfacers had already entered hibernation, and the remaining 2 did not require wall breakers. For them, being unable to help the Master destroy humanity meant losing their life goals and the meaning of existence. She had already heard that a wall breaker had committed suicide. Originally, his hope had become increasingly bleak, and he might follow suit in a few weeks. But just now, the Master finally contacted her. This greatly encouraged her inner faith. No matter how many difficulties and challenges lay ahead, she would persevere until she completed the Master's mission, because she believed that as long as she helped the Trisolarans continuously meet their demands, they would surely descend upon this world and ultimately achieve their grand goal of destroying all sinful humanity. Chapter 68. 1512 Descends. In a secret shelter in Kyoto, Suze was closing his eyes and resting, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. However, when a series of alert sounds suddenly rang out in his mind, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation flashing within. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 8th Mobile Task Force. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 166 large sites. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Platinum Star Substitute." Each alert sounded like a wonderful melody, resonating in Suze's heart. What excited him the most was the message. Current trust value has reached the standard, and the irrational root 1512 has successfully descended into reality. This meant that his long-standing efforts had finally paid off, and that legendary containment object had finally descended into the real world. A proud smile appeared on Suze's face, as if the entire world were under his control. He knew well that this historically unprecedented live broadcast had brought him tremendous support, allowing him to summon the irrational root so quickly. However, he also understood that it was not yet time to relax. The sophon might still be lurking in the shadows, monitoring his every move. He had to remain vigilant and not let them detect any abnormalities. Fortunately, the irrational root had now descended. and the entire Dragon Country had mobilized a search for this containment object, which should not be too difficult. After all, the irrational root would initially manifest in the human brain, and in today's highly developed information society, any unusual situation would quickly be detected by hospitals. Suze already had a plan in mind. As soon as someone exhibited unusual symptoms, he would immediately deploy the mobile task force to the vicinity for control. This task force was specifically prepared for containing the irrational root. Their abilities and qualities were top-notch, and he believed they would surely complete the mission successfully. Although the system did not provide him with the ability to directly locate the containment object, he could designate troops to be summoned to a certain location. This can be considered a form of compensation, at least giving him more flexibility and choices. He can adjust his strategy flexibly according to the situation, ensuring the smooth completion of the containment task. Is this the Platinum Star stand that I have in mind? Suze's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a wave of inexplicable excitement. He couldn't help but frown, revealing a strange expression on his face. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then tentatively concentrated, reaching out toward the cup of water on the distant table. At that moment, it felt as if something in the air was subtly vibrating, and then a giant purple hand appeared out of thin air, accurately grasping the cup. Oh my God, this is really the legendary Platinum Star. Suze's eyes widened as he looked at the tall and majestic purple giant standing in front of him, his breath slightly catching. He found it hard to believe his eyes. How could this be possible? A containment system actually manifested a character from an anime? This was like a dreamlike adventure. However, the facts were right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe. This Platinum Star not only looked exactly like the one in the anime, but also possessed that astonishing ability. Dual power and speed. This is the most praised characteristic of the Platinum Star. Its strength is enough to shake mountains. Its speed is as fast as lightning. Moreover, at its strongest moment, it can even freeze time, making the entire world stand still. Such an ability is almost like having a cheat code. A wave of indescribable excitement surged in Suze's heart. He knew he had struck gold this time. Time is the most miraculous thing in this world. It allows the world and the universe to function, enabling all living beings to survive. To be able to manipulate time undoubtedly touches the threshold of supreme divinity. The fact that the Platinum Star can freeze time means it possesses power beyond that of ordinary people, even comparable to that of a deity. This ability left Suze feeling both thrilled and shocked. He smiled broadly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. With the Platinum Star as his life-saving measure, he would undoubtedly have more confidence when facing various dangers in the future. At the same time, he looked forward even more to the abilities that would be rewarded to him after the next containment of the irrational root. After all, as another powerful containment item, the abilities it possesses would surely not be any less impressive. Hung Mining Mountain, this towering mountain range, is located in the central southern part of Long Country. It was once inconspicuous among many famous mountains, remaining obscure. However, since a shocking discovery 3 years ago, this mountain has undergone a rebirth like a phoenix. That day, a geologist, while exploring the mountain, accidentally discovered that it was rich in mineral resources. This discovery instantly turned Hung Mining Mountain into a strategic resource site in the eyes of the nation. Since then, Hung Mining Mountain has been shrouded in a layer of mystery, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Due to the complex internal structure of Hung Mining Mountain, resembling a huge maze, mining work has become exceptionally difficult. To better excavate these precious minerals, the country has invested massive amounts of human and material resources, bringing in a series of experts to conduct in-depth surveys and calculations of the mountain. They're trying to find the best blasting and excavation angles to maximize the extraction of the mountain's resources. To meet this demand, the country established a mathematics laboratory right at the foot of Hung Mining Mountain. This laboratory gathered mathematical elites from all over the country, working day and night to calculate complex formulas, attempting to unravel the secrets within Hung Mining Mountain. In one corner of the laboratory, a young man in work clothes was working hard. His name is Lin Chun, an ordinary researcher in the laboratory. At this moment, He was intently staring at the formulas in his notebook, his pen quickly scribbling and revising on the paper. The light of wisdom sparkled in his eyes, as if he had already seen hope in cracking this difficult problem. Despite the deafening sounds of explosions coming from outside, Lin Chen seemed to be in another world, completely immersed in his thoughts. Sweat had soaked through his work clothes, and beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead, but he paid no mind, focusing solely on calculating the formulas. As time passed, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He shouted excitedly, "I'm about to solve it. I'm about to solve it." His voice echoed in the laboratory, attracting the attention of others. Lin Chen looked at the formulas in his notebook with excitement, as if he had seen the future of human civilization. He proclaimed, "I am indeed a genius. Only I can solve humanity's problems." His voice was filled with pride and confidence. "What Wallfacers? Only geniuses like me are the key to leading all of humanity's progress." Lin Chen continued to shout, as if he had already envisioned himself standing at the pinnacle of human civilization. "What about the Trisolaran civilization? As long as I solve this formula, current human physics can continue to advance." A colleague who had been focusing on his work was constantly disturbed by the noisy sounds nearby. He raised his head to look at the source of the noise, only to find Lin Chen shouting loudly, and couldn't help but frown. He couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction. "Lin Chen, can you keep it down? Everyone is working, and you're really affecting others." Unexpectedly, Lin Chen suddenly turned around, his gaze fierce, glaring at him. He shouted loudly, "Shut up, you worthless one. What qualifications do you have to talk to me?" This remark made the surrounding colleagues turn their heads, and someone muttered softly, "What's wrong with Lin Chen? Why is he acting like he is on fire?" Lin Chen, however, paid no attention, raising his chin and arrogantly saying, "How can you stupid people understand my genius? Being with you is simply tarnishing my space." Saying this, he grabbed the notebook on the table and walked out without looking back, leaving behind a scene of astonishment and whispers. "This person is getting more and more arrogant. Every time I talk to him, it feels like I owe him money, right? I heard him say he was going to solve the Goldbach conjecture. He really seems to be going crazy for fame. Sigh, forget it. Let us just continue with our calculations." The colleagues shook their heads, feeling helpless about Lin Chen's arrogance and pride. Lin Chen returned to his room, closed the door, and isolated himself from all the noise outside. He quietly leaned over his desk, his gaze firmly locked on the complex formulas in his notebook, as if the entire world consisted only of him and these numbers and symbols. This was simply the most perfect spiral structure, a miracle of mathematics. He murmured softly, his eyes shining with fervor. Every formula, every symbol felt like a treasure in his heart, carefully cherished by him. It would become the stepping stone for me to reach the pinnacle of mathematics. He clenched his fist, as if he had already seen himself standing at the peak of the mathematical world, looking down at all beings. Unconsciously, time passed second by second. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the lights began to twinkle. The noise outside slowly quieted down, as if the whole world had fallen into sleep. However, Lin Chen remained immersed in his formulas. His fingers moved quickly across the pages, leaving behind a string of complex numbers and symbols. His mind was filled with all kinds of whimsical ideas, as if he had the entire world in his grasp. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind becoming a bit unclear. He gently pressed on his temples, trying to alleviate the discomfort. However, a sudden sharp sound startled him. At the same time, he felt something sticky on his fingers. He curiously placed his finger in front of him and suddenly found it sticky with some red and white substance. He widened his eyes and carefully examined these materials, a hint of confusion emerging in his mind. "Strange, what is this?" he murmured, trying to figure out the source of these substances. From the side, it was clear that there was a hole in the temple area. At that moment, Lin Chen was reaching out his hand, gently touching the hole. Inside the hole lay a curved gray-white object, quietly resting. Under Lin Chen's manipulation, the gray-white object was visibly expanding at a rapid pace. But Lin Chen quickly chose to ignore this matter, as the most important thing for him was to calculate the formula for that perfect structure. If there had been outsiders in the room at that time, they would have clearly seen this scene. They would be terrified by this horrifying sight, while Lin Shun seemed completely unaware of his danger, still immersed in a frenzied state of calculation. The next morning, Lin Chen's colleagues in the lab prepared to start a new day of work as usual. But they noticed that Lin Chen had not come to work for a long time. Initially, they didn't pay much attention, thinking Lin Chen might have taken a sudden leave. After all, although Lin Chen had a somewhat proud personality, his work attitude and dedication were well recognized by everyone. However, as time passed, they still hadn't seen Lin Chen by dinner time, and his colleagues began to feel that something was off. They knew that although Lin Chen often immersed himself in mathematical research, his schedule had always been regular, and he had never been absent without reason before. What puzzled them even more was that Lin Chen would usually inform everyone in advance if he was sick or had something going on. But this time, no one had heard any news of him being ill. Everyone began to speculate. Where could Lin Chen have gone? Had he encountered some trouble? Realizing that the situation might be serious, some colleagues quickly reported this situation to their superiors. Upon hearing this news, the superior also felt that something was wrong. He knew very well that Lin Chen was not negligent in his work. If there wasn't a major problem, he wouldn't be absent without reason. So, the superior immediately assembled a team, ready to head to Lin Chen's dormitory to check the situation. They hurriedly walked towards the dormitory, filled with worry and unease. Soon, they arrived at Lin Chen's room door. The leader gently knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. They tried calling Lin Chen's name a few times, but still no sound. Just then, a muffled voice suddenly came from inside. "Damn it, don't disturb me. I will soon figure out that structure." This voice sounded very strange, completely unlike Lin Chen's usual voice. Upon hearing this voice, everyone's expressions became quite bizarre. They exchanged glances, and a wave of inexplicable fear surged in their hearts. Who was that voice? What had happened to Lin Chen? Who are you? Where's Lin Chen? The leader asked in a deep voice, with a hint of anger in his tone. "Shut up, I am Lin Chen. You all hurry up." The voice inside said again, but before it could finish, the door was suddenly broken open. It turned out that the leader had sensed something was wrong and had brought a battering ram with him on the way. He was worried that Lin Chen might be in danger or that something had happened, so he decided to break in directly. Once the door was broken open, everyone rushed in immediately. However, when they saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. The room was in disarray, with various mathematics books and draft papers scattered across the table. In the corner of the room, a figure was curled up on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. As they approached, they realized that this person was Lin Chen, but he looked terrifying, his face pale as paper, with a vacant and lifeless gaze. His body was covered in blood and some unknown substances, looking extremely horrifying. Everyone stepped back a few paces in fear, unable to believe that the terrifying person before them was the usually gentle Lin Chen. They wanted to step forward to check the situation, but dared not get closer. "Lin Chen, what happened to you?" a trembling colleague asked. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with terror, as if he sensed that something terrible was about to happen. However, the Lin Chen in the room did not respond to him. He just trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably, as if controlled by an invisible force. His eyes were tightly closed, and he was continuously emitting low, indistinct moans, as if he were experiencing immense pain. "Look at his head. It seems like something is moving in there." Suddenly, someone screamed in terror, pointing at Lin Chen's head. Everyone turned their gaze to Lin Chen's head, only to see a large hole had appeared. Thick, reddish-brown liquid was oozing out of the hole, making them nauseous. Even more terrifying was that through the hole, they could see a gray-white object resembling tree roots writhing inside. "What is that thing?" a female colleague gasped, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. "Everyone, get out of this room immediately," the leader shouted, realizing the seriousness of the situation. His voice was firm, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner fear. Yet at that moment, the trembling Lin Chen suddenly fell silent. He slowly raised his head, and in his eyes, there was only the terrifying, pure black, with no hint of the whites of his eyes. A strange smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he had transformed into another horrific being. "He, come help me solve this formula. This is the glory I bestow upon you." Lin Chen spoke in a low, eerie voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the upper half of his head suddenly exploded, and that root-like object began to grow wildly. They expanded at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had covered half the room, as if they intended to trap everyone inside. "Run!" The leader's voice echoed like thunder in the corridor. His face twisted in terror, his eyes wide as saucers. However, it was already too late. The seemingly harmless root-like object was now writhing as if alive, rapidly spreading towards the door, forming an impenetrable barrier that mercilessly trapped them in this enclosed room. Suddenly, a strange and terrifying low rumble erupted in the space. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with demonic roars that shook everyone's souls. It was like an invisible force violently striking their brains. People felt intense pain in their heads, as if an invisible iron rod had brutally pierced their minds, spinning and churning. Their vision began to blur, and their consciousness was gradually stripped away by this force, as if they were being dragged into an endless abyss of darkness. Some weaker individuals, under the impact of this force, immediately spewed blood. Their faces turned pale instantly, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Those who were slightly stronger managed to barely hold their bodies up, but their eyes were also filled with fear and unease. Even more terrifying was that a dense reddish-brown mist began to emanate from those gray-white root-like objects. The mist quickly spread throughout the room, enveloping everyone within it. It was an indescribable stench, so strong that it was almost impossible to breathe. Their airways felt as if they were ignited by this gas, and each breath brought a sharp pain. Many people became stiff after inhaling the gas. Their eyes began to lose focus, and their consciousness gradually blurred. They tried to struggle, but it felt as if an invisible force was binding their bodies, rendering them immobile. "Damn it, this gas is toxic," the leader shouted in panic. He had been standing a little farther away, so he hadn't inhaled too much of the toxic gas. However, at that moment, he found himself uncontrollably moving forward. He desperately tried to retreat, but that force seemed to possess some kind of magic that he could not resist. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed through the air, particularly jarring in the quiet night. A branch-like object, like a long whip, swung rapidly in the air, tracing sharp arcs. Its movements were swift and eerie, as if driven by some irresistible force. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this suddenly appearing branch-like object, overlooking the more terrifying presence behind it. At that moment, the branch-like object suddenly accelerated and flew towards the leader standing in front. The leader seemed to sense the danger, but it was too late. The branch-like object struck his head like a bolt of lightning. A dull thud followed, and under the force of the impact, the leader's head shattered instantly. Blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, staining everything around. In an instant, the room was filled with the heavy scent of blood. The crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events, screams and gasps erupting in succession. The others in the room, having inhaled too much toxic gas, began to feel dizzy and weak. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies lying stiffly, eyes tightly closed, faces contorted, unable to rest in peace. The entire room fell into dead silence, with only the branch-like object still writhing incessantly. It seemed unsatisfied, continuing to spread outwards, trying to consume more lives. As it wriggled, cracks began to appear in the walls, floor, and ceiling of the room, as if being squeezed by an invisible force. Just then, a more intense tremor struck. The crowd felt as if the ground beneath them had turned into a raging sea, shaking violently. They screamed in terror, tried to grab onto nearby objects to maintain their balance, but it was all in vain. As the tremors grew more severe, the entire framework of the room finally could not withstand the pressure and began to collapse. Walls, floors, and ceiling shattered, revealing the steel and concrete within. The branch-like object took the opportunity to wriggle through the cracks, quickly spreading throughout the entire room. Accompanied by a rich grayish-white slime, these slimes surged like tidal waves, overwhelming the entire building. They flowed into the room through the cracks and windows, drowning all life in this viscous liquid. The workers on other floors, still unaware of what was happening, were swept into the gray, foul-smelling slime. They struggled in terror, trying to escape this horrifying goo, but it was already too late. Under this immense pressure, the entire building felt like a gigantic tomb, trapping everyone inside. The grayish-white slime and crimson mist spread like a waterfall, enveloping the entire city in a terrifying atmosphere. The few survivors in the building were almost instantly corroded by the smell that seemed to ignite their brains. They let out desperate cries and wails, but in this endless darkness, these sounds seemed so weak and helpless. What happened? What the hell is this? Help! Help! These cries echoed in the night sky, but no one could respond. The entire building seemed to fall into a dead silence, with only the grayish-white slime and crimson mist continuing to spread. Eventually, the whole building was covered by that grayish-white root-like substance, resembling a gigantic monster. At that moment, the crowd outside finally noticed the unusual noises coming from the building. They stopped, their terrified gazes directed at the structure, with a sense of inexplicable panic surging in their hearts. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air, as if something dreadful was about to happen. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted, tearing through the air like a raging beast. People felt their ears being pierced by this noise, covering their ears in pain. At the same time, the thick gray slime surged upwards like an enraged flood, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. This gray slime rapidly spread out, forming a massive gray canopy that enveloped the entire mine. Those who had not yet reacted were instantly swallowed by this gray wave, disappearing from sight. Their screams for help seemed so weak amidst this terrifying noise, as if they were instantly drowned out. The noise continued to spread outward, causing panic and chaos wherever it went. In the surrounding mountains and forests, the originally tranquil birds were startled and flew in all directions, flapping their wings to escape this disaster. However, just after taking off, they seemed to lose control, falling to the ground like raindrops, crashing in disarray. At the same time, other animals in the forest, squirrels, snakes, bears, and various insects, also panicked. They instinctively wanted to flee this dangerous place, but under the influence of the noise, they seemed to lose their sense of direction. The more they tried to escape, the more they inadvertently drew closer to the mine, shrouded in gray slime. In an instant, the entire forest turned into a chaotic battlefield. Animals screamed in terror and ran, yet none could escape this dreadful disaster. Driven by the noise, they rushed into the gray slime, their wails echoing, ultimately being devoured little by this horrifying corrosive force. This sudden disaster plunged the entire mine and surrounding areas into silence. Kyoto, the heart of Long Country, was now shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. What did you say? A monster has appeared in Hung Mine, leading to the destruction of the entire mineral base? A commanding voice shattered the original tranquility in a secret meeting room in Kyoto. All eyes turned to the speaker, one of the high-ranking officials of Long Country, responsible for military and civil affairs in the area. Yes, we just received news that the situation is very urgent, a subordinate replied nervously, gripping a report tightly in his hand. You immediately stabilize the situation over there, and do not act rashly. The high-ranking official's voice conveyed an undeniable resolve. I will send people there immediately and activate the emergency plan. The subordinate nodded in agreement and hurriedly left the meeting room. Meanwhile, the large screen in the meeting room began displaying blurry images captured by satellites. It showed a mountain covered in grayish-white root-like substances, appearing amidst swirling clouds and mist, like a giant beast in slumber, ready to awaken at any moment. What exactly is this monster? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. According to preliminary analysis, this is likely the 1512 irrational root we have been tracking. An expert said, trembling. This creature possesses extreme growth and destructive capabilities, and if it goes out of control, the consequences are unimaginable. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. The elder of Long Country, a spiritual pillar of the nation, also set down his teacup and slowly stood up. He gazed at the images on the screen, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Send my orders, immediately seal off the area around Hung Mine, prohibiting anyone from entering. The old man's voice was deep and powerful. At the same time, notify Mr. Su-Zhe that we need his help. With the old man's command issued, the entire Kyoto and even the Dragon Country entered a tense yet orderly state. Inside the shelter, Suze sat quietly at his workbench. A freshly transmitted photo spread out before him. In the photo, a once lush mountain was now covered by grayish-white root-like substances, resembling a slumbering giant beast, evoking a sense of awe. He scrutinized the photo, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. The speed of growth was indeed beyond his expectations. Having grown so large right after appearing, it seemed that those on site must have inadvertently angered it. Suze muttered to himself with a hint of worry. He knew well that the 1512 irregular root was a highly destructive organism, and if not contained swiftly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, he quickly entered commands into the system. System, immediately summoned Facility 166 and the mobile task force to the vicinity of Hung Mine. Ding! Facility 166 and the mobile task force have arrived near Hung Mine. With the system's response, Suze let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he still felt that relying solely on the mobile task force might not be secure enough. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to send a message to the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force, requesting them to assist the Mobile Task Force in containing 1512. The Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force was experienced, and with their involvement, the containment operation should proceed more smoothly. Suze thought to himself. He believed that with the joint efforts of the two mobile task forces, they would surely succeed in containing 1512 and alleviating this potential crisis, as long as the Trisolarans did not secretly interfere. Chapter 70. The meeting of two teams. Hung Mine was shrouded in a strange scarlet mist. This mist was not a natural phenomenon, but originated from a containment object known as 1512. Its power was strong and dangerous, emitting an odor capable of bewildering the mind, plunging people into endless illusions. In response to this threat, a 5-member team crossed the blockade line and joined another mobile task force. Both teams were elites of the Containment Association, tasked with controlling, containing, and protecting humanity. Hello, I'm the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force. The leading captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox spoke with a firm and powerful voice, his gaze revealing dedication and determination for the mission. Hello, I am the captain of the 08 Mobile Task Force. Captain 08 responded, his tone equally steady, reflecting a clear understanding of the challenges ahead. Members of both teams wore specially designed protective suits, developed specifically to withstand 1512. They resembled space suits, capable of blocking the odors emitted by the containment object, protecting the members from its bewilderment. Captain Nine-Tailed Fox, according to the plan, we will suppress the growth of 1512, while you are responsible for the main containment task. Captain 08 detailed the division of labor. Do you have the necessary preparations? The Nine-Tailed Fox captain nodded, a hint of fervor visible on his face beneath the protective suit. Rest assured, we are already familiar with the situation of the 1512 irregular route, he stated firmly. Although this is our first encounter with such a level containment object, the worst outcome is merely death. As members of the Containment Association, we are already prepared for sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Captain 08 felt a surge of respect. He nodded and replied, "It is an honor to work with you." After a brief meeting, the two teams set off in separate directions. They each plunged into the scarlet mist emanating from 1512, beginning the arduous and dangerous containment task. The primary mission of the Nine-Tailed Fox team was to contain the 1512 irregular route. They carried specialized containment equipment, ready to contain it at the appropriate moment. Meanwhile, Team 08 was responsible for suppressing the growth of the containment object, needing to locate its growth core and take measures to prevent further spread. Within the mist, both teams faced enormous challenges. They had to remain vigilant at all times to avoid being misled by the containment object and losing their way. Simultaneously, they needed to closely collaborate to ensure the successful completion of their mission. As time passed, both teams gradually ventured deeper into the heart of the mist. In the silent jungle, the scarlet mist seemed to surge from the depths of hell, permeating every corner, as if an invisible force was weaving through it, tightly wrapping every living being in the jungle. This mist not only obscured vision, but also seemed to carry some kind of magic, instilling fear in the hearts of those within. Amidst this mist, a team was carefully advancing. They were not ordinary explorers, but a special unit from the Containment Association. established specifically for the containment of anomalous phenomena. This time, their target was the legendary containment object 1512. This team was the second mobile task force obtained by Suze. The 08 Mobile Task Force. Unlike other mobile task forces, each member possessed a unique background and skill set. Most members came from monastic or religious backgrounds, possessing deep faith and unwavering will. What was more unique was that they all had exceptional mathematical calculation abilities, which often proved unexpectedly useful during the containment of anomalous phenomena. Leading the way was the captain of the 08 Mobile Task Force, Jia Chua. He was a monk, always wearing a calm and determined expression. His interests extended beyond prayers and worship. He was also deeply versed in mathematics. He could use complex mathematical formulas to analyze the essence of anomalous phenomena, providing crucial guidance for containment operations. In addition to his mathematical abilities, Jia Chua possessed a special ability. Although it was the most basic type and could not affect external organisms, it could protect himself, which was enough to make him stand out in the containment association. This ability allowed him to resist the attacks of anomalous phenomena at critical moments, safeguarding both himself and his teammates. Jia Chua had participated in 39 containment operations, excelling in each one. In the most significant instance, he even took part in the containment task of an apocalyptic-level containment object, demonstrating exceptional command and calm adaptability. His experience and strength made the 08 Mobile Task Force an indispensable force within the Containment Association. Everyone, Jia Chua's voice echoed through the mist, breaking the surrounding silence. The Nine-Tailed Fox team, led by Hank, has successfully executed a containment task assigned by the 5 council members once. This time, our 08 team absolutely cannot lose to them. His words were filled with determination and resolve, instilling a sense of faith and courage in every team member. They all understood that this containment task was different from the past. The characteristics and dangers of 1512 brought them unprecedented pressure. However, they also believed that under Jia Chua's leadership, they would surely succeed in completing this mission. Jia Chua pulled out a scripture from his backpack, which he had specifically prepared for this task. He placed his hand on the triangular containment illustration on the cover of the scripture, his face bearing a pious and solemn expression. This was a manifestation of his faith and the source of his strength. To accomplish this task, I have already condensed my abilities into this book. Jia Chua's voice was filled with confidence and determination. Moreover, Dr. Heisenberg has also provided us with tremendous help, assisting us in crafting this set of top-tier protective suits. His words reassured the team members. They knew that with Jia Chua's abilities and Dr. Heisenberg's protective suits, their safety was maximally secured. However, they also understood that containing 1512 was not an easy task and would require immense effort and sacrifice from them. This time, during the containment of 1512, I do not want anyone to make a mistake. Jia Chua's tone grew serious. Even if it means sacrificing everyone, we must complete this containment mission. His words brought a sense of solemnity to the team members. They knew this was a daunting task and a test of their faith and will. However, they also understood that as members of the Mobile Task Force, their mission was to protect humanity from anomalous phenomena. For humanity, for the Foundation. Jia Chua raised the scripture and shouted loudly. For humanity, for the Foundation. The team members replied in unison, their voices echoing in the jungle, as if they could penetrate the thick fog and reach farther places. For containment, Jia Chua shouted again, his voice filled with determination and faith. The team members echoed, for containment. Their voices were filled with strength and resolution, as if they could dispel the surrounding fear and unease. As the shouts reverberated, the members of the 8th Mobile Task Force began to quicken their pace, advancing toward the location of 1512. Hung Mine, once a vibrant and green mountain range, was now shrouded in darkness. Its exterior seemed tightly wrapped in a thick gray shell, losing its former vitality and vigor. The sounds of birds and beasts in the mountains had long since vanished, leaving only silence and desolation. In this abandoned zone of life, 5 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. They were dressed in standard uniforms, carrying heavy backpacks, their faces filled with determination and resolve. They were the elite members of the 8th Mobile Task Force, and their mission was to resolve the ever-expanding unreasonable root in this forbidden zone. The unreasonable root, a plant from another world, possessed powerful vitality and destructive capabilities. Its roots could burrow deep underground, drawing on the essence of the earth, while its branches and leaves continued to expand outward, consuming all life in its path. The red mist it released was extremely toxic, capable of instantly taking the lives of living beings. Jia Chao, as the leader of this operation, was well aware of the horror of the unreasonable root. He made a gesture, signaling the team members to begin their actions. Soon, one team member stepped forward, placing the electronic device he carried closest to the unreasonable root. This device could monitor the growth of the unreasonable root in real time and transmit data back to the rear. Begin suppression operation, Jia Chao commanded, and the team members began to act. They sat cross-legged, taking out paper and pens from their backpacks, and began calculating the structure of 1512. The structure of 1512 was the core of the unreasonable root. Only by deciphering this structure could its growth be truly suppressed. As time passed, a continuous stream of calculation results was written on paper and transmitted to the display screen in front. With the continuous output of calculation results, the unreasonable root, which had been expanding at a uniform rate, gradually began to stop growing. Even the red mist it continuously released began to thin out. Seeing the scene, the team members' faces revealed joyful smiles. They knew their efforts had not been in vain. They had successfully found the weakness of the unreasonable root and successfully suppressed its growth. On the other side of Hung Mine, the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force also set out on their journey. Their goal was to reach the forbidden area shrouded by the unreasonable root and complete a crucial task to contain the core point of the unreasonable root. The core point, a somewhat mysterious term, referred to the original object. This object appeared in the mind of a staff member at a specific moment. That staff member was in a room that had been invaded by the unreasonable root at the time. To truly contain the unreasonable root, they had to find this original object. At this moment, the entire Hung Mine was tightly wrapped in a hard shell, like a giant cocoon, imprisoning the life within the mountains. To enter this sealed world, they had to break through this hard shell. However, the material of the shell was special and incredibly hard, far beyond the reach of ordinary means. Therefore, the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force decided to adopt an ancient and effective method, digging a tunnel. They chose a relatively distant location and began to swing their digging tools toward the target point. Their movements were swift and orderly, each swing filled with determination and strength. During the digging process, they tried to remain as quiet as possible to avoid alarming the unreasonable root that was rampaging through the mountains. They knew that once it was disturbed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, they could only dig cautiously, inching closer to their target. Half an hour passed, and they had excavated a tunnel that was 3 meters long. Although they still had some distance to their target, they did not become discouraged. Nine-Tailed Fox Captain Hank stood in the tunnel they had dug, his brow furrowed, and his eyes flickering with determination and decisiveness. He carefully estimated the remaining distance and then decisively ordered, "Continue digging until we reach the target." The team members responded to his command, swinging their digging tools with even more strength, each excavation filled with resolve. After digging another 10 meters or so, Hank felt they were close enough and ordered again. "Now, let's start digging upwards." As the direction of digging changed, waves of crimson mist began to surge in from above. This mist emitted a suffocating toxicity that caused people to instantly lose their sense of direction and logical thinking. Fortunately, they were wearing specially designed protective suits that offered strong protection against this mist. Under the shelter of the protective suits, they continued to dig upwards. Finally, after digging another 6 or 7 meters, they arrived at the interior covered by the unreasonable root. This was a dark world, with no other light source except the faint glow of their flashlights. What they saw was a spine-chilling sight. Countless corpses scattered on the ground, grayish-white pus flowing like an ocean, emitting a strong, corrosive odor. However, the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox were all elite individuals who had experienced countless storms, and their psychological resilience was strong enough to handle any terrifying scenario. Faced with the horrific scene before them, they showed no fear, silently observing and searching for the core point of the unreasonable root. Hank discerned the direction and ultimately confirmed that the unreasonable route was spreading from a building in the center. The original point should be in that location. Everyone prepare to approach. Yes. Thus, the 5 of them began to move toward the original point. With the equipment they currently had, they certainly could not contain it all. But don't forget that Suze's system reward included a large station. In fact, their main task was simply to find the location of the original point. Chapter 71. Are they the mobile task force? On this cursed land, a river flowed quietly, but unlike other clear rivers, it emitted a nauseating stench. The river water had a thick, viscous texture, resembling disgusting slime, constantly churning and consuming all life. In this viscous river floated one grotesque corpse after another. Their faces were corroded to the point of being unrecognizable, and their clothing was tattered and worn. Some are dressed in miners' work clothes, seemingly having encountered misfortune while working. Others are in casual wear, perhaps having faced this disaster while out for a walk, and still others are in pajamas, possibly having been awakened from sleep, never to return to the warmth of their beds. On their faces, without exception, there's a look of despair. That despair is so profound that the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force can feel that indescribable hopelessness with just a glance. They can easily imagine the terror and helplessness these individuals faced in the presence of 1512. Hank, the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force, walks at the front of the team. Everyone, pull yourselves together and check your gear, he says in a deep voice, reminding the team to be aware of their surroundings and to ensure their equipment is functioning properly. His voice echoes in the silent valley, sounding exceptionally firm and calm. However, faced with this hellish scene and such a scale of anomalous containment object, even these elite task force members feel an unprecedented pressure. Their expressions grow serious, as if sensing the imminent danger. As they draw closer to the origin of the irrational route, the suffocating sense of oppression intensifies. The white mist sprays onto each team member's oxygen mask, blurring their vision. Hank, the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force, slightly raises his head to look at the massive building not far away. The heavy space suit he wears, although meticulously crafted by Dr. Heisenberg, seems to offer him no sense of security in this unknown and dangerous realm. At this moment, they are less than 100 meters from the cursed building. Every minute, every second feels like it is slowed down, as if some invisible pressure is pushing them forward. Everything around them has become silent, with only their heavy breathing echoing in the oxygen masks. The enormous, monstrous figure looms over their entire field of vision. The creature appears to be a demon crawling out of hell, with twisted reddish-brown patterns spreading across its body, like scars burned by flames. Its colossal form stands like a mountain on this desolate land, instilling fear in all who gaze upon it. As they approach, the world seems to be divided in two by this monster. One half is occupied by its massive body, while the other is filled with the forest it has corrupted and the decaying corpses. In the nearby forest, countless bodies lie quietly, their former vitality long stripped away, leaving only hollow eye sockets and rotting flesh. Snakes, birds, fish, insects, flowers, and trees all have been devoured by this terrifying monster. It is like an endless abyss, consuming the breath of all life. Wherever 1512 passes, everything becomes eerily silent, devoid of any trace of life. Strange creatures inhabit this mine, their twisted forms seemingly warped by some power. Their heavy strength and indestructible shells are enough to crush any life daring to approach. Those who attempt to challenge it have all turned to dust beneath the monster's feet. Gray slime and intricate root systems spiral and branch out from the creature's body. They resemble a constantly writhing brain, filled with endless malice and terror. These roots spread through the ground, continuously absorbing nutrients, making the monster's power grow stronger. At the same time, the monster emits a constant stream of Brownian noise, a sound like the whisper of a demon, echoing in their ears. This sound is filled with evil and eeriness, sending chills down their spines. Even though they wear the ultra-durable protective suits specially designed by Dr. Heisenberg, which shield them from direct exposure to the dangers of 1512. The proximity to the origin of the irrational root still allows them to feel the influence of that demonic sound. Hank feels as if he is in an endless abyss, everything around him becoming chaotic and twisted, as if manipulated by some invisible force. His heart is filled with terror and unease, as if facing an unprecedented crisis. Chaotic murmurs echo in his ears like the whispers of demons, those voices bizarre and piercing, threatening to tear his soul apart. His vision begins to blur, the entire world twisting beyond recognition, as if heaven and earth were reversing. Hank stumbles, nearly falling to the ground. He struggles to steady himself, but finds his heart racing at an extreme pace. He looks around and sees that the members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force have also fallen into chaos. Their eyes grow hazy, as if losing focus, and their movements become unconscious and erratic. Their cognition is gradually collapsing, as if being eroded by some invisible force. Hank's heart is filled with despair, but he knows he cannot give up like this. He must find a way to bring his team back to awareness, or they will be unable to confront the crisis before them. He takes a deep breath and shouts, "Inject the awakening gas." As his command is issued, the awakening gas built into the 5 protective suits is automatically released. The pungent smell instantly fills the air, causing Hank and his team to feel a wave of dizziness. But in that moment, they awaken from their trance-like state. Their eyes regain firmness and clarity, as if finding a glimmer of light in the darkness. That was terrifying. Size Team Member 4. Reflecting on the recent experience, his heart is still filled with fear. He remembers how he had almost wanted to take off his protective suit, an impulse that could have led him into an irreversible situation. Hank, too, feels lingering fear. He knows that their narrow escape this time was entirely thanks to the awakening gas in their suits. However, he also realizes that while this gas can bring them back to awareness, its side effects are equally terrifying. It may cause irreversible damage to their nerves, making them more vulnerable in future battles. But in such an emergency, it had to be used. Meanwhile, another mysterious mobile task force, Team 8, is silently battling beneath the massive reddish-brown monster. This creature stands like a towering peak, radiating an indescribable sense of oppression. Team 8 members, clad in heavy protective suits, resemble a group of bulky warriors, but their eyes are resolute and bright. They wield pens and are focused on calculations in their notebooks, as if engaged in a silent contest. Complex and meticulous drafts of mathematical calculations surround them. These drafts not only testify to their hard work, but also represent the fruits of their intellect. If Lin Chun, known as the progenitor of the anomalous origin, were present at that moment, he would instantly recognize the formulas on those papers as the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure, specifically the calculus of the Weierstrass topology limit rules of the 1512 origin. Team 8 members are manually conducting real-time estimations of this mysterious geometric structure. They understand that this task is not only fraught with difficulties, but also requires a high level of mathematical literacy and computational ability. However, they do not retreat. Instead, they rise to the challenge, using their wisdom and courage to take on this seemingly impossible task. Time passes second by second. Beads of sweat begin to bead on their foreheads, but the pens in their hands never stop. As the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure gradually evolves, the 1512 that covers the entire mountain seems to undergo subtle changes. Although this change was subtle, it brought a glimmer of comfort to the members of Team 8. They knew their efforts had not been in vain. They were gradually changing the fate of this monster. However, they also understood that the battle was far from over. The power of 1512 remained strong and terrifying, and they had to continue working hard to completely defeat it. So, they lowered their heads again and continued calculating in their notebooks. The tips of their pens swiftly glided across the paper, leaving behind graceful arcs. These arcs represented not only their efforts and perseverance, but also their hope and faith for the future. In this silent struggle, the members of Team 8 were writing their own chapter with their wisdom and courage. Just as the two mobile task forces delved into the heart of Hung Mine, executing their respective missions, the Dragon Kingdom's army outside the blockade line was in a state of anxiety. They truly had no way to deal with this irrational route. However, a piece of news arrived that was hard to believe. What did you say? Say it again. An officer's eyes widened as he stared intently at the communications soldier. Report. Sir, 2 squads just crossed the blockade line and entered Hung Mine. The communications soldier's voice trembled. Don't they know there are monsters inside? How could this happen? The officer's brow furrowed, his tone filled with anger and confusion. Perhaps they inhaled the toxic gas of the irrational route, causing disorientation. Someone tentatively suggested a possible reason. Can we still conduct a rescue? What is their situation? The officer quickly pressed for answers. I'm sorry, sir. Our current equipment cannot detect their specific location and condition. And it's been so long. I'm afraid. The communications soldier's voice became fainter until it was almost inaudible. The officer's brow tightened even further. He knew what this meant. He turned to look at the distant Hung Mine, filled with worry and helplessness. However, just when they were about to give up hope, someone on the warship finally brought over a high-precision electric telescope. Hurry! Quickly check if there are any survivors inside, the officer urged. As the equipment was set up and adjusted, the image finally came through. Hung Mine, thousands of meters away, gradually came into view. Although some obstacles blocked the line of sight, some outlines inside could already be seen. Everyone fixed their eyes on the screen, their hearts filled with anticipation and tension. However, when they saw the scene inside, they couldn't help but freeze. What is going on? Someone exclaimed in surprise. What are they doing? Another person asked in confusion. They saw 5 blurry figures sitting cross-legged at the foot of the gray mountain. It seemed they were holding pens and sketching something in notebooks. And many sheets of paper were spread around them. Are they drawing? Someone speculated. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Were they not ordinary civilians who had stumbled in? Why did they look so alert? And what were they wearing? It looked so much like spacesuits. Many leading scientists felt a bit dazed. They had no idea what these members of the mobile task force were doing. However, when they adjusted the angle and the image became clearer, they saw the large emblem on the protective suits, concentric double rings with 3 inner arrows. Isn't that the emblem of the Containment Association? Someone exclaimed. The pupils of the crowd gradually dilated, and their voices suddenly rose several degrees. They are the mobile task force of the Containment Association. They are not ordinary people. They are members of the mobile task force. This news shocked and excited everyone. They finally understood why these individuals remained so calm and composed in the face of monsters and danger. Because they were not ordinary people, but specially trained members of the mobile task force with powerful abilities. At this moment, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance and admiration. They knew that with these members of the mobile task force present, the crisis at Hung Mine would certainly be resolved properly. Dear readers, I sincerely apologize for the recent updates. I know my writing seems a bit lackluster, and I have disappointed you. I'm sorry. I really don't want to let you down. In fact, I've been trying hard to find inspiration to write a better story. However, sometimes my mind goes blank, and it feels like all ideas have flown away. During those times, I feel very troubled and helpless. Please believe me, I will work hard to adjust my state and quickly regain my creative self. I promise to put more thought into the plot and write deeper content, allowing you to feel my sincerity and effort once again. Thank you for your continued support and understanding. I will cherish this trust and not let you down. I'm sorry, truly very sorry. Bows and Apology. Chapter 72. Successful Containment? Did you see that? They are wearing protective suits, right? What are they busy with? Could it be that they have already started researching 1512? How is that possible? They just arrived. How could they start research so quickly? That is true. Maybe they are just tentatively doing something. To be honest, they don't look like they came to do research at all. The scientists from the Dragon Kingdom outside the blockade line have always firmly believed that science is the only truth that can explain everything. Even when bizarre entities like containment objects appeared, they still believed that science could reveal the secrets behind them. Therefore, they did not think that this suddenly intruding mobile task force could discover anything significant. At that moment, a soldier who had been staring ahead suddenly shouted, "Wait, look! The irrational route of 1512 is moving." It seems to have sensed the presence of that squad. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. Sure enough, at some point, The irrational root that covered the entire hung mind began to writhe. Its brain-like twisted shape, silently accumulating there, was already like a terrifying nightmare. And now, this nightmare seemed to have fully awakened. Twisted, reddish-brown tentacles writhed, as if parts of a brain were disintegrating. Intricate vines and root systems rapidly spread out, while countless crimson mists surged forth like blood. Meanwhile, inside the blockade line, the team members also sensed the unusual movement. "Captain, the monster seems to be about to attack us," the fourth member of Team 8 nervously reminded. "Ignore it. We continue calculating." Joshua's expression showed no change. He was still frantically calculating on the paper. Suddenly, the sky above them darkened. The distant scientists from the Dragon Kingdom changed their expressions drastically. "It's over. They're going to suffer." They saw dozens of root systems as thick as mountains twisting and curling in the sky, the reddish-brown roots becoming the only color. Their shadow enough to cover tens of thousands of square meters. Such a dense and fierce attack seemed almost impossible to evade. People often believe that in the face of these heavily falling roots, any creature would have nowhere to escape, only to surrender. However, at this critical moment, those watching from afar witnessed an unbelievable scene. The 5 members of Team 8, who had been engrossed in writing, suddenly all lifted their heads, their eyes shining with determination and wisdom. It was as if they had found the solution at this critical juncture. The 5 team members simultaneously aimed their papers filled with complex formulas at the irrational root 1512. Their movements were synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times, with every subtle gesture revealing their inner determination and confidence. At that moment, the massive, reddish-brown root system, previously raging like a mountain crashing down, suddenly froze in midair. This change came without warning, as if time itself had abruptly stopped. People stared in astonishment, almost forgetting to breathe. The transformation from chaos to stillness occurred in an instant, leaving everyone in disbelief. The terrifying wind pressure generated by the massive root sent nearby leaves swirling into the air, creating a spectacular scene. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a halt, with only the falling leaves and the suspended root system narrating the miracle that had just unfolded. "What just happened?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Why did it suddenly stop?" Another asked in confusion. "Could it be that the papers in their hands have some magical power?" Someone speculated. However, before they could regain their composure, they were shocked once again, accompanied by the team members continuously raising their papers towards the tendrils in the sky. The previously chaotic, irrational root 1512 emitted a noise never heard before, and to everyone's astonishment, it began to shrink slowly. This scene left everyone wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? What kind of miraculous power had these 5 team members used? Scientists from the Dragon Kingdom were also dumbfounded. They had been studying how to combat this irrational root, but had never imagined that someone could subdue it in this way. 1512 was indeed beginning to shrink. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, through a precision telescope, witnessed this incredible scene. Each heartbeat felt as if it had momentarily stopped, and they instinctively rose from their seats, eyes filled with disbelief. What on earth was happening? That massive figure, which had once instilled fear in them, was now shrinking before their very eyes. They rubbed their eyes, trying to see clearly, wondering if something was wrong with their vision. But looking again, the shocking scene continued. The enormous 1512, which should have been in a state of extreme instability, was now like a balloon being deflated, slowly decreasing in size. The crowd stood frozen, their minds overflowing with questions. How could this be? Wasn't it supposed to be raging? Just moments ago, someone had inadvertently provoked it, leading to a disaster of crimson mist. At that time, it had been like an enraged beast, ready to tear intruders to shreds. But now, why had it suddenly stopped? And why was it continuously shrinking? What was the reason behind all this? What was the principle at work? How could seemingly ordinary sheets of paper make the massive 1512 gradually shrink? This was beyond everyone's imagination. They stared in disbelief at the unbelievable scene unfolding in the distance, filled with confusion and shock. In front of a gigantic 1512, the 5 members of the mobile task force appeared so small, like insignificant dust. The papers they held aloft seemed even less than dust, seemingly insufficient to affect such a colossal entity. Yet, the evidence was right before their eyes. That paper seemed to possess some magical power, capable of stopping the irrational root and even causing it to shrink. What was going on? People began to scream, their expressions dazed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. They were filled with questions. What had been written on those sheets of paper? How could they produce such astonishing effects? Everyone wanted to know how the mobile task force had managed to accomplish this. What methods had they used to stop the irrational root and make it shrink? At that moment, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation and curiosity. They were eager to know the answers. Within the cordoned-off area, a tense atmosphere enveloped the scene. Captain Jatuo of the Mobile Task Force, usually calm and composed, displayed a rare moment of emotion on his face. He gazed upward, watching as the irrational root that should have been rampaging was now slowly shrinking, as if bound by some mysterious force. It really can be done, Jatuo murmured to himself, his voice revealing undeniable excitement. As the captain of the Mobile Task Force, he had experienced countless containment missions. But this was the first time he had encountered a situation where a single suggestion could turn the tide. Recalling the moment he received the containment task for the irrational root 1512, Jatuo still felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he had contained many powerful entities, the bizarre characteristics of 1512 left him at a loss. The irrational root seemed to possess boundless power, capable of altering reality at will, making it impossible to discern its patterns. Just as he felt lost, a phone call broke the silence. It was Dr. Heisenberg calling, but the voice on the other end was that of the legendary Fifth Counselor. The voice was calm and authoritative, seemingly imbued with endless power, making Jatuo feel the strength of the speaker the moment he heard it. The Fifth Counselor made a suggestion to Jatuo, a seemingly simple idea that contained profound mathematical principles. According to the Fifth Counselor, 1512 was born from the mind of a mathematician named Lin Shun, who had been studying a formula related to hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry just before his death. This formula was not only the source of 1512, but also its weakness. If the irrational root exhibited aggressive tendencies, they could attempt to calculate the relevant mathematical structure on paper. This sounded somewhat incredible, but Jatuo believed it wholeheartedly. Thus, upon arriving near the irrational root, he immediately organized his team to begin complex mathematical calculations on paper. As time passed, they gradually discovered that the seemingly chaotic mathematical symbols and formulas were indeed slowly binding the power of the irrational root. It began to calm down, ultimately starting to shrink. This scene shocked and delighted everyone. They could hardly believe that merely by using mathematical formulas, they could subdue this powerful containment object. And all of this was thanks to the mysterious Fifth Counselor. Jatuo felt a surge of gratitude and respect. He understood that their success in containing 1512 was not only due to their efforts, but also because of the wisdom and guidance of the Fifth Counselor. He stood up and deeply bowed, expressing his thanks to the Fifth Counselor. In that breathtaking moment, the remaining four members witnessed the massive body of the irrational root gradually cease its actions and slowly shrink, as if bound by some mysterious force. They were momentarily stunned, and then excitement erupted on their faces. This is truly breathtaking. No wonder the Fifth Counselor is so powerful and mysterious. One person exclaimed in admiration, "We did it! We really did it!" Another shouted excitedly, as if forgetting their previous fear. "Captain, we successfully completed a minor containment mission. Who knows? We might be the next nine-tailed fox in the future." One person said dreamily, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They never expected that such a daunting task would actually succeed with the help of the mysterious and powerful fifth member. The reputation of that fifth member was indeed well-deserved. Just then, a huge, curling vine in the air suddenly lowered a root with the utmost gentleness, as if afraid to disturb the surrounding tranquility. Exuding a friendly and warm aura, the root slowly extended to the side of the team, as if greeting them. Then, a root as thick as an arm began to curl and grow in a new direction. Its shape was as colorful and dazzling as a kaleidoscope, curling and stretching. seemingly adding a splash of brightness to this victorious moment. Soon, several finer roots sprouted from this kaleidoscope-like root, dancing lightly in the air like fine threads. These roots began to curl up the papers on the ground one by one, then gently drop them beside several team members. Their movements were so gentle, as if afraid of damaging the writing on the papers. "Quick, give it the paper and pen in your hands." Jiachua was the first to react, loudly commanding the team. Everyone eagerly handed their paper and pens to the roots, their faces revealing curiosity and anticipation. Indeed, when these roots touched the paper and pens, they emitted a delightful sound. The sound was as melodious as a celestial tune, making one unable to resist the urge to immerse oneself in it. Then, the roots continued to change, forming a platform that steadily held up the papers. Then, a surprising scene occurred. One of the roots transformed into the shape of a fountain pen, quickly calculating the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry formula of the 1512 structure on the paper. This scene stunned everyone. They watched as the roots danced over the paper, calculating complex formulas, as if showcasing their wisdom and power to humanity. It seemed they had successfully stabilized this terrifying monster. Watching the irrational root that was continuously grasping the paper and pen to calculate and had completely stabilized, Joshua's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Contact the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force to inquire about their progress." "Yes. Damn, this gas is really annoying." Hank couldn't help but curse. The side effects of the neurotoxic gas they had used to forcibly awaken were already manifesting. Now even walking felt a bit weak and unsteady. Fortunately, they had already entered the floor where the origin was born. Now they just needed to find that room to successfully contain it. "Boss, look." The irrational roots outside seemed to be starting to shrink. At this moment, a team member suddenly looked out the window and exclaimed, "What?" Hank's expression changed, and he looked out the window as well. Indeed, the previously pitch-black exterior began to show cracks, with light streaming in from outside. Chapter 73. Success. It seemed that the team's plan had worked. The irrational roots were gradually shrinking, which was undoubtedly a good omen. Hank's gaze sharpened as he quickly perceived the changes before him. Time waits for no one. We must quicken our pace and not let our previous efforts go to waste. He commanded in a deep voice, his tone revealing an undeniable firmness. Due to the irrational root's shell being as impenetrable as armor, covering the entire floor tightly, the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force members had to rely on their original floor photos, struggling to navigate through the maze-like corridors, searching for the room where Lin Shun was located. Inside the floor, grayish-white slime spread everywhere like disgusting tentacles, causing unease. However, the Nine-Tailed Fox members showed no fear. Unhesitatingly stepping over one irrational root after another in the air, each step taken firmly and powerfully. After a series of twists and turns in their search, they finally stopped in front of a room. Hank carefully compared the photo in his hand, his eyes shining with certainty. Yes, this is it. The initial origin is hidden behind this door. He quickly took out a specially designed super satellite positioning device from his backpack. This device was exquisitely crafted, with powerful functions that could ignore the magnetic field interference caused by the irrational roots, transmitting accurate location information to Su-Zhe thousands of miles away. The Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force has successfully completed the mission. Now we begin to retreat. Hank ordered, and the entire team immediately sprang into action, swiftly and orderly evacuating the scene, every movement appearing calm and collected, as if everything were under their control. Outside the blockade, the Mobile Task Force anxiously awaited news from the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force. They were well aware of the daunting nature of this mission. Any slight misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Therefore, even though they had completed their task, they remained highly vigilant and focused. Finally, after a long wait, they received the news that the Nine-Tailed Fox Mobile Task Force had completed the positioning. This news was like a breath of spring, instantly dispelling the gloom in their hearts. However, amidst their joy, they understood that the mission was not yet complete, and they could not afford to be complacent. The leader of the Mobile Task Force, Jiachua, quickly made a decision. They did not immediately retreat, because although the irrational roots were starting to shrink, They had not yet fully retracted into that room. They had to seize this critical moment and continue moving forward until the task was completely finished. Jia Chua led the members of the mobile task force, carefully walking through the forest. The sights around them were shocking. The sky was stained blood-red by mist, and the ground was littered with corroded plants and animals. The entire area emitted a rotten stench that was nauseating. They walked on a ground composed of dense root systems, each step feeling like stepping on sticky, minced meat. The surrounding tentacles twisted and squirmed, emitting an eerie reddish-brown glow, with some even radiating a faint warmth that sent chills down their spines. Although the members of the mobile task force were all seasoned elites, facing such a terrifying scene made them feel some fear. They shrank their necks, not daring to breathe loudly, afraid to disturb those twisting, writhing tentacles. However, fear did not make them retreat. They were acutely aware of their mission and responsibility. No matter the difficulties and dangers they faced, they had to move forward bravely. They closely followed the location information provided by the satellite positioning, carefully avoiding the tentacles, inching closer to their goal. During this process, they discovered that the irrational roots seemed to be completely immersed in the study of the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure. These originally ferocious, irrational roots appeared unusually docile at this moment, as if bound by some mysterious force. This discovery brought a sense of relief to the members of the mobile task force. They knew this was the best opportunity to complete their mission. Thus, they quickened their pace and continued toward their target. Accompanied by the rustling sounds, the only noise on the silent island was the sound of pencils writing on paper. Jia Chua keenly noticed that those seemingly profound physical formulas and mathematical calculations were not entirely accurate in the reality of 152 physics. Although they appeared glamorous and complex on the surface, they seemed more like a pile of useless mathematical drafts, superficial and failing to touch the core. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the 1512 irrational root. It seemed obsessed with everything, constantly urging Jia Chua and Team 8 to continue writing and calculating. Despite their doubts, Jia Chua and his teammates continued as requested, as formulas were written one after another. Jia Chua was surprised to find that the irrational root's shrinking speed was gradually accelerating. Originally, it was shrinking at a speed of 1 meter per second, but over time, this speed unexpectedly increased to 3 meters per second, and even reached an astonishing 8 meters per second later on. The change in speed was simply jaw-dropping. It seemed like an unstoppable force was wildly devouring the irrational root. In less than 2 hours, the irrational root had shrunk back to its original 110 volume, a change so great that it left everyone in shock. As the irrational root shrank, the surrounding crimson mist quickly dissipated and the viscous liquid gradually receded. The environment, once filled with Brownian noise, slowly became quiet again, as if everything was returning to normal. Soon, in less than 20 minutes, they encountered the retreating nine-tailed fox squad. Since the nine-tailed fox was not good at calculations, they had to retreat first. Hank gave a slight nod to Jia Chua as a greeting, and then led the nine-tailed fox out. Jia Chua, on the other hand, took Team 8 deeper along with the shrinking irrational root. As Jia Chua and Team 8 continued deeper, the more formulas they wrote, the milder the 1512 irrational root became. Its change in attitude surprised Jia Chua, but at the same time, it gave him hope. The irrational root seemed like a massive living entity, gradually retracting its tendrils. Those tendrils curled in the air, and the kaleidoscopic scene gradually disappeared, replaced by tranquil space. The foul-smelling slime continuously dissipated, as if being devoured by some force, vanishing without a trace. The previously damaged magnetic field was also gradually restoring, and everything was moving in a positive direction. Team 8 wrote formulas while cautiously entering the dilapidated building. They climbed the stairs step by step, each step appearing careful. In the corridors and corners, skeletal remains, corroded cleanly, lay quietly, as if recounting the past's brutality and desolation. But these gruesome sights did not stop their advance. They knew their mission and resolutely continued upward. Finally, on the 10th floor of the broken building, They found the anomaly point of 1512. It was a shocking room, filled with terror and strangeness. A body, long, unrecognizable, sat twisted at the table, surrounded by reddish-brown roots, which covered the entire room like evil tentacles. Even more shocking was that the head of the corpse was hanging upside down, connected to the ceiling, as if displaying a twisted form of art. What sent shivers down Jia Chua and the other spines was that a collection of assembled corpses was busily working on the table. They seemed to be driven by some force, constantly calculating the non-Euclidean hyperbolic geometry formulas of the 1512 structure. These formulas were both familiar and strange to them, seemingly hiding some unfathomable secret. Jia Chua and the others did not stop writing. They knew that as long as they continued, the irrational root would keep shrinking. Their mood was both tense and filled with anticipation, hoping to resolve this tricky problem as soon as possible. Ultimately, all the roots were attracted to the center of the head on the ceiling, writhing there as if performing some mysterious ritual. After confirming that the irrational root would no longer expand, Jia Chua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered the rest of the team to retreat, carefully backing away while continuing to write formulas. At the same time, they sent a message to Su Zhe, who was 1,000 miles away. Kyoto, inside the secret shelter. Su Zhe, who was drinking tea, received the team's message. Efficient. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Then, he immediately murmured in his heart, System. Summon Station 166 to that room, in Hunkwang Mountain. Ding. Successfully summoned to that room. Jia Chua and the others cautiously retreated, finally exiting the terrifying and strange room. Their steps seemed light, but their hearts were filled with heaviness and tension. Just then, the room suddenly underwent a change. The originally battered walls seemed to be given new life, as heavy steel plates rapidly covered them, sealing the entire room tightly. Meanwhile, the whole building was undergoing a tremendous transformation. The previously disappeared doors reappeared, no longer ordinary doors, but ultra-thick electronic security doors, indestructible. Through the transparent, super bulletproof glass, Jia Chua and the others could clearly see the tendrils of the irrational root continuously striking against the surrounding walls. Those tendrils seemed to possess endless power, and with each impact, the entire room trembled. However, perhaps because they were still engaged in some calculations, the irrational root ultimately did not forcibly break through this containment room, but gradually came to a stop, slowly writhing inside. Jia Chua let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing for a moment. He turned to look at his teammates, each face revealing a relieved smile. Containment complete, Jia Chua announced loudly. Almost at the moment the irrational root was contained, the entire Hunkwang Mountain underwent a dramatic transformation. The crimson mist that had shrouded the mountain was pierced by golden sunlight, dissipating without a trace. A gentle breeze blew in, carrying away the foul smell of slime in the air, and the disgusting slime gradually disappeared. The messy mountain gradually returned to its original state, as if it had undergone a baptism. The terrifying Brownian noise that had filled the entire forest vanished completely at that moment, replaced by tranquility and harmony. Almost at the instant the irrational root was successfully contained, a wave of prompt sounds surged into Su Zhe's mind from the secret shelter far away in Kyoto. Sitting in that quiet and spacious room, Su Zhe, who had initially felt a bit anxious and uneasy, found all his worries dissipated with the congratulatory prompt sounds. Congratulations. You have successfully contained the anomalous containment object, 1512 irrational root. The prompt sounded like heavenly music, bringing an unmistakable joy to Su Zhe's face. He closed his eyes, as if he could feel the powerful force from the irrational root surging within him, as if an endless energy was gathering. Soon, more prompt sounds followed. Congratulations. You have obtained all the characteristic abilities of the 1512 irrational root. Each word sparkled like a meticulously carved gem. Congratulations, you have obtained the characteristic corrosive slime level. Su Zhe felt a move in his heart. He knew that although this corrosive slime was only at the beginner level, it could become a powerful tool in his hands if used properly, yielding unexpected results in both attack and defense. Congratulations, you have obtained the characteristic mastery of calculation level. This characteristic made Su Zhe's eyes light up. He knew that calculation and strategy were equally important on the path of containing anomalous objects. With this characteristic, he believed he would be more adept in future containment tasks. Congratulations, you have obtained the characteristic Super Hardness level. This characteristic made Su Zhe even more delighted. He understood that during the containment of anomalous objects, he often encountered various powerful enemies. With this super hardness, his defense would be greatly enhanced, no longer having to worry about enemy attacks. Congratulations, you have obtained the characteristic Brownian Noise level. Although this characteristic seemed unremarkable, Su Zhe knew its significance. Brown noise can invisibly disrupt the enemy's cognition, causing them to lose their sense of direction in battle, which is undoubtedly a huge advantage for him. Moreover, he has other mental control methods, and adding this brown noise at this moment will undoubtedly greatly enhance his progress in implementing mental control over the enemy. Congratulations! You have obtained a trait, Infinite Growth level. This trait left Su Zhe in awe. Infinite growth means he can continuously enhance his strength, making himself even more powerful. The notification sound continued, but Su Zhe couldn't wait to try out these newly acquired abilities. Chapter 74. Sniping. Kyoto, this ancient city with a history of 1,000 years, still retains its unique charm under the impact of modernization. At this moment, in a solemn and serious conference room in a corner of the city, the atmosphere is exceptionally tense. Inside the conference room, the light is soft and bright, and a group of high-ranking officials from Longwa sit upright, their gazes fixed tightly on the large screen in front of them. There, a mountain called Hunkwang Mountain is shrouded in darkness. Not long ago, Hunkwang Mountain was covered by a strange plant known as the woolly gin, and its appearance is like a ticking time bomb, potentially triggering unpredictable disasters at any moment. Since learning of this news, the high-ranking officials of Longwa have been monitoring the situation there day and night, hoping to find a solution. Has the Containment Association taken any action? A high-ranking official couldn't help but ask. His voice, though deep, revealed an unmistakable anxiety. The person in charge of sealing off the Hunkwang Mountain area sighed heavily, his brow furrowed as if under immense pressure. I haven't seen them yet. His voice was filled with helplessness and bitterness. This news was like a cold shower, extinguishing the hope in everyone's hearts. The Containment Association, this mysterious and powerful organization, possesses powers beyond ordinary understanding. They had thought that the Containment Association would act quickly to resolve the issue at Hunkwang Mountain. However, reality left them feeling disappointed and confused. Why don't we ask Su Zhe? At this moment, another official proposed a suggestion. His eyes sparkled with hope, as if he saw a solution to the problem. This proposal quickly garnered responses from others. They all felt that Su Zhe, as a representative pushed forward by the Containment Association, should be able to help them get in touch with the association and learn more about the situation. The elder from Longwa was clearly swayed as well. He slightly nodded, just about to ask his secretary to make the call. Just then, a sudden phone ring broke the silence of the conference room. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound, where a responsible person was holding a phone, a strange expression on his face. What's wrong? Someone couldn't help but ask. The responsible person took a deep breath, as if trying to calm the shock within. According to the news from Hunkwang Mountain, the Containment Association's mobile task force has already entered the scene. His voice was calm, but it conveyed an indescribable shock. This news was like a heavy bomb, causing an uproar in the conference room. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were hearing. They couldn't imagine that the Containment Association could breach multiple layers of blockade and enter Hunkwang Mountain without them noticing. Are these the mysterious methods again? We didn't notice anything at all, a high-ranking official exclaimed. His tone was filled with apprehension and helplessness. How did they break through those blockade lines? This ability is a bit terrifying, another person echoed. His face was filled with fear and confusion, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Although the Containment Association was currently on their side, the thought of the other party possessing such terrifying abilities still sent a shiver down everyone's spine. They began to reevaluate this mysterious and powerful organization, contemplating how to deal with the potential crisis ahead. The elder from Longwa furrowed his brow, remaining silent. His heart was filled with doubts and unease, But he knew that the most important thing now was to remain calm and rational, seeking a solution to the problem. The conference room fell silent again, but everyone was churning with turbulent thoughts. Time flowed by unknowingly, second by second. Suddenly, people's attention was firmly drawn to the strange sight on the screen. The woolly jinn, which had been entrenched on Hunkwang Mountain, was gradually shrinking. It was as if bound by an invisible force, slowly becoming smaller. "What's going on?" someone exclaimed in shock, their face full of astonishment and confusion. The person in charge of Hunkwang Mountain also sensed that something was wrong. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed a number, anxiously inquiring about the situation there. The voice on the other end was somewhat muffled, but every word felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. After hanging up the phone, his face was filled with shock and amazement. He looked up at the equally puzzled faces around him, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. They said that the mobile task force managed to make the woolly jinn shrink successfully with just a few pieces of paper that no one knows what they are. This news detonated like a heavy bomb among the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they couldn't believe their ears. How is that possible? How can a few pieces of paper have such power? How they do it? This is simply like magic. The elder from Longwa also heard this news. His tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed at this moment, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. "It seems we really underestimated this mobile task force," he said softly, "but that is not important. What matters is that the woolly jinn has been contained, and we will no longer be threatened by it." Saying this, his expression became serious, and his tone carried a hint of warning. "I know that some of you have thoughts about the containment objects, and some may even be discontent. But I must tell you, we must adhere to the rules set by them." His words were like a lightning bolt, cutting through the doubts and discontent in everyone's hearts. Everyone held their breath, quietly listening to what he would say next. Any unauthorized experiments on containment objects are not allowed. The elder from Longwa's tone revealed an undeniable firmness. Whoever successfully contained it would have the decision-making power over that containment object. This is the rule, and it is also a principle. I hope you understand this point and do not harbor ulterior motives that could affect our cooperation with the Containment Association. Hearing the elder's warning, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that although this elder was usually kind and amiable, once it involved principal issues, his attitude would become exceptionally resolute. "Understood." A uniform response echoed from the crowd, and those who indeed had thoughts in their hearts quickly retracted them. They knew that the opportunity to cooperate with the Containment Association was hard to come by, and they could not ruin this hard-won partnership due to momentary greed. However, even though the high-ranking officials of Longwa might temporarily suppress their small schemes due to the elder's warning in this vast world, there are always some people whose thoughts are so difficult to grasp that they will not easily be influenced by anyone. In a secret place about 30 kilometers away from Hunkwang Mountain, a small team had been hiding there for several hours, waiting silently for the appearance of their prey, like leopards. The leader of the team was none other than Shan Wei, who had come to Longwa under the guise of academic research. At this moment, she is no longer the elegant scholar filled with the atmosphere of books. Dressed in a refined black combat suit, her hair is cut short and neat, making her appear both capable and powerful. The small team led by Yamanaka Keiko consists of members she personally selected from the remnants of organizations. They are all retired soldiers with combat experience, each with eyes filled with determination and resolve, as if they are ready to sacrifice themselves for the mission at any moment. More importantly, they also have the full monitoring and various high-tech equipment provided by Jizi. These tools not only make their actions more secretive and efficient, but also give them absolute advantages in battle. Yamanaka Keiko is here entirely because of Jizi's reminder. Jizi, the super-intelligent life form from a distant galaxy, possesses capabilities that almost exceed human imagination. It can monitor every movement of Blue Star in real time and can calculate various possible outcomes. Originally, the plan in the three-body world was to directly trigger the characteristics of the irrational root, allowing it to grow indefinitely and cover the entire Blue Star. However, for some unknown reason, the leader of the three-body world suddenly changed the plan to first attempt to seize the irrational root, and if that fails, then trigger its characteristics. Such a change naturally altered Yamanaka Keiko's mission. She is no longer just an observer, but has been placed in this crucial position, preparing to ambush the mobile task force that is about to withdraw. Master, will that team really withdraw from this place? Time passes slowly, but the figure of the mobile task force has yet to appear. Yamanaka Keiko cannot help but feel anxious and cannot refrain from asking Jizi. Jizi's response quickly appears in the air before her. According to our calculations, the probability of them choosing this route for withdrawal is 998. Seeing this answer, Yamanaka Keiko's heart finally settles down. She knows that Jizi's calculations have almost never been wrong. Since it says this route has a near 100 probability, then the mobile task force will surely pass through here. Thus, Yamanaka Keiko adjusts her mindset again, preparing for the impending battle. She knows this battle is crucial for the three-body world. Master, I will complete this task excellently for you. Her eyes are filled with fervor, like a devoted believer. On the other side, two teams that completed the containment task have dismantled the insurance device containing the irrational route from Facility 166 and restored communication with the base. Mobile Task Force reporting. The anomalous containment object 1512, the irrational route located at Hunkwang Mountain in Jiangnan Province, has now been successfully contained. Nine-tailed Fox Mobile Task Force reporting. We have assisted the Mobile Task Force in containing the 1512 irrational route. The two teams escort the recently contained 1512 irrational route and begin their retreat. Soon, shortly after Hank and Jia Chua completed their report, the voice of Dr. Heisenberg sounded in their earpieces. So quickly completed the containment? No wonder you are our two best mobile task forces. Only you can complete this task. The other party's excited voice came through, laced with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Clearly, this doctor has also put in a lot of effort behind the scenes to complete this task. Afterward, Jiachua and Hank reported their experiences to Dr. Heisenberg for his records. After completing the records, Dr. Heisenberg did not hide his praise. To be honest, you completed this task remarkably well. When you return, I will definitely apply for a public-funded travel opportunity for you from the 5 counselors. But then Dr. Heisenberg's tone suddenly shifted, becoming serious. However, according to the satellite positioning transmitted from the scene, another team is lying in ambush on your withdrawal route. Patch. Communications between any containment teams cannot be monitored by Jizi. Based on our speculation, it is likely a team arranged by the three-body world. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to find you another suitable withdrawal route, so you may need to deal with this team next. Therefore, you must stay vigilant and cannot relax. You can only release 1512 from the insurance device once you reach our pickup point. Upon hearing Dr. Heisenberg's warning, the atmosphere among the two teams instantly became tense. They understood that the road ahead would no longer be peaceful. An unknown challenge awaited them. Received. Hank responded solemnly, his eyes shining with determination. He knew that as the elite of the containment team, they bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the containment objects and could not afford any slack. Jiachua nodded as well, her eyes reflecting the same resoluteness. The members of the two teams exchanged glances, silently conveying their trust and determination to one another. After receiving the coordinates transmitted back by Dr. Heisenberg, they quickly adjusted their route, preparing to face the upcoming challenge. They knew that no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, they must safely return 1512 to the base. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Suze, who had been holed up in a secret shelter, suddenly stood up and left his seat. A cold light flickered in his eyes. The organization really is relentless. They dare to covet my possessions. It had been a while since he had used his abilities in practical combat. Let us test them on you today. He quietly left the secret shelter. Then, his figure flickered, turning into a blur as he sped toward Hunkwang Mountain. Since he had previously announced the containment objects in global broadcasts multiple times, those who wanted to seize the 1512 irrational route must have seen his face. At this moment, he did not need to sense too much. He could track them down using his powerful positioning. Chapter 75. Suze. At this moment, the heavens and earth are infinite. Attention, attention, the task target is approaching. This calm command echoed through the forest, like a cold wind piercing through dense foliage, striking the hearts of the ambushers. At the ambush site, Yamanaka Keiko quietly stared at the tablet in her hand, the screen displaying real-time footage transmitted back by Jizi. The two convoys, like two long dragons, were slowly retreating in the night. The nine-tailed Fox Mobile Task Force and the Mobile Task Force, carrying the Core 1512 irrational route of this mission, were attempting to escape from this heavily monitored jungle. Report. A team member's voice broke the silence, tinged with tension. The task target is 200 meters from entering the encirclement. Currently, we cannot determine which convoy the irrational route is in, another team member added, his voice revealing some confusion. Yamanaka Keiko frowned slightly, but a disdainful smile appeared on her face. These Mobile Task Force members actually think they can break through my encirclement with such simple tricks. How naive. She gently raised her hand, her fingertips gliding across the tablet as if playing a silent melody. The footage transmitted back by ZZ flowed before her eyes, and she felt as if she could see everything. Units 1 to 5, prepare to trigger the ground spike devices. Yamanaka Keiko's voice was cold and firm, like a command that swept through the entire forest in an instant. The surrounding team members immediately sprang into action, their movements swift and orderly, like a precisely tuned machine that had undergone countless rehearsals. The ground spike devices quietly rose in the night, like sharp steel needles waiting to pierce the enemy's wheels. Units 6 to 10, prepare to cut off the surrounding signal reception. Yamanaka Keiko continued issuing orders, her voice exuding an undeniable authority. The signal reception was quickly cut off, and the convoy's communication devices lost contact in an instant, as if swallowed by an invisible force. The remaining team members readied their weapons, preparing for an encirclement. Yamashita Keiko's command struck each person's heart like a hammer, instilling an unprecedented sense of tension. Surrounding team members raised their weapons, their gazes firm and sharp, like streaks of lightning cutting through the darkness. How was the drone team prepared? Yamashita Keiko asked again, her voice revealing a hint of anticipation. Report, Commander. 30 electromagnetic cannon drones have been installed and are ready for takeoff, came the response from the drone team, filled with pride and excitement. Yamashita Keiko nodded slightly, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. These electromagnetic cannon drones would be a sharp sword in her hand, capable of delivering a fatal blow to the enemy once activated. Do not fire without my command. Yamashita Keiko's tone was cold and serious. If we provoke an unreasonable riot, our primary mission will fail. Yes. The team members answered in unison, their voices echoing in the night sky, filled with determination and resolve. Yamashita Keiko stared silently at the screen, her gaze gradually turning icy. Today, she absolutely could not allow this group to take away the unreasonable route safely. No matter the cost, she had to complete this mission. In the front two vehicles of the convoy, Hank and Jachua's expressions were exceptionally serious. They each led their respective convoys, speeding forward, but their hearts were filled with unease. According to the information provided by Dr. Heisenberg, the ambushing team was hiding near this location. They knew they would face an attack soon, but the exact time and place were uncertain. Hank looked at the long road ahead, a surge of impulse rising within him. He volunteered to scout ahead to ensure the convoy's safety. Although Jachua was somewhat worried, he did not hesitate too much, knowing Hank's strength and experience, trusting he could handle the task. Thus, the two convoys split up. Hank led the nine-tailed Fox convoy ahead to scout, while Jachua followed closely with the mobile task force. They maintained a certain distance to ensure timely support in case of emergencies. However, after driving for about 3 hours, they found nothing unusual. Just as both thought the ambushing team might have relocated, a sudden tremor struck. Hank's convoy was attacked. He looked at the sharp spikes emerging from the ground, his face instantly turning pale. These spikes were like swords, piercing their tires mercilessly. The convoy was forced to stop, tires punctured. A sense of foreboding surged in Hank's heart. He attempted to contact Jachua behind, only to find the signal had also been cut off. He realized something was wrong. They had been set up by the enemy. At this moment, the outside enemy launched a fierce attack. Hank's team members quickly got out of the vehicles, guns raised to face the enemy. They were the most elite warriors of the Refuge Association, never fearing any invading enemy. However, the enemy seemed well prepared, with overwhelming firepower. Although Hank's team fought bravely, they gradually fell into a passive position. Meanwhile, Joshua at the back also sensed something was amiss. He saw flames rising in the distance, a surge of foreboding filling his heart. He tried to contact Hank, but also failed to establish communication. He quickly ordered the convoy to stop and prepared all team members for combat. He knew they were about to face a life-and-death battle. As the enemy closed in, Joshua's mobile task force began a fierce resistance. They fought desperately against the enemy, gunfire and explosions ringing out. To be honest, the two mobile task forces before them were indeed the elite among elites. Their combat readiness was extremely high, with both physical condition and psychological quality rigorously selected and trained. The equipment they wore represented the pinnacle of current Blue Star technology. Whether it was advanced communication devices or powerful firepower systems, they were capable of dominating the battlefield. Such a team was truly outstanding to the extreme. If there were any special forces on Blue Star that could rival them, it would require careful consideration. Their existence was like an indestructible defensive line, protecting important objectives. However, the harsh reality was that the technological gap often determined victory or defeat. The organization ambushing them, after receiving help from the Trisolarans, had significantly surpassed current Blue Star technology. The equipment they used was all black technology, astonishing to behold. Under such seemingly cheat-like technological equipment, even if these two mobile task forces were formidable, breaking through the encirclement was difficult. They had attempted countless breakthroughs, trying to launch attacks from seemingly weak points, but every time ended in failure. As time passed, the encirclement continued to shrink, and their space for resistance was constantly compressed. The expressions of Joshua and Hank, the leaders of the mobile task forces, had become extremely grim. They clearly knew that if this continued, their teams would likely be captured. In a hidden grove, Yamashita Keiko observed everything from a high vantage point. Excitement gradually appeared on her face, as if she could already see the dawn of victory. Was the mission about to be completed? From the current situation, it seemed they were already in a position of certain victory. The encirclement had shrunk to its limit, and the other side had become their prey. The 1512 unreasonable route, this peculiar containment object they had long coveted, was finally within reach. For this thing, Yamashita Keiko had exerted tremendous effort to gather this team. She deeply understood the importance of this containment object to the master and was willing to do anything to have it in her hands. The equipment on the ambushing teams had all been pieced together bit by bit, each piece hard-earned. However, as long as they could successfully secure the unreasonable route for the master, all of this would be worth it. She could imagine the uproar that would ensue when this containment object was brought back to the organization. Finally, the first peculiar containment object belonging to the Trisolarans was at hand. Yamashita Keiko's face was full of excitement as she prepared to issue the final capture order. However, at that moment, an inexplicable fear suddenly swept over her entire body. She did not know where this fear came from, but it penetrated her body like a cold current. She involuntarily shivered, and her excitement was somewhat diluted by this fear. She looked around, trying to find the source of the fear, but everything around was silent, with no abnormalities. Nevertheless, Yamashita Keiko did not dare to let her guard down. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and quickly ordered, "Resolve the battlefield within 1 minute. Prepare to evacuate." However, just as she issued the command, the world began to spin before her eyes. Everything around seemed distorted, as if her senses were being manipulated. The familiar hillside suddenly rose higher and higher, as if in an instant. She had found herself at the peak of a 10,000-meter-high mountain. The surrounding trees also seemed to be affected by some kind of magic, growing wildly, like giants awakening from slumber. Yamashita Keiko looked in terror at the floating Jizi beside her, wanting to ask the Trisolarans what was happening. However, she found that Jizi also seemed to be influenced by this sudden change and was unable to respond to her. At that moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared beside her. Yamazaki Keiko widened her eyes in shock as she looked at Suze in front of her. She had no idea how he had silently appeared there. Suze looked at her and smiled slightly, uttering a phrase that instantly petrified Yamazaki Keiko. Good evening, Ms. Yamazaki Keiko, or should I call you Barrier Breaker number 3? His voice was calm and indifferent, yet it struck Yamazaki Keiko's heart like a heavy hammer. At the same time, the team members below abruptly stopped in their tracks, as if caught by an invisible force. The pride and excitement on their faces had not completely faded, but at this moment, it was replaced by a more intense emotion, nameless fear. Just as they were about to rush forward and forcefully surround the few mysteriously appearing vehicles, the world around them suddenly underwent a dramatic change. Without any warning, without any sound, everything seemed to fall into a strange stillness. The once noisy and chaotic road had now become empty and silent. The road seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, stretching infinitely into the distance. Like an endless piece of chewing gum, their teammates beside them were also dispersed by this force, one by one disappearing from sight. Fear surged like a tide in the night, drowning them. They tried to shout, tried to search, but their voices sounded so pale and powerless in this emptiness. They could not explain all of this. They could only feel that fear rising from the depths of their hearts, like a cold snake, tightly coiling around their hearts. One by one, the team members broke out in cold sweat, their faces pale. They all knelt to the ground, their eyes filled with despair and confusion. Like Yamazaki Keiko, they felt a dizzying sensation, as if the entire world was collapsing at that moment. What on earth is happening? Someone tried to break the silence of terror, but his voice sounded so weak. Where are you guys? Answer me quickly. Another shouted loudly, but only the empty echo responded to him. Damn, it seems we've hit something supernatural. Someone began to curse, but more was the panic and helplessness in their hearts. They cursed and called out to each other, but could only see their teammates getting farther and farther away, until they finally shrank to a point, disappearing on the distant horizon. And all of this happened within just a few seconds. In that brief moment, it seemed as if the entire world had turned into a box that trapped them. They felt like they were thrown into an endless maze, surrounded by towering walls, with a suffocating sky above and endless darkness below. They were trapped in this box, unable to escape, unable to breathe. An indescribable terror and emptiness loomed over them like a giant monster, opening its gaping maw to devour them one by one. Their minds gradually collapsed in this endless fear, and their consciousness began to blur. They were all shocked beyond measure by the suddenly changing scene before them, as if they were in an incomprehensible dream. They tried to struggle, tried to resist, but in the face of this irresistible force, they felt so small, so powerless. Thus, in this empty and terrifying world, they gradually lost themselves, becoming slaves to fear. Their eyes were hollow, their faces pale, as if all vitality and energy had been drained away. Huh? What happened? Hank, who was preparing for a final resistance in the car, noticed something unusual outside. He looked curiously at the enemies lying unconscious on the ground, wondering what had happened, until he saw Suze carrying another unconscious woman appear before him. His face suddenly lit up with surprise. It's you, Counselor number 5? Chapter 76. Let the intelligence operate. In the night, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, like a ghost descending into everyone's sight. He was Suze, the legendary Counselor number 5. Hank and Jiachua had never seen the real appearance of Counselor number 5. But at this moment, their instincts told them that the young man in front of them was that mysterious and powerful being. The extraordinary aura emanating from him seemed to exist solely to lead others. Suze did not hide his identity. He nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging their speculation. After all, he was the only Counselor number 5 in the world, and the subordinates of the Containment Association were all his people, so there was no need to hide anything. Where's the 1512 irrational route? Suze asked straightforwardly. Jiachua immediately sprang into action, quickly walking to the trunk of a car, skillfully opening it to reveal a tempered glass box inside. The box contained a shriveled head, and at its temple, there was a peculiar singularity. Around the singularity, the strange substance known as the 1512 irrational root was slowly writhing, as if it were breathing, surrounding this glass box. 3 members of Team 8 were fully focused on calculating complex mathematical theories. Their eyes were fixed on the writhing, irrational roots. their fingers flying over the calculator to maintain the balance of the irrational root. Suze watched this scene and nodded slightly. He couldn't help but feel admiration for the elite members of the Containment Association. In such a critical situation, they were still able to remain calm and think of ways to maintain the balance of the irrational root. This courage and wisdom were indeed commendable. Well done, Suze praised. Go back and rest well. I'll take this thing first. After his words fell, he reached out and took the glass box containing the irrational root. However, this action left the members of the mobile task force around him stunned. They watched in disbelief as Suze took away the irrational root, a sense of inexplicable fear rising in their hearts. After all, they all knew the power of the irrational root. It was a strange substance that could grow wildly and devour everything. Once it lost control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet now this counselor knew. 5 was so nonchalantly taking it away, as if he didn't care about the potential danger it might bring. However, just as they felt uneasy, they discovered that the irrational root behaved unusually stable in Suze's hands. It seemed to sense Suze's immense power and dared not move an inch. This scene gradually dispelled the fear in the hearts of the mobile task force members, replaced by awe and admiration for Suze. They finally understood that this counselor knew. 5 was indeed worthy of his reputation. His strength was so terrifying that he could easily suppress even the irrational root. Is this the powerful counselor number 5? Jiachua marveled inwardly. This power was too terrifying, being able to suppress even the irrational root. His heart was filled with awe and admiration. He knew that he would probably never reach such heights in his life, but being able to witness such an existence was enough to make him feel proud and satisfied. Other members of the mobile task force also showed expressions of reverence. They knew that this counselor knew. 5 was not only the most mysterious existence in the Containment Association, but also a legend and hero in their hearts. They were willing to make every effort, even sacrifice their lives for such an existence. Thus, amid everyone's awe and admiration, Suze left the scene with the irrational root. The 2 mobile task forces quickly withdrew from the scene, also sending messages to the nearby Dragon Kingdom Station troops to let them take over the remnants of the organization trapped in the illusion. In the depths of the universe, there lay a dark space filled with mystery and the unknown. Here, endless coldness and silence intertwined, as if it were the eternal theme of the universe. In this place, the light of the stars seems so faint that even the brilliance released from the rupture of a star or the annihilation of a black hole cannot leave a significant mark in this vast universe, appearing as insignificant as dust. However, within this seemingly desolate cosmic space, a fleet trailing long starlight is quietly advancing, like a group of brave explorers seeking unknown answers in the endless darkness. This fleet, of course, comes from the distant Trisolaran star. Inside the fleet, the structure is complex and precise, with rooms tightly connected like a series of beehives. Inside these rooms lie Trisolarans submerged in water, quietly resting as if awaiting something in their slumber. This is a special survival method evolved by the Trisolarans to conserve resources during their long cosmic journey, known as dehydration. The Trisolaran civilization was born out of endless disasters and hardships. They face extreme instability in planetary environments and a severe scarcity of survival resources. Yet, it is these challenges that have led the Trisolarans to evolve many unique means of survival. Dehydration is one of them. Through dehydration, Trisolarans can preserve life in extreme environments and wait for the right moment to revive. However, today, an unusual event occurred within this originally calm and orderly fleet. The Trisolaran leader, a majestic and mysterious entity, unexpectedly awakened the sleeping governors one by one. This is very rare, as governors are typically only awakened to handle important matters. He is about to convene an emergency meeting, a meeting that concerns the fate of the entire Trisolaran civilization. As the governors gradually awakened from their slumber, they gathered in the central conference room of the fleet. The atmosphere in the room was tense and solemn. The Trisolaran leader sat at the main seat, his deep-set eyes scanning each governor present, as if he could see through their hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, we face an unprecedented challenge. The message conveyed by the leader was low and powerful, each word striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone present. Our target, Blue Star, seems to be more complex than we imagined. Hearing this, the governors displayed expressions of surprise. Blue Star, the planet they regarded as their new home, surely harbors some hidden secrets? The leader continued, according to our latest intelligence, there appears to be a force on Blue Star that we have never encountered before. This force is powerful and mysterious, capable of posing a serious threat to our plans. One governor seemed to linger between sleep and wakefulness, his brainwaves filled with confusion. Leader, I still cannot believe that those seemingly insignificant Blue Star beings could pose a threat to us. Please explain in detail so we can understand. The leader's brainwaves flowed in silence, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a moment, he presented images recorded by the sophons to the governor's consciousness. In the images, Suze appeared like a deity controlling all things, showcasing the power of containment to the world for the first time, a transcendent existence that shocked the governors. Then the scene switched to the mobile task force, swiftly and orderly capturing those contained objects, each success seeming like a provocation to Trisolaran civilization. When the scene shifted to Suze conducting power tests and effortlessly causing members of the organization to lose consciousness, the governor's brainwaves began to flicker wildly, filled with fear and confusion. How is this possible? One governor exclaimed. This completely contradicts the physical laws we know. What kind of power is this? Could it be that there is a higher civilization hidden on Blue Star? Another governor speculated. But if there is indeed a higher civilization, why would they allow such weak beings as humans to exist? Another governor raised a question. Faced with the governor's doubts and speculations, the Trisolaran leader once again closed the images, and his brainwaves began to pulse steadily and powerfully. Everyone, there is no need to panic. From the information I have, there is indeed the power of another civilization on Blue Star. However, this civilization seems unable to fully control that power. They can only temporarily suppress those strange forces. Calling it containment, the leader explained. They are like monkeys wielding high-tech weapons. Although they can exert some astonishing power, they do not truly understand the value of that power. A trace of disdain and contempt was evident in the leader's brainwaves. For example, that unreasonable root, with its almost dimensional hardness and infinite growth characteristics. If our Trisolaran civilization could master it, we might solve the problem of resource depletion we face. The leader's words reignited hope in the hearts of the governors. Therefore, the theme of this meeting is whether we should shift our goal from invading Blue Star to seizing that strange power. The leader's words plunged the governors into deep thought. They began to consider this new possibility. If the Trisolaran civilization could indeed master that power, they might resolve the long-standing resource issues and even elevate their entire civilization to a new height. However, this also meant they would need to change their original plan, abandoning the idea of directly invading Blue Star in favor of seeking and seizing the contained powers. This was undoubtedly a decision filled with unknowns and challenges. Leader, I believe this is a proposal worth trying. One governor was the first to express his opinion. If we can master that power, the entire Trisolaran civilization will benefit immensely. But there are also significant risks, another governor reminded. After all, we know nothing about this new power. If we fail, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. The discussion among the governors grew increasingly heated, with each expressing their views and concerns. Meanwhile, the Trisolaran leader quietly listened to their discussion, not rushing to make a decision. He knew this was an important decision regarding the future of the entire civilization and needed careful consideration. Eventually, after a long period of discussion and weighing the pros and cons, the governors reached a consensus. They would attempt to seize the contained powers, opening a new path for the future of the Trisolaran civilization. And all of this stemmed from that seemingly insignificant yet powerful Blue Star being, Suze. At this moment, one governor proposed a thought-provoking hypothesis that immediately caught the attention of the other Trisolarans. The governor thoughtfully said, every time we observe Suze containing an object, he can easily suppress it, and it appears to be effortless. Even more surprisingly, The abilities he displays bear a striking resemblance to those of the contained objects he has previously captured. Could this merely be a coincidence? His words resonated with the other governors, who nodded in agreement. He continued to elaborate on his viewpoint. If we assume that Su-Zhe himself is also a strange contained object, then his ability may be to absorb and master the powers of other strange contained objects. This hypothesis seems to explain why he can so easily suppress those contained objects. This hypothesis indeed sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. If Su-Zhe truly possessed such an ability, he would undoubtedly become the most powerful entity among strange contained objects. The other governors began to contemplate the validity of this hypothesis and realized the potential threat represented by Su-Zhe. If Su-Zhe could indeed master those strange abilities without side effects, then his power would be unimaginable to them. A governor said solemnly, "Indeed, he may become our greatest enemy once we reach Blue Star." Another governor added. The atmosphere in the conference room became tense, and the brainwaves of the governors flickered as they contemplated how to deal with this potential threat. Eventually, one of the governors proposed a solution. "Leader, I believe we should take action as soon as possible and have the sophon directly target Su-Zhe. Such a danger must be nipped in the bud." This proposal received unanimous approval from the other governors. They understood that assassination of each other's vital forces is a common strategy in the struggle between civilizations. And as a potential massive threat, Su-Zhe must be eliminated early. Thus, a consensus was reached in the conference room to have the sophon take action against Su-Zhe as soon as possible. Now, the water droplet has a long way to go before reaching Blue Star. During this time, who knows what kind of terrifying power Su-Zhe might acquire. The only ones who could harm Su-Zhe on Blue Star, apart from those organizational members, were the sophons. Therefore, after voting, the governors unanimously agreed to allow the sophon to carry out an assassination attempt against Su-Zhe. They hoped that this way, they could ensure the safety and interests of their civilization. For Su-Zhe, who is 4 light years away, he was unaware that he had become a target for the Trisolarans. However, the Trisolarans might not have realized what kind of existence they were trying to assassinate. Chapter 77, The Sophon Surprise Attack. In a quaint courtyard in Kyoto, Su-Zhe was immersed in a unique elegance. He stood in front of a wooden table, holding a brush dipped in ink, splattering ink on paper. However, despite his seemingly graceful technique, the characters he wrote were truly unbearable to look at, resembling ghostly symbols, enough to shock the heavens and cry out to the spirits. A sight that would make people and dogs abandon him. Yet, Su-Zhe was completely unconcerned, even finding joy in it. Since arriving in this strange world, he had begun to cultivate a new hobby, one of which was practicing calligraphy. He hoped to find a trace of peace and tranquility belonging to him in this unfamiliar world through this means. After finishing his writing, Su-Zhe gently placed the brush aside and summoned his powerful stand, Platinum Star. Like a loyal guard, Platinum Star quietly protected Su-Zhe's side. Su-Zhe placed the brush in the pond for Platinum Star to help clean. He watched the rippling waves in the pond while contemplating another important matter. As a top existence in this world, Su-Zhe possessed many enviable abilities. He had the ability of immortality, able to recover instantly from any severe injury. He had the ability of pinpoint location, easily finding anyone or anything he wished to locate. He possessed the ability of ultra-fast movement, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. And he had the ability of defense, able to withstand any form of attack. In addition, he had gained 3 powerful abilities from the unreasonable root: super hardness, Brownian noise, and infinite growth. These abilities were incredibly powerful, enough to make him invincible in this world. However, even with such formidable powers, Su-Zhe still felt uneasy. He knew that the enemies he faced were not ordinary humans, but a powerful force from the Trisolaran civilization. The technological means possessed by the Trisolaran civilization were far beyond what humans could imagine. They had many technological powers that surpassed human cognition. In the original work, the Trisolaran civilization never displayed technological powers beyond the water droplet to humanity. This was because human civilization was simply too weak, in a state of technological blockade. It cannot be compared to the Trisolaran civilization at all. However, This did not mean that the Trisolaran civilization lacked other powerful technological means. They might have even more mysterious and terrifying weapons and technologies, which humans had never witnessed. Suze was well aware of this, which is why he never dared to let his guard down. He knew he had to continuously enhance his strength to survive in this dangerous world. At the same time, he had to remain vigilant against threats from the Trisolaran civilization, preparing for various emergencies. He lay back in a recliner, squinting slightly as he contemplated his next plan. He knew he had to find a way to deal with the threat from the Trisolaran civilization, or humanity would fall into disaster. At the same time, he needed to continually develop his containment organization and expand his sphere of influence to better protect humanity from the Trisolaran civilization. Therefore, even though Suze had reached an invincible realm on Blue Star, whenever he imagined himself clashing with the fully realized Trisolaran civilization, an indescribable anxiety would still rise within him. He understood that, in the face of that vast and cold civilization in a distant galaxy, no matter how strong he was merely a drop in the ocean. He stood by the window, gazing at the distant starry sky, filled with contemplation. He was pondering whether he should once again reveal some information to Luo-Ji, allowing him to awaken early and learn the laws of the Dark Forest. Note: the author wants the original characters to have more screen time, so the protagonist will not deliberately compete for the brilliance that belongs to other characters. Please understand. However, when he thought about the severe division within human civilization, he hesitated. He worried that even if Luo-Ji could really research those profound theories, he might be thrown into prison by the high-ranking officials the next moment, becoming a victim of their power struggles. Suze couldn't help but sigh. He knew that such actions would only worsen the situation. Those high-ranking officials would start to study these theories, treating them like nuclear weapons, protected by various complex codes and mechanisms. However, this constrained threat, in the eyes of the sophon, was utterly insignificant. They could easily crack these codes, and might have already obtained this information even before Luo-Ji made it public. More importantly, such actions could easily be detected by the sophon. Once they discovered humanity was researching these theories, they might take even more drastic actions to stop it. By then, humanity could face an even more serious crisis. Thus, Suze decided that the urgent priority was to quickly enhance his strength. Only in this way could he better protect humanity and respond to future challenges. However, facing the upcoming challenges, Suze felt somewhat confused. He knew that the Trisolarans would definitely not give up easily. They would use various means to make the containment objects go out of control. Therefore, he had to choose a suitable containment object to reveal. This containment object must have a lower threat level to human civilization, but its abilities could not be too weak, or it would not serve its intended purpose. Suze sat at the table, frowning and deep in thought. His brain was racing, trying to filter out suitable options from a vast amount of information. However, this process was exceedingly difficult. He had to consider too many factors, not only the abilities and threat levels of the containment object, but also how to safely disclose it and how to respond to the Trisolaran counterattacks. Just as Suze was lost in thought, the Trisolaran fleet, for light years away, had already begun their actions. Under the gaze of all the Trisolaran governors and the leader, the sophon began its four-dimensional expansion. A transparent screen appeared in front of each Trisolaran, displaying the image of Suze, who was deep in thought. At this moment, the three sophons were no longer mere surveillance tools. They had expanded from a two-dimensional state into four-dimensional space, gaining the ability to influence three-dimensional biological entities. They surrounded Suze like venomous snakes, ready to launch an attack at any moment. As the pinnacle of Trisolaris civilization's technology, the sophon is a proton meticulously transformed from the ninth dimension. They possess supercomputing capabilities and strong intelligence, able to actively shrink from two-dimensional states back into 11-dimensional space. In this 11-dimensional space, high-dimensional sophons can monitor low-dimensional beings transparently and without fluctuation. At this point, the Trisolarans had decided to no longer be satisfied with mere observation. They wanted to bring the sophons into a four-dimensional state to directly affect Suze's brain and senses. They aimed to drive this seemingly invincible human Wallfacer to mental collapse. The attack commenced. With a command from the Trisolaran leader, the sophons on Blue Star began to act. They approached Susie's brain and sensory nerve endings silently like venomous snakes, then released intense electromagnetic pulse waves. These pulses continuously bombarded Susie's nervous system, attempting to plunge him into chaos and panic. In the courtyard of Kyoto, Susie was deeply focused on the announcement plan for the next containment object. His mind was sifting through endless information to find a suitable containment object, and his entire consciousness was completely immersed in it. Suddenly, at that moment, his world underwent a drastic change. At first, Susie only felt a slight blur in front of him, as if shrouded in a thin mist. He rubbed his eyes, trying to dispel this sudden discomfort. However, those blurred lines did not disappear. Rather, they multiplied and became denser like willow fluff blown by the wind. They floated before Susie's eyes like strands of transparent silk, causing everything he saw to take on a hazy blur. As time passed, those lines began to become more distinct, and their colors gradually emerged. Golden, purple, blue, various dazzling colors intertwined like a colorful dream. However, this dream was terrifying, nearly filling Susie's vision and plunging him into an inescapable abyss. At this moment, Susie had completely lost his vision, and his world had turned into a chaotic swirl of colors. Those colors danced and flickered before him like crazed sprites, reveling wildly in his brain. His visual nerves were bombarded by these colors, as if torn apart by an invisible force. His brain became utterly chaotic under this assault, and he felt waves of intense dizziness and nausea. Yet at that moment, a thought flashed through Susie's mind. This is the sophon. He instantly recalled the chilling scene from the original work, the flickering universe in the eyes of Blue Star scientists. The Trisolarans used sophons to strike human retinas on a microscopic level, making them see various colors and thus fall into madness. This method was extremely cruel and cunning. It exploited human biological weaknesses and drove humanity to the brink of despair. If it were anyone else, they would indeed be helpless against this tactic, as such microscopic attacks could not be resolved with current Blue Star technology, unless he actively gouged out his own eyes. Only with damaged visual nerves could he stop those dancing colors. The Trisolarans wanted Susie to blind himself, step by step turning him into a person who could not see, could not speak, and could not hear. However, they forgot one thing. Susie now possessed all sorts of bizarre abilities. He had various strange powers, sufficient to allow him to survive in this dangerous world. Susie took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself. He knew that the most important thing now was to maintain a clear mind in order to find a solution to this problem. In a state of severely impaired vision, Susie suddenly issued a jaw-dropping command to his stand-in, Platinum Star, "Gouge out my eyeballs." Although this command was horrifying to Platinum Star, it was merely a directive that had to be executed unconditionally. It did not care about anything else. Under Susie's command, Platinum Star's purple hand moved like a phantom, swiftly and accurately inserting into Susie's eye socket. The motion was so quick and precise, as if it had been practiced countless times. Then, with a soft pop, Susie's eyeball was ruthlessly removed. Accompanied by the detachment of the eyeball, those strange lights that had troubled Susie's vision instantly dissipated, as if swallowed by an invisible force. Although Susie was now blind, there was no sign of panic on his face. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with calmness and confidence. With a silent thought, Susie activated his mysterious and unpredictable infinite growth ability. Driven by this power, his eyeball began to regenerate at an astonishing speed. The newly formed eyeball was no longer the original shape, but was covered with a thin layer of seemingly transparent material. This layer actually exhibited a faint gray-white color, giving a sense of solidity and mystery. This was the super hardness ability granted to Yi Shu by the irrational root. It endowed Yi Shu's eyeball with unprecedented defensive power upon rebirth. This membrane was not only indestructible, but could also withstand any form of attack, including the terrifying sophon assaults. At this moment, although Susie had lost one eyeball, his defenses had undergone a qualitative leap. He no longer needed to worry about the lights interfering with his vision, nor did he fear the enemies hiding in the dark. because he knew that as long as he had this layer of super hardest protection, he could find his own light amidst the sophon's attack. He looked around the environment. Although it was somewhat gray-white, there were no light interferences from the sophons striking his retina like before. Not at all. He burst into loud laughter and directly flipped the bird of the void before him. He knew that someone could see him. For light years away, in the darkness of the universe, the Trisolaran fleet traversed like shooting stars. However, at this moment, the true masters of this fleet, the Trisolaran leader and the officials, felt an immense sense of panic. They looked at the streams of data transmitted back by the sophons, their hearts filled with horror. Susie's eyeball grew out of thin air. It didn't require any nutrients. And what was that power that removed his eyeball, which even the high-dimensional sophon could not detect? The sophon was unable to find the gaps in that layer of material. It was in a four-dimensional expanded state. This Susie was indeed a containment object. The sophon's attack was ineffective against him. Leader, we should give up on attacking with the sophons. I suspect this Susie has already traced the sophons back in secret. We must immediately return the sophons to the 11-dimensional state for concealment. By the way, I'm taking a vacation for Labor Day. Happy Labor Day, everyone. Chapter 78. Dare you? Do you have the ability? Trisolarans, you really have some guts. Susie opened his gray-white eyes and looked at the void before him with a cold smile. At the same time, unknowingly, his gifted ability of mental interference began to activate. Every word he spoke, every movement, even his entire face, at this moment transformed into a medium of mental interference. He intended to interfere with the Trisolarans 4 light years away. Unexpectedly, they took the first action against him without him seeking trouble first. If it weren't for his awakening of the stand-in platinum star and fortuitously obtaining the defensive shell from the irrational root, he might have truly been turned into a useless person by their sophon attack. So now it was time for the Trisolarans to feel their own fear. 4 light years away, the Trisolaran fleet was still shining like meteors, but the conference room inside the ships had plunged into darkness. The Trisolaran leader and several officials stared at the unaffected Suze, their brainwaves flickering sharply. With their logical scientific thinking, they could not comprehend why a human's eyeballs could float out on their own and that the newly grown eyeballs could resist the attack of the sophons. The new eyeballs seemed to be covered with some kind of substance. Why couldn't the sophons break through? One Trisolaran official expressed his confusion. This was also the confusion shared by all the officials present. It should be noted that the sophons launched an attack from a higher dimension, and according to scientific principles, any object in a lower dimension should be absolutely defenseless. Yet this Wallfacer named Suze had managed to do it. Suddenly, the Trisolaran leader snapped back to reality. Only then did he remember why they hadn't chosen to let the sophons directly cut Suze into pieces. Because they had previously discussed whether Suze was an anomalous containment object in itself. But why had they forgotten that at this moment? It was as if a thunderbolt had struck the Trisolaran leader's mind, leaving him frozen in place. Quickly, let the sophons cut off the live broadcast. His brainwaves were extremely urgent, completely devoid of the usual calmness expected of a leader. However, the sophons did not actively cut off the feed, as their authority was in the hands of one of the officials. This indicated that someone among them had been controlled. All observation is prohibited. His thoughts raced as he quickly transmitted his message to the other officials. Almost the next second, only 3 of the 10 Trisolaran officials turned their heads. The remaining officials stood up slowly with stiff expressions, their brainwaves beginning to flicker, transmitting a string of incomprehensible text messages. We contain, we protect, we control. We contain, we protect, we control. We contain, we protect, we control. Segment after segment of brainwaves carrying strange influences emanated from those 7 officials. Aside from the Trisolaran leader who learned to actively turn off his brainwave reception, the remaining 3 surviving officials' brainwaves also gradually became unified. If this continued unchecked, at least half of the entire Trisolaran fleet would fall into Suze's hands. Just at this critical moment, the leader activated the automatic dehydration devices for all the officials. In the next moment, the moisture and nutrients in the bodies of all the officials in front of him began to rapidly deplete. In less than 10 seconds, 10 dehydrated human skins appeared on the ground. The Trisolaran leader did not dare to relax and quickly walked to the official responsible for controlling the sophon's authority, swiftly cutting off the live broadcast from the sophons. Thus, this sudden crisis involving Su-Zhe officially came to an end. But the Trisolaran leader did not let his guard down. He continued to check the authorities held by the other officials. Some were responsible for managing the nutrient tanks. Some were in charge of the fleet, and others were determining the direction of research. In just that brief moment, many commands that could severely damage Trisolaran civilization had already been drafted and were almost sent out, especially those 3 officials he initially thought were not controlled. Their commands had the highest level of completion. This indicated that their seemingly unaffected appearance was merely to confuse him. Fortunately, he reacted in time, forcing all 10 officials into a dehydrated state. If the Trisolaran leader could sweat, he would undoubtedly be drenched by now. The previous situation was far too thrilling. Just a moment's delay, and the entire Trisolaran civilization would have begun to head towards destruction. He was also fortunate that he had foresight before the meeting, maintaining a degree of vigilance before conducting observations. This prevented him from being controlled as well. If even he, the Trisolaran leader, had fallen into a controlled state, the fate of the entire Trisolaran civilization was unimaginable. The Wallfacer Su-Zhe was terrifying. The Trisolaran leader's brainwaves fluctuated greatly, revealing his deep fear of Su-Zhe. To be honest, he wanted to eliminate Su-Zhe the most. But who would have thought that this individual's ability could resist the attacks of the sophons? Unless they developed an enhanced version of the sophons, akin to the original mirror civilization. Only by evolving a more advanced civilization from the micro-ultra-high dimensional level could they possibly assassinate Su-Zhe. But the problem was, doing so would also lead to the destruction of their Trisolaran civilization. After all, at one point, that damned mirror civilization had almost used solar energy to incinerate their entire civilization. For the first time, the Trisolaran leader felt the difficulty of leading an entire civilization forward. It was like walking a tightrope, and that too at a hellish difficulty, with wolves in front and tigers behind. A single misstep could lead to an irretrievable abyss, and he would become the center of the Trisolaran civilization. Why did a Su-Zhe appear in Blue Star? The Trisolaran leader truly felt a sense of powerlessness. In the depths of his mind, he felt that this Su-Zhe was like a sudden apparition, one that should not exist in this universe at all. The containment system he brought was completely incompatible with the physical laws of the universe. It was as if he were a creature from another universe crossing over here. However, among the Trisolaran ancestors, some had indeed studied the theory of parallel universes, although it was ultimately unproven due to technological limitations. It left behind the grand hypothesis of parallel universes. However, after a long period of time, with the advancement of technology, the hypothesis of parallel universes had been largely disproved. Even the Trisolaran leader himself regarded it merely as a myth. After all, if parallel universes existed, those advanced civilizations would have long since chosen to invade other universes. Yet now, Su-Zhe's existence seemed to be gradually turning that hypothesis into reality. Upon realizing this, the Trisolaran leader was suddenly alarmed. Could it be that Su-Zhe is truly a being from another universe? Chapter 79. The unreasonable root that lost control again. Oh, the reaction is quite quick. Kyoto. In that courtyard, Su-Zhe felt the connection in the void break off, and he knew deep down that it was the other party who had actively disengaged. He chuckled. Daring to provoke me without the ability, do they really think the sophons are invincible? Originally somewhat wary of the Trisolarans after this incident, their formidable image shattered in an instant. He suddenly felt that even if the Trisolaran fleet came in person, he could still compete with them using the containment objects at his disposal. Suddenly, an unprecedented strange feeling surged in his heart, and Su-Zhe's heart sank. He reached for the unreasonable root that he kept close to his chest, which had always been calm like water. But at this moment, it was like explosive powder ignited by fire, frantically leaping. Su-Zhe's face instantly turned pale. He knew that once the unreasonable root was stimulated by external factors, it would awaken like a giant beast, beginning its endless growth. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the special protective shield covering the unreasonable root, while capable of withstanding hundreds of tons of pressure, was as fragile as thin paper in the face of the nearly invisible particles of the sophons. Suze's eyes flashed with anger and terror. He had not anticipated that the Trisolarans would resort to such a sinister strategy to trigger the unreasonable root after discovering they could not directly harm him. Once the unreasonable root was provoked, it would start its endless growth, and its terrifying growth speed and coverage could plunge the entire world into disaster. Suze was well aware that with the current capabilities of the unreasonable root, it could completely cover the entire blue star, and all living beings would be ground into meat patties under its endless roots. Bang! A loud bang shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Suze felt a tremendous force striking him, causing him to involuntarily step back, leaving deep marks on the hard ground. Immediately after, the specially designed protective shield, capable of withstanding hundreds of tons of pressure, shattered like glass under the influence of the wisdom particle, sending fragments flying. In that instant of the shield's destruction, the grayish-white, irrational root reemerged. It crawled out like a demon from hell, instantly covering the entire courtyard. However, within the endless roots, the spot where Suze stood seemed to be protected by a mysterious force, preventing the irrational root from approaching him. With the appearance of the irrational root, a terrifying Brownian noise spread from it, accompanied by a dense scarlet mist. The noise pierced the ears like countless needles, making one feel unbearable pain. While the mist was highly toxic, any slight contact could cause instant death. He needed to find a way to stop it. Suze furrowed his brows, a strong sense of urgency surging within him. He knew that if the irrational root went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Its frenzied growth speed could throw the entire city into chaos, potentially threatening global security. Suze bit his lower lip tightly, his brain functioning like a high-speed computer, constantly searching for possible solutions. He recalled his various encounters with the irrational root, trying to find a clue. However, the characteristics of the irrational root were too unique. He had never encountered a similar situation before, which left him feeling unprecedented pressure. He knew that once the irrational root spread, it would be as difficult to contain it again as finding a needle in the ocean. Moreover, he was currently in a courtyard, unable to summon a mobile task force from thousands of miles away for support. He had to rely on his own strength to find a way to stop the disaster from spreading. Just as Suze was feeling anxious, a piercing sound explosion suddenly erupted above him. He was taken aback. This sound was not the Brownian noise produced by the spreading irrational root, but a sharper, more jarring noise. He quickly looked up and saw that after the irrational root grew branches, it did not continue to spread, but instead began to swing those seemingly soft yet astonishingly hard branches. The branches traced beautiful arcs in the air, as if dancing. However, Suze sensed a strong hostility and anger from it. He realized that the irrational root was not randomly swinging its branches, but was attacking. What could provoke the irrational root's attack? A wave of confusion surged within Suze. He looked around, trying to find possible answers. However, besides the constantly waving branches and the Brownian noise filling the air, he did not notice anything unusual. Thus, the answer became clear. Suze squinted his eyes and softly uttered a word. Wisdom particle. Yes, only the wisdom particle could provoke such anger from the irrational root. He recalled the recent confrontation with the Trisolaran beings. Those nearly invisible wisdom particles were like ghosts, elusive yet possessing immense energy. It seemed they had successfully triggered a reaction from the irrational root. Suze couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Although the appearance of the wisdom particles had put him in a difficult situation, it was precisely because of their presence that the irrational root had not continued to spread. Drawn by hatred, the irrational root had defied its nature and did not expand further, instead turning its focus toward the wisdom particles in a higher dimensional space. This made Suze ponder. Had the irrational root undergone some change after being contained? Perhaps it was not merely a plant or organism, but a more complex existence. It possessed strong vitality and growth ability, but also had high intelligence and self-awareness. It had just been suppressed by its beastly nature until it was contained by him, finally revealing its true primitive state. However, now was not the time to explore these questions. Suze watched as the irrational root was continuously attacked by the invisible wisdom particles, yet he had no means to counter it. The Brownian noise and scarlet toxic mist were increasing, and even its size began to expand outward. This indicated that its beastly nature was awakening again. The only way to suppress it was to have it attack the wisdom particles in the higher dimensional space. So, how could he make it attack? Suze's brain raced, focusing on the state of the irrational root while thinking of ways to make it attack the wisdom particles. The wisdom particles resided in a higher dimensional space, and to attack them, the irrational root would have to enter that space. Although the irrational root was in the third dimension, its terrifying hardness could allow it to approach a higher dimension infinitely. The protection of his eyeball was the best proof. So the next question was how to make it lock onto the wisdom particles. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck Suze. His eyes sparkled with determination as he instantly found the direction. System, I want to feed my positioning ability to the irrational root. Chapter 80. The Duel of Technology and Containment Objects. The beautiful rain screen. Beep. Your positioning ability has been successfully fed to the irrational root 1512. In Suze's mind, the crisp system notification echoed like ripples, accompanied by a subtle vibration that invigorated his spirit. The containment object before him seemed to have been given new life. The once agitated and gradually expanding irrational root suddenly appeared to be bound by a mysterious force, instantly freezing in place. The root's tendrils, originally grayish and chaotic, began to reveal circles of black patterns. These patterns shimmered like stars in the night, glowing with deep and mysterious light. They spread across the tendrils, as if injecting new power into the irrational root. Meanwhile, the main shell of the irrational root started to turn red. The red was as hot as flames and as vivid as blood, making the irrational root look like a beast evolving, exuding endless pressure. Suze stared intently at the irrational root before him, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. He understood that he had just fed his positioning ability to the irrational root. This was not just a transfer of ability, but also a trust placed in it. He believed that the irrational root would unleash even more astonishing power with this newly acquired ability. However, as he anticipated, the ability returned after feeding did not evolve. He understood that this was because the irrational root's main offensive characteristic was not the positioning ability. So even though it had gained the ability, it could not achieve true evolution. But Suze did not care about that. He was more concerned with whether the irrational root could hit the wisdom particles in the higher dimensional space. How would it hit the wisdom particles? Suze silently asked in his heart. He knew that the wisdom particles resided in a higher dimensional space, and logically speaking, a lower dimensional creature should never be able to hit them. Yet at this moment, he had complete confidence in the irrational root. He had a feeling that the irrational root would break the conventional physical laws and achieve the breakthrough of a lower dimensional creature against a higher dimension. Irrational root, don't let me down, Suze silently urged in his heart. His gaze shone with determination, as if he had already seen the moment the irrational root successfully struck the wisdom particles. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in the air, like a bolt of lightning breaking the silence of the courtyard. A bright red tendril, like an angry fire snake, suddenly danced in the air. Its movement was incredibly fast, so much so that even the stand-in platinum star beside him felt dizzy, nearly unable to catch its trajectory. The root whisked through the air, leaving not only a trail of searing heat, but also a heart-pounding sonic boom. It seemed to carry endless power, like a fired cannonball, swift and steadfast. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed, as if something had been shattered in an instant. In the reverberation of this sound, within the vision shared by the platinum star with Suze, that red root with black ring patterns at a specific moment became as crystalline and translucent as glass. The red was vivid and lively, as if life flowed within it, like hot blood surging through veins. What shocked Suze even more was that the root had directly struck the invisible, intangible four-dimensional sophon. This blow was silent yet thunderous. The sophon, an existence that traversed the four-dimensional space effortlessly and could not be captured, instantly collapsed under the attack of this root. With the collapse of the sophon, wisps of white threads, resembling willow fluff, drifted down from the air. They were light and delicate, dancing in the air like snowflakes, falling to the ground with the wind. Under the sunlight, these white threads sparkled with dazzling brilliance, like countless pearls scattered across the earth. Suze tentatively reached out his hand, wanted to pick up one of these mysterious white threads. However, the moment his fingers touched the thread, it felt as if he had touched a void. These white threads could only be seen but not touched. His suspicion in his heart was confirmed at that moment. These white threads, like willow fluff, were the products of the sophons shattering by the irrational root. This discovery filled Suze with shock and joy. He understood that his irrational root possessed unimaginable power. For light years away, the deep cosmic space resembled an endless black satin, dotted with twinkling stars. In this vast universe, the Trisolaran fleet was quietly sailing towards that distant blue planet, a world filled with hope and the unknown. Inside the fleet, there was silence, with only the faint glow of the image transmitted back by the sophon flickering on the screen. The leader of the Trisolaran civilization, who had always appeared calm and wise, suddenly stood up, his brainwaves flickering rapidly, as if to tear apart the tranquility of the universe. How is this possible? If his face could express emotions, it would undoubtedly show uncontainable shock and anger. He stared at the screen, only to see that the originally bright image had dimmed by 1/3. That sophon, which he had always been proud of and believed to be unmatched, had actually been shattered on the blue planet. This fact sent tremors through his soul, as if the entire world had collapsed in that moment. What happened? What exactly occurred in that fleeting instant? His heart was filled with suspicion and confusion. Was he delusional? But the image before him was so real, so shocking. The sophon, that untouchable existence on the blue planet, had been shattered into pieces in that instant. Those white threads, resembling willow fluff, were the two-dimensional fragments that unfolded after the sophon shattered. They floated gently in the air, as beautiful as snowflakes, yet carried endless sorrow. When the sophon was shattered, it could no longer maintain a high-dimensional state and automatically collapsed into 2 dimensions. And since it originally belonged to an 11-dimensional space, these fragments could only be seen and not touched in 3-dimensional space. The Trisolaran leader quickly retrieved images transmitted back by the other 2 surviving sophons. He clearly saw how that sophon was shattered by the irrational root. In that brief moment, just as the sophon attempted to collide with the irrational root, the roots extending from the irrational root suddenly turned red, as if ignited by flames. These roots broke through some limit like fiery blades and rushed towards the sophon at an astonishing speed. In that instant, space seemed to be torn apart, and time seemed to freeze. Then he saw the moment the sophon was struck, instantly shattering like a glass ball hit by a heavy hammer, turning into countless 2-dimensional fragments. Even after watching the entire replay, the Trisolaran leader could not recover from his shock. He completely could not understand why a 3-dimensional organism could reach the 4-dimensional sophon. This completely violated any known physical laws. He felt as if his thoughts were trapped in an inescapable cage. He tried to seek answers, but each attempt ended in failure. This discovery filled him with fear and unease. If the beings on the blue planet could master such power, would they also possess the ability to destroy Trisolaran civilization? He took a deep breath, trying to calm the tumult in his heart, striving to restore order to his chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, the 2 surviving sophons conducted a restoration test of the earlier scene. They quietly transmitted the results of that moment's detection and systematically arranged all the data logically. The Trisolaran leader stared intently at the data on the screen, hoping to find answers. In that brief moment, the physical hardness of the irrational root had astonishingly reached an incredible limit of infinity. This news struck the Trisolaran leader's heart like a bolt of lightning. Infinity? This term echoed in his mind, triggering his bewildered thoughts. What kind of concept is that? It is the most indestructible material in the universe, a limit beyond human imagination. Its existence seemed to announce the awakening of some unknown force, causing the entire universe to tremble. This terrifying physical hardness plunged the Trisolaran leader into deep contemplation. He racked his brains, trying to find a way to sanction the irrational root. However, he found himself utterly helpless. Perhaps only the rumored dimensional strike from a more advanced civilization could pose a real threat to the irrational root. Yet at the same time, a sense of relief surged within him. He finally understood why the sophon was shattered in four-dimensional space. The infinite hardness of the irrational root at that moment was sufficient to break through dimensional limits and effortlessly shatter those seemingly indestructible sophons. However, just as the Trisolaran leader felt relieved, a deep confusion arose in his heart. How had the previously erratic irrational root managed to locate the sophon moving at the speed of light? This question was like an unsolvable puzzle, plunging him into deep perplexity. At that moment, his brainwaves fell into a deathly calm, as if the entire world had fallen silent. He tried to seek answers, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find a solution to this question, because he did not understand the containment object, nor did he understand Suze. Suddenly, in the silent command room, a large screen emitted a sharp and urgent alarm, shattering the previous silence. The sound was like a piercing thunder, causing even the Trisolaran leader to feel a pang of fear. In an instant, the Trisolaran leader's brainwaves surged, and his gaze fixed tightly on the screen. On the screen, the previously calm image suddenly distorted, and a gigantic red root suddenly approached another sophon, as if to devour everything. This was the irrational root. It had surprisingly regained its composure in such a short time and launched an attack on the remaining sophon. Seeing this scene, the Trisolaran leader's brain momentarily fell into a state of stupor. Once he regained his senses, he wasted no time and immediately issued orders for the two sophons to quickly escape in different directions. He knew that if they lost another sophon, the originally tightly sealed technology of the blue planet might be breached, which was something they absolutely could not tolerate. At this moment, his heart was filled with tension and anxiety. He knew very well that this was a battle against the Wallfacer Suze. He had to think of every possible way to protect the remaining sophons and ensure that the technology of Blue Star would not make any progress. Bang! The crisp and shocking sound of a sonic boom echoed in the air, as if the sky was trembling in response. Immediately after, a crimson tendril, rich as blood, dashed out from the darkness. It moved as swiftly as a ghost, with flickering black patterns, launching a fierce attack on the rapidly operating sophon. Wherever this tendril passed, the air was torn apart, as if even time was distorted by its pull. In that instant, the sophon that had not yet managed to escape was ruthlessly shattered in four-dimensional space like fragile glass. At the moment of shattering, the entire space seemed to tremble, and an invisible wave of energy instantly spread out. In the sky, a large number of white threads suddenly descended, fluttering like snowflakes, enveloping the entire courtyard in a dreamlike glow. These threads sparkled like diamonds, dancing in the air as if telling a story. However, this was far from a limit of the tendril. After shattering the second sophon, it seemed to become even more violent and unstoppable. It immediately locked onto the third sophon that had just come into contact with it, which was already fleeing at the speed of light, trying to escape this terrifying pursuit. However, it never expected that the tendril had already taken root in the ground of Kyoto. Its roots spread underground like countless giant pythons, having long extended to the coastline near Kyoto. Whoosh! A blood-red tendril broke through the ground, piercing into four-dimensional space like a pillar of heaven, directly approaching the fleeing sophon. In the terrified gaze of the Trisolaran leader, the tendril caught up to the sophon at an astonishing speed. Then, crack! An incredibly crisp shattering sound echoed in the ears of everyone in Kyoto, as if the entire space was torn apart by this sound. The third sophon, which intended to escape, was suddenly shattered by the tendril that appeared out of nowhere at the speed of light. In the moment of shattering, all of Kyoto seemed to fall into a dead silence. Soon after, a rain of white threads began to fall, enveloping all of Kyoto in a silver glow. The citizens of Kyoto looked up in a daze, gazing at this extraordinary spectacle presented by technology and containment objects. Their eyes were filled with fear, wonder, and awe. They had never imagined that there could be such a breathtaking scene in this world. However, amidst this annihilation, there was a sense of mystery and a chilling feeling of destruction. The rain of threads formed by the shattering of sophons lasted for a long time, until finally, all the threads merged into the ground, and Kyoto returned to calm. However, within this calm, people's hearts were left with deep shock and awe. Chapter 81. Ding Yi's Disappointment. This book indeed has many logical loopholes. Thanks to the friendly comments from all readers, I will make modifications and patches as needed. In the deep darkness of a universe, the Trisolaran fleet advanced quietly, like a sleeping giant beast waiting for its prey to appear. However, at this moment, the Trisolaran leader felt as if he'd been splashed with cold water, and the flames in his heart were instantly extinguished. His gaze was fixed tightly on the completely darkened screen, indicating that all 3 sophons had been destroyed. But now, these once invincible sophons had disappeared into the darkness of blue star like kites with broken strings. The brainwaves of the Trisolaran leader trembled in space, a reflection of his uncontrollable shock and anger. The tendril that pierced up from the ground of blue star had shattered the 3 sophons one by one with incredible power. He clearly remembered that the last sophon, driven by the speed of light, had rushed toward the tendril like a meteor streaking across the night sky. However, even though the sophon had performed a maneuver, it still could not escape the fate of being shattered. At that moment, the light of the sophon flickered in the darkness, then quickly faded away, like a lighthouse that had been extinguished. What kind of power was this? It was completely unreasonable, far beyond the understanding of Trisolaran civilization. The heart of the Trisolaran leader was filled with grief and helplessness. In order to seal off the technology of Blue Star, they spared no effort in creating 12 sophons. 6 were sent to Blue Star, while the remaining 6 stayed with the Trisolaran fleet to form a sensing matrix with the sophons of Blue Star. This matrix was the pride of Trisolaran civilization, a tool for them to control Blue Star and threaten its scientists. But now, the logic of this matrix had been shattered, and it could no longer operate normally. The remaining 3 sophons could only continue to lock and communicate under overload, but many important monitoring tasks were affected. This was a catastrophic defeat, an unprecedented catastrophic defeat. The heart of the Trisolaran leader was filled with rage and unwillingness. He turned to look at the empty conference hall, once the gathering place for his think tank, but now it was left with only him. The other 10 ruling officials had been sent back to the nutrient pods, and due to suspected control, they would be unable to awaken for a while. His heart was filled with sorrow and anger, but there was nowhere to vent it. Wallfacer Suze, the name echoed in the heart of the Trisolaran leader. All of this was the work of that Wallfacer. He had to find him. He must tear him to pieces. In the bustling city of Kyoto on Blue Star, the vibrant street scenes intertwined with ancient culture, forming a unique tapestry. In the center of this city, an elder from the Dragon Kingdom, dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit, stood on a tall platform, gazing deeply at the sky. Behind him were a group of high-ranking officials with worried expressions, their gazes also focused on the mysterious floating threads. These threads seemed to fall from an endless void, gently swaying in the air like the skirts of fairies, yet carrying a hint of eeriness and mystery. They spread to every corner of Kyoto, whether it was towering buildings or ancient temples. All seemed to be gently covered by a layer of gauze. Wang Miao, a renowned expert in material science, stood on the platform alongside physicist Ding Yi, their brows furrowed, clearly puzzled by the scene before them. After a long period of observation and discussion, they finally reached an astonishing conclusion. Chief, these things seem to be projections of higher-dimensional objects in 3-dimensional space. We cannot touch their essence. As soon as Wang Miao's words fell, it caused an uproar among those present. Projections of higher-dimensional objects? This sounded like a plot from a science fiction novel. It was now vividly presented before their eyes. Everyone began to speculate. Some guessed that this might be some unknown natural phenomenon, while others worried whether it heralded some kind of disaster. Just then, Ding Yi suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a note of certainty. Actually, I think this might be the sophons that have been blocking us. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Sophons? Those were microscopic particles created by Trisolaran civilization that could communicate in real time on Earth and even block human scientific experiments. If these threads were indeed sophons, then why they suddenly transformed into this state? Hadn't they been invisible before? Ding Yi continued to explain. Currently, everything that exists on Blue Star meets the characteristics of the Trisolaran sophons. They can cross dimensions and project higher dimensional information into three-dimensional space. Moreover, the enormous crimson roots that recently appeared on the outskirts of Kyoto resemble the irrational roots mentioned by the Wallfacer Suze. Irrational roots? This term is not unfamiliar to those present. According to Suze's earlier announcements, it is a bizarre containment object with powerful vitality and destructive capability. If Ding Yi's speculation turns out to be true, then these filaments are likely related to the irrational roots. The elder from Dragon Country took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. We need to contact the Wallfacer Suze. The answer should lie with him. Sophon, the Wallfacer, hailed as the last hope of Blue Star, possesses extraordinary wisdom and insight. He has been researching how to combat the invasion of the Trisolaran civilization and how to utilize containment objects to protect humanity. If these filaments are indeed related to the irrational roots, then Suze may be able to find a solution. Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces revealing a long-lost sense of hope. Yes, matters related to such containment objects must be addressed by professionals. Rather than racking their brains here about whether physics exists, it would be more straightforward to ask someone knowledgeable. After a long wait, finally, the dedicated line to Wallfacer Suze was connected. At that moment, the entire scientific community of Dragon Country held its breath, as if all eyes were focused on this phone call. "Hello, this is Suze." A calm and firm voice came from the other end of the line. To the elder of Dragon Country, this voice was like a light in the darkness, bringing hope. The elder took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and said solemnly, "Hello, Mr. Wallfacer. I represent the scientific community of Dragon Country and have a very important question to ask. Are those objects falling over Kyoto the legendary sophons?" On the other end of the line, Suze was standing in the courtyard beneath the eaves, his gaze deep and bright. Not long ago, he had successfully contained the irrational roots and shattered 3 sophons. At this moment, he nodded and replied, "Yes, not long ago the irrational roots shattered 3 sophons. And what is now drifting over Kyoto are indeed their fragments." This answer was like a heavy bomb, causing a huge shock within the scientific community of Dragon Country. The speculations in everyone's minds were confirmed, and they gasped as if the entire world trembled at this revelation. Sophons, the terrifying existence that had once stalled the technology of Blue Star, had indeed been shattered. The elder fell silent for a moment, his emotions difficult to calm. He knew that this news held immeasurable significance for the entire scientific community. Therefore, he decided to hand the phone to Ding Yi, allowing this physicist to continue the questioning. Ding Yi took the phone, his mood exceptionally excited. Ever since the Trisolarans used sophons to block Blue Star's technology, he had been searching for a breakthrough opportunity. At this moment, he finally had the chance to communicate with this mysterious Wallfacer. "Mr. Suze, this is Ding Yi." Ding Yi's voice trembled slightly, but was filled with excitement and anticipation. "I would like to ask you, has our physics returned now that the sophons have been shattered?" This question was crucial for Ding Yi. Since the appearance of sophons, the physics community of Blue Star had fallen into unprecedented difficulties. Many scientists have become depressed or even despaired due to their inability to break through the blockade of sophons. Especially during the cosmic flicker, many scientists experienced unprecedented fear and despair. He and Wang Miao had managed to persevere until now, demonstrating considerable resolve. Upon hearing Ding Yi's hopeful question, Suze on the other end of the phone paused slightly. It was as if a lightning bolt struck his mind, and he instinctively recalled a curious thought from his previous life about this physicist. Ding Yi pulled out a small hammer and smashed a droplet. This scene flashed through his mind. Though absurd, it brought him an inexplicable sense of humor at this moment. He was well aware of the gap between reality and imagination. So he suppressed his laughter and tried to keep his voice steady. Mr. Ding-yi, I understand your expectations. Suze took a deep breath and replied seriously. But for now, we cannot determine whether physics has fully regained its freedom after the sophons were shattered. However, there's a 99% chance that our physics is still under some level of blockade. After all, the Trisolaran's desire for this place of existence far exceeds our imagination. They wouldn't just send 3 sophons to block our technological development. Upon receiving this answer, Ding Yi's originally hopeful gaze gradually dimmed, revealing a hint of disappointment. The others present also sighed, and the atmosphere became heavy. They understood that the days of technological blockade for humanity were like a bird bound and unable to soar. As the saying goes, to strike iron, one must be strong oneself. If humanity's technology had not been blocked, how could they have continuously relied on Suze for containment? Breaking the blockade and achieving a technological explosion was a dream that every new century's human cherished and longed for. Ding-yi adjusted his mindset. He understood that disappointment would not solve the problem. He took a deep breath and asked Suze again with a hopeful tone. Then, can we have the irrational roots shatter the remaining 3 sophons again? Perhaps this is our only hope for restoring physics. He chose not to ask how the irrational roots shattered the sophons. He knew that the existence of containment objects had already transcended the realm of physics. They were more like manifestations of a metaphysical concept. For the irrational roots, their power did not come from physics, but from some inexplicable force. If forced to define containment objects, Ding-yi felt that they leaned more toward a mysterious power. They were not bound by the laws of physics, but followed their own rules and logic. If you perceive them as strong, then they are strong. If you perceive them as weak, then they are weak. This characteristic of metaphysical concepts made Ding-yi both in awe of and resistant to the power of containment. As a physicist, he was a staunch materialist. Suze sighed on the other end of the phone, looked down at the palm-sized irrational roots, and replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Ding-yi. Before the remaining sophons make contact with the irrational roots, they will not be able to continue breaking through dimensions to launch an attack. Moreover, the current state of the irrational roots is not good. They seem to be in a weakened phase. Being able to shatter 3 sophons consecutively has already reached their limit. Hearing this answer, a wave of disappointment surged in Ding-yi's heart again. But he also understood that this was an unchangeable fact. After a long sigh, he returned the phone to the staff member beside him. He stood alone, gazing at the fragments of sophons still drifting down outside, filled with helplessness and melancholy. How he wished physics could return to its original state. Then they could continue to lead human civilization forward and restore the brilliance of the technological system. However, reality was so cruel. They could only rely on limited resources and technology to move forward with difficulty. Nevertheless, Ding-yi did not give up. He knew that only through continuous effort and exploration could they possibly find a way to break the blockade. He believed that as long as humanity did not give up hope, one day they would achieve the dream of a technological explosion. At that moment, the elder from Dragon Country took the phone, his eyes filled with complex emotions, both gratitude for Suze and worry for the future. He sighed deeply, as if unloading a heavy burden from his heart, his voice somewhat weary. Thank you, Mr. Suze. Your contributions to humanity will always be remembered. The old man was about to hang up the phone when Suze's voice broke the brief silence again. By the way, there's something I need you to arrange. Tomorrow, I plan to announce the 6th containment object. This news was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. They looked at each other, filled with disbelief. So soon to announce a new containment object? Various speculations began to flood their minds. Given the powerful abilities displayed by the Woologian, they couldn't help but wonder if the object being announced this time possessed even more astonishing powers. Some even speculated whether this object had the capability to destroy the Trisolaran civilization. The elderly man from Longwa was also stunned by the news. He was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He understood the importance of this matter and replied seriously. All right, Mr. Suze, I will arrange this immediately to ensure the announcement goes smoothly tomorrow. Suze nodded, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. Thank you. I will prepare the relevant materials and information to ensure tomorrow's announcement proceeds without a hitch. Chapter 82. Interrogation of the Female Spy Kyoto. In the courtyard, Suze watched as the fragments of the GZ projection slowly disappeared, feeling immensely pleased. Monitor me? Want to take me down? Can they do it? He blinked slightly, and the thin membrane on the surface of his eyeball automatically dispersed. Now that the GZ that had attacked him had been shattered by the Wooligan, he no longer needed to maintain this gray vision. At the same time, his gaze fell on the limp Wooligan in his hand. Since he had comforted and contained it earlier, it had taken on this state. Although the black markings remained, the main body had reverted from its initial crimson color to a grayish white. It must have been quite strenuous for it to forcefully breach dimensions. It was like the burst mode in a fighting game. After one burst, you had to wait for the energy bar to recharge to burst again. He just didn't know how long it would take for the Wooligan to recharge. If the Trisolarans sent GZ again, he wouldn't be able to match the Wooligan's abnormal abilities. However, it was because of this concern that he had just confirmed what his next containment object would be. If he wanted to accelerate the recovery process with external forces and with minimal side effects, that object was probably the only option. Suze looked up at the sky, which had returned to normal, his eyes glinting with determination. Zhang Province, in a special underground base. This was the station, the first one obtained after Suze announced the existence of the Containment Association and containment objects. Here, there were security forces numbering up to 5,000, composed of personnel wearing signal bomb halos. Under life-threatening conditions and the relentless brainwashing by Dr. Heisenberg, they had become the outermost defense line facing the outside world for this station. The second line of defense was naturally composed of the 9-tailed Fox Mobile Task Force and the 8th Mobile Task Force. They were also the most solid defense line, controlling the nuclear capabilities within the base. Further inside were several hundred researchers and Dr. Heisenberg, forming a laboratory. They were responsible for studying the bizarre containment object housed here and for creating various technological devices needed by the mobile task forces, such as specially designed truth serums. In a holding chamber entirely made of Newtonian fluid. Patch, the Containment Association can secretly use all resources of Longwa. Dr. Heisenberg placed a small box in front of Hank, the captain of the 9-tailed Fox Special Operations Team. This is the material extracted from the crimson mist generated by the Wooligan that I just retrieved from you. They can help you pry open these people's mouths. He smiled as he opened the box, revealing 30 neatly arranged azure vials. Under the illumination of the lights, they shimmered like gemstones. Although the raw material was red, it had turned blue after my refinement. Dr. Heisenberg looked intoxicated. The power of science is always so magical, isn't it? Hank nodded slightly, not saying any flattering words. He was a man of action, directly and decisively picking up a vial of the specially designed truth serum and injecting it into the tightly bound body of Yamashan Wei. This was the head of the interrogation specifically instructed by the 5th Congressman, so naturally, she was the first. After confirming the serum's efficacy with Dr. Heisenberg, Hank tore off the tape from her mouth and coldly said, "Your name?" Yama Shanhui's state was very strange. Her pupils were red, and her expression was stiff and rigid. She murmured, "Yama Shanhui. I have used aliases such as Yekimi Yama, KJ Keiko, and Yihui Mei." Hank raised an eyebrow. The effect was good. She even revealed her aliases. After pondering for a moment, he threw out the first formal question. "Who are the members of the Trisolaran organization that you know?" Yama Shanhui answered robotically, her voice devoid of emotion. "Currently, I know of 13 other organizations, led by X, who lives in Canada." She reported in great detail, providing the age, gender, address, and phone numbers of each person. The team members behind Hank recorded Yama Shanhui's information line by line and simultaneously sent it to the Longwa authorities via a secure network. It was likely that these organizations would soon disappear due to irresistible factors. Behind Yama Shanhui, the conscious members of the organization looked extremely terrified, their bodies struggling to prevent their leader from self-destructing. However, the special ropes binding them held tight, sealing their mouths as well. So when Yama Shanhui revealed everything cleanly, they were already ashen-faced, completely giving up on their struggles. Hank was very satisfied with the effect of the truth serum and continued to ask about some secrets of the Trisolarans, although Suze had already shared this information. To ensure whether this world differed from the original universe, he still conducted a thorough cross-check. After confirming that all the information was accurate, Hank waved his hand, and dozens of researchers immediately entered. They began to interrogate the remaining team members according to their numbers. This was to prevent Yama Shanhui from being misled, as the Trisolarans had gradually learned to conceal information. Some things that Yama Shanhui, as the leader, might not know could be known by her subordinates. Soon, under the effect of the specially designed truth serum, one piece of highly authentic intelligence after another was delivered outside, personally screened and verified by Dr. Heisenberg. The intelligence provided by this batch of members would play a significant role in eliminating the human cancer. Fortunately, GZ could not infiltrate this place. Otherwise, even with the truth serum, these people would be humanely destroyed by the GZ. The Trisolarans would not show pity for a group of ants. After receiving feedback from Dr. Heisenberg and confirming that all intelligence had been collected, Hank coldly clapped his hands and then exited the interrogation room. The next moment, large amounts of poison gas began to spray within the room. Amid the wails of the remnants of this organization, they successfully met with Evans. Like the Trisolarans, the Containment Association never showed sympathy for the remnants. They were in darkness, and they gradually melted into that darkness as the poison gas slowly dispersed. This time, there was no need for Hank to signal. Those who had already donned protective gear rushed in to begin removing the lifeless bodies one by one. A portion of people remained in the interrogation room to conduct disinfection work. This interrogation room would soon welcome new occupants, and cleanliness was certainly a priority. Thus, the containment task regarding the Woologen was completely wrapped up. This battle yielded tremendous gains. Chapter 83. Announcing the sixth containment object. The next day, the morning in Kyoto was refreshing. After years of greening efforts, the haze that had long hovered over Kyoto has dissipated significantly. In the city, sounds other than the roar of cars can now be heard. Today, Kyoto citizens who purchased on-site tickets woke up early and flocked to the stadium. There, the sixth containment object announcement will take place. The stunning rain curtain presented by Tomoko yesterday had already left the citizens of Kyoto in awe. What mysterious existence will today's containment object reveal? As more and more people filled the stadium, time passed slowly. The elder from Longhua, various high-ranking officials, and Wang Miao, who was quite interested in the containment object, all made their appearances one by one. And when the hour hand steadily pointed to 8 o'clock, a young figure appeared on the high platform amid the crowd's attention. It was none other than the most mysterious and greatest Wallfacer in history, Suze. Suthe. Damn, I don't know why, but every time I see his figure, I feel a sense of reassurance. What will today's containment object be? If it weren't inappropriate here, I would want to set up a game. Comrade, you are suspected of gambling in public. Please come with us. Damn, there really are plainclothes officers. I was wrong. Just joking, just joking. At the moment he appeared, the entire venue erupted. The deafening cheers soared to the sky, even dispersing the thin mist slightly. Golden sunlight broke through the clouds, shining down directly on Suze on the high platform. He frowned slightly and said, "Please be quiet." As soon as he spoke, the venue fell silent instantly. Suze's authority was evident. The elder from Longhua and others were not surprised. If a human hero did not have such treatment, then the destruction of human civilization would be inevitable. Suze nodded slightly. Then his expression became solemn. Today I, for the sixth time as a Wallfacer, will announce the sixth containment object to the world. This time the spectacle was even grander, apart from certain stubborn places. Nearly all television stations were broadcasting live. It could be said that nearly 80 of the world was watching this live broadcast. The popularity was frightening. Since it was already the sixth time, Suze was accustomed to such grand occasions. He began the announcement without any pressure. The name of this containment object is the Fountain of Youth. Project number 006. Project security level. He paused deliberately at this point because he knew the audience needed to buffer for what was coming next. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, The venue erupted into a cacophony of discussions. The Fountain of Youth? Could it be something like the flesh of Tang Sung, which grants immortality upon consumption? Based on the project level, it could very well be such a thing. Does that mean we have a chance to see the future world? Sure, don't speak yet. Wait until the Wallfacer finishes announcing. In the front row, the elder from Longwa and various high-ranking officials had different expressions upon hearing this name. Some were delighted, some frowned, but more were puzzled. They were also guessing whether this Fountain of Youth truly had the legendary function of preserving youth forever. Everything awaited Su Zhe's next announcement. Su Zhe did not continue to keep them in suspense. After the discussions quieted down a bit, he continued. 006 is a small spring located 60 kilometers west of Astrakhan. Since the 19th century, the Containment Association headquarters had noticed the existence of this project, but due to political reasons, formal placement measures were not taken until 1991. At the Project S site, a chemical factory has been established to cover up its real existence, with most workers under the supervision of the Containment Association or the Bear authorities. Since 1902, the liquid released by the project has been tested to have medicinal properties as mineral water. After ingesting this liquid, the human body exhibits the following characteristics: significantly improved recovery ability of damaged tissues through accelerated cell division and repair and enhanced immune system defenses. In simple terms, it can revitalize human cells and maintain a youthful state. Animal experiments show that the liquid can rapidly destroy harmful bacteria and viruses. However, many reptiles and birds show no reaction, while higher primates exhibit positive effects similar to humans. Su Zhe paused again, fully aware of how deadly this information was for humans, who typically live only a century. Sure enough, when this information was made public, the entire venue instantly erupted in a frenzy. People's reactions surged like a tide, their eyes gleaming with disbelief and excitement. They never expected that this containment object would truly match its name, possessing such incredible power. The legendary Fountain of Youth could indeed allow one to remain youthful and even drive away diseases, freeing them from the torment of illness. This astonishing news struck like lightning across the night sky, igniting the desires and aspirations deep within people's hearts. Many were so excited that they almost jumped up. Their eyes sparkled with greedy light, as if they could already see their younger selves and feel the vitality of a healthy body. They couldn't wait to seek out that mysterious Fountain of Youth, hoping to experience this magical power firsthand. However, amid this wave of fervor, there were also some rational voices. They knew that such a miraculous item must come with enormous risks. Yet even so, they could not resist the strong temptation, the endless longing for youth and health. The entire venue seemed to transform into a boiling sea, with people's emotions continuously rising and surging. And that mysterious Fountain of Youth instantly became their most fervent pursuit and aspiration. Even some high-ranking officials from Longwa could not help but show excited expressions. As humans, the pursuit of life's continuation is forever ingrained in their genes. This includes Su Zhe, the elder from Longwa, Wang Miao, and others. However, their rationality suppressed this instinct. Otherwise, their reactions wouldn't be much different from the others. Quiet. Su Zhe's voice suddenly boomed like thunder within the stadium. The situation had gotten somewhat out of control, and he needed to intervene. If locusts go out of control, it can lead to a locust plague. If wolf packs go out of control, it can lead to a wolf tide. And if humans go out of control, they will only destroy themselves. Greed is the primary driving force behind human progress, but it is also the greatest abyss leading to human destruction. Su Zhe had to speak up, now, to pull this crowd back from the edge of the abyss. He spoke steadily. Attention. What I will announce next are the containment measures. If anyone fails to hear due to noise, the consequences will be on them. Chapter 84. Intimidating the Greedy. Hearing that Su Zhe was about to announce the containment measures for the Fountain of Youth, the previously noisy stadium fell silent instantly. Hundreds of thousands of eyes eagerly fixed on Su Zhe on the high platform. They were all desperate to know what the containment measures for the Fountain of Youth would be. To put it simply, did they have a chance to be involved in the containment? If they could obtain such a Fountain of Youth, guarantee that allow them to establish an everlasting family? Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, Suze slowly began to speak. Regarding the special containment measures for the Fountain of Youth, given the characteristics of 006, no complex containment methods are required. However, for confidentiality reasons, all personnel who come into contact with project documentation must keep its existence and nature confidential. The measures listed below are not for ensuring personnel safety, but to conceal the potential effects that 006 may have on those who come into contact with it. His expression grew serious, and he spoke steadily. First, all personnel physically contacting 006 must wear improved Level 4 protective suits before allowing personnel to carry out tasks. A brief introduction to 006 or related information about 006 is required. The complete and detailed 006 document is only available for personnel with Level 5 clearance. To ensure the protective suits are worn correctly, personnel will be placed in a pool. Any bubbles caused by improper attire will be immediately detected. Secondly, the process of contact with 006 must be conducted under strict supervision. In cases involving 006, the commander will initiate the 00612 procedure, during which personnel will be informed and assured that the project is highly toxic, thus requiring evacuation. At this point, he paused deliberately and said, "In fact, subsequent research has shown that the Fountain of Youth indeed produces a number of negative effects, such as an excess of growth factors, leading to ordinary people growing a second head or hundreds of fingers." Upon hearing such terrifying situations, all attendees, including the global audience watching the live broadcast, felt a chill run down their spines. This is not the Fountain of Youth at all. It is simply a biochemical poison. In an instant, they dared not entertain any thoughts about the Fountain of Youth. Better to turn to dust than to live as a monster. Who could accept waking up in the middle of the night to find a second head growing on their neck? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Suze nodded slightly in his heart. These were naturally lies he concocted. Whether the real Fountain of Youth is toxic is anyone's guess. At least according to the records of the Containment Association, no side effects have been discovered so far. However, considering the stringent protective measures, it might indeed contain some kind of deadly poison. After instilling fear regarding the Fountain of Youth in the public, Suze continued his narrative. The operation to extract liquid from 006 requires the joint approval of 3 Level 5 personnel. This process will be conducted under the accompaniment of armed guards, and the liquid will be transferred to a square-sealed container. Fourthly, if any personnel come into direct contact with 006 or its liquid, that personnel will have their activity restricted and execution measures will be taken after thorough research. Given the nature of 006, burning the body is considered the most effective execution method, as detailed in the 0065 report. After this lengthy explanation, Suze took a deep breath. The above is all the information regarding 006, the Fountain of Youth. If you receive any news, please contact the Yanwang Mobile Task Force immediately. Any private research is strictly prohibited, and once discovered, all will be arrested for endangering human safety. His warning echoed above the stadium, causing many to feel a jolt in their hearts. Perhaps Suze and the Long Country officials had allowed them to feel too comfortable for too long. Just now, they had actually entertained thoughts of reaching for the containment item. There might still be many crazies wanting to obtain this containment item. After confirming the containment item's announcement was complete, Wang Miao stood up voluntarily. He began to ask questions. "Mr. Suze, hello, I am materials scientist Wang Miao. In your earlier mention of the special containment measures for 006, there were 2 items, 006 and 006. What is the relationship between these 2 items and 006? Suze raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised that Wang Miao was so attentive to these things. However, thinking about it, the other party was a materials scientist, and he must have a curious attitude towards everything in the world. So after pondering for a moment, he chose to answer the question. Regarding these 2 documents, it is actually inconvenient to disclose them to avoid causing panic. However, considering that some people might take risks due to the characteristics of the Fountain of Youth, I hereby make this information public. This is a warning with the information from these 2 documents for all adventurers intending to complete containment measures on their own. Upon hearing such a serious tone, everyone felt a shiver in their hearts, straightened up, and began to listen. Before the discovery of 006, the Containment Association learned that an adventurer had come into contact with this mysterious spring water long ago. For now, I will refer to it as 006. And from a third-person perspective, I will take you deeper into understanding 006. After finishing this statement, Suze finally began the official narration. In 1983, a little-known world explorer arrived in the then-existing Sukkah Federation. As an adventurous explorer, he had conquered the Alps without anyone knowing. Today, he would attempt to traverse the Siberian plain, conquering this harsh land with his own feet. At first, his journey went smoothly, as there were many small villages along the Siberian border that could provide supplies. There was even a kind-hearted person who gave him a map marking the locations of various villages. This made him more confident. He believed he could conquer this harsh land. However, as he ventured deeper, every step became exceptionally difficult. With supplies almost exhausted, he arrived at a village. To his surprise, he found that there were actually flowers and grass around this village. It was hard to imagine that in such harsh, cold conditions, there was a paradise like this. He walked into the village, hoping to buy supplies and stay overnight. However, to his astonishment, the village was completely empty in the afternoon. He knocked on several doors, but received no response. Yet from the water buckets and various living supplies left at the door, it was evident that this was indeed a village where people lived. Finally, when he reached the center of the village, he saw a grocery store that was open. He was overjoyed and immediately walked over. Chapter 85. The story behind 006. Hello, comrade. He greeted the grocery store owner with a smile, his voice echoing in the empty and somewhat oppressive street. As he spoke, he took out scattered coins and bills from his wallet and neatly arranged them in his palm. The owner of the grocery store was a burly man with a beard growing wildly like weeds, almost covering his entire chin and cheeks. He exuded a strong smell of alcohol, leading one to wonder if he had just returned drunk from a tavern. His left eye seemed to have lost its light, covered by a murky, grayish white, giving an unfathomable impression. What do you need?" The grocery store owner's voice was low and hoarse, sounding like an old tree weathered by time and hardships. His attitude was not friendly, but neither was it cold. He simply maintained a habitual distance from strangers. Not minding the owner's attitude, he knew that having a grocery store in such a remote and desolate place was already a stroke of luck. He took a deep breath and began to list the items he needed. "I need 30 smoke hams, the kind with full meat and rich flavor, and fire starters. The windproof kind, convenient for outdoor use." As he narrated, the grocery store owner began to take the items he needed from the shelves and place them on the counter one by one. He did not inquire about the price, but silently prepared to receive the goods. He couldn't help but marvel at how the prices here were almost the same as outside. This was simply incredible in this resource-scarce area. Soon, his originally empty backpack was filled with various items, becoming heavy. He nodded in satisfaction and expressed his gratitude to the grocery store owner. "Thank you for your help. These supplies are very important to me." The grocery store owner did not speak, merely accepting the money he handed over. A flicker of unusual light flashed in his eyes, as if he were scrutinizing the young man who had suddenly appeared in his store. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Comrade, is there a place to stay here? I need to stay here for a while." He did not want to camp here, as the environment was too desolate, and the cold at night and the threat of wild beasts made him uneasy. Hearing the inquiry, the grocery store owner's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He cast a cold glance and slowly spoke. "Young man, if you want to stay here, you might as well give up early." His voice carried a chilling and terrifying tone, as if there were indeed some unspeakable secret. Startled by his words, he instinctively took a step back and asked in confusion, "Why? Is there danger here?" The grocery store owner took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind to reveal some secret. He lowered his voice and spoke in a tone only the two of them could hear. "This is a cursed place. The people here are plagued by a curse. Their bodies are gradually weakening, and their minds are becoming abnormal. If you stay here, sooner or later, you will also be afflicted by this curse." After hearing this, he felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness rising from the depths of his heart. He had never heard of such curses, but the owner's words filled him with an inexplicable fear. However, as an adventurer who had conquered the Alps, he knew that fear only made one weak. He quickly adjusted his mindset, banishing that feeling of fear from his mind. He smiled and said to the grocery store owner, "Thank you for your warning, but I believe in my luck and abilities. I will be careful." After saying this, he turned and left the grocery store, starting to look for other places to stay. However, at that moment, the grocery store owner gently lowered his head, and his already murky eyeball suddenly rolled out of its socket without warning. The surface of the eyeball was still attached to long, thin, worm-like flesh, which drooped helplessly on the owner's wrinkled cheek, creating a chilling sight. Completely unaware of this scene behind him, otherwise he would have understood why the grocery store owner said this was a cursed place. He continued on, searching for a place to stay. However, he quickly discovered that every household in this village had its doors tightly shut, as if no one lived there. He began to feel uneasy, wondering, could it really be, as the grocery store owner said, that this place is truly cursed? Just as he was feeling lost and uneasy, his attention was drawn to a house at the village entrance. The door of that house was half open, as if telling him, "There are people here, you can come in." A glimmer of hope arose in his heart, and he quickly walked towards that house, secretly relieved. It seems the grocery store owner was just trying to scare me. There are still people here. However, when he entered the house, he found that it had been abandoned for a long time. The walls were covered with thick dust and cobwebs, and the interior was silent, showing no signs of habitation. Frowning in disappointment, he also understood that in this cold Siberian plain, he had to find a place to shelter from the wind and snow for the night. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After brushing away a few cobwebs at the entrance, he took out a flashlight and a candle, preparing to start a fire for warmth. However, the moment he turned on the flashlight, a wave of cold swept over him, as if his blood had frozen. The flashlight illuminated every corner of the room, and at the end of that beam of light, he saw a chilling sight. 2 skeletons, one large and one small, lying quietly there. Their bones had become yellowed and brittle, as if telling a terrifying story. His breathing became rapid, and he struggled to control his emotions, not allowing fear to take over. He knew he couldn't stay here too long, otherwise his nerves would break. So he quickly packed his things, preparing to leave this terrifying place. However, the weather turned bad. Just as he was about to go out, the wind and snow began to howl outside. It seemed that if he didn't stay here today, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to suppress his fear and unease, turning back to find 2 pieces of cloth to cover the skeletons. Even if it was just a visual deception for himself, it was better than nothing. Chapter 8606, The Fountain of Youth Story 2. Since some readers said it was good, I continued writing. This story is not official material, purely personal embellishment based on the abilities of the Fountain of Youth. The following text will explain. Thank you. Under the moonlight, standing silently in front of those 2 quiet skeletons, his heartbeat seemed to be suppressed by the cold silence, and fear surged like a tide. However, he suppressed the tremor in his heart, slowly extended his hand, and gently covered a piece of cloth over the 2 skeletons of his kind. As the cloth fell, the fear of facing death seemed to be concealed along with it, and his mood finally calmed down a bit. He let out a long breath, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. He couldn't help but feel a bit amused at his own timidity. After all, he was an adventurer who had never feared even the bears and tigers in the forest. Yet, in the face of these 2 skeletons of his kind, he was so timid. Perhaps this was truly an instinctive reaction ingrained in his genes. In the face of the death of one's kind, even the bravest adventurer finds it hard to remain indifferent. Only then did he have the opportunity to carefully observe the arrangement of this house. Although the house appeared to have been abandoned for a long time, the main structure made of stone bricks and solid wood was still as sturdy as ever, with no leaks or drafts. If one overlooked the 2 skeletons on the floor, this place was simply a perfect shelter. The former owner of the house seemed not to have been wealthy, as the entire space appeared exceptionally simple. A shabby table and 2 narrow single beds occupied most of the space. The straw on the beds had already turned black with mold and was clearly unfit for lying down. However, even in such an environment, the owner still maintained a simple and tidy way of life. A few bowls were placed on the dining table, and apart from that, there was no other furniture. He couldn't help but feel pity for the fate of this house's owner. He sighed deeply and took out a delicate cross from his pocket, silently praying for these two poor souls. Although they were strangers to him, every life in this desolate world deserved respect. This could also be considered his lodging fee. After finishing his prayer, he walked to the stove nearby. He planned to roast some potatoes to fill his stomach. However, when he approached the stove, he unexpectedly found a book on it. No, to be precise, it was a diary. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He carefully picked up this long-forgotten diary, as if holding a fragile heart. He gently opened the first page. The corners of the paper had yellowed, and the handwriting, though somewhat blurred, could still be vaguely recognized as the traces left by the house's owner in life. He slightly closed his eyes, as if he could smell the faint scent of ink wafting from the pages, mixed with the aroma of time. He silently apologized in his heart, then, filled with reverence and curiosity for the past, began to read carefully. This diary seemed like a window to the past, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the little details of the life of the house's owner. According to the name left in the diary, he learned that the original owner was named Anna, a 24-year-old young woman. But what surprised him was that this young woman was actually an orphan, abandoned by her parents for becoming pregnant out of wedlock. Upon reading this, a complex emotion surged within him. Although he was passionate about adventure and traveled far and wide, he was, at heart, a rather traditional person. Naturally, he opposed such behavior of becoming pregnant out of wedlock. However, when he realized that Anna was already gone, that feeling of disdain quickly dissipated. It was rather disrespectful to speak of moral concepts to a deceased person. He hurriedly expelled such thoughts from his mind and continued to read on. In the following diary entries, Anna began to recount the circumstances of her premarital pregnancy. It turned out that when she was 17, her father sent her to herd sheep. For Anna, who had always yearned for freedom, this was undoubtedly good news. She disliked staying at home to learn the tedious textile skills and preferred to be with the sheep under the blue sky and white clouds. Thus, she gladly accepted her father's arrangement and drove the flock out of the village. Outside the village, there was a lush meadow that had suddenly appeared 2 years ago. Although no one knew its origin, the adults in the village were all pleased, as it meant that their barren land could also develop livestock farming. Even more surprisingly, the meadow seemed to thrive no matter how many cattle and sheep were raised. So almost every household began to raise livestock. Anna also arrived at this meadow. She looked at the leisurely grazing sheep, and a wave of joy surged in her heart. She sat down on the grass and took out a picture book from her bosom to read. Although she could not read, the pictures on the pages fascinated her. She lost track of time as she immersed herself in the vivid illustrations. However, when she finished the picture book and came to her senses, she suddenly realized that the sheep were gone. She panicked and looked around, trying to find any trace of the flock. But the meadow was too large, and the sheep had wandered too far for her to locate them. The thought of how her father would scold and punish her filled Anna with fear. She dared not return home to face her father's reprimands and punishments, so she forced herself to continue searching for the sheep. Gradually, she ran out of the meadow and approached a forest that no one had ever stepped into. Although she had always heard that fierce man-eating bears